Battle Hardened in Atlanta, Georgia. Flake alongside DM Armada here. This is the last big one, Steven, before we get to national season.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Welcome in. I hope you're enjoying yourself. You have your mug of coffee like we do here. Clink. Sit back, relax, and let us regale you with 7 rounds of Swiss here in classic constructed action, and then a cut to the top 8. And I believe we're going to do all of that today. So you've got a full slate of flesh and blood action ready for you. We're going to be serving it up all day. Flake, DM Armada, sitting here, having a good time.
We are so well situated. Not just the fact that we are in the Omni Hotel here in Atlanta, Georgia, which is great. We're in the middle. You can't see it, but all around us are basically all the rooms. We're like in the center atrium area.
This venue is incredible. I'm not going to lie. I would love for us to just take this camera and just like walk around, because this is perhaps the most insane. Yeah, look. Ethan Van Sant.
Oh, yeah.
For us.
Look at that.
This is the most insane. Go up more. Yeah,
yes.
Oh, my gosh. Look at this place.
No free ads.
This is inside. This is inside the building. The entire ceiling just vaulted above us.
Yes.
Windows everywhere.
It's incredible.
It is amazing.
And hold on a second, Ethan, just real quick, turn around again and show us the spread that's on the other side of this here, because we are so well situated. The coffee and pastries
let's go.
strategically placed in front of us. So
Yes.
we are, and then again, the washrooms just, again, the other direction. So this is
tantalizingly close, if you will. Tantalizingly close.
ideal as you can get, frankly. But again, let's get down to business, friends.
It looks great. It looks fantastic. Look at us.
Thank you, Ethan. Again, Savage Feats put on a incredible show here.
do.
MinMaxGames,
Yeah.
they always do, of course, and it only gets better and better. So big props to Savage Feats. Ethan Van Sant, Mansant himself, is in the cockpit. I suppose.
we gotta see him. Throw it, Ethan. Throw it to yourself. Come on, we gotta see you. There he is.
I got to make that transition shorter when we swap to me. It's got to
There's
be
the man. The man himself. The man, the myth, the Sant.
He is here for multiple purposes, not just obviously to put on an excellent production, but he is here also because the two of us are like like a married couple. We are going to argue. But it's all growth. He is here to break ties and settle arguments.
That's right. So when we talk about who, like we did earlier, who has perhaps the best skincare routine of all the Fab heroes, he'll be able to kind of come in and break that tie.
I love it. They are rounding up the players. We're going to be getting into round 1 action in as soon as we can, ladies and gentlemen. But the most important part here, again, is that the importance of this particular tournament, Steven, is that national season begins next week. We get home, and then poof, we're on a plane going to wherever it is. I think that U.S. Nationals is going to be starting next week in Las Vegas. It's going to be a great time, and all over the world, the national seasons are getting underway. This is going to be an important barometer to see where the meta is once we enter that season. And frankly, you and I have covered a bunch of tournaments. There have been plenty of tournaments that have happened in the past month and a half since Dusk Till Dawn released. Every meta has had a fluctuating top 8, but a common thread being that there is one hero that has risen above the rest.
That's right. What is perhaps the best hero in the format, whether or not you believe that, it's up to you. Iyslander has won just about everything that has existed since this new format kind of took place. And it's been interesting because as we continue through week after week of Iyslander wins, no one's really changing their mind on where Iyslander sits. Iyslander wins, and then everyone goes, yeah, but I wasn't at that tournament. And then Iyslander wins again. We're like, yeah, but this other hero is also really good. I want to see, and I maybe this is a bold prediction, but I want to see another hero not named Iyslander win today, and I think that would create a lot more interesting conversation points. You know, I literally just out of the corner of my eye saw this Adonis of a man stand up and show his Mansant t-shirt. It was Mansant. He wants Levia to come out and represent. I think that'd be really interesting to watch, but it's really going to turn everything on a head if we get a win this weekend not related to Iyslander.
Well, let's take a look. I mean, between Battle Hardened Cincinnati, Battle Hardened Chicago, there was the Realm Brawl in Salt Lake City. It just keeps...
The calling that happened over in EU, the calling Birmingham, won yet again by
Iyslander. So, like you said, Icelander's winning everything. Callings is winning Battle Hardens, is winning the Shuffleboard tournament at Del Boca Vista. It's winning absolutely everything. And here's another opportunity for a fairly complex and very, skill-intensive hero to shine. This is not a hero that anybody can pick up and just run with. This isn't a net deck type of hero. This is a hero that you need to put the hours in. I was talking to Majin Bey, who had won the Realm Brawl, who has won significantly, arguably one of the best Iyslander players in the world.
Right.
And, he's saying things like, well, if you've got like 300 hours that you can pump into it, you can also be this good. 300 hours is a lot of time to invest in a hero.
It certainly is, and I think that's really the question mark as to whether or not you could call this the best deck, or if it's just that the best pilots that have put the time in are winning on it. But I think the fundamental question comes back to what wins the tournament, and if Iyslander's the only thing that's winning the tournament, do we just call that the best deck? Is that the one? I think that's the question I want answered this weekend, and I think a lot of people, including a couple that I talked to, some very high-level players, I won't mention some names just so that, perhaps they didn't want this shared, but are going to be watching this tournament here at the event, watching it back to really see how they feel about their picks going into the national season next weekend. And so this is a big proving point and a big sort of mark on that trajectory of where the meta is going, to see if their assumptions about the meta are correct and whether or not they feel like they should run the deck that they have selected, or if they should do something different and really call a last-minute audible.
There's also the one thing that I just take a little bit of care handling when it comes to this discussion is that there always is a little bit of passover when it comes to giving credit to the person who's piloting the deck.
Sure.
And Iyslander is a very complex and difficult hero to master, and you need to master a particular hero in order to win these big events. Obviously, there's a lot of sharks out there lurking with their own pet heroes that they're very, very proud of, they're very, very skilled with. But if you want to win with Iyslander, which is, like you said, a very, very good deck, I will concede the fact that Iyslander in the hands of a skilled world-class player is probably, I don't want to say unbeatable, but it's probably the best deck in the world. But that's because you have a player of the ilk of a Majin Bey or a Rhea Adams, or, all those players out there who are really skilled with it, are taking it to that next level. And I want to make sure that those players are getting the credit they deserve. Yes, the hero is
100%.
strong. Yes, the abilities and the cards that they're playing are strong. But please, we need to understand that with a hero that operates on both sides of the turn, with a hero that has so many micro decisions, and timing is critical and crucial, you cannot make a marginal mistake and then get run over. So these players who are playing them pristinely are deserving of a lot of credit.
Oh, I 100% agree. I do believe that fundamentally, when you're talking about what the best deck in the format is, though, that we have to assume that all players that we're talking about that are winning events or top-8ing events are skilled on their heroes. And that the players that choose to run the hero that they choose are doing so because they understand the deck. They're going to try and play it at a high level. And yes, I get it. Sometimes, people pick up a new hero just to try it. I mean, look at what Brodie Spurlock has been doing for the past month or so. He's been picking up a hero, he's been playing it into the ground, and then he moves on to the next one so that he can get a good feel for the, width and breadth. But if you asked him to pick up a hero, or to play, I should say, the best hero in his opinion, he's most likely going to start with what he thinks is a very powerful hero in the meta, and then what he feels like he can execute on. So when we talk about what the best deck of the format is, I think it really, you have to assume that the players themselves are at that high level of play and are deserving of being called high-level players, and then they're choosing their deck. And it just so happens that, those high-level players are executing very well on what I think is the best deck in the format.
Sounds good. We just want to give you an update as to where we're at with getting the games taken care of. Again, this was a sold-out event. We capped out at
128, I believe.
Something like 128 players. Now, there are a few no-shows, but there's an actual, a waiting list. So what they're doing is they're just filling the waiting list slots with the additional players to have a capped-out event at 128 participants here once we get information about the hero breakdown and And, you know, who's lurking out in the field? I saw Mara Faris out there. I think is Michael Hamilton out there? I think I saw Michael Hamilton. There's a lot of excellent players out there. The world champ is here.
Yep.
So we are going to have some high-level Flesh and Blood coming around the bend very soon. We want to make sure that you are just aware of that. There's a slight delay. We'll get through that, no problem. But it's Flake, it's a DM Armada. You know we're going to do some silly giveaways.
Oh, and not only are we going to do some silly giveaways, we actually have some great, because we're hanging out with Ethan Van Sant over there, we get to do some of the best, most fun games throughout the stream. So there's going to be just a cornucopia of things. It's like a carnival.
Wow.
This is going to be great. It's going to be a great day. Get your coffee.
What?
Put it in a mug like us.
What a word. Cornucopia.
You know that word.
I know it. It's my favorite of the copias.
Aware of that word?
Yes, no,
favorite of the copias.
Yes, it's my favorite copia. Is the cornucopia. But yes, we have we don't have a hard time for you, but we're guessing it's gonna kick off in less than 10 minutes. Yeah. So we will make sure that happens. We're going to take. I think we're gonna take a nice quick break, just to get things settled. You get your coffee.
Yeah,
okay,
get ready.
We have ours. We're going to get ourselves locked and loaded. We just wanted to drop in and give you a little bit of a who's who and a what's what.
That's right. And get your friends in here. Let's all hang out together.
Absolutely.
Let's make chat a nice experience.
Right.
Let's break records, is what Ethan Van Sant just said.
Call grandma.
I think people are going to really have a good time today and tomorrow as well. We got coverage tomorrow as well. So if you're looking for more Classic Constructed action, you're not just going to get it today. You're also getting it tomorrow, because we're covering a PTI event tomorrow as well.
And Bernice is waiting for you to call her. Why haven't you called her? Get her here. Show her the YouTube link. Get her in on Flesh and Blood.
Your dad is in chat right now.
I don't know if my dad's in chat. My dad, my dad, who tells people that I'm an internet radio person, because it still doesn't know what I do for a living, and I try to explain, and he's like, "As long as you're happy, son."
Everyone, shout out to Flake's dad. Welcome him to the fold.
Sure.
Chat.
I
think.
Hi,
Sjohn-
Dad. He, my dad is living his best life. He's retired. He's enjoying himself. He's doing what every Quebecer does, which is live 6 months in Florida. But basically, his whole thing was he sent me a message this morning which said, "Have a great day, Matthew. I love you." And I love that. And I sent him a picture of the two of us making the best face we could possibly make, which was something kind of like this, like. Yeah. And then he's like, "Oh, where can I watch you?" And I was like, "Oh my goodness. Here's the link, Dad." And I'm terrified of the results. But
we'll see. We should keep a running tab. Like, let's check in with your dad every round or so.
Call him.
Check in live how he feels. So, Dad, how was the experience of watching that portion of the stream? And then we'll just get his candid opinion, knowing nothing about what we're doing. But that would be hilarious.
Yeah, a little bit of a instant analysis from Flake's papa. So we're gonna cut to literally a 2-minute break, and we'll be back in a short breath. So don't go too far. We'll be right back with Battle Hardened Atlanta.
Feeling under pressure.
round one is locked and loaded, and it is a absolute smash fest. That is some. Look, we are now in the Thunderdome, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the hexagon of doom.
This is so cool. Okay, the sun just burst through the windows here at the event. If you didn't see it earlier, scroll back in the stream, check out the venue that we're in, because it is just massive. It's monolithic. There are rooms all around us. Literally, you could like be staying here at a hotel and just watch the event unfold. But the sun burst through all of the windows, and now everything looks different in the best of ways.
It is the best of ways, frankly. Hey, this is basically God saying, you nerds get a tan. I think that's what this is. So here's the deal. Round one is locked and loaded. It's going to be Yuanji Lee versus Austin M. And oh boy, I didn't ask for this, but we're getting it. It is going to be two of us here in the booth are exceptionally happy because it's Levia versus Bravo.
And I think this is going to be a really fun matchup to watch. I leaned over and I asked Ethan what he thought about this matchup. Oh, look, it's Starvo. But that's not really like who we're seeing.
Close enough.
It's going to be Bravo. Yeah, it is technically close enough when you think about it. It's the same hero. But this is a really fun matchup because what Levia can do is just present recursive damage. Can just, because of what she has her capabilities, she can present recursive threats and just never really, unless there's a misplay here or there, unless something kind of breaks in the wrong way, never really be threatened with something like a fatigue matchup, because recursive damage can just come over the top on Austin. If you can pull it off as Yuanji, you can really present a lot of danger and threats through the entirety of the game. But Bravo, if we're looking at something like a control list, maybe trying to find those times to really efficiently block out and then swing back some tempo in the other direction.
Now, Bravo here, besides being a spitting image of my dad in college in this photo, ultimately there's various different strategies. You can try to race. You can try to find those disruptive cards like Crippling Crush, like, even Spinal Crush. Like these are all definitely cards that are going to buy momentum, buy tempo, as well as just pushing through for damage. Yeah. The thing about Levia is that if Bravo whiffs on a turn, if Bravo's turn is non-disruptive, if Bravo's turn is rather pedestrian, Levia can turn it back on a dime, and Bravo's going to have to eventually make a decision, if not right now, what the strategy is here. Is it full fatigue? Are you just blocking out and waiting for the blood debt to get her, in which case she flips over and that's no longer the case? Then she just basically starts consuming her own deck and you deck them out. Or is Bravo just going to try to find an opportunity here to just push the tempo and try to get her to a position where she does have to flip early and then the cards start getting chewed up? So we're going to see how this goes. Again, it's Yuanji Lee versus Austin M here. Bravo versus Levia. Round one of the Battle Hardened in Atlanta.
Yeah, if I'm sitting in Austin's seat, I'm looking at this matchup going, I can't win the long game if I let Yuanji set up a sort of like this recursive over and over again cycle from cards being played out of Banished into, like Graveyard, and then back into Banished, and then playing out of Banished. I can't win that recursive back and forth. So I need to go toe-to-toe. I need to present disruptive on-hit effects, and I need to connect with those. And we got to get into the low life totals quickly so that I can make this uncomfortable for Yuanji. But Yuanji, if you didn't know, Yuanji a couple weeks ago picked up a win in Blitz with none other than Vincent. Here today, not necessarily playing Vincent in CC, choosing instead to go with another Shadow hero in Levia.
Taking a look at the lists here, what I love to see is essentially a Bravo list of all threes. Now, the density of reds versus blues here are dangerously close. It's about 30 blues, 29 reds versus 39 blues. So there's only 10 discrepancy with a 3-pack of Starstrucks, which frankly to me, a Starstruck is a red. Anything that's not a blue is a red, essentially, when you're looking at Bravo lines here. And ultimately, a lot of these are going to be wheeled out. The Sigils of Solace, the Sink Belows, the Fate for Scenes. There's a lot of cards in this particular list that might not make it to the 60 that you present, or even the 64 or plus, whatever. But as we can see, the equipment being lined up here for Bravo, you have the Buckler as well as the Titan's Fist, and then the standard fare. Frankly, just full kit here. Crown of Providence, Tectonic Plating, Crater Fist, and the Iron Wrought Boots.
Yeah, we're working on the glare. We just received the sun, as we talked about, was just burst through the room. And so now that we've had our full sun experience. We'll go ahead and tweak this in between rounds. We'll mess around with some camera settings and get that all squared away. Starting off with a fantastic little Sigil of Solace for the +3, and this could already be telling of maybe, perhaps, if you're including that in your deck, how you want to play out this matchup. Perhaps we're thinking with all of our equipment and with the extra block ability on Steel Braid Buckler that we can play a fatigue game. Definitely looking like a very stacked deck on the other side over there. It would be awesome if we could somehow find out how many are being run. But, well, that's another great way to start in the form of Blood Rush Bellow on turn 1.
Why not? And you know that this is probably just a moot point here, the randomness, the illusion of choice, as it were, because those are probably going to be guaranteed hits here. As right out of the gate, Yuanji Lee responding to a Sigil of Solace opener to, I think he's just said the pass priority.
Yeah,
and
so I think we're on Yuanji's turn
Sure.
0, and the play was Sigil, and now you have a 3-card hand, so we're going to go ahead and jam out the Blood Rush Bellow and see if we can make you pay for, showing us that your hand isn't fully blockable. But going to be discarding a Graveling Growl, and there's the first defense reaction of the game we see in Fate Foreseen. Going to opt and leave on top.
So 5 coming through again, pumped up by the Blood Rush Bellow. The second Mandible Claw is making an appearance as well, also for 5. 1 floating here, 1 leak through. So the initial block of the initial use of the Sigil of Solace, the second Fate Foreseen. So his opening hand here, I'm sure he's actually. I would suspect that Austin here is probably saying, "Hey, I'm actually appreciating this opening attack here because all these reds I had, if you just passed, it would have been devastating to hold on to."
Well, it depends, because if you're sitting in Bravo's shoes, maybe you're not looking to, with including all of these defensive cards, maybe you're not looking to play a fatigue matchup. But finishing that off, looking to play a fatigue matchup, not looking to play back and forth, but finishing things off with Mark of the Beast and then pushing that 8 damage, a very standard Blood Rush Bellows turn, 5+5 into an 8 attack there. Representing 18 damage on turn 0. Feels pretty good.
So Austin soaks 7 there. So taking 7 off of Blood Rush Bellow's turn and basically getting a full wheel back, I think that he's happy with this. I mean, ultimately, Yuanji did put some work in, but that's 1 Blood Rush Bellows no longer accessible. It's also not a 6. So it's another dud that can potentially pollute what those banishes will be. But ultimately, Austin had a 4 red hand, 2 Fate Foreseens, a Sigil, and a Spinal Crush. That would have been absolutely devastating. In his hand right now, I see a Thunderquake. He's pitching a Finals Fighting Spirit. He's going to be creating the Seismic Surge off the Tectonic Plating, 2 floating, wants the follow-up.
Yeah, we're going to see if he feels content to something like Swing Hammer, or if he wants to commit to maybe pushing some damage here. Can't quite make out. Looks like like you said, a Thunderquake, and there's a card that exists in the game right now in Warmonger's Diplomacy. Card that has made the rounds in a lot of decks, makes sense in a lot of decks as well, simply because it allows you to pitch 3, block 3. It also means that some heroes have to really change up their game plan, but here it's being pitched for the comfortable Titan's Fist swing, and we're going to get an immediate activation of Crown of Providence. No, I don't believe he chose to cop anything out there and swap it with a card.
Oh, that's fascinating. I mean, ultimately, typically you want to save, especially against Bravo that has the Dominate effect. You want to kind of get rid of it. Now, he does, Yuanji does have another Blood Rush Bellows in hand, but maybe doesn't have the right recipe for it, but it's possible. We're opening here with a Dread Screamer, banishing 3. Gonna find a 6 here to give it the go again. So 6 go again, holding on to 1 float as well as a Blood Rush Bellows here. Is this a time where you actually just continue the attack pattern here? Do you go with the Blood Rush with the 1 float here and, banishing the last card?
I think one of the things you have to think about is the fact that you're playing in the early game with no graveyard. But yeah, if you have this combination, it makes a ton of sense to just do this and then possibly Arsenal the second Blood Rush Bellow, play a 5-card hand with Blood Rush in Arsenal is really, really powerful. And you want to fill your graveyard back up so that you can really kind of synergize or have the ability, I should say, just to play some of your very powerful above rate attacks. Like 6 with Go Again is a very powerful effect on Dread Screamer, but you can only activate it if you can banish for it.
Second Sigil of Solace of the game, the Seismic Surge is basically going to fizzle out and die. And ultimately, Austin just swapping Arsenal cards and passing the turnover. Still full equipment set to block over here, and that's a lot of block. Like if you find a hand, let's say you find your Crippling Crush with your 3 blues to sort of pack a significant punch with it, just look at the blocking capability you have on the board. 2 from the Buckler, 2 from the Crown of Providence. 2 from the tech plate, 2 from the Crater Fist, and 1. Now, I use the metric system in Canada, so my math adds up to 9. 9 block just off the bat here, but that is a barraging beatdown in hand, as well as what do you make of this hand over here?
Yeah, trying to make out the cards, it's a little tricky. It looks like, is that another Dread Screamer? It looks like a yellow Dread Screamer. We've got a Swing Big is fantastic card. It's one of my favorite cards in all of Brute history. Being able to maybe put some stuff together and rip cards out of hand in the traditional Brute Intimidate play with something like a barraging beatdown, but instead we're looking to maybe feathering that out to pitch and then just swing in with that Swing Big on the backswing here, sending 8 comfortably. Not a time to pull the trigger on the Blood Rush if that is a Blood Rush sitting in the arsenal, and just presenting damage. I think Yuanji's looking at this going, okay, the choice was in the court. The ball was in the court, if you will, of the Bravo player. How are they going to play this matchup out? Do they want to try and play for a fatigue strategy, or are they going to play for more of a back and forth aggressive game? And the way that these first 2 turns of the game have really panned out, it does appear that they're playing more defensively. If that's the case, I need to have my own game plan into that. Maybe I need a measured approach on turns. Maybe I need spike turns. Maybe I need to find those recursive pieces like Howl from Beyond and start playing into those if those are in the list, so that we can really get the cycling and the power going for our deck.
All right, here comes the first swing of Borvo. A huge play again. The 3 blues into the dominated Crippler, but take a look at this. You pass. That's why you pack the Carrion Husk. It is the biggest, juiciest block that you can possibly throw at something. An instant, just toss it front. You need to block out 8 of this. Now, the Bravo was pushed forward. 2 costs to dominate the attack, meaning you can only block with 1 card from hand. If there's a defense reaction in your arsenal, hey, that's gravy. But you got to push some equipment in front of this. The crush effect, rather, of the Crippling Crush is if it deals 4 or more damage, you lose 2 random cards from hand. This is what Carrion Husk is for. This is why you toss it in front of this. You want this plus a 3 block from hand to essentially cover this up nice and neat. Even a 2 block can get your job done. Get the job done.
And the other cool thing is Crippling Crush is actually 11, and so to avoid the crush effect, you just have to let 3 come through instead of 4. So you can chuck your grasp in front of this, your grasp of darkness, which is what I was about to talk about, the arm piece, which is basically like a free 2 block in a way, along with your Carrion Husk, and block 8 on at any point. Sure. And so you don't even have to give up a card from hand here if you choose not to, because you have the very, very powerful Carrion Husk available to you. Let's see if he chooses to throw that down, or if he's instead going to possibly, make some alternate play where he blocks with a card from hand instead of those grasps. But I think they are asking the question of perhaps where their attack could have come from prior to this.
Yeah, we're just discussing over here. So it's a blood debt related question, but it's all good. We're gonna we're still pushing through here, and ultimately, we've got. I mean, look, when it comes down to this matchup, Carrion Husk is going to meet certain particular cards in certain particular matchups. Carrion Husk is going to block a CNC. Carrion Husk is going to just eat up some of those more disruptive on-hit effects. This is what it's destined for. In this particular matchup, this is the crush effect that Levia probably fears the most. Maybe a red chokeslam on your Blood Rush Bellows turn can be problematic, in those regards, but this is the bread and butter of Bravo. I mean, look at the card. I mean, it just looks like an absolute powerhouse, but it does get blocked out by equipment here, and ultimately, it looks like Yuanji has basically dodged the first bullet. There are still 2 floating about here. Austin needs to find them, but he took damage in order to send it back. 34-32 in favor of Yuanji Lee, and the first banish here, we're going to go for the random. It's going to be a guaranteed hit, but there are some duds in there.
Well, Unworldly Bellow is one of those cards that really helps you vault over the possible defenses that your opponent might be holding. We know they have no arsenal because they made this big play, hitting on everything except that Graveling Growl. That is still there, available for you on the next kind of cycle around, but we're most likely following this Unworldly up with, if we've got multiple cards in hand. Looks like he's got a Deep-Rooted Evil there in hand. Not sure if he's got one more card available to him. We blocked earlier, so nope, he's going to use the Blood Rush and discard that Deep-Rooted and see what we get off the top here. Drawing 2 and looking at what we've got. Let's see what he drew into, because this is sort of a make-or-break moment where we're either going to swing Mandible Claws, or we're going to be able to play something big and get that value off of the Unworldly Bell. It looks like we're just swinging with a Deadwood Rumbler and going in for a decently large attack thanks to the power buff of Unworldly Bellow.
Blood Rush Bellow, great card over here. Again, we talk about those sort of ways to supercharge your offense here. You know, cards like opening with a Rain Razors and throwing 3 attacks. It's similar to that in that vein. You know, Channel Mount Heroic, supercharge a combat chain. In this case, Blood Rush Bellow is where you want to get a lot of work done. And ultimately, you know, taking the risk and drawing off the top into 2. If you don't find it, oftentimes you're going to lean on those Mandible Claws to just actually come in for 5 and 5. But if you find an attack here, you're going to send it, as Austin now has been trading damage, actually, here and there in order to sort of send it back. And obviously, if you're sending back a Dominator Crippling Crush, you kind of feel good about taking damage. But this is a fat attack. Looks like a big 12 here, a whole dozen. You know, the whole 9 yards are coming through, and it looks like Austin is just going to, all right, so we're going to meet it with a staunch, no problem. All right, so that is going to meet up with basically 10 of the 12, taking 2 down to 30.
There's a bit of a risky play to make that Blood Rush play based on, you know, having to give up a card previous to that on the previous turn, playing a 3-card plus the Arsenal hand. Normally, you're looking for that normal, like, Mandible Claw, big 8 attack or 6 attack that turns into an 8 attack. For your standard baseline Blood Rush Bellows play there. We're only getting 12, and it is covered up. I wonder if Yuanji's feeling a little down on the way that turn played out, but it was a bit of a gamble going for the Blood Rush on that. If it doesn't draw you into anything and you're just presenting 10, it feels really bad. And then presenting 12 is what it is. But they're a simple swing and tiny block incidental damage for Yuanji, and pitching into probably just a nice chunky. Oh no, it's Art of War.
Yeah, this is Art of War, another one of those superchargers. It's going to be giving you plenty of options, and you can darn well know that he's going to be banishing a card from hand in order to draw 2 here, which, if all things line up, you're going to be satisfying the Blood Debt, but that is a second Art of War in hand with 2 floating. The question is how do you want to approach this? Because that card is not going to do you any favors in your hand unless you take advantage of it.
Yeah, if you maybe consider going for something insane and trying a second Art of War if you've got something available, but there it goes. Yeah, you got to make sure that the Art of War goes into the graveyard as well, because that is once you've played it and resolved it.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, there's the Art of War. Going to hit on that. That's going to turn off Blood Debt for the turn, and it's going to represent the big old Boneyard Marauder. I wonder if he chose go again with this, or if he chose +1. If it's +1, then this is just the end of the turn, and we're probably arsenaling Art of War.
Yeah, it sounds like the right move here. I think that Yuanji has, 2 cards left in hand, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2 left in hand. It looks like this is going to get covered up.
Wondering, let's see, if there's a continuation. Looks like we're going to pitch the second Art of War. Going to play out the our first opportunity to recur the Deep-Rooted Evil that can be played from Banished, and we're going to represent another big old chunk of 6 damage.
I just wanted to make note here, one of the newest keywords, Unity, has been triggered here, where if your Starstruck is blocking with another card, the Unity effect does come online with, in which case Unity is to generate a Seismic Surge. So Austin getting a free Seismic, as you can see, it's going to pop here. Is it going to find anything? No, it wasn't meant for this world, as it's off into the ether. We're going to pocket here. Austin has dealt with an Art of War turn as well as 2 Blood Rush Bellows turn, and is at 27. So I think you're in an okay spot here, but Yuanji is going to be throttling up.
But the issue fundamentally with that thinking is that those spike turns are great, but what kills you in this matchup is things like Deep-Rooted Evil or Howl from Beyond. Because look, there's Deep-Rooted Evil. It's going to make its way back into Banished Zone. If you can get go again on 1 attack or have a second action point at any point during this game, you can just pay for it and play that again. And that recursive nature gives you, quote-unquote, infinite damage in a way that can just end games over the long term. And that's the scary part that really Levia and only Levia can do right now in this meta, is just present what is what you could possibly call infinite damage.
The Finals Fighting Spirit blocking for 2 is alongside the Tectonic Plating, and when Finals Fighting Spirit blocks or attacks and you have less health, you go up by a point. So effective 1 damage does actually leak through net. So ultimately, using some of this equipment here. And when it comes to Levia, Steven, I don't think there's that many on-hit effects that you really worry about. So ultimately, sometimes it's just a matter of throwing the equipment in front of certain things. Obviously, Crown of Providence is a utility effect as well to cycle through, but are there any on-hit effects that you terribly worry about?
I am so sorry. I was completely distracted by the fact that he just popped the hooves so that he can go and attack for 3 attacks on this turn. I apologize for missing your question completely because this is a huge turn. Look, he's playing Deep-Rooted Evil out again and leaking more damage, and he's giving himself an arsenal. That was a huge play. And look, he sets himself up with 3 in graveyard so he can continue the onslaught, taking the entire card, leaking damage. This is what you want to be terrified of if you are sitting in Austin's shoes. And I don't know if you have the long game resources to be able to block this out eventually.
Well, honest to God, some of the things that just recently, what are you afraid of? Well, let's see, sharks, clowns, commitment, and a Levia with extra action points. Those are all scary things that I do not want to deal with. And at the end of the day, opening up with a Dread Screamer for 5 go again, it looks like Austin has just literally been tossing cards into the center of the ring. This donation to the cause, as it were, as Yuanji Lee's onslaught is relentless. This Dread Screamer representing 5. He's going to get a 6 block on top, but Austin doesn't get change back for that. So he's going to have to go over the top here, Sylvester Stallone style.
I wasn't going to mention it, but I really wanted to because that movie is classic.
It's terrible.
We've talked about it multiple times, and it's just a great time. Pitching some reds here is a great idea because those are going to cycle back around. And then when you have the opportunity on a Dread Screamer turn to present the recursive damage, you take that option because it gives you the infinite quote-unquote damage later down the road when it goes into graveyard and then back into banished.
Now, what given up here was Austin gave up, I believe it was a Spinal Crush with 2 blues and another red on top of it. That is 7 resources plus the Spinal Crush that could have became a dominated Spinal Crush. So he has definitely committed now to not trading damage. A 5 attack, a vanilla Screamer, as it were, doesn't really do much. It just has the 5 go again. There wasn't really much in the banish zone in order to give Yuanji any kind of bonuses for things that go over the top because of you're banishing a 6 here. But I also want to give a little bit of credit here to the way that Levia players now have. They are not playing with the RNG effect. They're not playing with randomness. They are certain that when they do want to banish, they're going to hit a 6. It's very rare that they put themselves in positions where they whiff. They are keeping the graveyard very thin, and they're executing on those banishing turns when they know that it is going to be a guarantee that they're going to get the returns that they want here.
I just want to point out, at the beginning of this match, I talked about how I feel like if you're taking a fatigue strategy into this deck, then recursive damage is really going to threaten you a lot from Levia. That previous turn cycle is exactly, and this one too, is exactly the kind of descriptor as to why that functions. Because what he's doing on the previous turn, he presented 1 card that he attacked with, and then he pitched for that card, right? So he's using 1 card to pull 2 cards out of the opponent's hand. Then he attacked with the recursive damage in the form of Deep-Rooted Evil, and that came out of the banish zone. That made its way into the graveyard. But the thing about that card is, in pitching for it, you're not giving up that card because it's going to go back into banished eventually, right? And so, in essence, and this is a huge turn in response, maybe he's made the pivot, but in essence, what Yuanji did is swing 1 card and take the entire hand of the opponent. You do that over and over again, they lose the game.
So here comes the massive turning point of this matchup here as Yuanji gone down to 19, and you're seeing 11 damage that Yuanji seems to be like, all right, we're fine. And we're going to discard 2 random cards because of the effect. Is this the point where Austin can turn it around here? Because it looked like there was a missed opportunity here for Yuanji to have a momentum, maintaining that momentum, maintaining that tempo, that buzzword, as it were. But in this case, if you're dominating a Crippling Crush and Yuanji just says, sure, send me the bill, that is a scary, scary thing here. But this Crippling Crush does 2 things. Number 1, it's obviously going to do damage and peel cards away. But it also puts Yuanji in a position where he might not be able to banish the 6s. So the blood debt on top of it, that Crippling Crush could represent 11 damage. It could represent 20 damage.
I think a big deal on that turn should be made about how this could be a strategic turning point for Austin. Because if you're playing purely fatigue and you don't pivot off that strategy, you've seen on a couple of turns now that you're giving them free value. You're giving Levia free value. But if you start maybe considering swinging back and putting pressure onto Levia, as you said, you can put them in a position where they either have to find a window to, just take some damage and then try to get the tempo all the way back. In this case, it's 13 damage. Or they just have to start playing defensively and fall on the back foot. But here, swinging very hard back is a 13 damage Endless Maw.
Now, the only way that I can ever conceive of taking all of this damage is if you're holding on to your third Crippling Crush, right? Like, that is the opportunity here. If you've got the right recipe, that's when you want to do it. But do you have the fuel for it? Let's take a look real quick, if we can, at Austin's hand here, as he's very much trying to assess. I see a Showtime. I see a Macho Grande, I believe, in there. Yeah, so that's 2 blues. But what's the punch? You've got the fuel, but you got to spike it with something. So what are you doing here? So Austin might be thinking, is this just a give 3 swing hammer? Is this a give 4 cards and pass? Is it a give 2 hammer and arsenal? There are so many opportunities here. The problem is that Austin at 20, you might feel comfortable, but that can evaporate in a heartbeat if Yuanji finds his third Blood Rush Fellow with a full graveyard.
And I was going to mention, this might also be a turn where you consider really sending all of your equipment and trying to maintain some cards in hand and some tempo. The only reason I think you make this play, perhaps, is if you have a damaging card in hand. If you have like a salvo card, a red card that you want to send and try to put Yuanji really on the back foot as far as life total and tempo. Outside of that, maybe you have like a big setup play with Showtime that you want to make, and so you're pitching into it. But we're about to find out.
Here
He's going to dominate.
That's a good start, and he's got another Crippling Crush in this one.
Huge play.
What a find here for Austin at the right time, and you can see Yuanji is going to give up basically sell the farm here to try to stay alive. Going to give up a swing big as well as some equipment here just to stay alive. And now this again is going to be twofold, Steven, because it's not just the damage that Crippling Crush represents. It's the fact that if you cannot turn off Blood Debt, you are in trouble. So Austin here has found the right recipe for the Crippling Crush. He has given a lot of the equipment to stay at a healthy total, where if this doesn't get you past, you might have enough leeway with the rest of your health total here that you can send it to finally finish here. Yuanji here at 2 health. Austin has done everything, has found the Crippling Crush with the right set of blues at the right time. This is a pivotal turn, and what a comeback here for Austin. But wait a second.
And there's the transformation. This is exactly why you can take that damage. You can go all the way down to 2, because when you transform into Levia Redeemed, you are turning off Blood Debt, but you're also essentially gaining life. You're going back up to 8, and you're playing out the game. Now, you have seeded tempo fully. You no longer have the full tempo that was available to you before, but you're holding on to 4 cards plus an arsenal, and there's the threat on the arsenal. Austin doing a fantastic job of recognizing in the early turns that you can't play a long fatigue game, and then choosing at the right time to keep hands, take damage, and swing the tempo in your favor.
Now, I'm curious here because there was also an opportunity to potentially play the Terra Sunder, and with the Dominate effect and no equipment block, and Levia doesn't play D-Reacts. I mean, maybe there's a Reckless Swing in there.
Yeah, they do play Reckless Swings in some number. We don't really know, and it's really dependent on, how you're building the list. But Reckless Swing is a possibility.
It is definitely a possibility. I mean, there was an opportunity there. I believe he had a Cranial Crush in hand as well, which is an 8 attack. My opinion there, the CNC is fine. I think it's okay. You're going to buy cards anyways, but this is a very nice way to block this as well. This is going to full-on block this out, create a Quicken token as well. The Swing Big did nothing here. Did buy out a fat D-React, but ultimately a Quicken token should be generated here, but I think we missed the trigger on that, but I don't think Bravo cares. Bravo doesn't really do many things. So we're going to see what the response is here. Does Austin decide to there's the Quicken. Okay, so Yuanji's like
chicken.
Oh, it's the chicken token. Okay,
there it is, a Quicken chicken.
I'll refresh the seismic.
Going to remake the Seismic Surge token. There is one, of course, that has popped, if you will, and going to send a Command and Conquer, just continuing to try and threaten the arsenal. This has Go Again.
It does have Go Again, which is brilliant here, and if that's another blue in hand, it could mean a follow-up with the hammer, and this is a position where you do have to punish, and ultimately Yuanji here giving up the 2 cards right away, and here's the follow-up. To quote our friends at Push the Point, hammer for 4.
Hammer for 4. Hammer for 4.
Well, no,
All right.
you're saying it more commanding. It's got to be a little bit more passive. It's the John Cena of hammers. Nobody blocks this, but this might require a block here from Yuanji.
Yeah, this represents half of your life total in the game of Flesh and Blood, and going to 4 would be not blocking this. The question becomes, what's in the arsenal? Are we protecting our 3rd Blood Rush Bellow? I don't know if we've caught it. Maybe if we were eagle-eyed viewers in chat, could maybe catch. He is holding on to a Doomsday in hand, though, I do see, which is an awkward blocking card.
So the I'm wondering. So there was a pitch of Rouse the Ancients, as well as a Cranial Crush, and there's a Command and Conquer, right? So. What is the other card? Because the optimal play potentially would have been pitch blue, play Rouse, and show Cranial and the Command and Conquer for 7 go again. Then you can always just go ahead and play the Command and Conquer for 13 points of damage with potential disruption.
I think he's playing a 3-card hand.
Did he block in the previous one? I may have missed it.
Yeah, he played that D-React, did he not?
Right, yes, he did. That you're totally correct. That's my bad. So yeah, it is a 3-card hand. Unfortunately, that's on me. And but this is the best you can do. Create a seismic, move for 6, and then follow up with the 4. This is brilliant.
It's a great usage though of the Quicken token that you incidentally gained on blocking out completely. You're able to threaten the arsenal, and it's clearly a card that Yuanji wants to protect. Also, just being at a low life total, you just generally want to do that. Generally, tend. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, you got there. That, I believe. So Yuanji here also tapping into the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, is that Ethan Van Sant's? It is. Those are Ethan Van Sant's claws.
Yeah.
So...
they're pretty spicy and sweet. Yeah, and those are the Mansant. This is Mansant's deck. He just came over our headsets and said, look, y'all.
Okay.
Those are my cards.
This is the thing I hate right now, is when you have the tempo, you have the game in your sights, and then you find a bad hand, and you have to basically you use a D-React on a card that just is a little over the top, right? You're blocking a 3 with a 4, but you need to do that to cycle and find the blue, which he did, and that means that Macho Grande was paid for with 2 blues because of the seismic surge. Here is the Blood Rush Bellow's turn.
Now, it's really going to matter what these cards are drawn off of, but you do have the arsenal as well, so Blood Rush is not in the arsenal. It's sitting there on the board. We have been protecting this arsenal this whole time. We have 2 resources. We can basically kick things off with a Mandible Claw. We're looking at a possible something like a general 18 damage turn if we're swinging 2 5 claws and then a 6 attack that turns into an 8 attack. Let's see what we have in store on this turn. This could be a huge turning point again. And making Austin go on the back foot could be a way to get us back in this game.
Austin giving up a Spinal Crush. Again, that's the 3rd Spinal Crush, I think, committed to blocking, which is fascinating. Dread Screamer following up here. Banishing 3. I wonder if there's any whiffage, but I mean, what's in the arsenal is what basically is going to matter here, because you cannot swing the 2nd Mandible Claw. It costs 2. You've only got 1 floating, so randomly choosing out of the pile here. Foregoing the dice. Okay, you got it.
We connect, so there is technically go again. If that's a 1 cost in the arsenal there, then we have a huge turn. Otherwise, we're just sitting on the 5 plus the 7, and it is going to buy essentially the hand.
Ooh, okay.
We can follow this up. Doesn't look like it. Well, it looks like we're just cleaning up and passing on over. But we did manage to make them play a 1-card hand, which means Austin is going to just swing hammer and present the casual lethal. But this is, again, a great play from Austin. He's put Yuanji 2-2. He's saying, you have to give me cards every turn until the end of this game, or else you die.
Oh, it's even worse than that, because if you give a 3 block here, you go down to 1, and the next turn around, you got to give 2 cards. If you give you have to give a 3 block here, obviously, and it buys you a turn to play your 3-card hand. But beyond that, every hammer swing is going to be a 2-card block. Every hammer swing is going to be a 2-card block. Austin also needs to be weary here of going down to 2. You do not want to get reckless swinged and lose the game. So frankly, Austin is playing at 8 health, is essentially where he should be having his mental state right now. Yuanji down to 1. Austin knows that that hammer is going to be his best friend. You've basically got 3 cards to block every single turn.
Oh my gosh, this could get huge. He's going to probably take everything out of there and just drop this on his opponent. This is Soul Harvest. Oh, does he not actually function? Oh, he's just getting rid of it all? Very interesting. If this doesn't actually function, because Blood Debt is completely gone from cards, I believe Levia Redeem says it's gone from cards.
Blood cards lose blood debt.
So in this instance, then this is not, this is just for 6. That is unfortunate. How crazy would it have been a pivot moment like this? But unfortunately, no, it's just going to come for 6. Nevertheless, chose to get rid of it all.
Last sink below, I believe. I think that's the third sink that he played. Ultimately here, just going down to 8. Having a 3-card hand. What's the move here? We're going with the Terra Thunder into hammer play. It is hammer time. It is dominated.
It
is
is 5. Feel it, and that is it. Yuanji falls in round 1 to a masterfully played Bravo deck, piloted by Austin. Did a fantastic job of recognizing through those early turns that the fatigue plan that you might have cited in there is just not going to work. But you know what? The cool thing about Bravo is that he gets to play a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more shifty. He can play defensively in certain turns, find those disruptive hands, and push the point, if you will.
Austin was able to find those big hands, like you're talking about, those dominated Crippling Crush at very pivotal moments in the matchup. And, I don't want to take any credit away, obviously, from Austin, who played the very good game against a world-class player. Yuanji's Blood Rush Bellow turns seemed a little lacking. They weren't those massive turns that you expect from Blood Rush Bellows. It did get some work done. The opening salvo of doing it on turn 0, basically, when your opponent, you pass priority, your opponent jams a Sigil of Solace and say, 1 less card to block, let's go to town. Didn't quite get the job done that he may have wanted, but ultimately, big credit to Austin for winning that matchup against an exceptional player.
I think this is Austin's game to celebrate, because that was so well executed on his front. Understanding that my deck has defensive capabilities and can really cover up and stymie your vanilla damage in a lot of respects. But when I find the hands that get me damage through, I'm going to send those and not just give them up. Choosing when that happens and when you have to play defensively and how you can, best manage those two factors. He did a fantastic job, and he picks up the win for it.
Excellent point. I just want to kick it real quick to Ethan. Ethan, I just want to just sort of rewind the clock here before we actually went live on this matchup. I believe both of you, what did you say? You said this match was unlosable for Levia?
I didn't say that.
You want the real analysis?
I said it was a very good matchup if they played defensively.
I just want to say what's what.
All right, we won't go too deep in the analysis. This is your job. But Yuanji punted with his armor. And that was really unfortunate. Literally from turn 2, using Crown like that means you can't block 2 cripplings that game. If you save Husk plus 1 card, that blocks 1 crippling. If you save Boots, Grasp, and Headpiece, that blocks a 2nd crippling. That's all you have to do. All you have to do to win the matchup is save your armor, because you get to ignore 2 cripplings. And then there's no way the Bravo gets to play the 3rd, because that means you maintain all these hands. But Yuanji just used Crown on turn 2, and then that was that. It's okay, well, he can't win. Oh well, it's okay. He's still learning the deck.
I gotta say, the one thing that really did catch me off guard is when basically Yuanji took his whole equipment set and dropped it off at the Salvation Army and said, "Don't need it," for just vanilla damage. For a Bravo player who's got 2 more cripplings sort of floating around, yeah, you are happy to see it when it's just tossed in front of particular attacks that are not that are not necessarily gonna have any disruption effects in that regard.
Well, and if you rewind that game, it was essentially turn 2 where Crown was used on the block of what is essentially a hammer swing.
And no cycling was done.
Right.
There was no hand fixing.
So when we're looking at that scenario, that is one of those small decision points that really snowballs into a later turn, conundrum that you have to solve. That being said, we saw the power that Levia has in that matchup of being able to say, okay, I gave up 1 card to play an attack. I pitched the rest of my hand, and I was able to recur, one of those powerful attacks from Banish that's then going to cycle. That is the danger that she presents. It's just, I think Austin did a fantastic job of finding those moments where you swing your tempo back off of the back of dominated things like Crippling Crush, or to finish the game out, a dominated hammer swing.
Bingo. Yuanji Lee actually won the PTI event in Salt Lake City on Vincent. Kind of thought he might have brought Vincent here to this, but I mean, Blitz, CC, different environments, different heroes. It's all good. Round 1 is in the books here in Atlanta at the Battle Hardened Flake alongside DM Armada. We've got Ethan Mansant on the production side of things, just giving you one hell of a show. And we were talking about this earlier. This is probably the best production that you're going to get.
Oh, it's hands down the best production.
We bring this thing down.
Hands
We like lower the quality of this broadcast with our clownery, but ultimately we're jealous of you, the viewer, who gets to sit at home and watch this. So,
I don't know if you heard that, but he's going to fix the glare, he said.
yeah, he's going to
He
fix
said
the
it to our
glare,
headsets.
and he said he's going to also fix us a nice little continental breakfast.
No, he didn't. He didn't,
didn't
say
say
Don't
that?
put those words in his mouth.
I
Don't
know.
do that to
I'm not putting words in his mouth, but
he's been working like just
I want a
crazy.
croissant.
Don't give me more
want a
work to do.
croissant.
No, he has been busting his ass and
Running around. It's been a
sight
fever
to
pitch,
see.
if you will, of just things.
If you haven't already, go and check out Savage Feats at Savage Feats on Twitter, and go follow them. They do excellent work, like this broadcast, which is exceptional. So you guys want to go make sure.
I don't know the answer to this. Do we already know the hero breakdown for this event? Do we know that?
Not yet. So normally after round 1 in Gem, everyone will say what hero they're playing, right? And then that data will get fed into Gem, and at some point it will get passed to me, and then I can build us the graphic. Because the graphics are ready. We got everything ready to basically plug and play, but the data should come probably by next round. So we'll have that. We'll have, that's about it. Round 2 in like 20 minutes-ish. So around then.
Can we pretend that you're like in another like part of the country, like your ground control, right? And like we're somewhere super far, even though we're legitimately like. You're right there. Like, hello, Ethan. There he is. But it's just the illusion that the technology is such that we're like on Mir and you're in like ground control.
Now, this reminds me of like chill podcasts. Like we could sit back and like we're just talking about things, and then we just throw it to the producer, and the producer's like, "Yeah, I agree with that." You know, like or like a late night talk show where like Ethan's just like the bandstand guy over on the side. He's like the leader of the band. He's like
Paul Schaefer of the
like shakes his head. He's like, yeah. Like that's what this whole setup reminds me of, and that's why I enjoy watching these so much.
Yeah, you could be Questlove. I'm trying to think of. You can be the Andy Richter. And here's a deep cut. You could be the Jeff the Robot Skeleton if you're a fan of late night with Craig Ferguson, which was underrated. That said, one round in the book, Bravo takes it. Austin M defeating Yuanji Lee on Levia. The first round of Battle Hardened Atlanta is in the books. I think we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. I think we're going to figure out what kind of giveaways we're going to do. But we got games to play. We got cards to give away. We've got prizes. We've got 128 people competing in Battle Hardened Atlanta. We had to turn people away.
That did have to happen.
We just said, get the hell out of here.
No, we didn't say
did not
that.
say that or no.
Don't
go too far. We will be right back.
Feeling under pressure.
Welcome back to the Battle Hardened here in Atlanta, Georgia. It is round 2 about to begin. Flake alongside DM Armada. We had a wonderful, awesome match in the first round with Bravo taking it. And now, well, everybody's waiting with bated breath, as it were, to see the fate of Briar ahead of, well, another round of potential living legend status.
Yep, and well, if you're curious as to if there are Briars here, we're about to find out because there's a nice little Rune Blade mirror in store for you in round 2. We got Viserai versus Briar, but this is not necessarily the Briar you would expect. Looking at the list, this is decidedly different from what we would probably consider the standard Briar list, and it's one that I have played, well, I'll just say it, I've played it extensively. A different list than what we're seeing here. The construction is different, but the idea is what I've been playing extensively lately. And it is one of my, weirdly to say, it's one of my favorite decks in recent memory. This is more of a big Briar list, but not necessarily leveraging the standard of, channel mount heroic. And instead, we're running a bunch more big attacks and defense reactions, and we're playing things almost like we're Oldhim in a way.
Yeah, to a degree. Ultimately, you do have access to some of those Earth cards, so we're going to see a 3-pack of red Autumn's Touches, as well as, well, let's just go down the lot here. You know those commons that are propping up your coffee table, like Barraging Brawnhide or, where is it, Raging Onslaught? They're in here as well. So, frankly, I can kind of see what the objective here is. It's kind of like block with 2 cards, pitch a blue, throw a big attack. We've seen this with other, Bowlander kind of can do this, but also tosses a little bit of the razzle-dazzle arcane damage. This is different. This is not the standard fare of Briar.
And one of the biggest improvements or the biggest points that we should discuss with what we're about to see is that there is exactly one headpiece that Briar has in the list, and you're about to see it, but it is none other than Crown of Seeds. Perhaps the most talked about card when Oldhim was around, both in Blitz and in Classic Constructed, but Crown of Seeds is going to be used here in Briar, and I'll tell you, like I said, I've been playing a lot of a sort of a big Briar build lately. It's sort of been my pet deck of choice over the past month or so, and Crown of Seeds definitely has a lot of utility in Briar, but it's fundamentally differently used than it was back in Oldhim, because when you pitch a blue, for example, in Oldhim, you had the capability of going Crown of Seeds and then using those extra resources for cards that lived on the board, essentially, being able to kind of block with Rampart of the Ram's Head to pay the resources that you had floating. You don't have the same utility to the same degree here in Briar, and so you, in a lot of ways, choose differently how you're going to leverage that Crown of Seeds. You don't necessarily do it every turn unless you have maybe the ability to pitch into other things, or you just want to use a card in your arsenal as a pseudo extra point of life gain.
Yeah, and it's an option for ramp as well. You can always pitch a blue, cycle that card, have 2 floating, and maybe find some more to send some attack. But I mean, you're right, because oftentimes Oldhim can utilize those resources very efficiently. 1 for Crown of Seeds, 1 for your shield, and who else knows what else you're going to do it. Otherwise, it's just like maybe you put a staunch response with the extra 1. You're not really getting much change back, as it were, when it comes to using Crown of Seeds with Briar. However, there are some options. There's 3 Oasis Respites.
That is
red.
The big card that you combine with the floating resource, and you're using your defense reactions oftentimes from hand, so that on any given turn you can defense react from hand. You can have resources floating, pitching into the Crown of Seeds, drawing a new card, and then use something like Oasis Respite along with those floating resources, pitching either a blue or yellow possibly as well.
So there is no Rosetta Thorn in this list, and I think that Caleb has no clue what he's in for over here, unless there's been some information exchanged early on. But ultimately here, Caleb's in for quite a treat. So keep your eyes on Caleb's expression. Once the equipment is flipped over, he'll see Crown of Seeds, he'll see Reaping Blade, and he'll be like, what am I in for here? Because ultimately, he might think that he's in for a race, but he's not going to expect this much friction, this much pushback from Briar. Briar, typically a hero that leans on the strength of something like Channel Mount Heroic to really supercharge those very wide combat chains in order to actually just convert on damage. And there we go. We're going to roll to see who goes first. 5 below average, All right, Snake Eyes. Now we're talking. That's my boy. Caleb just reaching into the bag of flake tricks to roll deuces.
And Caleb shows why he's choosing not to play Reinar after that roll, and instead he's playing Viserai, which has his own high roll potentials as well. Now, this is a much more standard Viserai, as you would expect. This one is running the Crown of Dominion, one of my favorite cards in the entire game. This starts you off with a gold token, which means you're expecting to see 3 cash-ins in the list, and you want to kind of find one of those cash-ins to make one of those big power turns. But as we draw up, there's a couple of cards in this hand over on Bryce's side that can really do some work. The cool thing about playing a more kind of controlling or fatigue Briar is that when you are able to connect with a big attack and you create that embodiment of Earth token, all of your 3-block defense or your 3-block non-attack action cards basically become sink belows because they all block for 4. And this deck has a lot of them, and that is a really powerful effect. So on any given turn where you can send and connect with one of your big attacks, you're basically turning your hand into 4 blocks.
Now, Caleb, give the man an Oscar because he did not seem phased at all by staring down a Crown of Seeds and a Reaping Blade against a Briar. Ultimately here, though, Caleb does have a Shrill of the Skull form, does have a Mavrian Skies in hand, looks like a Rattlebones as well. So the option here is, do you have the fuel to make it happen? Opening here with a yellow Mavrian Skies. It's going to follow up with the blue Shrill, which is going to go again from the Mav Skies. Going to create as well off of the Viserai text. Going to create a rune chant, which means that the Shrill, an aura was created here.
Correct. Yeah, the rune chant is an aura, and so you're getting the buff on Shrill of Skull form as well. Now, you're not sending the rune chant here because that was created off of the play of Shrill of Skull form, but this will come for 5 with Go Again and the on-hit effect. If that is a yellow, then it's going to possibly threaten 2 creations of rune chants, but I think that might be a red. And if it's a red, it's even worse. So this is definitely something you want to cover up here, and we are going to block with 2 Oath of the Arknights.
Double Oath of the Arknight block here, as well as the utilization of the Crown of Seeds, I believe was going to cover some of the breakpoints. Rosetta Thorn here is going to come in with a Rune Chant Chaser. So the Rune Chant's going to get... So the Rune Chant's going to get covered up by the Arcane Barrier. 1 block as well from the Rosetta damage. Any float left here? So again, the way that this is layered, as it were, Stephen, is that the Rune Chant needs to be addressed first. So that is what is being paid for here for the Arcane Barrier. Now you have 2 Arcane from the Rosetta Thorn, 1 which is prevented from Crown, and
Correct.
You can prevent the second Arcane damage with the boots. So 2 physical is essentially what's on the hook here should Bryce choose to pay for it, which he does. So 2 physical off the Rosetta Thorn, and there you have it. Look at us with our NA math. It's 38 damage, 38 health rather. So Caleb comes in with a fairly standard fare for Viserai. You go Mav Skies into attack into Rosetta is kind of that's the batter. That's the mix, the standard vanilla recipe for a solid Viserai turn.
And this is the interesting part about this sort of fatigue list, or really it's not a fatigue list, it's more of just sort of this tempo list that's playing big attacks, is that off of the back of a 2-card hand, pitching a blue, which there are a lot in the deck, which is different than you would possibly see with a bunch of reds in the deck, pitching a blue to swing 1 card. This is a 1 card for 7, and you're sending a rune chant. And in this scenario, you've created your embodiment of Earth, and now if you draw into any of your non-attacks that are 3 blocks, they are now all 4-block cards, which can make very easily, like, just massive blocking turns just line up nicely. And we are drawing into 1 and a sink below and 2 large attacks, but are those all reds? If they're all reds, then this hand is a little less comfortable.
Hey, tell me if you've seen this before. It's going to be a Mavrian Skies into Shrill of the Skull form with 1 floating. Again, the pieces line up so well in this matchup. Viserai able to really extend the, create these breakpoints, these on-hit effects, as well as the arcane damage. It's a nasty mix here. As we see it, however, it's going to be a full cover-up. We're going to throw a Red Autumn's Touch blocks for 3. The Fate Foreseen are going to cover up the remainder of this. And again, the significance of letting that hit can be dangerous, but the follow-up, once again, 2 and 2, and a single Rune Chant Chaser.
Now, we don't have access to Crown of Seeds here because we played a 2-card hand last turn, pitching and playing, and so we're going to not be able to dance around the 2 Arcane there. We're not running Carapace, we're instead running Tunic, which is the correct choice when you're playing Crown of Seeds because it's just so good to have that Tunic resource up. So, but we're going to take all of it and move on to our turn. A little bit of an awkward hand to try and swing some stuff. If we're holding a red Fiendal's Fighting Spirit, but it was a blue, the blue Come to Fight that we do have access to. So that helps a ton to be able to just pay for one of these big attacks.
So the blue Come to Fight, in terms of what it does in this list, frankly, it's a blue, obviously. It's a non-attack action, but it blocks for 3. It's one of the very few non-attack actions that block for 3. And again, with those Embodiment of Earths, it becomes a sink below. And it becomes your standard fare D-React. And, you know, you can only put 3 Fate Foreseens, you can only put 3 sink belows in there. But when you're able to toss a card in with a breakpoint of 7 with all the attacks that he's sending, you're very likely to get that Embodiment of Earth, and suddenly your hand just becomes this brick wall.
Yeah, definitely Duet coming out here and being covered up for 4 by the block of Whisper of the Oracle. This is another card, as you mentioned, becomes a 4-block card in hand every time you're able to create one of those on your turn. But then the issue sometimes that you run into with this deck construction is that if you're running a ton of blue 3-block non-attacks, you may not draw into an attack on that turn. And so on turns like this, you can either pass or you can swing like a blue Brothers in Arms, for example, here, or even just swing your weapon. In this form, the Reaping Blade.
Not a bad attack here. Blue Brothers in Arms, another potential block for. Again, another resource sink as well to sort of cover up some of the lost resources that you might have with Crown of Seeds. So it's all coming together here. It's all making sense, as it were. And again, it's just an attack that you can send that does work. But here's the cash-in turn. So again, this normally would cost you a bunch in order to draw some cards. But if you can just toss a gold coin, you know, just pay the toll and you get it for free. And what do we have in hand over there?
Oh, wow. We've drawn into a Mordred Tide. And Mordred Tide on this turn can be an absolute bomb. Starting off with Mordred Tide. And because it's the second card we play this turn, it's a Rune Blade card. We are going to create Rune Chance off of this. And then everything after this is going to create Rune Chance as well. And looking over at Bryce's hand, we've had a turn where we've drawn into a couple of Oasis Respites, a Sink Below, so our hand can block well-ish, but we have to be able to pay for some of these things.
Now, keep in mind, this does not have a built-in go again, but Spellbound Creepers are lurking large here. This is one of the sneakiest plays you can do here is just that instant speed to activate your Spellbound Creepers, throw a non-attack action in the middle of all this to gain that action point. Because as it stands right now, this might be one of those biggest turns because it's not just a Mordred Tide turn, Steven. It's a white border Mordred Tide. So you're applying physical, arcane, and psychic damage.
That's right, emotional damage when you look at the white bordered cards. And this is a white bordered attack combat chain. Look at that. He's got a white bordered Spellblade Assault as well. But Crown of Seeds here, going to play MVP because it is floating here, stopping some of the damage along with the Oasis Respite we paid for.
We'll see how...
And there's the Creeper activation, like you said.
Now, that Creeper activation can become dangerous because if you want to keep that Creepers alive and well, you're going to have to be doing arcane damage. And the way that this Briar list is built, it can definitely block a lot of it, especially with the Crown of Seeds being able to, especially to cover up the Rosetta Thorn. Usually, against Viserai, people will run AB1, maybe 2 if they're afraid of Rosetta Thorn, but ultimately here, being able to sort of cover that up is always a good option. But check this out, 6 physical, 7 arcane coming through in the form of 7 Rune Chance. This is those big turns. Again, that cash in turn is paying off in droves here for Caleb.
This is the biggest turn that you can line up, most likely in the deck, and it's probably the biggest turn we're going to see on the in the game, if you will. And Deathly Duet doing some work. This is the second copy of Deathly Duet we've seen. A card that has made its way into the Viserai deck in a lot of lists, and a lot of people starting to really pick up on it, especially the blue. It does cost 2. But it pushes that breakpoint of 4. It can go up to 6 like it is in this case. Oftentimes it will. But you can also use it to create 2 Rune Chant tokens if you're pitching a non-attack.
Following it up with a Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2 and 2. Tell me if you've heard that before. But Rosetta Thorn, I think a lot of people are not just rooting for Briar to LL because they're tired of Briar. I think that they're just hoping that she takes her luggage with her and brings Rosetta Thorn across the Rainbow Bridge, as it were, because Rosetta Thorn is the go-to weapon for so many important heroes here, especially Viserai has been leaning on this to sort of close out, to bookend these massive turns. But that was a big deal as Caleb managed to actually push. He pushed through something like 20-some-odd damage on that turn and didn't really connect for a whole lot. But
I was about to point out, yeah, we went from 34 to 28 on the side of Bryce. using his entire hand to defend, but doing so in very efficient ways, covering up a lot of that damage and really just taking incidental rune chant damage on perhaps the biggest turn that Viserai can present without doing some crazy setups that we might see down the road.
Caleb evaluating his hand. I think I see a Revel in Rune Blood in hand. Rattle Bones. Maybe I'm not. Is that a Revel in Rune Blood? I could be wrong.
Rune Flash.
My
It's
bad.
Rune Flash in there.
Rattle Bones.
Yeah, we got a Rune Flash. We got a
Mauve
Mauvrian
Skies.
Skies. And then I believe that last card is a Lead the Charge. It does look like that is Lead the Charge on the side there.
A card that doesn't necessarily make its way into many decks, but it depends on like certain situations. I remember Lead the Charge, adding action points, etc., to old school Starvo lists to deal with the Prism problem of all those auras. Adding action points in order to kill double Spectra was a big deal back in the day. It was a remedy in order to deal with the Prism problem of the day. But hey, that's not an issue anymore because she's in Living Legend land right now, and perhaps maybe maybe at the end of this day, Briar might join her. We do not know, but we're opening the turn with Rattlebones.
Yeah, Rattlebones is most likely the play here, simply because our hand with like Rune Flash and no Rune Chance feels awkward. We have Mauvrian Skies, and we could possibly, jam into a Mauvrian Skies into the Shrill. That is going to go to the Banish there, and that is playable from Banish Zone. Shrill of the Skull form, the solid pickup. But how we want to sequence this turn with no Rune Chance and where we want to go from here is going to be the name of the game. Starting off, like you said, with Rattlebones. That's the first non-attack play, the first card played. Well, from this point on, Viserai is going to be able to make Rune Chance.
There's still, I believe, a Mauve Skies, right? So you can drop the Mauve Skies, you can pitch your final card to play Shrill, and go have a blast, I suppose. I mean, it'll have the go again, and depending on what the last card is here, if it's anything other than a red.
Well, remember, it's that Rune Flash that we had talked about.
Oh, right. It was the Rune Flash. That's my bad. So
we can assume that we're playing this Shrill. The question is, do we want to commit something like that, Mauvrian Skies, onto a turn like this, or do we want to try and play for like an arsenaled card and just arsenal a card after our attack and just kind of set up for a bigger turn? Looking at the way this matchup is shaping out, you may want to consider trying to set up spike turns like you would against one of those fatigue heroes like an Oldham. But here we're going to send the Rune Flash, paying the 1. This has go again, trying to build a big turn right now.
So again, the busting of the Vexing Quillhand, creating 2 Rune Chants, which with the Rune Flash text, meaning that it's going to cost you 1 instead of 3, but it's got the built-in go again with a breakpoint of 4. So this is a good start to the turn. 4 physical, 2 Arcane. The Arcane looks like it's going to leak. He's going to toss the Raging Onslaught, which blocks for 3. So work being done. Caleb is making progress slow and steady here. But how many big turns does he have left in him? We've only seen 1 Mordred Tide. So you know that those are probably what he's going to be leaning on in order to actually get the job done. But following this up now, pitching the Mauve Skies to finish this off with a Shrill of the Skull form for 7, taking additional 4. So Caleb, again, progress, just climbing that mountain slow and steady here, getting that erosion of the life total. Bryce down to 23, Caleb at 28.
Now, the last card in hand over on Briar's side of things is an Evergreen. And Evergreen's a really interesting long game card because if Evergreen is allowed to sort of cycle and recur itself, then essentially you can never fatigue as this Briar list. And there's other cards that do it as well. In fact, my favorite actually lately has been Runic Reclamation. I think that card is incredible and can really, if you know when to sequence it and you line up your cards and you wait and you know that your matchups, it can literally just win you the game over and over on the spot by recurring itself. But that Evergreen is now sitting in the arsenal, set up to begin its recursion effect. And he chose to take extra damage just to put that into the arsenal. It also means that you can Crown of Seeds it. Gives you the option to maybe use Crown of Seeds defensively and play defensively. Sometimes playing for that arsenal so that you can Crown of Seeds is a huge kind of lifesaver as well.
Some other of the big cards here that are still lurking in Caleb's arsenal are, you've got the 3-pack of Swarming Gloomveils. Those are great cards to have. Built-in Go Again, or I don't say built-in, but easily attainable Go Again, I will say. As well as you have the 3 Sonata Arcanics that if he wants to pitch to and create this big hand, I mean, that's potential that is going to be difficult to circumvent from the arcane barrier perspective. But opening up with Amplify the Arc Knight here, typical cost of 3, but you get a discount.
No go again on this. This is a turn where we're just saying, you know what, we're giving you 6, and then we're going to arsenal a card, try to set up a 5-card hand, and play a big turn out after we draw up after this. And looks like Bryce is totally content with just blocking it out. You have the advantage with these recursion pieces in this meta by just playing defensively and letting your opponent gas out if you've got it. And here's the play of the Evergreen. This Evergreen is one of those cards that for the longest time I very much enjoyed trying to set up like an infinite combo of Evergreens at the bottom of the deck in the late game, but it's also just a 7 attack, which is very, very comfortable.
Well, 7 attack, then when played from the arsenal, goes at the bottom of the deck. So again, recursion is super important, super great, especially when your whole MO is going to be fatigue, right? When that's the order of business, then you want cards like Evergreen to do what they're meant to do. I mean, they block for 2. You don't really like that at all. It's meant to be sent, right? So you want it in the pocket. You want to send it. And here's another attack pattern. It is Mavrian Skies into Spellblade Assault with the go again because of the Mav Skies creating a little bit of rune chant action on the back end.
Yeah, so Viserai is creating a rune chant, and then also Spellblade Assault is, creating 2 off of the back end there as well. So you're able to send a lot of damage on what is your normal kind of standard turn. But the nice thing about Spellblade Assault is that it attacks for 4, and the nice thing about an Embodiment of Earth token is that it makes your Pulse of Candlehold a 4-block card.
There it is. There's the example right in front of your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Again, just how many Sync Belows can you possibly have in a deck? Well, with Embodiment of Earth, I mean, there's going to be plenty of them. I mean, if we're looking through the list and just picking out all of the non-attack 3 blocks, you've got Whisper of the Oracle, Warmonger's Diplomacy, This Round's on Me, Sift. We've got
Oath of the Arknight, Looming Doom, Force of... I mean, like literally, you just name every card in the deck that you could possibly put in the deck that blocks for 3 already, and you're good to go.
Oh, we're not even talking about the potential of a double Anthem of Spring Unity nonsense where you're blocking like 12 for free.
I'm just telling you, I've played a lot of this deck over the past month, and Anthem of Spring is a card. That card has literally saved my life.
Groundbreaking analysis.
Literally saved my life against crippling crushes and things of that ilk, because it's just like, here's this ridiculous attack, and I'm like, Anthem of Spring and one extra block. That blocks 8. I just blocked 8 with 2 cards of any possibility. It was amazing. That card is so good.
It's even more that if you double them up, right? You double Unity, and you already have 1 in the back end, that's 3 embodiments.
Oh, I know.
So you block 12 with 2 cards. It's not fair.
It's absurd and awesome.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is shades of Briar of old when you got an Embodiment of Earth every time something hit. So you're blocking out a Command and Conquer with like a Lead the Charge, and you feel like a boss. Anyways, Runic Reclamation.
Here's an interesting choice. The Viserai chooses to 3-block with a Mordred Tide in hand, partially because maybe the cards that you're blocking with are uncomfortable, but also possibly because you don't want to give your opponent another Embodiment of Earth. That's how they're getting value, and you've drawn into some very powerful cards. So we may see just a full take here so that we can send it back.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reds in there, but there's a Swarming Gloomveil, double Revel in Runeblood as well. Now, keep in mind, the creepers are gone. Didn't manage to actually connect with those arcane damage, and that's the dangerous game you play. But I mean, if you can get 2... If you can sneak 2 in with creepers, you are well above rate here. But Barraging Bronhide, this is a card that will go up to 8 if it is not met by 2 non-equipment cards. But the problem here is that Caleb probably likes a hell of a lot of these cards.
Barraging Bronhide is a fantastic addition to it. The only downside to this card is that it blocks for 2, and so you can have those turns in those games where you just draw a bunch of your generic 2-block attacks and you feel a little bit bad. That being said, being able to send a 3 for 8 on any given turn, like a 2-card 8, feels incredible. And with a lot of blues in the deck, this is a fairly easy include if you are playing this back and forth version of a more big Briar list. But after that, we're just going to pass, send it on over, and taking the damage is Caleb because he's got a Mordred Tide. He's got a double Revel in hand. He has a Swarming Gloomveil.
Here it comes. All right, it's time to get nasty, as this is going to create 2 auras on the back end. Mordred Tide means that Swarming Gloomveil now is +1 and go again. And keep in mind, you've got that Revel in Runeblood. Now, this is potentially an opportunity here to actually just Revel and pitch the other Revel and swing Rosetta, and maybe have that other Revel for a late game, comebacker, if you will. But
The other option is if you have a zero cost, in Arsenal, you can send 4.8 billion rune chants.
Now we're going to round that down to reality, if we will. I mean, again, I understand I'm in America. You guys don't use the metric system, but we're going to use real numbers here, and it's going to be
way more fun to use superlatives. This is 1,000 rune chants on the stack.
Well, again, we are going to round this down to reality.
9. Okay, so it's exactly 9. There you go. You're welcome.
No problem. It's a Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2, and again 9 on the back end, all in a single file like ducklings with Gatling guns. I don't know why that came to mind, but again, pitching the other Revel and Runeblood means that I think Caleb understands that this game might go to a second cycle, and finding that kind of gas late game can actually change it. There's no reason to sort of not hang on to it. You just maximize the turns that you have here, and this is a pretty significant turn.
Yeah, no, this is exactly, I think, the right play when you recognize that your opponent has the capability of totally fatiguing you to save your threats, or save some of your threats, I should say, for later in the game, and try to find a point where you've lowered your opponent to such a point that you have to make them have it, essentially, the defense overall, but you also vault over on these big turns, and this is one of those very big turns where you are able to just say you don't have the ability to pitch and block at the same time.
Now, ultimately, we also understand that unless there's a card in Arsenal that costs 1, there's no other way you could have played this. I mean, it's the only way that you could have done it, but ultimately it does have the silver lining of it's a card that you want to play in this juncture. If there was a zero cost card, you could go Revel, and then play the zero cost. That would have been
that is the alternative possibility.
But that wasn't an option here, so you pitch that card, and you're happy to see that come back as fast as possible. I haven't seen a Sonata Arcanix come back from Caleb. Caleb has 3 of them in the list. We haven't seen it come up. It may be a card he's not playing.
Could be in this matchup that you just don't have those, or it's just that they've filtered to the bottom of the deck. But another great card you want to see is Rattlebones, because it lets you go and get Swarming Gloomveil, which is a free card. And when you're paying for this, and then you're able to basically just send a Swarming Gloomveil whenever you want, you can really do some very powerful things, because this is the start of the combat chain, and it's only going to stretch from here.
All right. Well, the 4 go again. The go again option is coming from the creation of the rune chant. So that is the first little caveat of it, is if you create 1 aura, you get go again. You create 2, you get +1 and go again. You create 3, it's an on hit, you cannot block arcane, which is massive here. So we're not gonna worry about it. If you're Bryce, you're gonna throw a sink below in front of this. So even if it does get to 4, you're not creating anything, nothing's happening here. It's just it's just a 3 spot. So you're even covering your bases should there be some sort of miraculous creation of another aura.
Yeah, the Fate Foreseen, a bit inefficient on this turn, but you're totally fine doing it, because at this point, with being a 14 to 15, your job is to just survive. And if you're stopping some upfront incidental damage, then maybe you can use the rest of your hand to cover fairly well. And remember, our deck is made of a lot of 3 blocks, predominantly 3 blocks. So in this instance, we could choose to cover up the rune chant, or we can just take that and then we can give 2 cards and maybe swing our weapon.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and use the Crown of Seeds alongside the Tunic, something that Oldham made famous back in the day, but ultimately it's just a free card, right? You're paying for it, you're cycling it, you get it up front, and that one resource is actually the Crown Prevention is going to eat up the rune chant damage, and then we're going to throw 6 block in front of this. And once again, Bryce just manages to sort of skitter away from this, load up the Tunic, and probably, my guess is just kind of Arsenal and pass. I mean, I don't think that there's anything beyond that, unless he's going to Warmongers, and he's going to say...
War or peace is the question. And
did you know that...
just like the book.
Yeah, well, the original title of that book was actually War, What Is It Good For? And...
in the book, like when you opened it, did it say absolutely nothing, or is that at the end?
No, it said the opposite of absolutely nothing. The book is an absolute, just like chimney stack of pages. It's enormous. It's a Seinfeld reference for you. That's a deep cut.
We need to get like a token that says war or peace.
Those exist. I don't know if you've seen, but metal fab tokens have just sort of put out there into the world and said, this is our new favorite token. Go check out metal fab tokens.
I may be making a video on that exact token sitting on my desk at home next week.
Oh, I didn't get one. Must
Well, you
be
didn't
nice.
ask. You didn't ask.
All right, well, here's a return fire here. It's going to be an E-Strike for go again option, met with a Finals Fighting Spirit to just push the tempo. But look at Caleb. Caleb says, yeah, no problem. Send me the bill. Charge it to my room because I'm about to go off here. We're going to see how this goes. There's the Sonata we're talking about.
And he's going to do a Sonata for 0. And he misses on the Sonata. But you don't. Here's the thing. His hand at this point is actually fairly good enough. I believe he's got a Mauvrian Skies. I believe I caught that in there. I think he also has the other Revel and Runeblood. I think his third Revel is there sitting there. And he does have an attack. So he has some capabilities already, plus that arsenal that I don't quite know what is lurking there. You can still put together a big turn off of the back of a whiffed Sonata here.
Well, we shall
see how he's going to do that.
Yeah, that's the problem because you have a Mauvrian Skies and Revel in Runeblood and what else? Well, we're just going to go ahead and shrill it out. Well, you have a Rune Chant, so that is going to be a 7. I mean, not bad, especially since you're pocketing the Revel in Runeblood. That's an excellent card to come back with. But the problem here is that you just took it off the chin. You ate basically, what was it, 12 damage plus the life gain I think he had. Like, that is a massive swing to take off the chin in order to just return fire with a potential 8 here, which is, against a defensive deck, they're going to laugh this off. So Caleb was really leaning on that Sonata Arcanix. I know you said that the hand was pretty good as it were, but I think Caleb was hoping to find anything in order to just have an additional sort of bookend to what turned out to be a pretty pedestrian turn.
And look at this, Anthem of Spring creating a second embodiment means that this is just completely covered up. So it's just a casual 2-card block. Anthem of Spring, really good card. It's a card that exists in the game of Flesh and Blood, and in this case,
he blocked over the top. He blocked over the top. There was an 8. He blocked 8 of the 7.
It's a Sink Below. It's pretty fantastic, isn't it?
It was better than a Sink Below. It was a Flicker Wisp without any downside.
I think it blocked for 4, right? Because it's
Anthem,
originally a 2-block. Anthem is a 2-block.
Okay, well then I
don't
know.
And it blocks for 4.
Well, forget
I've played
it.
this deck a bit.
I don't. I've seen Anthem of Spring. I forgot that it's a 2-block. I thought it was a 3. I just immediately thought it was
a 3-block on its own when it creates its own embodiment.
You're a
if
3
you block with Unity.
You're a 3-block.
That's right.
Creates
the embodiment here. This is why I love this deck so much. It's been so much fun to play this deck because here's what you think about when you sit down to play against your Briar as the sun bursts through and immediately just burns Viserai to death on that side. Apologies for the sun, but you know, it does things. Is that usually Briar is all about high rolling with like big damage. But in this case, it's about just like super consistency.
Right now, Caleb hoping that maybe Sunburn might steal this game from him if the sun would just cooperate and aim to the other. Caleb saying, I should have taken the other seat. I should have taken the other seat. Ultimately, though, spotlight's on you, Caleb. I mean, you took the damage because you can send it back. So let's see how this goes. It's going to be a Swarming Gloomveil. 2 auras created. So it's going to be 4 go again. 1 Rune Chant Chaser, but you have quite the hill to climb here, Caleb, but he is resilient. Going down to 1 here, dangerous position to be in, but knows also that this Briar list isn't built in with Arcane, so he's not susceptible to that. I'm looking at the list. I don't think there's any Arcane damage that's associated with Bryce's list. So,
well, you can create incidental Rune Chants off of the Grasp of the Arknight. So that is one way to just send arcane damage. Grasp is currently blocking on the combat chain there, and he'll be able to, because it has Battle Worn, it always exists, right? It's just going to live on the board.
So there's an easy out there. I mean, which is, I forgot about the Grasp of the Arknight because it was pushed in front there. I thought it may have been like Vexing or something, but ultimately there's the Grasp. Blocks for a ton, but look at Bryce at 13. He's been basically just planted there at 13 for quite a while. Caleb took a gamble a few turns ago in order to potentially return fire off the back of ultimately a misbehaving Sonata Arcanix, and
this is all he has to do. Caleb, all you have to do at this point is to survive, of course, and hold something like a 2-card hand to create a Rune Chant and send it. But even if you have a 1-card hand, you can choose to just attack with Reaping Blade and make your opponent be forced to block it when they're at lethal range, right? And I think he's just going to make a Rune Chant and pass. I think that's the other option, and just send it like that, and you are good to go. Just close it out, make a Rune Chant, say it's done, and then Reaping Blade for the win, and that closes it out. It's a deck that you may not have expected when you sit down. Briar picks it up.
Briar is one step closer to a final table, potentially. We have 7 rounds of Swiss, so a lot can go wrong, but a lot can go very right here for this particular build of Briar. Caleb is the one who, again, falls a little bit short here to the Briar. And if we're going to talk about a turning point in this particular matchup, Steven, we have to talk about the time where Caleb took an E-Strike for go again with, I believe, it was followed up with a red Final Fighting Spirit. Yep. So you basically take it off the chin for a minimum 12 there. I mean, it was 12 damage that was eaten up by Caleb because he had what he thought was the right recipe to send it back and actually shift the momentum back in his favor in order to actually just close the game out. Ultimately, though, Sonatas, you've been there. I've been there. I'm sure you've been there. Sometimes they misbehaving and no dice. So it just kind of turned what could have been an explosive turn and turned it into just a little fizz and crackle.
Well, the crazy thing about what that Briar deck specifically does is it makes you play on the back foot from the moment cards are revealed. Because if you are siding for what is a more traditional Briar list in like Channel Mount Heroics and big attacks and four attack cards that are, pushing breakpoints with go again, you're thinking about the matchup completely differently than how it's actually going to play out. And that is one of those sort of unsung things that Briar can actually do, and we're starting to see people pick up on, is you don't have to play for the high roll version of Briar. Maybe you can play a list that, 1, people aren't expecting, and 2, has a lot of consistency. And that's kind of what that deck showed.
Well, the story typically with Briar oftentimes, and I've heard so many war stories from players out in the field that, they'll say like, oh, I had it in the bag and then I drew 4 non-attack actions, or I had it in the bag and then I drew, 4 attacks, none of them had go again, and it was just kind of all downhill from there. Well, that's the game you play. I mean, you have the ceiling, but you also have the floor, and you exist somewhere within that space. And here, this Briar build is not necessarily built in the same explosive way. It's a more grindy, chippier game that does block very well. If we're looking at this right now.
Incredibly well. The deck blocks incredibly well, and that's one of the hallmarks of the list. And the idea behind it is that you can play so efficiently because the embodiment of Earth turns all of your 3-block non-attacks, and you can choose to include any number of them that you can find, but it turns them all into sync belows. And that is, well, obviously without the effect, right? It turns them all into 4-block cards, and that is very good in a game that says that the breakpoint is at 4 for taking damage.
I want to talk to you a little bit about what the job of this deck does. It's not an offensive deck. The mission of this deck is not necessarily primarily fatigue, but it's just to be steadfast against some of those.
Be more efficient.
Correct. And here's, I just want to go through some of these attacks. Raging Onslaught, Breakpoint 7, Runic Reclamation 7, Barraging Braunheit 7 or 8, Evergreen 7, E-Strike potentially 7, Autumn's Touch 7. The mission of this deck is to tickle for 1, but create that embodiment so when the attack comes back, you are blocking 8 with 2 cards, and suddenly you have another card to pitch for 3 and another card to send for 7 to redo the whole thing. And at the same time, they are now giving up cards to block your 7, and when they're coming back at you with a 2-card hand, your 8 block is just feeling absolutely mighty.
And like I said, I've been playing a variant of this deck that is built in a lot of ways very different from this one, but functions very similarly, playing efficiently and committing attacks that threaten if your opponent just lets it hit, will create a 4-block hand for you. And just being more efficient and playing to a later point, it is a very functional way to play, especially in a meta where no one is really looking at that to be the way you're going to play the deck when they sit down at the table with you.
I have received word from the Almighty. What was that again?
The meta graphic
All right,
is ready, and it is spicy,
meta
folks.
graphic.
Spicy.
The meta graphic.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the breakdown.
Ooh,
If you were expecting Lexi to kind of fall off in play because it hasn't won anything ever in the world. No, I'm just kidding. It has won some stuff. But if you were expecting it to fall off, you're not quite there because 24 Lexis show up to play. And then the second most represented heroes are both Bravo and Droma. How does that make you feel as a Bravo player?
It feels amazeballs. Again, it says 150 players. That includes the fans that are along the sidelines here. It's 128, but 24 Lexis, I think, is run of the mill. We've seen a lot of them. Sam Dando yesterday night was just playing it for fun and mentioning, he's like, "Why the hell am I not playing this? I've never played this deck. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm winning games against good players." Bravo, however, you are absolutely correct. I am a Guardian player through and through. Seeing Bravo just shoot back up. And again, there are people out there who are saying, yeah, keep huffing that copium. It's never going to happen. But I genuinely believe, and I think I had a discussion with you about this, is that a lot of the best players in the world were not initially on Bravo when Dusk Till Dawn came out. And people who rely on some of the best players to see like, hey, what is so-and-so playing? What is Brodie Spurlock playing? What is, Michael Feng playing? What is Pablo Pintor playing? What are all these amazing players playing? What are they playing? I want to play what they're playing. Not many of them have chosen Bravo. So I think that just the general population are taking the best decks from players, and Bravo is kind of left on the sideline. Not to say that he's bad. I just think that the standard like shepherds of these particular heroes are not representing Bravo. They're representing others, so people are following along that way. But I think that narrative is changing as Bravo's not only seeing results in tournaments, but as you can see here, Bravo went from being in the somewhere in the mid-range of like where Katsu or Briar are on this list, and went all the way to the top of the representation on the charts here.
Well, and I think it's rightly so. And to your credit, you mentioned Pablo Pintor. Pablo Pintor, one game away from being the calling champion a few weeks ago on Bravo, only losing to the best deck in the format in Iyslander, because Iyslander just wins everything right now. The question is Iyslander going to win today? Oh, that's like a platter. Is it going to win today? I mean, there's 11 players on it. That number has steadily increased over these weeks simply because people realize that that's the winning deck right now across all of these tournaments. Whether you're here, whether you're in the EU playing in the Calling Birmingham, it's what has won. And then you're looking at things like, oh, well, look at that. You're so smart.
Wait.
9 Azuri players. I mean, the breakdown here is really intriguing as it shakes, and I slowly but surely approach seizure territories. Nevertheless, we have the one that really jumped out to me is Kano at 5 players. I was kind of surprised at that. I didn't expect Kano to kind of get that buff up, if you will, of players and representation, but also Vincent is going up as well.
Yes.
The past few weeks, we've only seen a handful of Vincent players, like 1 at events or 2, but now we're up to 4. Someone's choosing to play Riptide, which is incredibly exciting. And unfortunately, no Arachnes represented here.
I mean, the stock is slightly dipping here for heroes like Dromai. I mean, I say that she's in the 3rd spot, but she was consistently in the number 1 spot, or just a hair behind number 1. Stock rising on Bolton, who has actual representation here. But yeah, Briar, Katsu and Dash always somewhere within the middle over here. Katsu is a hero that, when asked about nationals for US Nats, I put Katsu as sort of a dark horse hero here, because it does, good Katsu players will prey on Dromais, will have those decent matchups in certain cases. It's a troublesome hero. It has been there since the onset of this game with Welcome to Wraith, and some of those players who may have cut their teeth on the hero are now returning to it and say, hey, maybe there's something here. Maybe the winds are now blowing in a way that I can actually get a little bit of juice from this hero again.
And with 6 players playing Briar here at this event, there is a chance that we could maybe see Briar hit the Living Legend status today if one of those 6 players can make it to the top, to the pinnacle of the event and win. Then Briar rides off into the sunset, and this possible fatigue list, or this kind of big Briar list that is that we just watched kind of play out, just rides away and doesn't find traction in the meta, if you will, continuing because it LLs. But yeah, this is the breakdown as we see it in the event today. And what we're going to be keeping our eye on is how, these top players at the top tables, where are these heroes falling?
Well, we got a Briar at 2-0, so the hope is still alive and thriving, frankly. We're going to be getting into round number 3 of the Battle Hardened. Again, 7 rounds of Swiss. We're doing the top 8 right after, so it's going to be a big day of Flesh and Blood here in Atlanta, Georgia. It's the Battle Hardened presented by MinMaxGames. Savage Feats is putting on one hell of a show. And again, the almighty, there he is, my man.
The myth.
Coming straight from ground control. But we've got about a 10-minute breather.
That's what he said. I heard it in the headset. We about 10 minutes before the next round, so this gives you opportunity to maybe, reload on coffee, if you will. Go get a snack, sit down with us, enjoy some lunch. Maybe it's lunchtime around you, and we'll bring you more action. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta. We just scarfed down some soup, salad,
Mini
sandwiches.
cheesecakes, mini cheesecakes here in Atlanta. I also have, there's a tray. Fools, absolute fools. You hear about the, like my affinity for sauces.
Sauces, yes.
They have also found the other kryptonite for Flake, which is cookies. And they're over there. There's a whole tray of them. Not a single guard. It is completely an oversight from the defensive capabilities of this hotel. They have no idea what I am capable of, ladies and gentlemen. But
There are a lot of cookies over there. A lot of cookies. Weirdly enough, I know this has nothing to do with the game at all. I had a friend recently who didn't have a cake for their birthday. You know what they had?
cookies.
300 cookies spiral stacked to look like a cake, and you just had like warm chocolate chip cookies.
And then you had like a game of Jenga where you just,
Yes.
or Kerplunk, where you just pull something out of them and it all falls. And whoever makes it fall has to eat all the cookies.
Well, we had our lunch. Hopefully you had yours, because if you didn't, we're going to have to eat while you watch, which technically at home you can definitely do, because we have another match here for you in round 3. We're going to be going with a couple of players that have been requested over the past few weeks. And one of them, Merrick Kemp, has been highly requested by both of us, I believe, to show on stream. So here we go with Merrick versus Alex. And Alex over at part of the Card Guys, if you didn't know.
Card Guys with a Z, by the way, at the end of it.
That is correct. A Z at the end.
Yes. And we have Dash being represented again by Merrick Kemp, who won the calling in Baltimore, which, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that not like 900 people?
Yes, I believe so.
It was enormous.
The
It was
largest calling? No. Is the second largest calling? I can't recall if it was the largest or second largest.
Ultimately, though, that calling was absolutely stacked. Merrick Kemp just bettered 900 other players, which is unreal, bringing Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire, to the arena. There's Alex Sneed of the Card Guys bringing Briar. So both players at 1-1, both very much alive in the tournament, but this is going to be a very pivotal match for both. And I know that there's a lot of people out there who are really pulling the chain for Briar to get there, and it's a very unique type of support for Briar right now. It's kind of like encouraging someone to walk the plank, you know?
That's essentially, you're right. And interestingly enough, we just watched Briar in the previous round, but a completely different build of the deck, and this is a much more traditional version of the deck. As I'm looking through the list, and I'm seeing a lot of the things that you would expect to see with regards to just a normal Channel Mount Heroic style of deck for Briar here.
Well, again, the evolution of Briar since the original iteration that had ball lightnings and tons and tons of embodiments of Earth, etc., has now evolved to what it is now, which is a lot more blue cards, because you're going to have to pay for cards like Earthlore Surge. You're going to have to pay for other big things like your CMHs. You now need to rely on CMH to do a lot of the heavy lifting for the aggression here, as the old even odd, which I think is my preferred way to roll dice. Ultimately, doesn't create any ties, but here we are again. Alex Sneed fighting a Dash and the sun, the orbit of the sun as well. But it's okay. He will get there. Sometimes vitamin D is all you need to just cross the finish line.
Now, no Fiendal Spring Tunic on the side of Alex, instead choosing to run the Dyadic Carapace, because it is a 3-block card in essence. You're not using the Arcane Barrier for it in this scenario, but what you are doing is you're saying that I can block more, and assuming that your opponent is possibly going to be throwing some big attacks at you and maybe going super wide with the combat chain, this is a great card to have in your equipment suite, if you will, because it can play both roles in different matchups.
Okay, we have new information here. The chocolate chip cookies are chewy.
God,
It's
okay.
just, this is unreal. Just some extra sauce to this
Are
entire
you trying to
event.
say that's a good thing? or
That's
are
a
you
good thing.
Okay, I agree.
That is a good thing. Okay, so again, we are very well aware that there's the sun is in high orbit, has been for billions of years. We will work on making sure that the glare will get adjusted. It's just there are so many windows in this gigantic, this massive building that we're doing our best to fight the celestial assault of the sun. But we will get through it. We know what's happening here. It's a pitch into the Sonata Arcanics of a blue Autumn's Touch. So what do we see off the top? We're going to look for 4 cards. Is it the perfect 2 and 2?
Wow,
Yes.
you love to see the split like that. Now, this is technically on turn 1 because turn 0, Merrick, if you saw, pitched away his hand essentially of red cards to load up. I might have even been blue cards because you can do some crazy fun things to load up his induction chamber and his plasma pistol and then pass on over, not giving Alex the possibility of maybe tutoring out or like fixing his hand, I should say. And in doing so, hoping that maybe they didn't draw into like a good hand, but Alex just says, yeah, I'm just going to use Sonata Arcanics to, absolutely pop off this turn, perhaps. Drawing into a couple of attacks and giving yourself the capability of maybe going a little bit wide here at the beginning, but starting off with Anthem of Spring being played. We just saw this to be, very effective as a defensive tool, but here, playing it out gives you the embodiment of Lightning Trigger, and then you can follow it up with Snatch for a nice go again attack, which normally doesn't have go again.
Yeah, with a on-hit effect here of drawing a card, breakpoints aplenty here is coming in, and this is a little bit more of the Briar that we've come to know and fear potentially, as it's just wide combat chains, capitalizing on the game text of Briar to create the embodiment of lightning to give go again to these attacks. The on-hit relevance of Snatch. This is one of those just mainstays of aggression lists. It's a 4 attack. It costs you nothing, and
It's actually going for 5 too, because that Anthem of Spring buffs it up by 1, and so this actually requires a full block with that legendary equipment there, which is kind of a big deal.
Certainly. No, it is definitely a big deal. If you're a Briar and you chew up some of this equipment early, you feel like you've made progress here. The Exude Confidence, which has some of the, in the earlier stages of the game, when Monarch came out, I don't think there was a card that was read and reread more than Exude Confidence. Maybe Soul Reaping might be one of them. That was reread a million times, but Exude Confidence, again, you're going to see a lot of these 4 attacks for 0, but High Octane starts things off.
That's a big possibility for turns here, depending on what our arsenal card is. High Octane going to kick things off, and every time we're able to boost on this turn, we're gaining an action point, meaning that we can send that Plasma Pistol an extra time if we have the resources for it. The trick is having the resources and the boosts, and we're going to start off with T-Bone, a free card that allows us to boost and gain an action point off of High Octane. It also pulls a piece of equipment, and in this case, you can just send out the Snapdragon Scaler, so you don't have to worry about a blocking like breakpoint here or like wasting one of your block capabilities, but you may actually see just Grasp go up there, or if you're trying to set up a big turn, maybe even Crown just gets grabbed here and you're happy. I think the best play, though, is to throw the Snapdragon Scalers and then decide how you want to deal with this damage.
Yeah, even though there's not many on hits, this isn't like the Briar list that you have to worry about the on hits. It's still good to just hold on to your equipment for when it does potentially show up. So tossing the Snapdragon Scalers, which have a built-in blocking value of 0. So, I mean, it does get the job done. Typically, T-Bone, you want to sort of pair it up with another T-Bone, but here's the Pulse Wave Harpoon. This is going to give you 2 things. First of all, it's obviously going to be the attack, but the second option here is going to allow you to look at your opponent's hand and get a little bit of information, so you know what the return fire is going to be. So Pulse Wave Harpoon says, let's go look at the hand based off the amount of times we boost. We got to peel a card out of the hand based off of a block value relating to the boosts.
Yeah, so we're going to reveal 2 cards from the hand there. Revealing, let's see what he chooses. I think he's got an E-Strike there, feathered and ready to reveal, along with what else is the other card?
There's a Earthlore Surge in hand, E-Strike. Is it 2 Earthlore Surges?
It could be an Earthlore Surge that he is favoring there. Yep, 2 Earthlore Surges. Going to show them both. We got a blue and a red, and one of those is going to get added to the combat chain, and it is going to be a defending card in this place. So red or the blue is the choice here.
I mean, in my opinion, you take the blue, and because that is a potential way to pay for Channel Mount Heroics. So if this is a hand that was meant to set up Channel Mount Heroics, suddenly you do not have the easy way to pay for it. I like this move by Merrick. Obviously, the red Earthlore Surge has the higher ceiling in terms of damage output. It's going to add 5 to the attack, but it does cost 2. So you don't know what the other 2 cards are in hand, and if they're both reds, you know that Earthlore Surge is never going to be played. So taking the blue here can potentially stunt a very, very potent turn
Now,
by Alex.
I want to talk about how awesomely sequenced this turn was. We started with a boost attack that was free. Then we went in with the pistol. This sort of signals to our opponent that the turn's not going to be very strong, perhaps, that it's a little bit more pedestrian. But then we followed it up with another boost attack, and then we closed the chain so we can come in with the pistol again, and we can come in 2 more times with this pistol at least. And, of course, we haven't even used the induction chamber. As long as we can use our last card to maybe send more attacks, we can just push more and more damage.
It's just for 2. Induction chamber, it's not the plasma purifier that would improve the damage, but it does offer the go again value. But it looks like just saying, yeah, you know what? We're good.
I think keeping an arsenal is a great option. Depending on what that arsenal card is, you could consider maybe pitching it. But if it's like a red, it's a perfect 5-card setup going into your next turn, and you're okay keeping the counter on induction chamber as well.
All right, so the mode is either go again or +2. My suspicion is that it's go again. We have no indication, but we know it's not draw a card.
No, he has not chosen to draw a card here. Now, that is sometimes an interesting option, depending on what else you have in hand, simply because you do have access to Snapdragon and Scalers. But in this case, it does look like we're just going to take the damage. And let's see if there's a follow-up. There is indeed. Coax a Commotion. Huh, a card that, just looking back at it, so many people started adding it in right at Briar's outset, and it was sort of one of those divisive cards. Do you choose to run it? Do you not? But it's just a breakpoint that can do great things for you.
Oh, certainly. I mean, again, the Quicken token will definitely help you out, and there's a lot of heroes that are not going to do anything with it. If you give a Quicken token to Bravo, there's a very good chance that he's just going to basically look at it and stare at it like a 3D picture, you know? Like
Quicken Chicken that was given in round 1.
Precisely. But I mean, that Quicken token in that first game actually
did some real work that
yeah,
time around.
It turned a CNC into a hammer, which is fantastic. So here's another T-Bone, and once again, we're going to toss the snappers right in front of that. T-Bone not necessarily catching the right fish on the hook in this case, because you want to be hunting for the bigger stuff. But a blue zipper hit, I believe, for 3 boosted go again.
As we are floating 2 resources, we have the capability of loading up the pistol in this turn as well, but we also have to ask the question, what's in the arsenal? And if we have a solid boost attack in the arsenal, then we can follow this up with something like, I don't know, a payload, or if we're running throttle, we could throw a throttle out on this and boost that, and maybe do some work there. And no, it's just going to be a Pulse Wave Harpoon, which is still a very good, perhaps one of the best cards in the deck, if you will, because at this point, we've boosted 3 times, and now your opponent has to reveal 3 cards from their hand, and you get to steal one of them onto the combat.
Oh, this is a dangerous one as well. It's going to be, there's Scar for a Scar. There's I believe, a Force of Nature. We see a Lightning Surge in Arsenal, but there's a CMH in his hand and a blue Earth card, and he's going to have to show one of those 2 cards.
Yep.
And you know that if Merrick sees the CMH, he's yoinking that. So
Look, they both understand the implications, and Alex is looking at it exactly as you're describing, going, he's destroyed my chances of playing out this sequence, because he's just going to take the blue Earth card.
he's going to take the blue Earth card. Now, the blue Earth card does block for 4, though, which is massive. It's Tome of Harvests. It's a non-attack action that blocks for 3, but
It actually blocks for 3, because I think Tome of Harvest is a 2-block card.
is it the 2-block card?
If
I
memory
wrong
serves
again?
correct, yes, it is a 2-block card.
It's a base 2, so I was wrong again.
Oh, he didn't take it. He took the Scar for Scar, which is just, vanilla damage.
Oh, maybe Merrick is suspecting that Alex was giving him a little bit of the old smoke and mirrors with the emotional play of like, oh, I'm going to pretend to be upset to make you think that I have it, but ultimately.
But you're also looking at this as like, if you take the Scar for a Scar, that's a guaranteed 4 attack that would have go again, because you're pushing damage at your opponent and you have the higher life. So if you take that card, maybe you can slow their next turn down as well, right?
Sure. In my opinion, though, I think the Scar for a Scar is fine. The thing about it is, like, you peel out a 4 attack with go again, there's a plethora of others that are going to replace it. I think that when it comes down to it, being able to stall out and just stifle the CMH turns, it buys you not just it's not just a 4 damage, it might buy you a turn. And that CMH that they can't play, maybe they don't draw a blue card after that. And maybe suddenly that CMH that would have appeared on this turn doesn't appear for a couple turns after.
Let's see how this plays out, because I think when he sees the CMH get played and that get pitched, I think he's going to maybe consider what his other options would have been in pulling the Earth card, and now he's going to send the Coax of Commotion over, and he might have that little sinking feeling in his gut of like, oh god, I should have taken the Tome of Harvest, because now I see the full complexion of the hand.
Yeah, congratulations, you played yourself. Like, that's kind of the situation. I think Merrick knew, like, the first inkling is, okay, take the blue Earth card if he's holding CMH. And I think Alex had the same kind of emotional response of like, oh, come on, not a Pulse Wave Harpoon, not now, not with what I have in hand. And here it is. And Merrick was maybe thinking, like, maybe he's trying to bait me out here. Like, it happened last time. Maybe it's going to happen this time again. But ultimately, it's going to be a 7 attack of the Coax of Commotion. Again, on hit. It's a little for you, a little for me. Everybody gets to sing Kumbaya in terms of the same tune, with whether it's Quicken Token, whether it's draw a card, or it's gain 1 life.
But you don't have to choose a mode either, so you could literally just say, yeah, this hits and nothing happens. This doesn't have go again, so you're not establishing anything on the board. If you choose a Quicken Token, you're really happy about that, and technically you're giving a an attack for your opponent a non-boost trigger of go again. So you could consider that. But yeah, I think the full block out here is very, very judicious of Merrick sitting here in round 3 at 1-1, trying to make sure that he goes 2-1, but so is Alex.
There we go. And as said, it looks like it was blocked out.
Covered up so that you don't get the trigger. You don't want to give your opponent the possibility of drawing a card and maybe Snapdragon Scalers or anything like that to extend the turn already. But here we're just going to follow it up a zipper hit. Floating 2 resources, attacking with go again for 5. We could load up both Induction Chamber and Pistol on the backswing of this, and then maybe send Pistol or just sit on this with a 4-card hand going forward after this turn as well. But you're going to have to play on the defensive for the next turn or two.
He found
CMH there.
He found a second CMH too, and it looks like, I mean, this is the situation, is that Merrick blocked with several cards. He's got a CNC, a Scar for a Scar,
Bramble Spark as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of reds here. And what I think Alex wants to do is he wants to cop out maybe the CMH. I mean,
no, I think he's going to take, yeah, exactly. I was going to say, take the CNC out of your hand. Hopefully you draw into a blue, but you can pitch that CMH to maybe do some effects, something like Grasp of the Arknight perhaps on your own turn.
Sure.
But you can also Bramble Spark fused with it to give +3 and an arcane damage, and then you have your attacks set up as well.
Yeah,
because we know the Arsenal is also going to be able to be give go again with the fuse of the CMH. So CMH is like a huge card on this subsequent turn.
There's going to be 3 attacks coming here. There's the built-in go again from the Lightning Surge in Arsenal. There's the Scar for a Scar, and you finish this off with a Coax of Commotion.
Well, I think that's Entwine Lightning, so he needs the CMH to fuse it to give it go again if it's Entwine Lightning.
No, Entwine Lightning needs Lightning to fuse.
Oh, you're correct. No, you're 100% correct. That is
all good. It's all good. You're fired. So CMH is on the board as it exists, and this is going to be a good turn. And if you do not have the CMH live, you'll just pocket it. So here's the Bramble Spark fuse.
Here's the fuse, yep.
+3, plus the +3 of the Channel Mount Heroic. You need to come in with a go again here. So it's going to be the Scar for a Scar is your next order of business for 10. It is Entwine Lightning. I thought it was Lightning Surge. So it is Entwine Lightning, which needs a fusion of Lightning in order to gain the go again. But you're still coming in real thick here with a 10 spot. Oh, and you're going for Coax. Maybe this is a snap turn.
This is definitely the turn where he wants to snap. He's got a guaranteed go again after this, but playing Coax might bait out the cards right now.
It's snap.
But it doesn't.
I think this is a Snapdragon. I mean, you could snap into Quicken and draw a card here and really try to pressure.
So he's going to let the Arcane go through, which creates the Embodiment of Earth token. The Arcane is being gifted over to Coax of Commotion with the Bramble Spark, but this is a +3 and a +3. So this is a Coax for 10, a casual 10, coming across with threatening a go again off the Snapdragon Scalers and a continuation of this turn.
Now, this is dangerous because if you want to cover this up, you're giving up 3 cards and a piece of equipment potentially. I mean, do your Achilles block for 1? I mean,
I think at this point, this is almost just not worth covering up completely and then just hoping that they don't do crazy things. But if you can give your entire hand to it, maybe, but it's just so dangerous to do so. And I think exactly right. He's just going to take the damage and see what modes are chosen. Draw a card here is absolutely huge. You saw the Snapdragon Scalar's activation, flipping it over there down in the bottom right. So this has go again, and with the modes are going to be a huge thing.
To
If
me,
you draw into an Earth card, then you can double pitch, maybe doing some things and keep the current channel mount on, or you could choose to maybe
Yes.
Arsenal.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. You got to get the Quicken token, given the fact that dash boosts anyways.
Yep.
It's not a big deal on their side. Getting the Quicken token here means that you can play that if he's opting not to draw a card here. So it looks like he may be just settling on Quicken, but this means that this means that the Scar for a Scar. Oh, you know what? This is the trouble here. The trouble here is that if you come in with the Entwined Lightning for 7 and Merrick takes it, your Scar for a Scar no longer has go again.
Well, you'd go Scar next, right? Scar would have go
But
again.
then you're burning
currently.
the Quicken.
Yes, you are currently burning the Quicken, but at the same time, you're sending 2 attacks. And I think that's why he's pondering over whether or not he wants to do draw a card as an option. I think that, to me, that is the question mark for him.
I take that option. I definitely take
think
that option.
Drawing a card benefits you so greatly, especially if you draw into, well, really, you can draw just about everything in your deck feels good to draw into. And it's almost just worth picking for. Your opponent gets a 5-card hand, but you're also pushing so much damage on this turn.
Yeah, I like the opportunity here to draw a card, see what you get, and if it's worst case scenario, it's unplayable. I mean, okay, so he's looking at the Quicken.
Oh, yeah. take
Because look, ultimately here, either you burn the Quicken on the Entwined Lightning and you end the chain with Scar for a Scar, and then you pocket the CMH, or you play the
Oh, no modes at all.
you play the Scar for a Scar now, and you end the chain with.
Either way, you're
Twilight.
playing both
It's-
attacks.
it's
Like, it
the
doesn't
same
really
thing.
matter. Maybe he's considering not doing the Quicken token, which would be, yeah, he's choosing
yes.
draw a card. Yeah, I think that was the really big decision point. Oh, he draws into another CNC.
I think that the CNC here, I mean,
Yes, and this allows him to play the CNC and just pitch away the channel mount. You don't get the possibility of having another big turn next turn with a CMH in Arsenal, but you get to send just a huge attack. And this Entwined Lightning, it does have go again thanks to the Quicken. And so you're pushing 7 with this. And then if you want to send out the CNC, you can. If you don't, you can actually just pocket one of those and just play out the Scar like you would have done even prior to this.
sure. I mean, ultimately, to quote Dagan White, throw big number all the time. And if you can send the 6 plus the 3, it's a 9 attack. It's another breakpoint. This is 7 plus the 9. That's 16 damage that you're potentially sending over here.
And the other line that you can consider is if your opponent actually respects this and maintains a higher life total, you can swing the Rosetta Thorn after if you're sending like a go again Scar for a Scar with pitching CNC. But taking the damage means now you just play out the line of throwing a Scar, keeping the CMH in Arsenal, and holding on to a 3-block Command and Conquer that probably doesn't have as much utility right now. So you're fine to keep it and maybe block with it if you want.
I think this is fine. I think that you're not going to beat the Briar here. Beat the Dash here. But Dash might be considering something along the lines of like, hey, if I take this 7, go down to 4, the Dash player, Merrick hasn't given up any cards here. And Merrick actually drew one. So Merrick might be thinking, hey, I'm not dead. I could probably send it back and really maybe turn the tides here. So a very pivotal turn here. Turn 4 in this matchup has been crucial to both players here. And we saw the agonizing stance that Alex took on the hit from Coax a Commotion. Insta-locked the Quicken token and then really, really thought hard about the draw card option. And unfortunately, when I didn't get a chance to say it before he drew it, but in my mind, I was like, I think CNC might be the worst draw here.
Yeah, it honestly is because it doesn't really do anything except present vanilla damage when your opponent doesn't have a card in Arsenal.
Exactly.
And
And it
so at
costs
that point,
2.
it's cost 2, and it's just sending 9 damage.
Well, you know what? I mean, maybe Earthlore Surge Red could have been worse. Ultimately, though, there was a pocket of cards that were kind of landmines that you kind of stumbled over. Alex Sneed here, unfortunately, might end the turn with 2 cards in hand, and then CMH in Arsenal, and hope that the massive grip here that Merrick Kemp has is not good enough. Is not good enough to kill him. But I think Alex is super happy to see some cards being devoted here, so he knows that he might be able to just live another day. All right, so welcome everybody again. This is Battle Hardened Atlanta. Thank you so much for joining us. Round 3 is underway now. Again, we are in a wonderful venue here at the Omnia Hotel in Atlanta, Georgia, and we're in like this atrium area in the center of the hotel. There's windows aplenty. We get to see sunlight, ladies and gentlemen. No grass to touch yet, but we're working on that. But we are working on the glare issue. We apologize for that. The sun has been shifting as it has since the dawn of time, and we are adjusting properly. We're going to make sure that the glare is worked on and looked at for the next round.
I think we're just going to get as many Flesh and Blood hero posters as possible and just surround the play space with fab heroes. So whenever you look behind these players, there's just looming in the distance, just monolithic heroes, which would be incredible to look at. But here we're using Throttle, and we're just sending it on over with that Quicken token. Throttle coming across for 6 and threatening a lot of damage here.
Well, the pistol actually got use of the Quicken token here, which
That is
was
true.
great.
So we boosted on the Throttle.
Beauty. So 6 following up off the 2 attack. Alex Sneed at 11. Merrick Kemp at 10. Again, Merrick Kemp winning the Calling Baltimore, a tournament of 900 or so players. Unreal how many players played in that tournament. Merrick Kemp stood tallest above all. And here he is on Dash, trying to shred the dreams of all the Briars out there.
I believe he won that tournament on Dash, too. I believe it was Dash that he won it on. So he's sticking to it. Continuing on, and also, interestingly enough, he's got the ability in Spark of Genius to maybe pop out like a Tekla core after this, draw a card, and continue the onslaught, breaking the chain and sending the Tekla pistol again. This does feel very racy, back and forth, as both players in low life totals on turn 5 already, and Alex belaboring this possible block, sitting on a 5-card hand with CMH and Arsenal. Does he want to block this out? Does he want to hold on? He's got
he's got the fuel.
CMH in hand, though, and he's holding on to one of his only 2 attacks in hand as well. Maybe his turn's a little clunky here.
It's a little clunky here, unfortunately. I believe it's a CMH in Arsenal as well.
That's right.
Or no, it's the
Or
CNC.
maybe he has the CNC in
It's
the Arsenal.
CNC
Yeah,
in
actually.
Arsenal. So there's an opportunity here, actually, for you to set up the CMH. Just you pitch the CMH, you play the CMH. You send out the Lightning Surge from hand just for a casual 7. No go again, no nothing. You draw and you keep the CNC in there. There's no way to pay for it. And on the comeback, you weather the storm. You still have some equipment block to lean on. If you can stay alive and that CMH is up and you have the right recipe, all you need to do is catch a good blue here to pay for a Rosetta Thorn and and a Command and Conquer. Maybe you get there.
This is fantastic timing, though, on the side of Merrick to go and find that Tekla core, because it means that your hand can sort of pseudo be turned into blocking cards only, and you can rely on the resources that you're going to be getting each turn for the next few turns with Tekla core. That gives you more flexibility, and in the end-game state where you need every card to do everything it can to win that game, you have the capability of playing differently. And here's the exact line you were describing, keeping the CNC for next time, and instead establishing that channel Mount Heroic by pitching the Anthem of Spring and sending a Lightning Surge.
All right, so get this. Again, deck lists are closed, obviously. This isn't top 8. Merrick does not know if there's a Lightning Press in this list. This is 7. Merrick is safe unless there's a press. If there's a Lightning Press, this 7 attack can immediately become lethal. Are there any D-reacts that Merrick Kemp would be playing in this matchup?
Not in Dash, unless you're completely siding for, like a defensive induction chamber build. You're not really bringing that stuff in, but you're also looking at this going, okay, remember, I have Tekla core. Some of these cards that I would use for resources for pitching on my turn don't have to be that. They could be blocking cards as long as I can pay with the Tekla core resources for some of my attacks. Then this Lightning Surge can be covered relatively well. We still have the equipment block available to us on Crown of Providence. That can save our arsenal as well if we're being threatened by a CNC that we do know is in circulation over on Alex's side. But at the same time, we could just commit a card or 2 here and never really have to worry about a, attack reaction that blows us up and loses us the game on the spot.
Merrick here might just be thinking about that potential Lightning Press to just snap end the game, and he is just going to comp out here. Send the Crown of Providence in front of it at the very minimum. Wondering if that's just the full Monty here. Alex taking a sip of water. Again, he is the one that's under the gun and under the sun at the same time, as he has the pressure of not just this game, but of everybody out there pulling for Briar to cross the Rainbow Bridge.
You might be thinking that the Light of Soul is pouring down on him, but he's not a light hero. Instead, an elemental rune blade sitting over there, wondering why in the world the sun's beating down on only me. It's like when you're driving in the car and you just end up being the person that always gets the sunny side.
Yes. So I think Merrick was respecting the lightning press here, gave up the Crown of Providence without any sort of hand cycling. So that was definitely an indication that he was respecting a lightning press from the arsenal.
Oh, but this is the other reason. You have a high octane turn on a 5-card hand with Teklo resources. If you draw into, or if you have already in circulation the big one, you can send some insane damage with maximum velocity if you can find it, or if you have it on this turn, and you can win the game on the spot.
What's unfortunate here is that Alex actually has a really good hand. Alex has a hand that can do some damage. Unfortunately, he is, like you said, under the gun. Starting off with a high octane turn, stacking those action points. It's going to be a zipper hit for 4. Go again.
Zipper hit, yellow, coming across for 4, using the resources generated by Teklo Core, meaning you have just a massive grip of cards. Still, thanks to Alex to donating him a card on the previous couple of turn cycles on the back of Coax a Commotion, but we also just have a big hand that can do big damage. Covering up 1, taking 1. See how he chooses to follow this up. Every time he boosts on this turn, he is going to gain another action point.
3 blocking of the 4 here, 1 leak. Both players, again, 1-1 in the tournament. Just past the halfway mark about a minute ago in the round. We're only on turn 6. These turns have actually been so agonizingly difficult to block and parse out for both the attacker and the defender. I mean, both players have really had their, they're doing mental gymnastics to try to figure out what the best sequences are. Alex, again, with that Coax a Commotion turn, trying to figure out the right modes, how to get there, and suddenly...
Merrick here has 2 0-60s. Both of those, if they're yellows or reds, both of those push break points. Like, if they're reds, they push break points. If they're yellows, they're pushing 3, but they are 0-cost cards, which means you can go incredibly wide on this turn, and you can keep a couple of cards for resources to pitch into reloading the Teklo Plasma Pistol. So you have the capability of going at least 2 more attacks. Yeah, he's going to pitch 1 zipper hit. He's going to send a blue throttle, going to boost it. It's going to go for 4. This is going to add another action point to the bank. At this point, he just needs a bag. Please, bag this up so I can carry it out. Because at this point, my hands are full with all of these action points. He's just going to take it, and then he's going to go Pulse Wave Harpoon. That's a casual 3 boosts. You got to reveal the rest of your hand. I get to take something from it, and we're going to shoot you in the face with a pistol over and over.
Well, this is nasty. And again, is Merrick opting here to take the fuel? Is he taking the easy go again from the Swarming Gloom Veil? What is the option here? And I say easy go again. I mean, the easy go again would come off of a formation of a rune chant from the Grasp of the Arknight here, but you have to pay for it. So Merrick has options. He's really evaluating these really closely here. I mean, I think that the easy keep for to let Alex keep is the Entwined Lightning, but do you peel the fuel from his hand, or it's the fuel or the fire? What are you taking away here?
It's everything you desire. I mean, when you think about it. But also the other thing you're thinking about with this is this turn's basically going to steal your hand no matter what you do, simply because after this, you're going to shoot the pistol 4 times if you have the resources for it. You can use Foundry Heart. You can use, if you're holding a blue, you can use resources off the blue. But you're going to be able to just shoot for the moon with the pistol after this. So it doesn't really matter it does matter what you take fundamentally, but after all is said and done,
I was completely wrong.
You're just gonna be sending so much damage off the pistol and 4 extra action points that it doesn't really matter what you pull.
I think what he's doing here, I mean, here's the deal though, is because you can pitch the blue, create a rune chant, have the swarming come in for 6 go again with 1 float, and you can swing Rosetta for 2. So there are options here. And on the other end, Alex has the opportunity here to just, throw the Swarming Gloom Veil to block something if necessary, pitch the blue, and send a Command and Conquer that's been sitting in Arsenal.
Right, but I don't think you're going to be able to do any of that because this pistol's going to shoot for 8. That's a blue. He's going to load pistol. He has a resource for Foundry Heart. If you have the maximum amount of resources, you're going to be able to shoot this pistol like 4 times if you have the resources for it. Now it's going to come for 1, then 2.
Yeah.
Second attack.
It's a new action, so you technically do have another block with the pistol. Sorry, with the gloves.
Yep. This would leak 1, putting him to 3. If he has the resources for Foundry Heart after this, he can get maybe 2 more resources. He can load, shoot, and that's 4 separate attacks of the pistol.
Carapace covers the other, I believe, as well, which just dunks that card. So
there's the Foundry Heart activation. It's going to burn 2 cards off the top. As long as they are both Mechanologist cards, and they are, you're getting 2 resources.
He's gonna card all 3.
Look, they both chuckle about the fact that this is just a casual 8 damage off the pistol on this turn. That was well set up and well played by Merrick. He's going to shoot again. It's going to go down to 2, and that does let him keep a card in hand, but a massive, massive swing by Merrick. And now he just has to have 1 more turn of that Teklo core resource to try and put it together. There's the CNC, and you can kind of maybe throw a card in front of this, chuckle about it, go down low, and then just send your massive attack after that.
It's more than a
Oh,
card.
you're right, that is true.
CMH is alive and well, my friend, as Alex managed to actually have some sort of significant comebacker here. Now, there's nothing in Arsenal that's threatening, so breakpoints mean nothing. The important part here is stay alive, because Alex is in pistol range. Every time that he just gets, he's out of gas in terms of blocking, that pistol will just go ahead and end it for you. Just 9 spot on the Command and Conquer, getting a little lift from Channel Mount Heroic.
No, you're 100% correct. In fact, that changes everything. That little innocuous card with a die on the side makes this a big pivot point as well. And Alex still in this, and he has both Teklo Pounder and the Spark of Genius in hand, which make things very uncomfortable. Which means that your turn is likely going to be pistols across the board. Look, he's checking the size of the remaining cards in deck. How much more boosting can he do over the next course of the game? And he's just weighing his options, as it were.
That's a difficult math to do for the uninitiated to dash, where you're thinking, well, okay, I'll draw 4 every turn, but okay, the boost, and eventually you think that you've got 4 turns left, when it's really 2.5. Like you just run out of options here. Both players now down to 2. If anything, Alex doesn't have a go again off of Scarf or Scarf. That's even gonna factor in. We'll see. But as we see, there's a nimble. Oh no, that's 2 Force of Natures, a Nimblism, and a Tome of Harvest. That is the Briar we know. That's the Briar we've come to appreciate. However, there is an embodiment of Earth here, so at the very least, there's a little bit of reprieve.
But you know what? Alex is actually not going to be staring down the gun of like a really impactful kind of backswing turn, because he ended up taking with that attack the 2 attacks from Merrick's hand, and so his hand complexion is literally just 2 items. One of them is Spark of Genius, which can go fetch something else. He's just, oh no, it was a zipper hit. He has a zipper hit, so he is going to be able to swing here a bit and continue the onslaught to some degree with a block there. This is going to drop. This is going to be a full block because of the embodiment of Earth. And he's going to load up.
And this is going to be very nasty to see. Alex not too happy about this. Ultimately, though,
Pop Achilles.
There's the pop of the Achilles. He's going to do it again. He's going to take the last card there. And then
he saw it too. Look at that. 2 Force of Natures, a Nimblism, and a Tome of Harvest. What an awful turn that so many Briar players fear in those pivotal moments of the game. That's not when you want to see that. Ultimately, he had to give up all the cards. So maybe it was a blessing in disguise. I mean, it's a bad hand, but it was all going to be devoted anyways. But here we see Merrick on the full offensive. A Lightning Surge and a This Round's on Me. Going to full block this out for a perfect 5.
Let's see if he has the juice to send it. He's going to send a T-Bone. That's going to be a 3. It's going to pull the Grasp, but it doesn't matter. That is going to leak him down to 1. And now if he can get that last card out of hand, and he has the resources to maybe load up both that and the Induction Chamber, this is going to do it. He's just going to be able to get the fist bump and barely by the skin of his teeth just find that win. The falling Baltimore champion on Dash does it again.
Yeah, and in style, we'll say, there was some very significant turns. I mean, if we're going to go back again to one of those pivotal moments of the game, Alex on the Channel Mount Heroic, the Bramble Spark Fuse turn, there was some incredible theatrics in that particular turn sequencing there. And it all came down to what modes do you select off of the Coaxa Commotion. And I think Alex did precisely the right thing, which is you give the Quicken token and you draw the card. You extend this. You're in the driver's seat. You want to see how far you can actually go on that tank of gas. And ultimately, though, he drew one of the few, bricks that would have weighed him down, which was CNC, a red two-cost card, much like Earthlore Surge, that really did not help him. He ended that turn with 2 cards in hand, and that was not where he wanted to go. And at the end of the day, he also fed an extra card to Merrick Kemp.
Yeah, that was a huge swing turn, and I would, like you said, I would have also picked both of those modes. I would have chosen Draw a Card. I would have chosen Quicken Token. It just so happened that the card you ended up drawing really felt bad in the hand and wasn't able to really get any value through the rest of the game. It almost saved you in that last turn sequence when you forced 2 cards out of your opponent's hand. It almost gave you a way to claw back in thanks to the buff on CMH. But unfortunately, it was probably that turn sequence that really swung the favor into Merrick's side. But you know what? He executed very well and got that win as well. So moving to 2-1 at the end of round 3, he's looking to continue his dominance. And unfortunately, Alex falling to 1-2 on Briar does make it a little bit hard for this to, be a Briar-dominated field when one of your Briars has to unfortunately drop to 1-2.
There's 6 out there. We don't know necessarily what the others are up to. We knew that one went into round 3 at 2-0, so that the dream is still definitely alive. Win or lose in round 3, it's a 7-round tournament until we get to the cut to the top 8. But I want to sort of also peel it back to some of the other decisions that had to be made in the game, which was some of those Pulse Wave Harpoon turns where you had to make a quick decision. You see 3 of the 4 cards, and you got to think, what is that 4th card? What is he hiding? What kind of information? So we're going to do, I believe we're doing some fun segments. So what's up with us? Let's talk. Come on in, hop in here, Ethan. Tell us what these segments are all about, because...
All right. Well, folks, we have a bit of a longer break. So we've been holding back on some of these segments for the juicy bits when the viewers are hype, when the timing is right. And we've got Guess the Fab event code, which, if you remember back from Battle Hardened Cincinnati, was this really fun way to get everyone hyped on this normally Twitter-run game that Deb, I forget her full name, I believe it's Deb Yam. She posts on Twitter illustrations of the Fab event codes. Because if you've ever signed up for an event on Gem, every event is given like a little auto-generated tag of an adjective plus an animal. And some of them can be pretty goofy. And so Deb actually takes those, illustrates them, and then makes people guess what they are. Like, what was the initial event code? So we have some of those given to us graciously by Deb herself to run on stream right now. So if that sounds fun, everybody.
Absolutely, let's do it.
Jump right in.
All right, and I'm going to even add an extra layer to this, because I want Steven to mimic some of these animals.
No, I'm not doing that.
Oh,
But
you're
I will
totally
say
doing
this,
it. You have your cup right there.
I actively already guessed this one before the show started, and not only did I guess this one, I guessed it so correctly, that Mansant cursed at me. He was angrily cursing my name.
Coward. Here, I'll
guess
do
this is my favorite game.
Here, I'll do it. Hold on a second.
Please screenshot this. Please, that's so good.
I need a hat, though.
Oh, that's so good. Wait, I got you. Hold on.
You have something?
Yes,
I need a beret,
do.
like
I don't have a
Heineman from Mythbusters.
You've been watching too much Mythbusters.
I have been watching too
many
Mythbusters. It's the best.
Jeez, I thought I had a hat ready for you. Aha! Put this on. put it. Just set it on your head.
Yeah.
Just set it on your
It's
head.
just like a kind of like
Yeah, there you go.
Hold on a second. Yeah, we got this.
Oh, this is
wait.
perfect.
I need my
Come on, you have to vote in chat.
I need my cookie mustache.
I gotta see what chat is saying. I need to see this.
Wait, can I just hold?
I don't think it's gonna work.
Wait, yeah, I will.
If you drop that into my water, I will be so upset. I'll just go get another cup, actually. That is so perfect. Screenshot that. Okay, so the question is, how many people have gotten this correct in the chat? I don't know how long we want to let this percolate. So here's the options. You ready?
Yeah.
Option number 1 for event code. Do you think that this picture is describing the event code French fish.
French fish.
Okay. Or do you think it's describing burgundy dolphin?
I'm Ron Burgundy Dolphin.
I think that is really good. Do you
I don't
think
believe
it is describing artistic porpoise, which is a right?
I
a
was
real
an
fun
artistic porpoise. Never mind. It's
stop.
done. We're
Yeah,
past
no.
that.
Thirsty vaquita is the last one.
What's a vaquita?
I have no clue.
I don't know.
Don't even know if that's how you. I don't know if that's how you even pronounce that word, but
Well, I ain't
Ethan
pronouncing
literally
it vaquita.
It's related to dolphins. It's related to dolphins. I'm like, okay, it's related to dolphins.
Yeah.
There you go. So you have to vote in chat. I have placed my vote. I know what the answer is because I guessed this immediately, and I was so excited because this one is so good.
All right. I'm looking
So
at
good.
the
Go on.
items. I don't know what the next one is, but I'm looking at the items all around me to sort of just go ahead and create whatever the next one is going to be.
Oh yeah. You got to take stock so that you can possibly create the next one. That
Yeah.
seems good. I love this one. I love the little drawing because this little. All right, here it is.
Bra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Drum roll. They can't hear that, can they? Yeah, well, you. All right.
Okay, he doesn't have it. Oh,
False
he told
alarm,
us the
ladies and
drum
gentlemen.
roll, and then
Yeah.
he said, "Wait, pause the drum roll. I don't have the thing ready, so I'm just gonna drum roll forever."
Don't do that. You know, like, I bartended in Montreal for 5 years. I think I've served this dude.
Oh my god, this is okay. All right, I'm just gonna say, it's burgundy dolphin. If you had burgundy dolphin, letter B is always the answer when taking a standardized test. I tell my kids at school that all the time. Always vote B. B is correct. If you put burgundy dolphin, good for you.
Yes, whenever
well
you
done.
vote B, because 60% of the time it works every time.
time. And in this case, it did. And let's see how many people in chat voted B. Guess the event code poll. Oh no, more people voted C.
Well, the stream's over. You guys
30
lost.
okay,
Sorry.
Cut the stream. Kill the stream. 37% of people voted B. That is the correct answer. 40% of people voted C. That is incorrect. But you know what? Artistic porpoise is pretty fun, but not quite.
Oh, nice. We got
Burgundy dolphin. You know, burgundy, the color of the wine. We can assume.
We don't
is
know.
there.
We don't know if it's burgundy. Maybe
Well, we
it's
do because the answer is burgundy dolphin. So that is literally the implication. Right
well,
there.
now we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like how we have the John Madden Telestrator too. I really want one of those. That could be dangerous. Don't give me that. That's a bad move. All right,
I would very much enjoy that. Actually, I think. Okay.
Oh Lord.
All right, from
Okay,
this
hold
point
on a second.
I don't know anything else, so we get to vote together.
I got this. Hold on. So you know, I have to pop the collar. I feel like
think
that's
I know what my
necessary.
vote would be.
Hold on a second. Let's do.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my
Let's do
God.
this.
Okay. You need like
Wait, let me get in the thing there. I need yeah.
There's a strawberry. It will not balance on your head.
It will.
There we go. That's pretty good. That's pretty close. Come on now. That's pretty close. Don't show people's deck lists, but whatever. That's pretty. And there we go. A lot better. 37% of the time, it works every time. I know what I would vote for.
All right, well, let's give him the options here. There's the aristocratic Sabretooth, which, frankly, if you've ever read X-Men, this is where Sabretooth actually became a little bit more refined.
Okay, aristocratic Sabretooth. We can assume that maybe that's like a cape on the back there, or maybe it's part of like a headdress. Next up, we have Reigning Bobcat.
Mm-hmm.
Reigning Bobcat. If you always vote B, it's always correct. Maybe Reigning Bobcat is the answer. Royal Lynx, which, by the way, is just too good. Royal Lynx, to me, is too on the point for one of these names.
Oh, so you're
if
kind
your
of
event code is Royal Lynx, I think you lucked out.
I
because
think that-
usually they're weird.
Royal Lynx to me sounds like what the type of wine that the dolphin was drinking before. Like, oh, what do you have? I have a
Royal Lynx.
It's a 1963 Royal Lynx.
That's my water. No, I'm thirsty. Okay, I'm taking that back. Oh, and then the final one. Illustrious Caracol.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I know what I'm voting for.
What are you voting for?
I'm not telling you, but I'll tell you after the results are done.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to actually put my vote into chat because I want to play along. This
Yeah.
is like my favorite game.
Aristocratic Sabretooth. Like, the thing about it, this doesn't look like a Sabretooth to me because I don't see the teeth. And I think that the teeth would
right
be...
there.
No, those aren't teeth. That's like an extra little mustache thing going on.
In the middle, but then there's two like...
Those are not.
Those aren't teeth?
No, those aren't teeth. To me, this is an illustrious caracal. And you know why I know? No, it's a lynx. No, it's a like the hair on the tips of the ears is what's giving it away to me. That's why it's not A. It's definitely not A. In my opinion, I'm going with D. It is illustrious caracal. Let's
right,
go.
drum roll.
Drum roll.
It is. Oh! Speak out the mics. I think
We maybe did.
we
It's
just
fine. It's good.
exploded
It's
the
all
mics.
for the best part. Perfect.
Oh,
Awesome.
That's I love that one.
told
Illustrious
you.
Caracal is literally the perfect event code name because that is how they do it. They literally put a really great descriptor word with the weirdest animal you can find. It's never just like cat. It's always like caracal. Okay, here we go. Number 3.
Okay, hold on. How do I do this?
Oh, wait, maybe it.
I got an idea.
Maybe it is just.
Hold on. I got an idea.
Normal animal. Oh my god, this is great. All right, how are you gonna? Do you need something? Don't break that. Please don't break that. All right. He is grabbing a tripod, Sjohn, to reenact this sequence. Please don't try to actually. Oh, there you go. This is your moment. Screen cap this forever. This is going to be a new emote on Twitch and on YouTube. There it is. Okay. So your options on this one. Clingy mantis. I mean, it is clinging to the little, I guess it's a piece of grass. It looks kind of like a shepherd's cane, but I think that's, maybe it is a shepherd's cane. I don't know, because the next one is agrarian cricket. Agrarian cricket, which is, honestly, I could definitely see agrarian cricket now. Precarious locust. The question is how precarious does that look? Does that look precarious to you?
Where's I guess I'm to me it looks like a shepherd.
Yes, it does.
Clingy mantis kind of seems good, but it doesn't. You know what? It doesn't have the mantis hands because the mantis hands should be bent forward, downward, and these ones are bent upwards.
I don't know. Maybe
No,
they're there.
These are grasshopper hands.
Yeah.
These are mantis hands.
Okay. See, I wouldn't have picked A myself anyway, but then
And
your,
these are
your fourth
wait.
option.
And these are mansant hands.
Oh, there,
There, and these are. You can't get in there.
It's
Oh,
too far, it's too far. And
we
then
were close.
pastoral grasshopper is letter D. You can vote for pastoral grasshopper. That is a solid pick. For me, it's got to be between B and D. But I'm having a little more trouble with this one than the last two.
Well, I'm gonna go with the agrarian cricket to me because
I want to go that way too because agrarian's perfect for a shepherd's cane, but so is maybe in a way pastoral grass. I think you would have done something different. I'm
Actually-
going B.
So hold on a second before we say it, because the crickets have big antennae, don't they? So I don't know if this is a cricket as much as it is a grasshopper. I'm going with pastoral
Maybe
grasshopper.
Maybe D is correct then because I think for me it's torn between both, but pastoral grasshopper could be. Maybe that's what the what the pseudo wings are representing, a sort of the shawl.
No,
that you would
that's
put
called
over.
a pashmina.
Okay,
Pashmina.
sure.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta know.
Hey! Oh, you son of
Pastoral. No, that's the one you picked.
yeah!
All right, at this point, I think he's starting to lose it. Agrarian cricket's really good, though, but pastoral grasshopper makes a lot of sense.
I came off the cricket because of the length of the antennae, and I
right,
said it was a
that's what you said.
grasshopper because they don't have the long antennae.
That is exactly what you said. Yeah,
I went
so you called it correctly.
I'm an insectologist.
There it is. There it is.
I don't know what the
indeed.
real word for that is.
It's entomologist.
These are
My
my
girlfriend is
entomologists.
pursuing her PhD at Cornell in entomology. So
Okay,
Okay, wait.
there we know.
Does everyone hear this? Are you
yeah.
hearing?
Okay,
this?
hear it. All right,
I don't-
perfect.
I don't know if we're just getting to hear the loveliness that is Ethan Van Sant to the side, or if y'all hear it. But if you're hearing this, say it again so that we don't talk over you.
Oh, entomologist is the correct term. And
Yes.
I should know because my girlfriend is pursuing her PhD in entomology at Cornell right now.
Well, there you go. I mean, if you know it, you know it.
And if she
Pastoral-
graduates, she'll be an insectologist.
Oh my God. Got the stream. Get this clown shit out of here.
We
All right.
have we have a couple more rounds of this. Not right now, but we will be coming back with. We got one more. Oh God, I gotta
Let's
do
go.
another charade.
No, you get to do another charade.
I get
You
to
gotta
do
change
another
your
charade.
perspective. You got to change that
What
perspective.
the hell? Oh, God.
Oh, let's go. Okay, more papers. We need
hold
more
on.
papers.
We need papers, and I'm gonna use this bag of Ruffles all dressed chips as my tail. Give me some collar action, and then I'm gonna have to flaunt my.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, no, this is
It's not working out.
I'm not. No.
No, I
The
just was
screen
trying to
cap possibilities of what we just did. No, we're not doing that. Okay, so
I think
this
that you
point,
know what
cancel everything.
You tweet us the picture of you doing
that's
this.
it. You know what? We should do a giveaway related to this.
Oh, we should do a giveaway related to this. Okay, here's what we're doing.
Contest right now. Cosplay contest.
Yes.
Give us your best cosplay of this photo.
I know what it is. 100% I know what this one is.
I haven't even looked at the options. Oh my God!
All right,
no, I think I do.
Here we
too.
go. So here are the options, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful, wonderful drawing done by @BobbleWaffle. First of all, go follow @BobbleWaffle. You gotta do that. Option A, Orchid Skunk. Option 2/B, because we're doing letters. Lotus Chinchilla. Option C, Magnolia Squirrel. And option Delta, Daisy Chipmunk, which I believe was trying to think. Daisy Chipmunk. No, I'm like, is there a character named something like that? I thought there was, but I don't know. I've got the
A, B, C, or
worms
D.
on the brain.
Just pick A, B, C, or D is really your options.
And I
here.
know exactly what it is, and I will tell you why. So a chinchilla does not have a prominent tail of that ilk. Squirrels do not have a line on, like a design or a line, a coloration on their tail that goes in that direction. And a chipmunk doesn't have a tail. It has a little nub that goes. But an orchid skunk, a skunk has not only the pointed snout as well as the little coloration over here, but it also has the prominent stripe down the very bushy tail. There you go.
I just picked A because it was the only option that we hadn't used yet.
It's A, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what I picked as well. A.
Because
Let's see.
I'm an animalologist.
God. Oh my God. Why do I do this to myself?
Hey, you signed up.
I did. Is it
Yes.
60% A? Okay, cool. A is most likely the choice that we're all going for, but you know what? A, literally.
Wow, it looked like we were on a roller coaster there.
Whoa! Wait, this way.
Oh, we went the wrong way.
Okay, well, that illusion was completely
I was on a
ruined.
different roller coaster.
It is Orchid Skunk. Orchid Skunk is the answer. I love that one. That's a cute one. So yeah, tweet us with some pictures of your best Orchid Skunk
in the middle now.
cosplay, and let us know what you think. We will, I guess, tag both of us and tag MinMaxGames, and then we could pick someone and give them something.
Yeah, we have some boxes of Dust Till Dawn that we're going to be doing some giveaways for. If you know us, we like to just crack the packs, talk about it, and then do some sort of guess the cold foil type giveaway. But hey, this is a better option. If you want to show us your best Orchid Skunk, because Lord knows I do not want to be put in that position here on a live broadcast, but you can. Yes, you can. So tweet at WashFlake, tweet at Armada_DM, tweet at MinMaxGames1, and show us your picture because you can be a winner too.
It's the perfect way to get into cosplaying in the flesh and blood space. This is like this so easy. Anyone can do it. Just find stuff around your house. Orchid Skunk.
So
Decorate yourself like
yeah,
it.
we got 4 boxes of Dust Till Dawn to give away. That's one of the ways we're going to give one of those boxes away. And I don't even think we're going to open it. We'll give it to you sealed. How about that? As you dripping water everywhere, you deviant.
I think we could open it.
Well, look, I don't know. I'm what am I, a doctor? I don't know these things. Let's. So we're gonna go into round number 4. Sweet, there it is. Round number 4.
Ethan literally was like 4. It's on the screen.
Yeah, well, sometimes we kind of lose
inside.
sight of things. They're wrapping up round number 3 over here. We're gonna get you some more information about who's at the top of the heap, and take a short break. We'll be back with round number 4 here at the Battle Hardened in Atlanta, presented by MinMaxGames and Savage Feats. And Magnolia. Squirrel.
Feeling under pressure. Pressure. Feeling under
Back to business for round number 4 here at the Battle Hardened in Atlanta, Georgia. It is Flake alongside DM Armada. 128 players registered for this one. And the cream is rising to the top, my friend.
That it is, and we are going to be jumping into round 4 between none other than Lexi versus Iyslander and Daniel Rutkowski. Choosing this time around to play Iyslander. This is something we haven't seen him do much in the past. I mean, he's generally kind of gravitated towards, Fi and some other sort of aggro heroes, but instead choosing to pick up Iyslander for this event. And, well, it's served him well thus far, sitting at 3-0.
And there's Taylor Crawford also sitting at 3-0 on Lexi Livewire, which is, I believe, the most represented hero here at the tournament and bubbling up to the top, 3-0, undefeated as we move into round number 4. Both players in exceptional positions, but one is going to be taking the L here. So who will it be? Will it be Daniel Rutkowski, a known player, a well-known competitor, has really done so well in his career, and Taylor Crawford, Taylor Crawford's coming in with a look at those. Those are beautiful He-Man sleeves that he's using. You can't really see him because he's doing it there, but you'll see some wicked cool He-Man sleeves.
That is sure. Those are sleeves. Those are definitely sleeves that exist in the game. Wearing the Team Runaways hat is Daniel Rutkowski, repping the team and showing off some things.
Oh, and he's got like Laughmaster sleeves for his equipment too. Insane. Those are so cool. So the He-Man, he's presenting the He-Man sleeves for cutting and flipping over the Laughmaster sleeves.
Oh my God.
But but the thing is like Daniel Rutkowski rocking the cool Fabry sleeves. So not bad.
Yeah, those are actually quite crisp. We were talking about this right before it went on because we saw those sleeves, and I asked you the question, do you like the yellow, the blue, or the red the best? As he shuffles up Superman sleeves on the other side. And I personally prefer the red here. I think it's very rich.
All right, so for everybody who's wondering what the hell's going on with my psychosis, frankly, I understand that it's Batman and that's the Joker. It's just that every time I make a Star Wars reference and Steven makes a Jean-Luc Picard reference in response or says, oh yeah, that was the best one of the Lord of the Rings, wasn't it? This is my response to you, Steven, okay?
Well,
it's He-Man and Laughmaster.
It was fantastic. Very well executed. Very well done. And over on the Lexi side of things, revealing the Trench of Sunken Treasure, signed by Federico Musetti.
Wonderful human being who's going to be at some of the nationals that are floating around. So wonderful human being to go see if he's ever at an event that you're at. I highly implore you to go just at least say hi. His smile is infectious and he's an awesome dude. But we're starting off by loading up a Heat Seeker.
Yeah, blowing up that 6-card hand, setting up turn 0 and saying, I'd like to play with 6 cards and break the fundamentals of Fab, please and thank you. I play Lexi. And passing on over to the best deck in the format, which is Iyslander, and Daniel Rutkowski clearly understanding that, picking up the deck and playing it to a 3-0 record, picking up that Warmonger's Diplomacy and saying, how would you like to proceed, sir?
It's going to be war, my friend. I believe that Taylor's going to be choosing violence, and we're going to just, top this off as well with a Waning Moon, I believe, just for 2. Now, when it comes to Arcane Barrier, now that hand piece used to be equipped with the Bullseye Bracers that had the Arcane Barrier built in, so it was doing double duty. Now you got to make a concession here. Hornet Stink, very popular replacement, but in this case, Nullrune Gloves is going to have to be the one to keep Taylor into this, and there is a Falcon Wing. Built-in Go Again, 3 Go Again right off the bat, so you know that war was chosen on Taylor's side, meaning he cannot play non-attack actions.
Correct. Not necessarily affecting too much of the game plan over here of Lexi. Does have some capabilities of really kind of slowing you down depending on what they have in their hand, or if they want to activate certain effects. But in this case, we are most likely just going to be firing off some arrows anyway, so doesn't really do much for us. Nevertheless, it did allow us to send over some Waning Moon damage and also present the wonderful Team Poland Frostbite token there.
Beautiful, beautiful. Again, every time there's a big event, I believe they update the art, and I think it's all from scenery from the wonderful land of Poland. That's where my mother was born.
Really?
Yeah, she was born in Poland, in the city of Gdańsk, on the north end of Poland on the Baltic Sea. So
Amazing.
Frostbite again, timing this after the Falcon Wing to just sort of go ahead and maybe tax and throw a wrench in the system here of what Taylor wanted to do, opening with the Falcon Wing. The Heat Seeker still sitting there, but again, the Frostbites are going to be aplenty here, and it's going to be difficult for Taylor to really have that kind of perfect hand because he knows that at any juncture like this, it's going to be a blizzard to potentially stop what is happening here. Now, this is doing double duty because as you can see, it's adding a Frostbite because it is an ice card played on the opponent's turn. But at the same time, now Taylor has to make a choice. Pay 2 or succumb or forfeit your go again.
Yeah, losing go again here is a massive deal because it essentially just ends the turn on the spot if you don't pay. But looks like he's going to just not pay Arsenal and pass, set up for another 6-card hand next turn, which means you don't have to worry about paying through Frostbites. You don't have to worry about, paying extra, but it does mean that Daniel feels very comfortable on his own turn here with a 3-card hand, being able to just kind of send this big Fyendal's Fighting Spirit and still having the life loss, meaning you gain a life off of this and you're threatening 7 damage.
Life gain. Okay, we're taking something back. We're sorting something through here.
I think Taylor is possibly checking maybe he's considering doing something on in response or before, I guess, his turn ended. I'm not sure, but
okay. Well, we're calling an audible here, and we're going to instead set up the Channel Lake Frigid with the one floating doing nothing. The channel checker here has essentially gone on the flow counter, as it were, onto the Channel Lake Frigid. So we do know it's a red Fyendal's Fighting Spirit.
Oh, I see what they were saying. I guess he had chosen peace on the Warmonger's Diplomacy, and if he had chosen peace, then he couldn't play that attack.
There you go.
Probably most likely what was happening. Unfortunately, we don't have one of those wonderful War and Peace Metal Fab tokens yet. But once we add that, it'll be even better.
Hey, how about pitching 3 cards to play 2?
Cool.
Why not? Efficiency aplenty here, but that's what Channel Lake Frigid does to you. It really squeezes your resources and just kind of grinds you to a halt. It's like kind of sort of trying to walk through a pool of molasses when you've got the Channel Lake Frigid on the board. You cannot just do it so easy peasy. As Taylor, though, has managed to pair up a Premeditate with a
Heat Seeker,
another Heat Seeker.
Now, the interesting thing about this is that it's because Channel Lake Frigid taxed the hand so much that this is actually really pushing value out of both of these cards because Premeditate really lives and dies on giving you an arsenal after you've played like this 4, 5, 6-card hand. You gain an arsenal, that's giving you another card in the backswing, and then Heat Seeker sort of does the exact same thing. But because you've been taxed already on both of these, you're not making use of the cards in your hand except for pitching, and you're also stuck with a card in hand already. So if both of these effects trigger, you're not really doing anything with the card in hand. So this is a very powerful CMH, even though it was played CLF. Even though it was played on your turn and you already had to establish the flow counter on it, it's still getting a lot of value on this exact turn because it's forcing these cards to come down in power level.
Daniel just going to go ahead and take 5 of this. And again, the Ponder token and the card draws and the Heat Seeker triggers all stacked and all make sense. But hey, there's a Rain Razors, and that's going to give +2 to all of the arrow attacks. And we know what Daniel Redkowski has in his arsenal. It is a red Fyendal's Fighting Spirit, so he's going to be able to recover a little bit of that health, but as well as sending some more. But opting in this case rather to actually maintain potentially the Channel Lake Frigid if he can go ahead and pitch another ice card, which he does. There's the Ice Bolt. So managing to actually keep CLF around for another turn, and that can be huge because now that free Rain Razors is going to cost you a card.
Yes, that really slows this 6-card hand down. Now, you are always guaranteed basically having a 6-card hand, but one of those cards was always going to either go into the arsenal or stay in hand. So like I said, you slowed down your opponent's turn on Daniel's side with that CLF, Channel Lake Frigid establishing the board. You're also slowing down their next turn, even though they're able to set up these multiple 6-card hands. They haven't really gotten much use out of it on Taylor's side of things.
Channel Lake Frigid standing tall here, a major tool to slow down the pure potency of Lexi Livewire. Insidious Chill, not a problem now, but Taylor knows that any kind of fused Aether Ice Vein can spell doom. You only have AB1, so that can be just a massive, shedding of cards out of Taylor's hand. And if you don't line that up with a 3-of-a-kind turn or something to recover all those cards, it can be problematic. We're starting off by pitching a blue drill shot to play the Falcon Wing right out of the arsenal. Has the built-in go again. Now the question is Taylor equipped here to actually turn this Falcon Wing into a Falcon Punch with the Rain Razors? But I don't think so, because you have one card left. There's no way that you're going to make use of that Rain Razors for just 2 arrows.
Yeah, I was about to mention that this CLF is just doing so much work in this early game, just back and forth, because you don't have extra access, your turn is essentially just Falcon Wing pass. You don't have the extra resources to be able to load another arrow and fire it, and you don't really want to play Rain Razors for little value as just, buffing this one arrow. So you're able to, again, end your turn as Taylor on a 6-card hand, but at what cost, and what are you really doing in the meantime? And here is another disruptive turn. You're going to lose the CLF on this turn, but you're basically taking cards from hand anyway off of Insidious Chill and the fuse of the Aether Ice Vein.
Well, this is the question here, because in my mind, I was like, okay, you're tossing away a Blizzard. That's a very potent card against Lexi. However, if you're going to be getting cards out from Insidious Chill and from Aether Ice Vein, you don't need the Blizzard. Send it back. We'll get it back later. So ultimately here, Daniel Rutkowski not getting too greedy with these powerful impact cards like Blizzard. He's sending it back and hoping that it'll come back at a better time later, because ultimately here, Aether Ice Vein and the Insidious Chill are going to do a great job of taxing cards out of Taylor's hand to really limit the reach that Rain Razors is going to have. And hey, why not a little Waning Moon to set the pace here? Again, it's an offensive Waning Moon from the perspective of it's being played on Daniel's turn. Only comes in for 2. But again, chip away, slowly, slowly, slowly. That's the way Iyslander does that. And when you least expect it, suddenly it's like, hey, why not an attack for 7 from Arsenal?
Yeah, exactly. And it also allows you to pitch more cards, see more cards, play more cards, and circle around to another channel like Frigid, or even that Blizzard that you're pitching right now. If you can somehow make it and continue to sort of storm down on the board and slow this progress for Lexi, you can make it maybe around to your pitch stack and find that copy of Blizzard to get some extra use out of it at the end of the game.
Another heater from Arsenal. Again, this one was already preloaded, so it doesn't have the benefits of Voltaire Strike twice. So no go again, no +1. What you see is what you get. It is a 5 attack on hit. Basically, beginning of the end phase, put the top card of your deck face up into your arsenal. That can be problematic, but when you have a Rain Razors occupying the 2nd spot, that can easily be played to clear up that slot. Less scary here.
Yeah, depends on what Daniel wants to do over his next turn cycle, because this is coming for 5, and it can be responded to with Rain Razors in the reactions phase. And he's got 1 card left, 2 resources floating. The question becomes, how does he want to maybe try to block this out? What does he respect? How does he want to establish his own board state? He has a Frost Hex over there in hand, but that's definitely not a card that you normally see getting established unless you have massive amounts of tempo in this matchup, because this matchup is going to go so fast with Lexi just trying to push a ton of damage. You're really looking for those moments to slow the game down over the course of several turns, and I'm sure Taylor's sitting back feeling like, when will the disruption end? Can we just get to a point where I don't really have to deal with, these cards being ripped out of my hands or pitching them away just to play 1 arrow?
Oh, here's a little insight for you, Taylor. Never. It's not going to end. It's going to probably be sustained until the, end game here, as Daniel Rutkowski has really timed a lot of these cards very well, and oftentimes it's just a matter of opportunity. You draw them at the right time, and fortunately for Taylor, that Rain Razors has been in there for a couple turns already. He's just, unfortunately, had some of those big turns stifled by CLF, channel like Frigid, has stifled by blizzards and frostbites, etc. But hey, that's how she plays, and we're going to go ahead and give up some extra cards here. And it looks like he was also respecting the
play of the Rain Razors. He's respecting playing that over the top, so he blocks for 7 total, and he's most likely just going to throw that Fyendal's Fighting Spirit out there. Still has the life deficit, so he's able to gain a life. He accidentally pressed lose a life, which would be awful. He should be at 29. Indeed, he is now at 29, representing 7, and he's putting an Aether Ice Vein into the arsenal, most likely is what he's got here in the hand left over. But there are a couple of different kind of decision points on that previous turn, because you had the capability of doing some powerful things if you choose to take that damage. But in doing so, you're putting yourself a lot lower, and you're giving more value to your opponent to see more cards dig further in that respect as
All
well.
right, so the it was 31 to 28. Taylor put himself up to 32, which he shouldn't have been. So he put himself back down and then put Daniel up to 29, but accidentally put himself down to 30, and then took 7 from the Finals Fighting Spirit, which brings him down to 24. He should be at 24. I know that he had gone down to 30 and then down to 24, which is 6 damage. Or if the Fighting Spirit was doing 7. That should be the correct totals.
So coming across with Bolton shot for 3.
Ooh, this is sneaky because it's a Bolton shot for 3. Doesn't have the natural built-in go again, but with the Rain Razors improving the attack to 5, it will then gain the go again plus the reload effect.
Yes.
So Daniel Rudkowski has a decision to make. Do you overblock this and prevent the reload effect? Do you let it happen, let him expend the Rain Razors, and then maybe use your other cards to block other arrows that might be incoming? This is a tough decision here. My suspicion is that you just let this go, but it's a difficult decision to make here.
Well, the other option is you could always just consider, well, this is now that we're looking at the hand, we're looking at a red Aether Ice Vein with the capability of fusing it on your own turn. So you also want to decide how you're going to play out your own turn. We have a yellow Aether Ice Vein in the arsenal as well, which makes things even more tricky because you can't play that on your opponent's turn, being yellow, of course. So you'd be incentivized to clear that from your arsenal so that you can arsenal something blue and then kind of continue the onslaught on your opponent's turn of disruption. Because it's a yellow, you don't have the capability of disrupting this turn. And yeah, exactly. And you may just consider keeping the hand, doing very powerful things on your turn, doing very powerful things on your opponent's next turn. So this may be a turn where we take a good chunk of damage.
Well, here comes 5. The reload effect is going to follow up with another Bolton shot. This one is a red, so it'll be a 6 coming in. Again, same effect. Go again, on hit, reload. It's a lot of free real estate you're giving up to Taylor here to go ahead and fire arrows out of the arsenal effectively for free. Snapdragon Scaler still something that you can do, but with double arsenal slots, you can put a card in there, reload. You can still, again, load your bow, but are you running out of cards? You've got, how many cards left? There's 3, I believe.
In hand,
you got plenty here. One of those is an ice card. It might be a Winter's Bite, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Winter's Bite blue.
Yeah.
So that's enough fuel. If you need to load and fire, there's plenty of opportunity here for Taylor to just go off.
So he's going to load that into the arsenal, clean everything up, flip with Lexi. It looks like it's an infecting shot red, and that is going to not have any necessary effect for Lexi's, granting of frostbite or anything like that. Instead, we're just giving ourselves a face-up arsenal. And let's see if Taylor is going to just load up with Voltaire and continue the onslaught. I think he's got a very potent hand here.
Huge potency here. Is that a second infecting shot?
I think so. I think he's got 2 in hand, and that can push a ton of extra damage.
This is the turn that a Lexi player dreams of. Those 4-arrow massive turns off the back of a Rain Razors where the on hits just inflict extra pain. It is a second infecting shot. This infecting shot is coming in for 7 go again. There is 1 floating. You know that last arrow is another 7. Daniel Rudkowski is looking at that yellow Aether Ice Vein in Arsenal. He's got 2 ice cards, an Ice Eternal, and a red Aether Ice Vein. You can potentially do something along the lines of give 2 cards to block right here, exactly, and keep the 2, keep a blue and an ice card in order to basically play the Ice Vein from Arsenal, fuse it, and pocket that ice card.
Exactly, and I think that's the exact line that he's taking. And this is a beneficial kind of trade here simply because you're going to get Insidious Chill triggers as well, and so you will be ripping cards. You're guaranteed to, but you've put yourself at a very low life total, which is a very dangerous spot to be in. And choosing to fuse with the Ice Bolt, pitching the Aether. What are you pointing at? You're pointing at
3 of a kind.
You're pointing at 3 of a kind in the other hand, but
and
choosing to keep the Ice Bolt here, which does cost 2, instead of dropping the other into pitch and keeping the 1 cost attack.
So he's keeping the 2 costs in Arsenal because he has the Tunic up, which means that a blue pitch can go ahead and create the Ice Bolt plus the Waning Moon. 100%. The important thing here is based off of all of this that was peeled out. Look at this, the just recursion of all of those cards. Why the heck not? You just gave up a bunch of cards to block, but hey, 1 pitch, 1 3 of a kind, and we're back in business. So the 3 of a kind still on the stack. Daniel Rudkowski just wondering, how can I respond to this, because this is your opportunity. Once those 3 of a kind it hits the resolution phase, it's back to Taylor to make the next move. So
That's correct.
here comes Daniel. He's going to go ahead and play the Ice Bolt out of Arsenal, creating a Frostbite, 3 arcane damage on the stack, 1 float here. The Frostbite might have some significance here. I mean, if Taylor draws all reds here, that can be a significant boon to his plan here.
Now, this is great timing for the Waning Moon. Yes, it is using the rest of your resources, but that's okay because you want the damage right now, and you don't want them to stop it. And you're putting your opponent down to 14. You've given them Frostbite. They're going to have to pay through it, but they're able to swing a Bolt and Shot in response. But you have them at 14, which means you're getting them very close to lethal ranges in that 11, 12 life total.
Taylor drew a Codex of Frailty, and the only way that you can play Codex of Frailty on this turn is if this Bolt and Shot connects and you can reload the Codex into Arsenal, which he has opted not to do. We're going for the Quiver.
Misses on the Quiver trigger because he reveals a Rain Razors, so Quiver does not pop, doesn't let you load up, and that turn is going to be over. Not what you want from a 3-of-a-kind turn. You want to be able to go wide or disrupt, and you didn't really get to do either of those. And Daniel's left with a 2-card hand as Iyslander. That is a very scary proposition because you can still do some very powerful things. Unfortunately for him, it looks like those 2 cards are not great. You don't have Coronet Peak up. You can't pitch into Coronet Peak. Instead, you're just going to Ice Eternal Fused. That is going to trigger your 3rd trigger of Insidious Chill. It's going to rip some cards. It is going to represent a Frostbite and some damage as well.
It's an important time to do this, but ultimately I think what Taylor's looking to do here is to preserve life. You don't want to get into that Stormstrider's kill range.
That's right.
But at the same time, if you can get out of this by putting in that Rain Razors into your arsenal and trying to work for that payoff turn, that's a good opportunity here. But in this case, no, he's going to go, okay, pitch the Rain Razors, preserve a little bit of life here.
I will pass.
He does give the Frostbite. I do believe we got to make sure the Frostbite is given over there because I think the Frostbite is the overall effect. That is the original effect, is giving a Frostbite, and then if you fuse it, arcane damage based on the number of Frostbites you control, which is why we saw the pitch there. It is. Oh, it is create X Frostbite, so no damage then?
No damage.
Let's take a look. Ah, I see.
Yeah, the fusion is
Double
gets the
X.
Insidious Chill, I guess, peeling some cards out of the hand as well here as Taylor once again going to drop a Infecting Shot blue, I believe. Yep, so for 4 with the +1 option here, and opting to just hold that last card again with those beautiful Midnight Protector sleeves. One of Steven's favorite superheroes,
That's
Midnight
true.
Protector.
Yes, you spotted it. You figured it out.
So for, again, it's not easy to just look at this and just kind of brush it off, because on hit it's going to create a Bloodrot Pox token, which deal 2 at the end phase or pay 3, and that's something that you don't necessarily want to do. So we're just going to go ahead and toss is that a Winter's Grasp?
Yes.
Winter's Grasp in front of this a 3-block ice card. Why not? And hey, here comes the Snapdragon Scalers to give this go again. Taylor following up the Infecting Shot blue with 1 float. What's left here? And I think what Daniel's saying here is, okay, what is, like, if that, is it a 0 cost or is it a 1 cost? If it's a 1 cost, I need to frost you out here. If it's not, if it's a 0 cost, well, then I just kind of busted ice for no reason.
Sitting on a very powerful Arsenal card and being able to pitch into it, pitching a blue if you have a blue in hand, meaning you basically cycle your card in hand and you're able to set up a Waning Moon. But this is perhaps why you don't trigger that early, because if you give up your arsenal, then they can force Codex of Frailty down onto you to make you lose a card outright on your turn. Instead, here this is just going to give the benefit to Taylor and not take a card out of the hand from Daniel because you haven't extended your arsenal already.
Daniel with the Spurlock maneuver. Just evaluating the graveyard here, making sure that all variables are accounted for. There's a lot of mystery left in that deck, but you want to make sure that everything that you can account for is accounted for. And we're at this critical juncture here where Daniel is going to respond, opting to respond here with the Cold Snap.
Now, this is interesting because this does mean he is going to cycle a card into his hand with the Cold Snap being played. He has the capability of frost biting, if you will, and that's going to possibly change what Taylor picks up. He's got the 1 resource floating, but what it also ends up meaning is that Oh, he's just going to take the damage there, take the damage. This is a hugely interesting back and forth because it also is going to force a card into his own arsenal and essentially make it a non-blocking card. But
Well, hold on a second. I mean, you freeze this Cold Snap was the perfectly timed card here because the Frostbite and the Cold Snap, what you're saying here to Taylor is pay 1 or your arsenal's frozen, but you're putting a card in arsenal anyways. So do you want to put it in there and then do nothing because you can't pay for it? Because if you want to commit that last resource to pay and circumvent the Cold Snap, that's one thing. But now the Frostbite's going to stop whatever arrow you have in there from firing.
Well, there's no card in arsenal currently, so it's not freezing the arsenal itself. It's freezing the card that's there, and there is none. So.
Okay. So it's not like it's not the arsenal as like
No.
an area.
No, not
it's
conceptually, no. It
Ah.
would freeze a card there. So that's why. So drill shot
okay.
here is what's placed in drill shot being a 0 cost, and the reason you do this is because it allows, and we're going to drop a CNC in there, which has a lot of utility, of course, in this matchup. But this forces essentially Taylor to play a 0 cost arrow because they only have the 1 resource and they don't have the capability of going and finding something like a Heat Seeker and throwing that out there because it taxes them on the Frostbite. But it does lose you a card out of your hand in a way because you have to drop that into your arsenal.
See, and that's the beauty of this game is that we're still learning such of the intricacies of each hero here, and I am not going to say that I know this game perfectly, and I am very open to learning some of these nuanced little interactions there. So, wonderful, wonderful play. Now, this is a CNC for 5. Why is it for 5? Well, just above it there, you see the frailty token. Any weapon or card from Arsenal is coming in at -1, but still a scary card nonetheless for a Lexi player, and Lexi has to be aware. Even at 11, you're in dangerous territory here.
Yeah. This is actually the kill range where Iyslander can start really punishing you for overextending. But it's funny, we saw the CNC in the hand that got discarded off of the Codex of Frailty effect, and it went and got a CNC in Arsenal. So we basically traded a CNC that for 6 for a CNC for 5 that was in the Arsenal. I think that's just interesting to make note of. Nevertheless, we do still have the capability of putting an arsenal for ourselves and setting ourselves up to threaten lethal from this point forward in the game.
5 attack, command and conquer, on hit, destroy the arsenal. And that's all Lexi wants, is to preserve that precious space. New Horizon, the last bastion of hope for blocking if necessary on physical. But do you want to give up that arsenal slot? It's a very dangerous gambit here, but okay. So full blocks here, giving up a Winter's Bite and a 3 block here to cover up that command and conquer nice and tight. The frailty token dissipates, no problem. Back to Daniel Rutkowski to just evaluate. What do I have? Do I have that magic spice? Now, explain to us what that magic spice is. What is that reach of 11?
Oh, but before I do, look, he's playing Codex of Inertia. This card is fantastic in this exact matchup because it allows you to force the Inertia token across and make it to where they can't play an Arsenal. But and this may be the decision point, if you've got Emeritus Scolding in Arsenal and a red spell in hand, like that Aether Ice Vein if that were red, and you had Emeritus Scolding blue in Arsenal, you'd be able to push damage from Arsenal. You'd be able to swing Waning Moon. That is an Emeritus Scolding. You'd be able to swing Waning Moon, and you can... Oh, it's an Aether Ice Vein red, I have been told. In hand. He continues to say things. I apologize. I misread it. Either way, he's got the Aether Ice Vein in hand. I believe that's an Emeritus Scolding blue in Arsenal, which means you do have your opponent on the lethal line, if you will. Nevertheless, you have the capability, if they overextend completely, to destroy them on this turn. But you have to get through whatever they're planning with Codex of Inertia here.
Yeah, this is dangerous here. Very dangerous. I mean, you typically want to pull the trigger on this play when they're spent, when you're facing down lethal. You want to be able to pop off on it. Now, Emeritus Scolding from Arsenal is going to cost you, or is going to deal 4, bringing Taylor to 7. You can Ice Vein for 5, right, with the red Ice Vein.
Yeah, and then you follow it up with Waning Moon for 3. And so when you're counting the damage, you can go, and it depends on what gloves you're running as well. You can push extra damage there, but if you're looking at the base, you're looking at 4 plus 5 from hand makes 9, and then you push for 12 total without any Metacarpus node buffs off of the Waning Moon if you have the resources for everything.
Now,
face
keeping
up.
in, yeah, you have to also keep in mind you're gonna have to maybe be patient on this because what if null rune, like you have to factor in the null rune gloves and being able to stop some of that. So I think what Daniel, with a reach of 12, is hoping that he can catch an opportunity where Taylor only has one remaining resource.
Right. So if we pin that last card in hand on like a red card, then we could certainly consider pushing here for the lethal. But either way, it's going to nerf what's going to be happening on this turn. We're going to pitch and the fuse, and that's the big key. If you have the capability of fusing here, it changes everything completely because it's going to trigger that effect, and it's going to force the card no matter what you do. And so he's going to block some of that damage. He's going to float, or really I think it's going to force the trigger on the Aether Ice Vein, I should say. But it keeps a card in hand. You have the 2 for the Waning Moon. And then from this point, you're just looking at what damage you can present, and you're currently sitting at 7 that you can present with Waning Moon plus the Emeritus Scolding Blue in Arsenal.
So he blocked, was that 5 damage that was presented? I mean, it's 5. He blocked 1, and he was at 11. Shouldn't he be at 7?
Seeing as he flips
Oh,
through.
yeah, AB2. Okay. So the trench and the trench and the gloves are going to soak that up, and I think Taylor's very cognizant of the fact that he needs to protect his life total here, understanding the potential reach. He might have to sacrifice this particular turn in terms of the potency and the reach that he was hoping to achieve. However, at the same time here, if Taylor can survive this and knows that he's getting out of this with no boots and Daniel with no arsenal, that's a pretty big deal.
It is a big deal. If Taylor survives this salvo, which it does look like I believe he does. If he does survive this salvo, then he is able to put together perhaps another large turn after this and try to get Daniel off of an arsenal and maybe push to the win here. But this is one of those precarious moments, and I think Daniel's really trying to weigh his options and see if it's worth extending the Emeritus Scolding Blue here in the arsenal. If nothing else, you have the capability of Waning Moon with the extra resources. I think that's what he's favoring first. I think that's what I would be looking at first no matter what.
Daniel Rakowski, 3-0, same as Taylor Crawford. Both players perfect so far throughout this tournament. It's the 4th round of the Battle Hardened here in Atlanta, presented by MinMaxGames. Savage Feats, Magnolia Games as well. Daniel Rakowski has already committed Storm Striders, fired off an Aether Ice Vein Red fused. Taylor Crawford pitching with the AB2 to just sustain as much life as possible. And Daniel, once again, just seeing what he's got left in the tank here.
Making my choice.
So there's an interesting world where we live that if, for example, if we go Waning Moon, using those 2 resources, and then we play Emeritus Scolding, pitching the blue in hand, and float 1 resource, that the Codex of Inertia could find us like a 1-cost blue or a 0-cost blue spell and send us another opportunity to send an attack, or send, I should say, an arcane damage spell.
Sure.
Where, I mean, the crazy, greasy world we live in, we could pull off the top just a random lethal, which is kind of the wizard way when you think about it. But I think that's what he's weighing his options. That's why he's checked his own graveyard so much, because he's trying to calculate the possibilities that he could just make a play for it. Because if he gives up the arsenal here on Codex of Inertia, he's going to have to discard a card, but he's going to gain an arsenal. But if he's used the card in hand, the last card in hand, to pitch, then he doesn't have to discard a card. He doesn't have a card left in hand, but he has a resource floating off of the Emeritus Scolding, pitching a blue, of course.
All right, well, let's just go ahead and hit the Waning Moon for 3. We're right out of the box. It's only 2's going to connect as the remaining float
Last take.
from the Searing Shot blue pitch.
This is a weird decision point, and one of those things you don't necessarily think of when you sit down for, like a game playing as Iyslander, but it's kind of a weird moment. Now, here's the other thing. If you do this play and you don't get something you can play, then you're guaranteed to lose it because the Inertia token's going to trigger at the end of your turn and make you lose the overall, ability to play off an arsenal.
Yes, it's the Steve Carell school of if you don't use it, you lose it. And but again, this could be 2 completely different scenarios, like you mentioned. It could be a Codex of Inertia that finds an absolute brilliant card to maybe close out the game, or or it can be something that you basically are just going to put through the paper shredder anyways. And it looks like Daniel Rutkowski's going to gamble on playing to win rather playing to not lose to a degree, and he's going to come in with 4 from Emeritus Scolding. We're going to trench here.
Yeah, the trench here is sort of telegraphed because that card is face down. You didn't have an arsenal anyway, and the Codex of Inertia allows you to drop something into the arsenal. That's going to give you a resource off of the trench, and it's going to stop 1 of that arcane damage, dropping him down to 3. And if that card if that card was like some interesting spell, then he could have maybe pushed for lethal, but it's not going to end up mattering because you did have the trench resource. Calculating that out meant that your opponent is sitting at 3, and they gain the arsenal, and you gain the arsenal, but you unfortunately have to play under inertia.
So what is that card? It looks like a Polar Blast, I believe. Is it Polar Blast or Cold Snap? What am I looking
It's like
at?
a Polar Blast, but this is actually a solid little play.
Well,
Having a Polar Blast, you could pay for it.
create a Frostbite, draw a card. You never know what
Yeah,
that last
well,
card's going to be,
But that's the thing. It draws you a card.
but you
and
can't play it.
You can't play it, no, but maybe it gives you something. I guess there's really no recourse to do anything on your own turn if you don't have the second card to follow it up with, unless you draw exactly Frosting.
Yeah.
That's such a potential 6
There-
there.
You hear Daniel say there was so much potential there, and he's exactly right. There could have been some insane things that happened. Is that an Insidious Chill? Yeah, he's going to lose the inertia, no matter what it ended up being.
Oh, this is a very precarious position. Iyslander without an arsenal is a completely different animal here.
Yeah, no arsenal, no boots, no recourse to stop a 3-of-a-kind turn. This could spell victory for Taylor in a very big and real way. See, as he flips up, shows a searing shot.
Oh, that's a nasty one because that is a 0-cost arrow to bookend this entire thing. Inertia shot. Is that inertia shot?
Yeah, sedation shot is going to come
Sedation shot,
across,
yep.
and that does, on hit, create another inertia token, which could nerf the turn. This is a must-block card, but at this point, almost everything's must-block. If you could get away with keeping that Emeritus Scolding Blue in hand, you'd love to throw that in the arsenal, but at this point, you're sitting at 5. Your opponent's on a 3-of-a-kind turn.
Oh,
They
man.
have at least 2 more arrows they're going to fire.
The thing is that searing shot, if left alone to its own devices, is lethal, right? So this is incredibly disgusting how this is going to be played out. It's a frost lock. It's only 3 go again, but I mean, this might be another wheel where Daniel just has to give up everything, but he's going to take the 3 here, but he's got to cover up this searing shot anyways.
I think he's considering how he wants to approach this. How do you get the most efficiency out of your cards? At this point, you are basically priced into blocking everything.
Well, think about it. I mean, that searing shot at the end of the day was absolutely brutal. Now, the scary part here is that what's the last card? Okay, like maybe Daniel Rutkowski's thinking, okay, what if that's a Winter's Bite? If I let this go and he Winter's Bites me, then I lose. So, but ultimately, you have to sort of play into that thought here. But he's going to go ahead and toss 3 in front of the Frostlock. Searing Shot is the last order of business, which is essentially lethal.
Yeah, look, he really wanted to favor that Emeritus Scolding in the arsenal, but he knew that it was not going to happen. He's going to have to throw that in front of there because that just
Oh,
casual
he
lethal.
sees
So
it
he's
too.
gonna just chuck it in there. It leaves Taylor with an arsenal. Taylor has been cold, calm, calculated, and smelling blood in the water now, drawing into another 5-card hand. And Daniel's sitting on no arsenal again, but this time he's drawn into a couple of defensive pieces, and a Blizzard could help hugely.
That is a huge help. Absolutely 100%. But if you're going to start off here comes the 4 go again. Endless Arrow. This has to be. I mean, the other option here is you block 3 of this.
Well, he has a Sink Below in hand. The Sink Below could provide a fine cover-up on this, and then you can also tax those 2 resources with the Blizzard and give a Frostbite to make something like that Death Touch a lot harder to play, but most likely they're still going to be able to play that out, and you're still going to have to give up cards just to handle this. The other weird thing is that the Fiendal's Fighting Spirit in hand is a 2-block, and you'd love to see if you can get some value off of gaining a life, but in order to do that, you'd have to take some damage, and you don't really want to take damage on this Endless Arrow.
Daniel doing his best to just completely extend as many times, many turns as he possibly can. We've seen it in the past, even you and I, Icelanders that have remained resilient and find a seam in order to just go ahead and pierce through and finally find a victory as both players clinging to life here at 3. Taylor firmly in command here. A Sink Below meeting the Endless Arrow in the middle of the board here. Daniel kind of scratching his head. He has found answers. He has found lethals. He has merely not found the leeway in order to just stay alive to play them. Again, Iyslander with no arsenal seems like just it turns a pit bull into a chihuahua.
Yeah, no arsenal and no boots, and I think
Here's
think
the other
Daniel's-
emeritus.
Yeah, Daniel's kicking himself because he did find those emeritus back to back, but he's really realizing that when you make that sort of final push play with Stormstriders, if you're not using it to win the game or to prevent your own lethal being applied to you, then you put yourself in this position where you just can't do anything, and you can kind of get like Kadashi locked out of the game in a way, or hard locked out, where you're just committing everything you can to not dying.
Bolton shot. 5 go again of the +1. Nasty break point here. No cards in arsenal, I don't believe.
Can you see the clock? I can't at all.
So there's 13 minutes. Both players are kind of just being cognizant of the fact that the clock is also ticking away. They got plenty of time though. I don't think that is going to be a factor in this, as Daniel has seen the complexion of this game completely change here based off the fact that he's been playing without an arsenal. Had he been able to escape this turn or any of the past couple turns with a card in arsenal, it would have essentially meant the end of the game.
Both players picking up each other's graveyards and just having a look, as you like to call it, the Spurlock maneuver.
Spurlock maneuver.
One Brodie Spurlock is a big fan of keeping track of the ratios across the board of what we've seen, what we haven't seen, threat density, that sort of thing. Unfortunately, right now, Daniel is sitting here looking at a 2-block hand outside of a sink below. He's got 3 2-blocks in hand and a sink below, which is quite awkward, but also wanting to cover up the break point of Bolton shot here, and that is coming for 5. Makes it very uncomfortable to block it up, because then you have to like give a card plus a sink below and sink into maybe something like a 3-block and hope that you can kind of cover up whatever else happens. But maybe he's just going to give him the value on the effect, sinking a card, trying to draw into a 3-block. Most likely he does indeed draw into a 3-block. That is going to give him the ability to block a little bit more effectively.
All right, heater. The last heater, I believe. It's 5 go again. Again, breakpoints aplenty here. Daniel Rutkowski being like, come on, dude. Like, give me a 3. Give me something I can deal with. These are really nasty.
No, but this is actually good because he has the 5 there. He can block it out. Oh, but the Codex of Frailty. Codex of Frailty allows him to send one more attack. He's going to get the Endless Arrow. He's going to go and grab any attack into the arsenal. It doesn't really matter what you grab because the last card in hand is going to get discarded. That means that Endless Arrow comes across with no block available and wins the game for Taylor, taking down Iyslander off the back of Trench of Sunken Treasure and Codex of Inertia. Both MVPs in that matchup in the pivotal turn. And Taylor goes to 4-0.
Taylor 4-0, taking Lexi to where she has had a firm grip, which is top of the Swiss rounds. Converting, a different story. Let's be real here, as Iyslander, kind of the animation here, kind of saying, yeah, cool story. I'll just see you in top 8 anyway, so where I'll probably get my revenge. That has been the tale of the tape for the past many tournaments here, as Iyslander has been performing wonderfully and just succeeding with exquisite efficiency here. Ultimately, though, there are so many Lexis out in the field, and we don't know necessarily what all the heroes are. Once we get we're going to take a look at some of the brackets later on and sort of fill you in a little bit about who's at the top of the bracket, who's remaining undefeated. But there you have it, right there above my head is the breakdown, the hero breakdown. Again, 24 Lexis, just way far ahead of any other hero.
That's right. And Daniel Rutkowski picking up Iyslander for this event. I think he's played a bit of Iyslander before. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you know in chat, let me know. But definitely one of the heroes that I wouldn't have expected him to be on. I would have thought he would have been on something like a Phi list, which is his I believe his favorite deck ever is Phi. His favorite hero certainly ever is Phi. He's talked about it a lot. I would have expected him on that. Instead, taking Iyslander, and unfortunately losing the game here in round 4 for him, but still sitting at a respectable 3-1 with a loss in round 4 of 7 is not a bad place to be, and you're still alive for the possible top 8 cut.
Yeah, you still definitely have some margin for error still left in the bank there for Daniel Rutkowski. Don't count him out. He's been there. He's done that. But hey, it's quite a strong field. Again, 128 players here at the Battle Hardened in Atlanta. So some other names out there. I mean, not 20 feet to my left is Josh Lau playing against Mara Faris.
Wow,
So,
look at that.
yeah, there's
That's exciting.
great stuff happening here.
Some great players at the event, like you said, and of course some great just overall competition being played. I would love to see. Maybe we can do this. Maybe we can cut to a break and then I can go ask around to see if we can get like an updated sort of form and facet of where like the standings are sitting and what kind of heroes are starting to convert into those final rounds of Swiss. But I think that would be super interesting to see. So let's do this. Let's take a quick 10-minute or so break as this round concludes. We can see what we can find out and bring to you so that you can get updated on the wider world of the tournament here in Atlanta. This is the Battle Hardened Atlanta, put on by MinMaxGames, put on by Magnolia Games, and we hope you stick around with us. So don't go too far. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to the Battle Hardened here in Atlanta. We are entering round 5. It's Flake. It's Armada. It's you. It's Coffee.
Oh.
That continues to show up because I can't help myself. And it's Prism, Awakener of Soul, here in round 5, currently sitting at 3-1. Up against someone we've already seen on, and, well, I'd love to see it again. And we're going to Merrick Kemp on Dash. So we're looking at Prism versus Dash. Elijah piloting this Prism deck to a 3-1 record currently, and I'll tell you right now, there's not a lot of people that probably would have expected that record out of 4 rounds.
Yeah, well, hey, that's what we're here for, to ruin everybody's brackets. Ultimately, though, Merrick Kemp again. You got to think, if you're Merrick Kemp thinking 128 players, hey, walk in the park. I won the 900-player calling in Baltimore. Elijah, though, is over here to show, hey, this is something that you probably put exactly 0 hours of practice into. When you're preparing for tournaments and you've got limited time, you got to go against the big boys. You got to go against those stalwart decks like Icelanders and Lexis, etc. You got to put a lot of time in that, and as you kind of go down the list of where you're prepping against, I would say that Prism probably falls maybe a shade above Riptide when it comes to the amount of time you're going to devote to practice.
Well, and not only that, but as I'm looking through the list here on Elijah's side of things, and if you were sideboarding for, the possibility of playing against Prism, Awakener of Soul, you might be thinking, okay, maybe they're playing aggressive with the heralds and the new figments, and they're trying to kind of push damage, or maybe they're playing the more Iris heavy build like Iris of Reality, and then you're looking at a lot of blue auras. I'll tell you right now, there are a lot of cards in this deck that are very good cards in general, but there's a couple that you would imagine and expect to see in this deck if you're leaning towards the Iris side of things, or if you're leaning towards the aggressive side, that just don't exist. But you know what? Here's the interesting thing. Elijah has taken this to a 3-1, which means that I don't think people are really respecting it or expecting it when they sit down. So the fact that you can possibly just miss your sideboard completely, or even just not expect how the deck is actually going to go ahead and play out, is really helping, and maybe even just playing in his advantage a bit.
Well, that's part of it, exactly, is you kind of can get taken aback. You walk into a matchup and you sometimes feel like it's free, as it were. You're like, oh, well, whatever. It's a hero that nobody's playing because it's bad. So do I really need to respect it much? No, I'll stick to my game plan. And as soon as you do that, then that's when Prism might be able to sort of steal a win here, or you just pull the rug from right under you. And there's some key cards here that Prism has access to that kind of are going to reignite some of that PTSD from certain players. Cards like Arclight Sentinel, and it depends on the approach that Merrick's going to take. If it's a full-on aggressive approach, a well-timed Arclight Sentinel can absolutely just dunk on a big turn that Dash might have. Now, there are ways to circumvent that, because Dash has ways to create and just generate action points, not go against, but action points that can circumvent the Arclight Sentinel, right? So those have to be timed properly here. Elijah's got to know what he's doing in order to properly do this. But this is going to be just as much of an intriguing experience for me as it is probably for Merrick as well, because you never really get to see this particular hero in this situation.
I played a good bit of Iris Prism right when the set dropped, right when Prism Awakener of Soul was available to us, and I tried a variety of different kind of takes on it, leaning more heavily into the just overall blue spectra auras, and then sometimes not having any of the figments at all, or trying to get more figments. And here we're going to have an interesting overall kind of deck kind of creation, and starting off on turn 0 with the activation of Halo of Illumination. This allows us to go immediately and draw a card and then search our deck for that figment, because we've triggered, by putting a Herald, of course, into Soul, we've triggered the effect of Prism Awakener of Soul, and going and fetching that first figment onto the board, choosing, let's see what he chooses. He could choose something like Figment of Protection. Looks like it's going to be Figment of Protection. That's a fantastic early game card to have. It's going to set you up nice with a Spectral Shield as well. And we could follow this up with any number of things from hand. We did see, I believe, a first turn Arclight Sentinel drawn into the opening hand for Elijah, and it'll be interesting to see if he chooses to pocket that into the arsenal, or how he chooses to respond overall, because he also has a Fate Foreseen, which is a fantastic arsenal target in its own right.
Old school Prism really leaned on yellows because of Luminaris. This deck is heavy on blues. 31 blues in this list for Elijah. 22 yellows, 18 reds. So having the way to pay for Iris of Reality to go ahead and swing some of these heralds for 4, as we can see right here. And these heralds don't have these auras don't have phantasm. You can't just pop them. They're not like ash wings. In fact, they're coming in like these massive supercharged ash wings for 4 because of Iris of Reality. Now, again, they're very expensive to actually send through, but that's why you have a very blue heavy deck. It's almost like throwing Titan's Fist multiple times in a turn.
So one of the things that when I was building this deck and really doing a lot of testing on this new Prism that I realized over time is that it's going to take a lot of practice and a lot of like tinkering with the number of like things like blue auras, with the number of yellow auras, the instant speed auras that can come down with Spectra, to know where that really should fall. And it may be, and it oftentimes is, very dependent on the matchup as well of how many of those you want in the deck in circulation and in hand. It's part of the reason why I think Prism right now is very difficult to pin down and why perhaps hasn't shown up or shown out in tournaments, because I think that's one of the key decision points. And looking through the list, there are some of the blue auras you would expect, but then there's significant absences of things that you don't see being played. And we'll see as the cards get revealed how this is going to play out and how the decisions points have become here on the outset of the game as they have finished the sideboarding and, of course, are playing. But here's the cover-up with the Phantasmal Footsteps plus the block of the Soul Shield, or the Spectral Shield, excuse me, which is going to pop alongside and prevent that damage. That card is fantastic, Phantasmal Footsteps, in this matchup.
It is fantastic indeed, especially when you're going to be dealing with a pistol that's going to be coming in multiple times. That's going to break the chain. You can just go ahead and send the legs in every single time. You're going to have to pay. It says whenever you defend with it, you can pay 1. If you do, it becomes 1 until end of turn. But you pay once, and then hey, it's 1 until end of turn. So you can. It's almost like that. It's kind of like a mini Rampart. It's Rampart boots is what it is, which is very helpful, especially against this pistol build. It just can't grow beyond 1.
Now, this was a key timing point of being able to establish Arclight Sentinel at the end of the turn there. Meant that, yes, you're drawing up and passing and not doing much of anything, but your opponent now has to waste their entire turn targeting Arclight Sentinel. So what you're essentially going to see, unless they have, like, items they can establish on the board, is basically just a turn spent firing the pistol at Arclight Sentinel and passing, giving you a lot more opportunity if you draw into it to establish more auras. But in this case, no auras in hand, only heralds. Oh, but this
huge.
This is the counter to it, though, is having the capability of playing out a high octane turn, and this allows him to dance around it.
Well, again, we're talking about if you can time the generation of action points to match the Arclight Sentinel turn. Or it says, but whenever you boost a card, gain an action point. Well, the question here is if you present the attack, you're still able to boost it, even though it will fizzle in front of the Spectra. So here comes the opportunity to boost. An action point is gained. It has been targeted to the Arclight Sentinel, no other target, but now you got another action point. So, hey, this is the perfect remedy to the sheer you shall not pass. The Arclight Gandalf is just going to get balrogged into the abyss here. We're following it up with a red zipper hit for 5. Go again.
That is a fantastic way to dance around it. He is going to tick up the high octane there. Is sort of just representing the action points available. Soul Shield, a great way to cover up the damage on zipper hit. A lot of defensive pieces in the red and yellow slot here. You've got your Soul Shields. You can expect to see things like Sink Below Fate Foreseen on this defensive side of things, in this defensive Prism. But you're also looking at the possibility of using your figments of, in this case, protection, but any other figment that you have on the board as sort of just a ward 4, a gain 4 life maximum. And you want to use those at the perfect time so that you can get really a lot of value out of that ward 4 to stop as much damage as possible. But defensive is the name of the game, and that at the close of the combat chain, which is right now, but the Spark of Genius play is going to go into the Soul.
Building up that soul so important. I mean, especially for all the players out there that are kind of preparing for Nationals, which is going to be Monarch Draft. Soul for the 2 light heroes, Prism and Bolton, incredibly important. Just building it up and being able to have that resource where necessary. But here's Prism, Awakener of Soul, and ultimately
The giant yellow die makes a return, as we see. The other die was not good enough. This one is necessary. Everyone in chat, let us know how easy it is to see the 2 side
Yeah,
on
the,
the yellow die of doom.
The other one, I believe, responsible for sinking the Titanic. Definitely of the same type of size and ferocity as it will, but 32 health here for Prism. And Merrick still at 39 here, but doing some work. Again, that high-octane turn, we're still working through it. Some cards being pushed in front of the pistol here. Wave of Reality, as well as paying through for the Phantasmal Footsteps. Well, why not? Hey.
So as they resolve the Wave of Reality, it is going to create a Spectral Shield. That Spectral Shield floating down at the bottom. That will be able to absorb some of this Tecloplasma pistol if you do choose to just let it do that. Otherwise, you could toss a card in front of this. If you keep a blue, then you do have a Spectral Shield you can swing with on your own turn. But really the name of the game with this Prism list is to be super efficient, be super careful with your own life total, and then find your moments where you can attack and where you can do your own damage to basically play this back and forth game, but you trying to absorb as much of the damage with your defensive tools as possible.
Footsteps putting in work again, and here's one of those old school auras. Ode to Wrath. It costs you 4 blocks for nothing, but boy, can it be a pain in the bottom. It's going to also swing. Why not? We're going to pitch for it. Iris of Reality sending this bad boy in for 4 with the go again action, and ultimately this aura itself, whenever you basically a source of your control deals damage, it just shaves an extra life, gives you a little extra haircut, a little extra off the top, if you will, for Ode to Wrath.
Which makes the overall aura threat very real, because every time you can swing an aura, it's either 4 or 5.
Well, this one was incredibly annoying when you were playing in the old school aura builds where they were all swinging in for 1, because Ode to Wrath effectively doubled their potency. Because you'd happily laugh off a 1 attack here and there if necessary, but if it was doubling down on it, it became very, very dangerous. That in conjunction with something like what is it called? My goodness. There's the
which one do you think?
Merciless Retribution.
Oh, okay, Merciful Retribution.
Merciful Retribution.
It's certainly not merciless.
Well, it could be mercy.
There's so much mercy.
Well, there wasn't enough when it was raining down on me with all that arcane damage. But again, when all of those were kind of working in tandem to just kind of poke away at your life total. But these are different. These ones are swinging in for 4 breakpoints aplenty every single time. And for players who were not around for that Prism meta, some of the scariest things you can look at was a board of Prism with 3 Spectral Shields and 4 auras and a life above 20. It seemed like this insurmountable lead that you just could not chip away at.
Ascending just the pistol to start, but then activating Induction Chamber to give it go again. Then you can follow this up with a card from hand if you wish. Going to pitch here to reload instead, floating 1 resource. And I do want to point out that Merrick has been very judicious about his and that's a rare miss for the overall usage on boosting here on the combat chain. It's just going to come for 6, which is huge, but he's been very good at establishing these items on the board, and that's a huge benefit to mechanologist players everywhere. But here, the combat chain just ends no matter what you do, unless you want to pop your Achilles accelerator.
It looks like you just, you defeated a boss in a dungeon crawler and he just dropped all his loot. It's just littered all over the floor, and you mind if I roll need and just pick up some of that hefty loot in those. Do you ever do World of Warcraft raiding?
No, I don't.
Neither do I anymore.
Oh, okay. There you go.
It took everything out of me. But Ode to Wrath still stays evergreen on the board over there. Again, it can be dealt with. Most likely, again, at the end phase of a pistol shot, is basically it does have Spectra. You just poke and prod at it, and it just dissipates. But hey, there's another one of those figments.
Yeah, this is the first turning point, because he's chosen on his turn with his cards in hand to pitch them away and set up the Prism's effect so that you can turn your figment into Aegis Archangel of Protection. And then not only that, but he's also following this up by banishing a second card when you attack with this, so that you can create 2 Spectral Shields. And this is both defensive in nature, but it's also threatening some amount of damage now and in the future. and it's pushing 4 here, possibly with an extra threat. I believe Ode to Wrath affects this because I think Ode to Wrath says attacks you control, illusionist attacks you control, or maybe it doesn't if it does say illusionist. So it does not affect this because, interestingly enough, these archangels are not illusionist cards. They are light only. They are light allies, and so this doesn't actually fall on there. Nevertheless, if you have in future turns the ability to send those spectrals, those will also pressure there, and they can play defensive roles as well.
Eleanor Patera, the artist who does this, one of my favorite artists that are out there right now doing artwork for card games specifically. I mean, Ode to Wrath, Merciless Retribution, Parable of Humility, that trio, so iconic with during that Prism era of old. And also just a fantastic human being. I had the privilege of interviewing her on the podcast a long time ago, and just a wonderful, wonderful person who does great, great work. But Ode to Wrath, again, just sitting pretty here. This 4 attack, potentially representing 5. If
No, it does not affect the because this is a light ally.
well, it says whenever a source you control deals damage.
Oh, I apologize. I
No,
read
you're
the
good.
illusionist attack action cards one. My fault.
Hey, don't correct you if you're wrong.
That's right. Don't correct me if I'm wrong, because my brain is certainly functioning at the highest
At
levels.
the
with
highest possible levels, we're
with
going to wrap this up.
maximum sleep is what I'm running on.
You're
Here we
totally
go.
fine. You're good because you know why? Because we're playing Flesh and Blood. We got Prism in front of our eyes. Merrick Kemp,
true.
the winner of the Calling in Baltimore. Elijah here bringing in what is oftentimes just forgotten as perhaps a laughable hero, if you will. But we've all seen how those laughable heroes can just get one card, one little extra spice, or one little dial in of ingenuity to just put it over the top here. And once again, the shoes and the spectral shield gonna finish off with the plasma pistol, but oh boy,
Yeah,
a
this is
well-timed
huge.
T-Bone is gonna go ahead and snipe that Findale's Fighting Spirit.
I was going to mention how,
Findale Spring Tunic.
Yeah, I was going to mention how judicious Elijah has been with his blocks on the Tecloplasma pistol, but it's dangerous, and this is why it's dangerous, because if you see a T-Bone across the table while the combat chain is still up, then you're losing your tunic. And the tunic can do really, really powerful things in Prism because it allows you to play 4-cost auras with a blue in hand on the tunic resource as well. And that is one of those big power kind of like plays that you have available to you on the 4-cost illusionist Spectra auras. And this is very judicious as well. I think it's important. It's important for you to clear up the board and don't give this, kind of stalwart new hero, I should say, a very new and kind of plucky, if you will, hero, the chance to really establish a board and do these massive things that you don't want to have to deal with. And instead, we're going to go 4 or 5 on this attack.
Yeah, 4 exactly. 4 or 5 if you just don't respect it. And it does eventually chip away, but take a look at Merrick's health total. He has been unperturbed here. He's at 39. He has maybe a little sneeze or a tickle the entire way through, as both players have been very, very defensive in this matchup. And, sometimes Merrick has to commit some of those attacks to deal with some of the auras, the permanents that rely on that just remain on the board. And that's part of the game. That's just how it goes. And that's sometimes a little bit of the advantage of these heroes, where if you can maintain threats on the board, that means that you can give more cards to the defensive role. And ultimately here, this Ode to Wrath, frankly, has existed far longer than I thought it would.
Yep, it certainly has. Both players are playing very cautiously and being very consistent and conservative about their life totals, which is why you see it's sitting at 37 to 31. I was shocked, and I don't know about anybody else, but I was shocked to see how long Wave of Reality existed, because Wave of Reality pops the first moment it can when you leak any damage, and Elijah was able to keep it for like 3 turns or so before it actually popped and resolved. And that just shows how defensive he's been playing, which is exactly what his deck wants to do. But here, 0 to 60 is going for 4 with Go Again off the boost. And yes, you can keep throwing Phantasmal Footsteps in front of that Tecloplasma pistol to avoid 1 point of life, but what it's also doing is allowing Merrick to find perhaps a 4 or 5 card hand, like a 4 or 5 card setup, to really just push a lot of damage. Here he's going to zipper hit in for, I believe, 5. Yeah, it looks like it's a red zipper hit. Zipper hitting in. He's got floating 2, which means he can reload the pistol, reload the induction chamber, or he can come in with whatever's in arsenal. If that arsenal is something big, You can possibly swing that like a throttle, maybe a payload can push extra damage, but it's basically putting the onus on Elijah to use his cards defensively and to not basically just draw into a brick hand of instant auras that don't block for anything.
Some work finally getting done here on Merrick's side, connecting for some damage, bringing it down to earth, as it were, and wrapping things up here. Otarath, again. Oh, there we go. Finally. All right, so the extra attack for the pistol, and hey, just
Wow, the timing is actually perfect there. He's waiting to see if he's going to finally clear up the aura that's lived on the board in Otarath, and instead, the moment he chooses finally to do so, Genesis, the even more threatening aura, lives on the board. It's going to sink in a Light Illusionist card and draw into a Haze Bending.
Oh,
Now, here's the thing, though. You look at this and you're like, that's the Prism I know and love. And then you realize that at the same time, you don't have the capabilities that you used to as the old Prism, with Luminaris being able to just free attacks, give your entire hand a block and send free attacks. You actually have to keep cards in order to put pressure back on. But at the same time, you're going to need to clear up this Genesis basically no matter what you do. And it's going to give you some free value off of Haze Bending, since that was the card that we just happened to draw into.
look, I will say this. I know that we give a lot of credit and respect to Rosetta Thorn as being, arguably the best weapon in the game. However, I mean, at its peak, Luminaris might be the all-timer when it comes to just sheer power and potential of a weapon that frankly doesn't do damage on its own. It's just what it's capable of unleashing. And here's the pistol. It's just going to be met by a Spectral Shield on the battlefield. Haze Bending, again, just a great thing. If you're a fan of other card games out there, a Death Rattle, a trigger of pawn destruction, leaving a little loot bag for you, which is another Spectral Shield. So pain in the ass is the kindest thing I can possibly say about Haze Bending. But like you mentioned, Elijah here playing the old shell game when it comes to those auras. It's like, all right, you do this and a little switcheroo, bing, bang, bong. There is a Genesis. Now you got to deal with this. And timing is crucial, right? At the end of a particular combat chain, when there's nothing left to do, you sneak in a Genesis and get the immediate effects of it. It's been very well timed here from Elijah. And we're going to see a 0 to 60. That's going to be a 4-go again off the boost, but let's throw a Fate Foreseen in front of it.
Now, he has a Fate Foreseen and a Sink Below in hand, and I like the choice in ordering this, assuming that he's going to use the Fate Foreseen and Sink Below on the same turn. He's using the Fate Foreseen first to opt the top. If it's a card he wants in his hand, then he is going to leave it on top so that when he Fate Foreseen, or when he Sink Belows, he's able to filter one card that he doesn't necessarily want out of his hand and then draw the card that he does. He finds a Herald of Ravages blue, which is not necessarily something he wants. He has 2 blue auras in hand. So if we assume that Genesis is cleaned up at the end of this turn, which we do, then we can establish one of those blue auras on our own turn. We can keep the other in hand and start by sending an attack in with like Haze Bending or Spectral Shield, and then establish the second one. Oh wait, no, I think that's actually a
Shimmer?
I think it's actually a Miraging Metamorph.
Miraging Metamorph, yeah.
So he can actually go Miraging Metamorph to end if he wanted to, but also the Shimmers of Silver is the card that I originally saw, possibly just being what we choose to attack with. Depends on how threatening he wants to be, but I think the deck is built to be defensive, and I think he's going to take perhaps a more defensive line.
It's completely possible. Again, to say that I have put in a lot of work understanding Prism, I would be lying right to your mouth, and I don't want to do that. So we're going to just go ahead and say that this is probably a defensive build. I mean, you have a low life total, and I don't think you have the aggression necessary to outrace a dash, so you've got to take a different approach here. There's the Miraging Metamorph.
He is going to take the more aggressive line of pitching the Sink Below, not pocketing it into the arsenal, instead pitching the Sink Below so that he can go Miraging Metamorph for 7, and then I think he's going to leave the blue aura in the arsenal and just kind of call it a day. Maybe waiting for a turn where he just gives the entire hand and, on his backswing be able to play a second aura, which is a fine line to take as well.
Very fine line to take. Again, the blue auras.
How fine is it?
Oh,
Very.
My God,
On a
so
scale
fine.
of 1 to fine.
Oh my God. Hey, Mickey, you so fine. You so fine. You play blue aura.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just how it goes. Frankly, let's be real here. It's just one of those situations where, especially when it's in the arsenal, it's just a free drop, right? And it
yeah.
exists on the board. It's not like, I mean, like if you're going to equate it to something else, it's, you know, when your opponent just drops all the cards out of their hand and then comes out with like a red snatch out of arsenal, you're like, oh, okay, damn it. Like, you know, that is annoying. This is similar. The thing about it is that this exists and stays on the board. And if you do want to address it, then Haze Bending is going to go ahead and leave you a little gift. So that's likely the order of business here. And there's no scarier thing than seeing that miraging metamorph.
Yeah, Prism doing the best Bullander impersonation, playing a 7 attack, pocketing a blue card. Unfortunately, can't play that at instant speed. How sick would that be if you were?
Oh, I mean, if not a blue aura,
be quite good.
It would be amazing. All right, so
there's the cover up. Like we've seen almost every single turn, been very consistent about blocking as much of the pistol incidental damage as possible, and I think it's very smart to do so because you're obviously a lower life total hero. If you're covering up as much as possible, then you are maintaining that life that you barely, you know, cling to in a lot of ways.
You just described my whole existence.
I feel so bad for that. I'm so sorry.
Hey, it's okay, man. When I was coming through customs, one of the other questions that I was asked is, how much money are you bringing in? I'm like, I got $80 on me, which I'm pretty sure is a good day for me. And she looks at me, she's like, I feel so bad for you. All right.
For asking the question. Now, the other reason that it was an intriguing moment to attack for 7 with that, with the miraging metamorph is that there are several poppers that you can draw into in the dash deck. And I do believe we saw one of those poppers in maximum velocity in the hand of Merrick. But if you pop miraging metamorph, you're giving a second copy of an aura on the board to your opponent, and giving another haze bending is going to get disgusting fast. And so instead of choosing to you know, pop that very easily, chose to hold on to it. Oh, he's going to establish a plasma purifier at the end, which gives the window for the second Genesis here as well.
Again, this is the headaches that were so abundant back way back when, where you think you've got a way out of a turn, you think you've got things figured out, and all of a sudden, kaboom! That is going to be a Herald of Rebirth tucked away, creating a Spectral Shield, drawing a card, and let's end it with that Shimmers of Silver that was in the arsenal before, right? So look at this just garage sale of auras just piling up.
Well, he just drew a Fate Foreseen to put into the arsenal in the place of the Shimmers of Silver. So literally everything coming up Millhouse for Elijah on this. And the swing here going to clean up the Shimmers, I believe? Or is it just going face? Probably just going face with the 4 cards in hand. Now 3, of course, with 1 pitched.
Well, you've got multiple options of firing, so you don't want to just waste the first shot. I think you're just going to try to leak as much through, and then I think, what do you kill? Is it the Genesis? Is it the Shimmers? I mean, the Haze Bending is just going to continue to drop more Spectral Shields. So this is where it's very difficult to properly tier which ones are most important. Genesis seems like the obvious choice.
Yeah.
But what's after that? Is it Shimmers of Silver that just continues to grow? Is it Haze Bending? What is it?
I mean, I say haze bending, but I mean, it's really what we discover as we go, and to see if we even get to that point, because I do think Genesis is the target here first at the end of this combat chain. But we do see also other big attacks in the hand that can follow this up. Instead, we're going to pitch what looks like pitching a Throttle, perhaps, to maybe send, is that a second copy of? No, that's a Combustible Courier, which is a great card. And it does threaten a lot here if your opponent respects it, and it looks like they're going to definitely try to cover that up and not give you the on-hit effect of giving +3 to your next attack. We know, of course, that the card in hand that's left over is a maximum velocity, which is a great popper, and there's the cleanup of the Genesis.
And hey, why not? It's like a piñata just dropping candy. Just as we're about to approach the halfway mark here at the 25-minute mark, both players have seemingly just been on a treadmill, as it were. They're just chugging along, but they're not really getting anywhere. And if anything, the deeper that this game goes, Elijah's got to feel more and more confident that you have just played so meticulously. You have weathered the storm and protected these auras and grown them over time here. And here's
Organic.
the first.
Organic.
Absolutely, or free range too. And I'm pretty sure that haze bending he's swinging with is grain fed. That's why it has 1 extra counter on it. So yeah, full on, healthy and as ever. And hey, let's throw a Pierce Reality. Why not, Steven?
Yeah, he chucks that down at the end of the turn, and the board is definitely set. And this is one of those moments where you, as Merrick, have to make the decision of whether or not you're even going to, consider those over the next few turns, or if you just kind of give the board up, if you will, and try to play for face. The interesting thing about this matchup now is that before, if you ever gave the board up, they could nickel and dime you to pieces as the old Prism. But with Iris Prism, you have to keep a blue in hand for every single one of those auras that you want to attack with. The danger, of course, is that Shimmers of Silver allows those auras to threaten even more damage than before. And that's a lot of damage that you have to deal with over the course of the game. So I do believe that would be the next order of business, is cleaning that one up. Yes, it gives you a Spectral, but you're not pressing this 5 attack or 6 attack aura onto the board every single turn, and it grows.
Oh, and the Awakener of Soul has called upon the Sunlight in order to just go ahead and add extra oomph to the swing. It's a 5 attack as the Haze Bending. Now,
Ethan Van Sant stood up and bolted to the side of that board over there. He's trying to get a hero in place to cover up some of that glare, just for you, chat. Just for you. Look at him. He's manipulating everything he can. He is a big believer in the shadow heroes, so of course he would try to cover up the light.
for sure. No, we're keeping this lore friendly.
Yes, exactly. He's not trying to support Dash in any way, shape, or form, or to hate on the Prism Awakener of Soul, but he does like himself a good shadow hero or two.
I don't get it. It was like 10:30, 11 o'clock. The sun comes in and then goes from a different angle. Now it's attacking from a different flank.
Yes.
Yeah. No, this Sunlight is definitely playing Art of War, and it is going again from various different angles here. It is commanding, but we will refuse to let it conquer us.
No.
So again, that Haze Bending with the one counter on it that it inherited from the Shimmers of Silver earlier, and Pierce Reality, which will give +2 to the first, I believe. What is it, light illusionist attack or illusionist attack? It's going to improve something, giving it +2.
Yeah, it pushes the illusionist attack action card. Yeah.
Yeah, to the first one you play to +2, which is always fun and dandy. But hey, here's a T-Bone, which is
Being blocked. Yeah, it was used to block the first attack there with the Haze Bending, and then giving a second block there, and then coming in with the Shimmers of Silver to end it. And yeah, this is interesting to watch the sort of board unfold, because if you can keep those blue cards at a high life total as we see, then you do have the capability of putting together these large turns.
Zipper hit for 4, go again. It did get the boost, and you got to suspect that card count is going to eventually come into play here. 21.5 minutes left in the round. We're going to go ahead and throw a Herald in front of this just to sort of soak up damage. Again, like Prism of old, the heavy lifting is going to be done by the auras, as they have already. Haze Bending has left goodies on the ground every single time one of these important auras have been dealt with. Merrick, he's absolutely targeting that Shimmers of Silver. There it goes. But hey, why not sprinkle a little Spectral Shield on there?
Yeah, someone keep a running count. How many Spectral Shields have been created via this single Haze Bending? That is a fantastic question. I think at least 4 or 5 at this point. Nevertheless, this is representing 5 damage with Go Again and blues in hand.
This Haze Bending has been an absolute clown car, because they just keep filing out every single time. It just spits out another one over and over and over. But hey, new Prism, new circus, and
I think Merrick at this point is just praying and hoping that the last card in hand wasn't another aura to drop on the board, because maybe he can take this damage now and then just deal with like Haze Bending, for example, and then he can start to claw back into the board state and into the game. But definitely on the back foot, and perhaps not something you would expect. Oh, this is a great way to deal with the board, starting with high Octane and kicking off the boost train.
Yes, a little Hello Octane is going to add and stack those action points so that you can go with the Zamboni and clean up this mess here. This is one of those dangerous cards. We saw it earlier on when the Arclight Sentinel hit the board. High Octane cleaned it up. Throttle, boost, T-Bone, goodbye. All right, perfect. Action point acquired. Where are we going with this throttle, though? That's the question. There's a consideration here if he has the right hand to go face.
Yeah, it's
you
going
go
to the dome first.
And then you use your pistol shots to basically just wipe the board clean, which is super important. So that is awesome stuff, as our wonderful friend Eric the Judge comes in and does us a solid and helps us out here. We love that guy.
So he's going to pitch here. He's going to follow this up. I think he's thinking about loading up the pistol and just sending 2 action points to send 2 pistol shots to the Pierce Reality and the Haze Bending themselves. and kind of maybe set up for a larger turn. But he has the capability here of maybe playing out and boosting again. The downside to that, if he plays it out and boosts again and hits one of those command and conquers, is that it could kind of cause some wrinkles to the overall plan of sending. But you already have the high octane, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But I think this is perhaps the best play possible, starting by killing the haze bending and moving on past that.
All right, well, another action point. Let's go with another throttle. Let's boost. Success. We got 2 action points in the bank.
Hang on, sorry.
Yeah, load that up. Perfect. Again, this is a very complex turn. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. And you know when you play as dash or against dash, there's a lot of items on the board. There's a lot to keep track of, and sequencing is going to be key. But look at the work that has been done here. We have said goodbye to a lot of those auras. We still have 2 action points. So let's go ahead and crush the Pierce Reality. And now the game looks much different.
Yes.
Now the complexion of this game has changed completely. It is it's an even-keeled board, and now I'd even argue that it's Merrick's game to lose.
Yeah, no, it is definitely because he set this up so masterfully on this turn, and he played around his outs, and he played to his outs, I should say. He's able to clear that board completely. Yes, he's at 12, but you're basically just saying to Elijah that you're going to have to build an entirely new board, and I'm going to try my best to deal with it going forward and not let it snowball off of the back of, like an instant that you have in your arsenal there, because he is holding a light instant.
I want to just take a second here to just explain why Luminaris was so absolutely bonkers busted, because Elijah had 3 cards in hand, and he could have had a Herald, but he had to opt to just generate the haze bending because there's no opportunity for any types of go again. So it's no longer a this and that decision, it's a this or that decision, which leaves a lot of resources, a lot of reach left in the tank that you can't do double duty. You can't send a Herald, pressure, and then drop an aura. You have to make that decision. So it has become a lot more cumbersome for the Prism player to just go ahead and actually establish the auras and then have to pressure. You can't do both in the same turn, so it almost doubles the workload for you.
I wonder if he feels comfortable enough here to maybe get rid of the high octane in his hand to continue to try apply pressure, but I think he's going to be very comfortable maybe arsenaling that card just in case the board does expand very quickly on the following turn, so that he can set up for one more kind of clear turn with that high octane. Nevertheless, this is a cover up here, and we'll see how he continues going forward.
I think that's the safe play, and I think that a lot of players of old would oftentimes feel or take the bait for the greedier plays against the Prism and then fall behind again. Mm-hmm. And I think that you have to stay disciplined. You have to stay adhered to a particular game plan, and having that high octane, which frankly, in my opinion, is probably your most valuable card in this matchup, you cannot afford to just pitch it away and maybe lose it to a boost or something.
Now this is big. Soraya, Archangel of Knowledge, is a legendary that came out of Dynasty, I believe. And Soraya, when you invoke it, you have to invoke it on top of a Spectral Shield, and he only had that Spectral Shield because Merrick chose to kill the haze bending, meaning that play only opened up because Merrick was conservative enough to actually send that pistol to the aura. But when you attack with Soraya, you're able to banish a light card from your hero's soul, which I didn't actually catch to see if he did that. But if you do, you get to start pinging with arcane damage and dealing damage that way. And whenever she deals damage, you get to gain life back. This is one of the most swingy cards in just about any deck that you could possibly have, because this could represent massive amounts of life gain just living on the board.
Oh yeah, this is a lifesteal, life link, or whatever the heck you want to call it from other card games. It is effectively a double time swing play here. The damage you deal is coming back in droves on your side of the board, gives you that comeback. Now, obviously, it's a legendary card. You can only play one of it, and it is very susceptible to a lot of different forms of damage. It has Ward 4. If you have no other ways of soaking damage on the board, it just dissipates to the first order of business. But here's that high octane play, and we mentioned this is a card that he covets. This is an important card for Merrick. We're going to see how this turn plays out.
I love the fact about high octane is that when you play it, it also just draws you a card replacing itself, meaning that when you're playing this 5-card hand and you're playing high octane from Arsenal, you're pitching to pay for high octane, so you're floating 2, but you're drawing a card. So in essence, you're looking at a card that generates you resources almost, and it also generates you action points. And so when you look at this card and you realize that it has that much utility, it's one of the more exciting plays that you can make on a dash list when you're able to establish a high octane like a 5-card hand.
Soraya sitting there, just floating about, ominously haunting Merrick at 3-1 in the tournament here. High Octane, the most potent card to deal with all of those just nasty and pesky auras that exist, but they're no longer on the board. It's merely Soraya, nothing surrounding her. And Elijah at 11 health here, starting with a zipper hit for 3. Go again off the boost, it connecting for another High Octane. What do we have in there? Oh,
This was a big moment where we could have even seen if he had the resources in hand, we could have seen just a complete stoppage on this turn with Arclight Sentinel, but because the High Octane was there, you have these weird back and forth, and that's the exact exchange we saw on the very first Arclight Sentinel played in the game when it came down and it thought it was going to steal a ton of tempo, and then High Octane was answered. So we've seen this, again, this back and forth that these two heroes can play. And these are two heroes you wouldn't necessarily, imagine in some classic battle. But look how cool this sort of trade is between what both of these heroes can do. One can try to stop your entire turn, and the other one can generate more action points around Spectra and things like that.
this is a scary play. Now, there are 2 cards that block for nothing in his hand, right? Arclight Sentinel blocks for 0. What is that? Parable of Humility blocks for 0. And then there was a Fate Foreseen. So Elijah kind of got stuck in a bad turn with High Octane with cards that don't block and had to basically surrender the Soraya to Ward, blocking a 2-point pistol with Ward. And it was such a difficult, just situation here for Elijah where the value of that pistol managed to actually do so much that Merrick had no clue about. But again, now that 3 High Octanes have been played, that Arclight Sentinel now has essentially a free pass against potential.
So what he did was he used he used a Sink Below to cycle the Arclight Sentinel out. Because he couldn't pay for it, so it was a dead card no matter what. But in doing so, he's drawn into a card that does actually block. I believe that's a Cleansing Light. I'm trying to see the card as he shuffles it around. Nevertheless, it's a blocking card that does give him the capability of playing defensively. But as you saw Merrick gesture on camera, both these players trying to figure out the time left in the round, and sitting at 11 minutes or so, I think they're here in the end game trying to parse this out and figure out a way to get to the finish line. We know in Elijah's arsenal, he has the capability of playing an instant speed Spectra Aura. Does he want to do that on his own turn? Does he want to do it on this turn, or does he want to do anything whatsoever and try to maybe just protect with his cards? He's going to use Cleansing Light to protect, and he's going to pitch into the footsteps here on the block for the Tecloplasma Pistol.
Cleansing Light, a card that is not often seen.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I was like, what are you pitching for?
So he's chucking that in, and he's going to send the second one. He's going to pay the second one there. I think as he does, he's sending it across and passing on over. And, of course, Elijah's just content to draw up, has no recourse with the card that is in Arsenal. Can't pay for it, so he can't play it. And then back over to Merrick's side of things with the tempo.
Elijah down to 9. No more auras to insulate him from the onslaught from Merrick. Those pistols have done exceptional work. High Octane, an MVP in this particular matchup, opening up with a pistol shot for 2.
Actually, I think he activated the Plasma Purifier, so this is coming for 3 now.
3, okay. So the Purifier just adding extra juice here. Now, there's plenty of cards here to actually just match that, be it the Herald of Protection Blue. You've got a Warmonger's Diplomacy, a Fate Foreseen in hand as well. So there are certainly opportunities here to block it. But we've seen how this works, Steven, where when you get into the late game, it's just pistol grind, and that can be devastating when one blue pitch can basically buy 2 or 3 cards out of your opponent's hand every turn, and it becomes nasty as the net gain that you're having from the actual card differential will work in your favor. But the question is do you still have enough in the tank to not just get there, but also outlast the clock? Because that will eventually become a situation here.
Right. Well, at this point, I think the overall game plan for Elijah is to just wait and hope that Merrick burns his deck down to nothing. And if you're able to kind of stymie off this, offensive threat over and over, turn after turn, then it puts them into that position where they just have to kill you with a pistol, which is definitely doable because they have 2 induction chambers and the plasma purifier. But maybe you can find one of those pivot points where you have the agency enough to throw, I don't know, maybe even a herald, or just establish a board of that instant speed on their turn aura, and then your own aura on your own turn, and try to claw back into the game in the last closing minutes of this match.
Parable of Humility, Soul Shield. There's a Herald in there, and throwing the Warmonger's Diplomacy in front of the pistol here, just taking the bullet like a Secret Service agent.
I think Merrick is far too skilled on his favorite hero and the hero that he took to a calling win to allow himself to be, fatigued out. He's using the pistols now almost exclusively on the first few attacks of the turn. And notice on the last turn, he went pistol into one attack into more pistols, right? Here we're just seeing pistol into possibly an attack if he chooses to, or he could just sit back and reload up and continue the onslaught next turn.
It's okay.
Approaching the 8-minute mark left in round number 5 here at the Battle Hardened in Atlanta, Georgia. 128 players fighting for that coveted top 8 to maybe get there. Questions: will Iyslander take another tournament? Will Briar cross the finish line and become living legend? So many questions. Is Bravo slated to finally reassert dominance? We are going to answer that today, friends, as we're going to go ahead and bring this entire tournament to a resolution. But before that, we have this matchup, this epic matchup between Merrick at 3-1 on Dash versus Elijah at 3-1 on Prism. Pistols aplenty, Stephen Armadas.
That's right. Choosing how to respond to this. This is coming for 3, I believe. Coming for 3, and he's just going to block there, take a few points, but he's going to finally choose to establish that Ode to Wrath. And in doing so, he's got a card in hand. He's got a chip, a chair, and a prayer, if you will. He's going to Arsenal and pass on over, drawing up his Merrick. Merrick sitting on a 4-card hand plus the Arsenal. Notice a couple of turns, or this past turn, he chose to pitch that maximum velocity. Some of those have been circulating around the deck. Could be trying to set up exactly the turn that we drew into here. If he's got a max velocity in the Arsenal, he may have this game closed out because he has 2 0-cost boost attacks available to him.
Oh, big time nasty.
This could be a moment where he's able to gain some tempo back by making him only attack here and not have a way to generate action points. Do you see it? Look, he's got a 0 to 60. He's got 2 T-bones. That's the turn that you want to play your max velocity on. So if he's sitting in max velocity in Arsenal with those 2 resources floating, I think he literally pitch stacked this exact sequence, and unfortunately it was completely covered up by Arclight Sentinel, but he can just establish maybe doing it again next turn.
4 on hit 5 here, effectively representing half of Merrick's remaining life points here. Ode to Wrath existing on the board, threatening the nasty as Elijah. 2 cards in Soul, but not doing him much work here. It's not the Prism of Old that generates those nasty Spectral Shields. In this case, rubbing up on 5 minutes left in this matchup here as both players clinging to it. Elijah, nothing, no room left for error here. And Merrick waiting to just end this. And we're starting off loading the pistol to float. Not many cards left.
Do you see Chuck is like, okay, do you have another one? Do you have the third one? I know you pitched it earlier. Is the third one there? No, I think he actually used all 3 at this point. That was the third one. There's the boost to start things off. This will pull the Phantasmal Footsteps. Let's see if he chooses to pay for it. If he does, then it allows him to, block 1. But I think in this stage, you're literally sitting at 1, and you're going to need to survive somehow.
I don't know if paying for this is the correct move because the pistols are going to be coming in for 3 apiece, and that 1 is not necessarily going to help you. I mean, if you've got 3 blocks, you just threw away a 3 block here.
Attack for 3.
Sending across an attack for 3. There's the Soul Shield cover up. The only reason you make that play is because you have Soul Shield.
Yeah,
it
I didn't see the Soul Shield. That'll do it. And the T-Bone is not really going to attract anything because you're running naked and afraid, frankly, at this rate.
But I think he's going to be able to maybe come across over the. Well, he's got there, and then is it the max velocity? He had it. Yep, the last turn he had it set up, but he was able to stymie it with the Arclight Sentinel. But Merrick was skilled enough and obviously very highly skilled to know that to close this game out, he needed to pitch stack 3 of those 0-cost boosts, find a max velocity, sit on it, and then just wait to close it out.
Not like pure control, right? I wasn't like.
Oh, Prism, so smug with her monocle.
That was really impressive,
When did she get that? Ultimately, though, Merrick Kemp,
but you kept-
4-1 in the tournament, masterfully piloting Dash here. Up against this in very difficult circumstances. Again, if we're going to talk about an MVP of this particular matchup, you have to give it to High Octane, generating
Yes.
those action points in order to go ahead and clear the board of the auras that are essentially the bread and butter of what Prism wants to do
Right.
in this matchup. We saw what it can represent in terms of how those those haze bendings, the shimmers, the Genesis, they were there and they were exhaustive for Merrick to actually navigate and get around it, but ultimately finding those high octanes at the right time, meeting those Arclight Sentinel turns with high octanes as well to not just pressure, but clean up was so critical because towards the end of the game, he was out of blue auras, and all he was left with was just to wait it out and just take the pistol onslaught.
You know, and credit to Elijah, because I would say this, that any other player on just about any other hero would perhaps fold to the mastery that Elijah showed in that matchup. I mean, not being able to clear those auras as efficiently in many cases, other heroes couldn't probably deal with the pressure that he was going to be able to provide, but Merrick knew what he was doing. He knew how his hero matched up well into the maybe just the theory of this Prism, or maybe having actually put in the work in that matchup, but showing how to take care of it and punching his ticket to 4-1. So as we finish up this next round, we're going to take a short little break, but we'll be back with the next round of action. So don't go too far. Don't go away. We're not going to go away. We're going to be here.
Oh, okay. So I've changed my mind. I will not go away.
They chained us to this desk during that last match.
Yes.
So
I will say this. I did get some analysis from my dad.
Oh.
So we'll come back and I'll tell you what my dad thinks of that particular matchup.
There you go. All right, we'll see you soon. Don't go too far.
I am supercharged. I have. What are you doing?
I'm playing Fabble.
I just discovered what this is.
Yeah, you
Stop it.
played. I'm playing Fabble. I'm trying to beat my score. This is yellow.
All right, so here's the deal. My score on Fabble Challenge was 8, and Steven was like, hey, good score. Mine is 30. We do have a battle of the undefeateds here. It is round 6. I have to put that away.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, fine. I had 9 seconds left. I was going to finish strong. I almost had my record.
Well, Dave, there's a lot you can do in 9 seconds, especially if you finish strong, but we've got better things to do right here, which is the Battle Hardened round 6. Put your face away. We've got 2 undefeateds, and hey, it's not just about going X1. Nobody is locked yet, which is incredible right now.
That is true. No one is a lock for it yet going into round 6. So if you're sitting X1, you still have to play for your life here, because if you want to make top 8, you got to win one more. And these both of these players, I believe, are playing for that one more win to lock themselves.
And if you're wondering why I'm so peppy, it's because MinMax has given me energy drinks. So we're back at it, baby.
This is dangerous.
It is Sjohn Chambers versus Austin, and 6-0 on both sides. 5 versus Lexi. Nice to see a 5 on the top of the tables, and I know that some people might have been had their fill from the uprising days of seeing lots of those 5s, you know, being so powerful. But hey, this might be the remedy for Lexi. You want to talk about aggression? Lexi can dish it, but Fi had those old school stubby hammers day of 40+ damage. I mean, that's
Those
not
were
what.
insane days.
So you can't do that yet, but you got to understand here, Steven, that the reach of Fi on those massive turns is enormous.
No, I don't.
No? Okay, no problem then.
To understand it.
What are you drinking? Chamomile tea?
Yes, I have tea with lemon and honey.
Okay.
I spend my entire week telling kids how to behave in class.
Sure.
For like 30 minutes every day, just like every class period. So my throat is literally torn to shreds. But you know what? We're just going to keep going because flesh and blood.
No
is a
problem.
good time.
It's just like this vast difference here where I have had energy drinks and coffee and you've had like horse tranquilizer. So
Is that what I've had?
we've
That got
balanced
weird.
out. Yeah, chamomile tea, horse tranquilizer on the same path. Okay.
So yeah, you could definitely tell you got a pep in
Happy.
your step.
Yes.
You're gonna cruise through the last few rounds of this before top 8, and my throat's just gonna crawl to the finish line.
I got you, buddy. Don't you worry about it again. It's not easy to be casting for, where are we at, 8 straight hours?
Hey,
So
we're gonna do it together though.
that's the plan, buddy. So, all right, as it stands right now, Sjohn is at 5-0.
I
5-0.
believe they're both at 5-0 because this is round 6.
We're
That's
just saying, hey,
huge.
what? No, we were rooting for both players to win. So we said, hey, what if they're both 6-0, but they're actually 5-0 because we're going into round 6. We're having 7 rounds here. These players, as great as their records are, neither of them are locked. We are top loaded at 128 players for the whole tournament, which means that only X1s go through. If you lose this, your head is on the chopping block to not make it into the top 8. So this is a pivotal matchup here. Frankly, this is a winning in to the top 8.
Yeah, you can think of it that way. I think that's exactly the right way to think about it. Not only that, but this is one of those things that it's going to be possibly a game that ends very quickly as well, because both these players sitting on heroes that can be very aggressive very quickly, and you're going to need to know when and where to cover up in the few times that you're probably going to block in this matchup.
Yeah, well, blocking is for cowards, right? That's what you got to do. You got to just go ahead and take it off the chin here. 5 opening it up here with the Bolton shot. Why not? Lexi does it best. 5 go again off of a red Bolton shot, and it is the opening salvo here, so we're going to throw some cards in front of it, some expensive cards, some of those powerful cards. E-Strike blocking up and eating up, but hey, let's finish it off with a Remorseless for 6.
That's a big swing, and if you're not holding on to 2-3 blocks at this point, then you're basically just signing the bill for damage on your own turn, and that's not necessarily something that you want. And it looks like he is just feathering I believe he's feathering a 2 block there. We have, is one of those a Warmonger's Diplomacy and the other one is a Brand with Cinderclaw?
Hey, we have the technology. This is Savage Feats, okay?
That's right. Let's see that transition. Wow.
It is a brand with
Beautiful.
Cinderclaw, and what doesn't matter because it's being donated to the cause. Send it. Why not? As we
Yep.
give up the whole package here to just go ahead and take a little tickle for one. We're about a minute deep into this game, and you can already feel the aggression as Remorseless, though, did actually hit, and
Right.
that is going to have some implications.
Yeah, because Brand with Cinderclaw, I believe, is a 2 block. If my Fabble practice has given me any knowledge about the game in general, but nevertheless, I want to point this out. And this is nothing to do with the bearing of the game itself, but Sjohn up here is straight up playing with Phoenix form Fi as his hero, and I think that is the coolest looking Fi that I've ever seen. I think the art of Phoenix form on like the card itself is fantastic, like a fantastic depiction of Fi, and I think that's a really good alter for your hero card.
All right, let's find out what the taxation is going to be for this Remorseless. Again, every action card you play is going to just go ahead and poke and prod you for one little here and there as we open up with Mounting Anger. 4 go again. Costs you 1. You pitched a Art of War to make that happen, but if it does hit, you can banish an attack action card from your hand. Cost less than the amount of chain links. So let's get rid of that. Hey, Blaze Hedgehog.
Yeah,
which is
Blaze Hedgehog coming across. That's really great. But look at like you mentioned, Remorseless is doing damage not just on the turn that it was played, but now it's dealt 2 on your opponent's turn. So, yeah, I mean, this is a really high value Remorseless in this exact matchup, because if they don't cover it up exactly, then they're just going to be taking a bunch of points of damage.
Shuko is not going to help this one yet, as the Shuko is going to look for the second attack here, but it is still going to represent 1. A little bit of here and there, but it's gonna buy you a Bolden shot. That's not a bad trade-off, frankly. It is gonna also tickle you for 1. So Sjohn here at 36 health, Austin 31. Again, these two players are basically gonna play a little bit of phone booth MMA, just punching each other right in the face at close velocity. Falcon Wing, 3 go again, right out of the arsenal.
Sending it across is a fantastic little arsenal, and that card, I always go back to that card as being one of those that is so easy to miss on the evaluation of, because everyone coming out of this set was like, Falcon Wing is just a throwaway filler for draft, but man, that card has really shown up and shown out in the game, because it allows this. Play that from the arsenal, face down, all of a sudden you have a way to start your turn off, and sending a Heat Seeker to follow up is a huge play.
Austin facing the 5 at Sjohn, saying, yeah, this is your 5. Want to make sure you get this loud and clear there, bucko, as a heater is a very great card, because it does go ahead and recover some cards to go ahead and dunk in the arsenal if you need them. But ultimately here, Sjohn is just evaluating the hand, and what is hiding in that hand? What is he looking to covet so much? They're very expressive on both sides, having a little chuckle here and there and being very
Loose,
conversational.
yeah.
Love it. And both players are very happy to be at 5-0. But I wonder if they know that they are not locked yet. The significance of this particular game, I've played in games that have essentially been like, oh, you're already locked. So it does take a lot of pressure off. And this is kind of the same demeanor that I have. It's chuckling, laughing, walking, like talking through the place. But he's going to go ahead and toss 2 in front of that. It looks like a lava burst. And what else we got there?
Yeah, I can't quite make out based on that. It looks like a rise. No, it's a breaking point. So Lava Burst and Breaking Point, I believe, are being blocked. Wow, what a great final card to play. Basically saying you're not going to have a turn unless you can pay around. So if you're holding onto a blue, maybe you can have a turn. But outside of that, you're not doing much, and I'm able to kind of control. Now, he made the right call on Sjohn's side of things to cover up the Heat Seeker, because otherwise you're giving your opponent, Austin, a 5-card hand on this turn, just based off the fact that they connected with that Heat Seeker. And instead, now they're going to have to play a 4-card hand. If they can draw, it doesn't look like they drew into a 3 of a kind, but outside of that, they're just playing a straight-up honest game of Flesh and Blood.
Well, hey, let's pitch through. The world's most expensive Kodachi has just been presented here. Kodachi Fi, a new flavor, a new brand of hotness, frankly, for the otherwise fiery Draconic Ninja.
And Fi is one of those heroes that has traditionally always just been super pedal to the metal and just pushing lots of damage. But because you have access to Kodachis, you are able to play a bit more of a measured game plan, and you're able to do some just different things than the normal sort of Fi builds would. And so blocking 2 cards on that previous turn, whereas normally you'd see Fi just saying, yeah, deal the damage, I'll move on, we'll just throw, a bunch back your way. This allows him to play a bit more of a conservative game plan, because he can present 2 Kodachis and then try to threaten Mask of Momentum.
Austin holding on to 2 infecting shots. Does he have the gas to make it happen? Loading up with a withering shot. Firing it away. Again, saying 5 to you, mon frère. And
if you can't tell, that die says 5.
on-hit frailty, and those frailty tokens are very significant because that basically shuts off the Kodachi's. Frailty will make your weapons -1 attack, or any attack action coming out of the arsenal -1. That is something that basically Fi does not want to see. Kodachi's to just be completely useless. But we're going to go ahead and toss some equipment in front of this. I think prudently so,
Yes.
especially if you have something to send back. But what's the follow-up here after this withering shot? It's going to be an infecting shot for 4. I believe this is a blue that got the +1 value off of Voltaire.
I think he's more than happy to cover up the more dangerous of the two, and that is Withering Shot, because it really, especially with, like you mentioned, Kodachi Fi, it really nerfs your turn. I mean, you're sitting currently on an Arsenal. I believe that's in there. You're also sitting on 2 Kodachis, which you would, basically, your entire turn would get collapsed. And so he covers up, smartly so, the worst of the 2 tokens, and he's just content to take the 4 and play out a more measured game plan with the ability to threaten Mask of Momentum triggers and the card draw off the Kodachis.
Drawing up is Austin. Some work done here. Both players hovering at 29 health. We're going to go ahead, and the reason why you didn't want to see that frailty is precisely this.
Yep,
Let's go.
exactly.
And keep in mind, there's a Mask of Momentum. Here comes the Hornet Sting.
I hate that card. Hornet Sting, when you're playing as Dromai, is my least favorite card to see. Killing your Ashwing like Jeremy Jr. or something like that.
Yeah, or a little Stevie Two Wings.
That's the one that you went for, but I like Francis.
Well, first of all, you called him Frank, and
Frank, the Doom of Solana, which is, I don't know, if anybody is actually tracking what we're talking about, just go on Twitter and hang out with Mara Ferris a little bit, the Dragon Queen herself. But here's the send on the Enlightened Strike for 5, and got the really cool, I believe that says go again.
I will agree. If that's
Okay.
I feel like Bruce Valanche on Hollywood Squares. But ultimately, yeah, 5 go again for the Enlightened Strike here is going to continue the combat chain, which is, hey, that's what Fi does. And Mask of Momentum, a continuous threat here off the back of those Kodachis.
Breaking Point lining it up, recognizing that in this matchup, Breaking Point is one of those premium cards because it's essentially a 1-cost command and conquer on this chain link, and he's able to send it across. Rupture here, allowing you to threaten the Arsenal, and in this matchup, when your opponent's living in the Arsenal, this is a big attack that's going to steal cards.
So committing or looking to commit the potential Frostlock here. We're not quite done yet. It's a blue card that you could use to just basically fuel your offense here, but it looks like that's going to block for... All right.
Going to cover it there, and I think he's going to lose the Arsenal as well. Maybe the Arsenal was just a little less impactful. Yeah, it looks like it was just an
Infecting shot, though.
which is a great card. Certainly a great card, but in order to make best use of that, you're flipping it and then sending it at the end of the turn, and maybe he just feels comfortable playing out the cards that he has remaining in hand.
Oh, it's a curiosity here. I mean, I feel like that's one of the more potent cards that you have when dealing offense. It's a potential 6 attack, but if it's already in the arsenal, it's only coming in for 5.
And you know what? He's just going to do it with the one he had in hand, I guess.
Oh, and this one has go again. It's like, wait, do we get this model or the one with Bluetooth? It's like, well, yeah, no, this is the go again model, and it's good, threatening that Blood Rot Pox again. 5 go again off of the Voltaire coming from hand here, threatening the Blood Rot Pox. Should this hit, Sjohn is going to get a Blood Rot Pox, which basically says at the end of your turn, take 2 damage or pay 3. And you know Fi's not rocking a whole lot of blue cards, so this might just be a moot point as you can see him signing for it.
Well, in this case, they actually have more than you would expect simply because they're running the Kodachis. And when you're playing Kodachis, you can still live and die on that yellow and blue 0-cost attack that you can pitch into your pitch zone and then obviously send your Kodachis across with the go again. And so you have more than you would think, but I think even with that fact understood, you don't really care about the Blood Rot Pox because this is a blink and you miss it matchup. This matchup is going to be over in about 25 seconds if you're not looking. If you go and make a sandwich and come back, we will be opening product because the game will have finished. So in this scenario, both players, I think, are going to find their moments to block, but then also just make sure that they can push the damage. And I think this is a great grab from Sjohn here, grabbing the breaking point that he saw earlier, which, by the way, even with the frailty token, is still going to represent a breakpoint of 4.
All right, so as this arrow resolves, I'm going to explain to Steven the passage of time and space. It's 25 seconds is a very aggressive timeline to finish
But
this
I'm
matchup.
counting 1,000.
All right, well,
Like that, right?
listen, that's whatever helps you, buddy. But again, another infecting shot. These are very potent arrows again, hitting breakpoints. 5, a very awkward number here, especially in a deck that holds a lot of 2 blocks rather. So it's not just a simple toss 2 cards in front of it, because if you're loaded up with 2s, that can be problematic. And look at this, Sjohn saying, all right, man, I guess we have a 25-second clock, so let's wrap this one up.
That's right. This is an incredibly potent turn. Like, look at what he's just done on this single turn, using Codex of Frailty, popping the Ponder token, giving himself a 5-card hand for next turn, but also giving 2 Bloodrot Pox tokens. And to dance around it all, he says Art of War. Maybe that'll be the saving grace here. We're gonna banish the Soul Bead Strike to draw 2. See what we draw into, but of course the Kodachis this turn aren't going to be effective as far as attacking. They're not great. Drawing into a Brand with Cinderclaw and can't
A
make
Ravenous
it look
Rabble.
a Ravenous Rabble, yeah.
All right, well, let's make it happen. No problem. Brand with Cinderclaw, which means that the next attack action becomes a Draconic.
Yeah, this is actually a great little sequence, because what you're able to do off of this is you're going to turn your Ravenous Rabble, which you're going to play there, into a Draconic Chain Link, and then you can pay 1 to go get the Phoenix Flame, and then you can set up, with 1 resource left over, you can set up that ruptured breaking point from the arsenal. And yes, it will be minused by the Frailty, but you're still coming for 4, I believe.
All right, well, he's going to go ahead and acquire a Phoenix Flame and at least send it forward here. Why the heck not? As well, you know what? The Ravenous Rabble, I don't think was all that great. I think it peeled a blue, or was it a yellow potentially? I think it was a yellow. And, well, why not? Let's finish this off with a breaking point.
I mean, yeah, it didn't really matter what it peeled, because the point is that you're still threatening the arsenal here, and it's pushing 5 thanks to the buff on the Art of War that we started the turn off with.
Oh, so it was a blue. Yep, you're right.
Yeah. So the Art of War really benefits us greatly here, because it nukes the Frailty in the respect of what's coming from the arsenal, and it makes you either cover this up completely, which you've already given us a card, or just lose the arsenal, and that's what he's going to do.
Hey, Sjohn has now is 2 for 2 for just rupturing the arsenal, breaking point, and now.
Well, thank Codex of Frailty, because you just got a second copy or another copy of Breaking Point, because your opponent gave it to you off the Codex.
Hey, thank you, Codex of Frailty. I don't think it's listening. It's an inanimate object.
Yeah,
it's actually a concept, frankly, more than anything.
Probably, yeah. It's a game piece representing a concept, yeah.
But hey, what am I, a doctor? Let's continue onward here. 12-13. Both players undefeated here at the Battle Hardened in Atlanta. We're going to move forward with gigantic 5 dice.
There's a lot to play for, as you mentioned. Sitting at 5-0, like we talked about,
You're not safe.
12 seconds ago when the game started. You're not locked yet,
You're not, and that's the truth here. It's the X1s, it's undefeated or X1s or better are going to be getting in there. There are going to be no X2s allowed, as it were. So both players...
Smartly, they're covering up the Endless Arrow, not allowing a 5-card hand. I think that's the right choice, and especially when you had the card in hand to allow you to go Kodachi, and having to cover it up with the Tunic at this point at low life totals, just so they can't have an obvious or very easy path to a Mask of Momentum draw.
Smart move here, and frankly, I don't think Austin is wanting this to go an additional 2 turns. I think he's just completely content with the fact that, hey, I'm just going to toss this away because I want to end this game sooner than later. Ravenous Rabble punching through for 4, finally finding the red card off the top. It is 4-go again. Austin signing the bill, saying, cool story, watch this. 4 cards in hand. How is this going to play out with Sjohn at 12, both players 5-0?
I think they're 5-0 off of the back of making great decisions on the small scale, which leads to advantage in the big scale. Because previously, if Sjohn just chooses to take that damage and give an arsenal card, this is a 5-card hand, and he'd be at lower than 12 at this point. And in this instance, you're playing at some more parity. You're at 12, they're at 8, and they're playing on a 4-card hand with a premeditate buff and really nothing much to follow after this, outside of maybe that's another arrow that they could send, across. So,
yeah, that's a big one. Again, the +1 from the Voltaire plus the +3. So it's going to be 4 + 3 + 1, 8. Go again for this big Bolton shot with a Ponder token threatening should this hit.
4 + 3 + 1, very reminiscent of counting to 1 + 1 + 2 + 1. Or 1+2+1+1?
I'm just gonna say yes.
Do you okay?
Nope,
Well,
no
deep
clue.
cut to the people that watch fantastic films in the chat. If you're a big fan of that movie, sound off in the chat below. But this is a huge attack, and really the question is, are you going to even just throw anything in front of it? And I think the answer for Sjohn is no. We're just going to move right along and try to put together our own 4-card hand. They're having the time of their lives, flipping over cards left and right.
I mean, this is such. There's so much nonchalance in this. There's so much joie de vivre, as it would be in this matchup here. As maybe they both think that they're locks and they're playing loosey goosey here. But ultimately, I mean, I think that frankly, overall, the decisions that they're making are correct, and they're not. They're just having a good time. They're having a lot of fun in this game.
Well, that's a huge play that we just saw. The flip over there was the reveal off the quiver to give you a second attack and basically say, lethal is on the board, and you're going to have to give me something. It may not be a card. It may be like equipment that you haven't dedicated already, or it may be both plus a card, but you're going to need to give me something, otherwise you're dead on the spot. And he's going to give, what, 2 pieces of equipment?
Yep. There's the remainder of the furnace plus the Shuko.
Yep, and showing that this is a sleep dart because the die is so large, it actually covers up both the text and the art. Nevertheless, Sleep Dart does connect here. If it does, I should say, then it is going to essentially make it to where you can't go and grab that Phoenix Flame on your turn. But when you're in these like sticky situations, you need every kind of point that you can get. And
I think that Sleep Dart is loaded up with the same horse tranquilizer that you used.
I don't use that. I don't know what you're talking. Where did you get this idea that
Hockey tranquilizer? Sorry,
neither of those are correct, but the Ponder token's going to trigger. He's going to take down to 2, and he's going to try to put together a 4-card hand to close the game out when your opponent's at 8, and you're going to do it off the back of maybe this Art of War.
This is a very dangerous scenario here. Frankly, Sjohn at 2 doesn't have much room to maneuver. The Mask of Momentum, a last bastion of hope from the spot of your of equipment protection, but this is a great start here. We're going to pitch a blue Soul Bead Strike. We're going to play the Art of War mode. You got to think is going to be +1 plus draw 2 banish, and that's what's happening. Ditching the Brand with Cinderclaw, picking up some cards here. He's hiding his hand a little bit here, but it looks like he's got an idea. He may have found something he likes. It's the +1 off of the Art of War, the draw 2 effect as well. What do we have? A Brand with Cinderclaw.
Draws into another one. Looks like a yellow Brand with Cinderclaw. He's got the, what is that? Oh, a double strike.
Double strike.
A fantastic card to find right now and can threaten, definitely threaten the Mask of Momentum draw. Starting off, though, with the Kadachis. We're going to see this one most likely get covered up. But what are you gonna give up to cover this Kadachi up? A card from hand?
I mean, look, think about it this way. You let this go because you're like, okay, it's 1. I'll just block whatever the next thing is.
For 4.
Oh boy, there we go.
That's a big one because Ronin Renegade, normally a 0 for 3 kind of combo starter, if you will, but now it's a 2-card block, or it's a card plus the New Horizon, which loses you your Arsenal. And the Arsenal's a beautiful card. You don't want to lose that. Remorseless.
But think about it this way. If this gets blocked out, you restart the chain. You go double strike, and then your opponent is like, oh, there's like another set of Kadachis.
That's the beauty of double strike with Kadachi Fi, is that you can threaten so many triggers on that Mask of Momentum if they block out the first time. He's going to commit the blocks there. Heat Seeker, plus going to lose the Arsenal when that combat chain closes. It's a great card, too. I think we saw a flash of it, and I think it is a Remorseless, a card you would love to end the game on, right?
I wonder if there's any consideration here to just be like, all right, close the combat chain. There you go. Yeah,
exactly.
So he's going to break the chain and say,
now, see what
you
it
never
is.
know. There might be some sort of secret sauce, a D-react, something that you don't want to have in the arsenal there. So you break the chain to affect the New Horizon destruction effect, which is blow up the arsenal. Now here comes second wave of Kadachis. These bad boys are coming in for 2. Double strike off the back of a buffed up Art of War. This is a 2 block. It's a 2 attack, blocked nicely, and now Brand with Cinderclaw for 3.
Yeah, and this is definitely one of those considerations where maybe I just kind of give the whole hand, try to stabilize at 4 and make my opponent do it all again. I mean, if you're thinking about it, this is an Art of War turn. This is one of the power spike turns of the deck. And no, he's gonna take down to 1. A dangerous place to be when you're playing against someone with Kadachis. But you know what you got there? You got yourself your first of the entire game. He's going to pitch it. And he's going to show it. There it is.
Look at Sjohn. He's like, are you kidding me? Perfectly timed. He's got another one in hand, though. That's not going to help him out. That you can't play that.
The only way you could play it is if you also drew into a Bolton shot, but you know what? At low life totals, you're never going to hit the Bolton shot trigger anyway.
3 reds. 3 reds. And
Oh.
that's definitely not what you want to see. You've got a Falcon Wing. I mean, that can start something up, but you don't have the juice here because you're going to have to pitch one to actually load.
Well, he had the resource left over from Rain Razors, but he's going to have to send. He's going to have to pitch one to send the Withering Shot. But the Withering Shot is actually a huge get simply because it threatens turning off the Harmonized Kodachis. But I think no matter what, Sjohn from this point is just playing for Kodachi lethal. He's
Absolutely.
playing for a Kodachi lock. So he's going to cover this up pretty much no matter what if he can. And then he's going to pitch a blue 0 cost and try to come in for 2 Kodachis. Oh, he's got a snatch.
Oh, you just throw a 3 block and you give the mask here. I mean, there's no mask trigger anymore because if you do attain that third, any of the chain links that hit is lethal.
It's on hit, win the game. And that is a little bit better than drawing a card in general. But giving up any of those reds, it seems very comfortable. You can keep that Brand with Cinderclaw yellow because it is a 0 cost yellow that allows you to go Kodachi and then follow it up with something after that.
Question is here, do you have any 3 blocks in hand?
It is the question, and I think you're totally fine covering this up with 2 cards as well. Like, you don't mind giving up 2 cards plus the mask so that you can play, your Kodachis out. But playing a 2-card hand is far different than, playing a 3-card hand. 3-card hand at this point in the game with 2 Kodachis on the board is probably just a win for you.
Now watch what happens here. Now, again, there's still a 3 of a kind in hand for Austin here. If Austin can get out of this turn with a card in hand, that is a massive, massive boost here. The problem is that John's going to give up 2 cards, pitch, go Kodachi, and then he's got a snatch in hand too. That's a 2-card block. That is not favorable here in any way, shape, or form. We'll see how this sort of resolves as I think Sjohn is just thinking, okay, I think I've got this. I'm in a very good position, but I do not want to commit a card that, just you get a little excited in these positions, I feel sometimes, you can sometimes just overlook some of the smaller details that actually matter. You're like...
It's really easy at this point in the game to get so excited that you put the wrong card down, or you play something out incorrectly, or you misjudge something because you're thinking 1 turn ahead. But you got to take it 1 step at a time, 1 card at a time, 1 block at a time. And here, if you throw the 2-block Mask of Momentum plus 2 other blocks, you're basically fine to cover this up. The real sticking point is if you somehow can't cover up all 6. And I don't think that there's a world that we live in with the cards in hand that you can't just cover this up.
You cover this up every day of the week, obviously, because the frailty token is
it ends your turn, essentially.
Correct. So there's a yellow. To me, it's pretty cut and dry. It's keep the yellow, the Cinder Brand with Cinderclaw, and the snatch. Toss everything else in front of this, and then it's pitch, Kodachi, snatch. That's 4 cards.
Look, I think that's what he's favoring. No, look, he's taking a different line. Okay, so this is interesting because he's not playing towards the Kodachi lethal. Instead, he's playing towards multiple breakpoints, and this is also something that you can play to finish the job as well. He's got a snatch, which is a 4-block. He has the boots up, so he can snap on that. The frailty token is live, so it is going to nerf those Kodachis, but you don't care about that because I think he's trying to set up like Brand with Cinderclaw into like a snatch.
Oh, maybe he wants to go into
the Phoenix Flame, which is a pseudo Kodachi, into like, it's a double.
It's a double strike.
Double strike just covers everything, and that's just gonna do it. No matter what he drew up, double strike just finishes it.
All right, well,
wow.
I wasn't aware there's a double strike there.
I wasn't either. I couldn't make that card out, but yeah, that's just the line, and Sjohn reads it like a book and moves to 6-0 Kodachi Fi. Who would have thought?
I would have thought.
You would have thought.
I would have thought.
Definitely.
I
would not have thought, but now I'm going to think.
You do your thinking.
Well, and not only that, moving to 6-0, basically, I believe, locks him up for that top 8. As long as he can punch that last ticket, he's going to go undefeated. But even if he doesn't, I mean, he's an X and 1.
We got to recenter ourselves here. We got to find center, as it were, as we just came out of a ninja game, which feels good.
Find center.
So there you go.
Right there.
It is a incredible game that was, as both kind of just danced the line. Again, there was a pivotal moment towards the end of the game where the 3 of a kind yielded another 3 of a kind, which was paired up with another 2 red cards that didn't really do much. So unfortunately, you just can't do much in that case, and you kind of have to wait. And ultimately, you do your best, and that's where you come out of it. And there you have it. So Kadachi Fi is undefeated, remains undefeated at 6-0, and is essentially your only locked player. Up to
well,
now.
at least as of right now. And the interesting thing to think about too is if Kadachi Fi is a lock there, how does that perform into the field? Like if you're looking at Kadachi Fi right now and you're going, okay, what are the good matchups? Well, we just saw it can go toe-to-toe with Lexi. It has the capability of pushing enough damage to keep a race scenario alive. It also, if you're looking at the other top decks and the well-represented decks, look at how it could perform conceivably into a Dromai player who wants to establish a huge board. You can milk those dragons for Mask of Momentum card draw, like across the board, and then you can push damage over the top. So it's beneficial there. How do you think it plays into a Bravo matchup?
I think that, I mean, the thing about Bravo is that you always think that Bravo has a nice advantage in the sense of like a lot of the disruptive effects and the equipment that is able to cover breakpoints, able to stop some of the Kadachis to really deny the mask. But over time, the erosion of that equipment becomes dangerous.
Right.
And ultimately, you do become susceptible to that mask, and you don't want to give up these fat blue cards to just stop a Kadachi to stop this. And there's a lot of combat tricks, you know, ancestral empowerment, things of that nature that really kind of go over the top. It becomes difficult. But frankly, the thing I'm most confused about is that I didn't know that you can milk a dragon.
Yeah, well, you got to learn these things by playing Dromai more. You know,
I will.
I played a lot of Dromai, and it's one of those things that you see as you look at the cards more and more. You can start to figure that out.
Noted.
The biggest question is how does that fare into Iyslander?
Well, this just came in from space, which is the fact that, yeah, it's all around us. Incredible. That the other undefeated player is Lucas Oswald on Iyslander. So, hey, who'd have guessed it? But look at this. Uprising Heroes, Fi and Iyslander, both standing tall with 1 round to go here at the Battle Hard.
Wow, that is that's going to make for an exciting top 8. I'm really curious to see how the breakdown has gone thus far and where our top tables are trending towards. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Let's go get the boxes that we might be able to open and give away to you. Let's go grab those so that we can get that started. We can do a giveaway together. I'll take a glance at the top tables as time is still going in the round, it looks like, so we can see kind of what's hanging around up there. And we'll be right back. So don't go too far. We'll be back in a minute.
Oh, I can make it.
Good timing.
Hey, everybody. We're in position here with my boy, Drip Drop Dando
What's
himself.
up, man? How you doing?
What's up, man? You'll finish that sentence.
Yeah.
What's up, man? Sant.
Oh,
Come on,
what's up, man?
respect
Stan?
on the name. Come on.
So, how you guys liking his new haircut? Because we've been known to be identified very similarly, but he was very willing to allow me to have the long hair now.
Well, it's not. Do you like it? Is it? Am I more drippy? That's the question. 'Cause
And that's
the
why we're here
topic of this
today,
whole
right?
segment. Yeah.
Okay.
Drip or drop, right? Drip or. Am I too far? Scoot that way a little bit because of the camera. Drip or drop. We got another segment since the round timer is still about like 6 minutes off. So we're gonna run through this today with Sam here, who is known to be, I don't know, the drip god, the drippiest.
I don't know, man. It just kind of
the
followed me.
drippy one. But you might have seen him at events wearing what is, considered to be very high fashion outfits, especially in the Flesh and Blood world, because most of us wear stuff like this, MinMax branded Levia, it's all just t-shirts. Until this man rolls up to events dressed like this. So we've got a run of questions where Sam has to, with whatever these things even mean, decide which is drip and which is drop. All right? And they ramp up. They ramp up, to be
Okay,
clear.
I'm ready.
So this is an easy one for you. This is an easy one.
Yes.
There's a hoodie or a bomber jacket.
Okay.
Which is drip, which is drop? You don't have to go too deep on the brands.
I mean, I'm a big fan of both, so it's very hard to identify. But if I have to pick one, I will say hoodie is drip, bomber jacket is drop.
Okay, so drop the bomber, hoodie is drip. That's good because I actually own that hoodie. I've worn that one a
I
couple
like that
times
hoodie.
when I
It's-
try to
I like the
compete with the
color.
drippiness. That's Teddy Fresh.
Really?
Yeah,
Very nice.
love
Do you
it,
play with the
love
hood up or with the hood down?
Hood down when I had the hair. But
Yes.
you know, now with the poof,
Yes.
that's probably the look.
I call that stealth mode.
Stealth
when you
mode?
put with a hoodie up, you don't want to talk to people.
Oh shit! Hold on, we got the next one. I gotta click to real quick because we are running low on time. Next one, as we ramp up. Next
Oh
one,
my gosh.
drip or drop number 2.
The Mark Johnson Classics.
You are teammates with Mark Johnson,
Yes.
and you know he rocks
Oh, of
those
course.
Lightning McQueen Crocs.
Yes. Every event. Literally every event.
It's his lucky shoe. It's his lucky shoe. But there are new Crocs on the market that are pretty high fashion these days. The big booties, the big Crocs.
Yes.
So which is drip and which is drop?
Oh, this is the easiest one. Lightning McQueen, drip.
Okay.
Big Mickey Mouse, Walt Disney boots, drop.
Drop?
And for those who don't know, the Lightning McQueen Crocs are actually very expensive because they were only given away at a raffle, and these things resell on eBay for hundreds of dollars.
No way. Wait,
Yep.
what raffle? What was this?
It was literally,
the lore?
I don't know. Mark Johnson told me that he won them in a raffle. You had to apply, and you were randomly selected, and he was one of the fortunate ones. And now they go on eBay for hundreds of dollars, but his are probably most expensive because they're signed by the man himself, James White.
Wow, and they're overly worn as well, so they're much loved.
Well
I've-
loved,
I've seen
well
those.
loved.
I've seen those. Okay, next drip or drop. Oh, you got it. Yeah, click the
We now
next
have
button.
Flake off on the side. He is controlling the computer.
All right, drip or drop number
Ooh.
3. Now, we're getting into fab now.
I like
You see,
this. I like
It's
this.
ramping up. Suedes
Mhm.
or creepers? Functionality aside, which is drippy? Which would you drop?
Oof. I mean, it's like Doc Martens versus Timberland boots, you know? So I'm going to go, it's just a preference thing. I'm going to go, creepers are definitely the drip. Those are the Tims.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say the suedes are the Doc Martens and they're the drop.
Dang, dude,
So it's
not
just a preference
factoring
thing.
anything in with the naming of it.
Nope,
Suede
nope.
hides is pretty hot. Spellbound
I
creepers,
do like
is that
suede.
even a shoe? Like,
Yeah, it's leather for sure. That's high-end leather for sure.
okay.
No question.
All right. I
Next
do
one.
agree because the creepers have skulls on them. You know,
Yeah.
very Levia.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Now this one's close to your heart because
Mm-hmm.
you play as Zuri,
I do.
and I'm sure Redback has tempted you a couple times.
No, never.
No,
Not once.
never. Okay,
Nope.
not even once.
Not even once.
Well, in terms of drippiness, though, in terms of drippiness.
Oh, yeah, the card's beautiful. I've thought about picking up an extended art, but then I realized that Tunic exists. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to go
Yes.
drop for sure on the,
Wow.
what's that card called? Redback Shroud?
Redback
yeah, Redback Shroud. Yeah,
Redback Shroud.
Tunic is the drip.
Not even for like Blitz. You have no interest.
What's Blitz?
Okay, fair.
I've
fair.
never heard of this.
No. You know when that card is playable? I opened it at Pro Tour,
Ooh.
stamped. Then it
Very
was
strong.
playable. It was pretty good.
Very strong
Better
in
than
draft.
Tunic 'cause
If
it's
Tunic
legal.
was ever banned, I would play the Shroud.
Okay, fair. All right, LSS, make this man play this route. He dubbed it Drippy. And what next here?
Oh my gosh.
Rudy, the gem keeper, or the prop? I couldn't confirm what the professor's card is called.
Yeah.
I think it maybe just is the prop.
Yeah.
But so don't look at the real person for this. Look at the card themselves.
Oh, okay. I thought we were.
Rudy, the gem keeper, or the prof as they exist in the flesh and blood world.
Well,
Who's drippy?
At
Who's not?
MinMaxGames, we have had a few Rudy cards come through, some signed, and we were able to sell them to some fans. I'm just gonna have to say, I'm gonna say the prof is the drip and the
Drip.
Rudy is the drop,
Rudy's
just
drop.
because you gotta have a specific clientele, I think, who wants to buy the Rudy cards because they're so expensive. But the prof, everyone's gonna be able to get the prof, right? That's the point, right?
Oh, so you're factoring in the cost on this one, not specifically because look at that little Dalmatian.
Oh, you want me to in the clothes specifically? Yeah, Rudy's got the drip for sure then.
Oh,
That
okay,
fur
okay.
coat is like
We're
no
back and forth,
question.
we're
I
back
would
and
wear that
forth.
coat for sure. I probably have worn a coat close to that actually at one point.
Next event, Nats.
Yeah,
Doing it?
if it's cold, sure.
If it's cold, no, it's like in 1 week, so it'll be pretty hot.
Yeah, probably not. I don't want to be sweating behind the booth.
Okay, I think this is the last one.
Oh,
I
man.
think this is it. This is the final boss, the final test. And whatever you say is going to get clipped and sent directly
I know.
to
I know.
probably both their inboxes. So you must
Man.
choose, though. James White with the pink shirt popped collar. Is he the drip? Or is Alex Norval, the man himself, your homie,
Yeah.
rocking those guns in the Bravo outfit? Is he the drip?
It's
Whoever's the drip,
tough.
the other's the drop.
I love both of them, man. They're both great. But if I'm looking at this and what I would wear, right? What I
Okay,
would bring
okay,
to an
okay.
event. Look at that jacket. What color is that jacket? That is a salmon to pink color jacket.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go with my boy James White. The popped
Oof.
collar, pink polo. There's very few things that have more drip than that.
Yeah, that's fair. And who else can inspire like 20 people to show up and wear exact outfits? I mean, that's how drippy it was. It
course.
inspired that whole cosplay contingent of James White.
I give my
Enjoyers.
respect to both, but you know,
Respect
you got to
to
go
both. Hat.
where you got the most amount of drip, and James White's the guy.
James
for sure.
White's
No
the
question.
guy.
Sorry,
Perfect.
guys.
Well, that's the run of drip or drop.
That was fun. Thank you,
for
man.
playing.
course.
Maybe I'll make some more for tomorrow. But there you go. No hate to you, Alex. We love you. We love you. But it's Papa James. You got to vote for him. And with that, we do have the next round coming up pretty soon. So we'll cut back to break, and then in like 2 minutes, wrap it up with round 7 into top 8. See you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, okay. They don't know how to do that. Click there's a break tab somewhere here. Let's click it. There it is.
Perfect.
All right, friends, I hope you had your last pee-pee pause because this is going to be one hell of a matchup here. This is a win and in for Bravo versus the Fatigue Briar. So, Guardian versus Fatigue. Buckle in.
Yeah, buckle in. Fatigue Briar is looking to punch its ticket into the top 8. Can you believe that?
I can believe it, but then again, I'm a man of culture and class. So,
Well, here's the thing.
yes.
I really want to cast this game. I really
But-
want to cast this Fatigue Briar game.
Sure.
So I think we should just do this. I think we should do this thing.
Do you want to do this?
Yeah, I want to do this because I'm so excited about this. Like I've said it a couple of times on stream. I was planning on bringing Fatigue Briar to the Calling DFW. I've been playing this deck a lot. It's a similar deck, but it has some tweaks in scope. I was talking to him a moment ago about like his conception of this deck, and he told me this. I leaned over. I was like, man, I really appreciate you bringing this deck. This is really cool. I've been playing this game a lot, playing this deck a lot exclusively for the past month. And he was like, you know what I did? I said, what? He said, I built this deck on Tuesday. And I've never played with Crown of Seeds before until building this deck. And I was so hyped by that I kind of want to just do this game. Is it okay if I commentate this game? We were possibly thinking about shuffling things up, but maybe we'll shuffle up here in the next.
Shuffle up maybe after this.
Shuffle up and play.
So are you doing okay?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. You guys doing okay? I think we're doing all right. I think we're going to call an audible here and say that you're stuck with us, so deal with it. That's kind of how it goes.
But I think we were talking about this. We may rotate some people in for quarterfinals, and then maybe some. We're going to do the top 8 after this, and we got some surprises for you. There's a couple people that want to hop in. So
Yeah. Well, one of them has a grocery bag full of sandwiches. That's your only hint.
that would be the first time that we've. Well, I guess that's not true. It's perhaps the second time that we've mentioned none other than Brodie Spurlock on this stream.
Well, we've mentioned the Spurlock maneuver.
That's the only other time we've done it.
Yeah, which is extensive verification of your opponent's graveyard. Rightfully so. You need the information. But for the semifinals, we're going to get some of those world-class players who unfortunately just kind of didn't quite make the cut are going to come in and give their expertise on some of the high-level gameplay here. And unfortunately, there's only so much Sam Dando that we can take without feeling too flustered and But it's going to be Nathan versus Empty Chair.
I like how you left that just right there on the precipice of really what you're saying.
Didn't
What we're all
say
thinking.
anything. I didn't say a single thing.
The man has drip for days.
Definitely.
For days. If you didn't see it, roll the tape back and watch Drip or Drop because that segment was gold.
Or stay tuned to the live broadcast and revisit it later.
I think you should do both. Just
I
two
don't
tabs.
think you can do that.
Two tabs open. Have one tab open with us.
All right.
And the other tab open running it back so that you get two versions of someone watching the stream.
All right, so it's Bryce on Briar. Bravo on Nathan, busting up
Bravo on Nathan.
the B alliteration that I was going for. Unfortunately, it's all good there. As my boy Bravo looking to just get in to that top 8. This is a win and in. And now both players at 5-1. You'd think, well, if they lose the last matchup, that seems safe, right? Unfortunately, 128 players at this battle hardened.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You don't want to leave it to chance, and winning here is the only way to fly. But interestingly enough, too, I was watching the top tables, and we had a couple of Kanos that were sitting at 4-1, and we had some Icelanders, some Lexi, and we also had Bryce here, who was up against one of those Kanos. And the reason that last round went fully to time is because the Kano and Bryce here were going toe-to-toe, and it came down to the classic move. Everyone knows it. Everyone loves it, of Oasis Respite in the Arsenal onto the Wildfire turn. And the Kano had the possible way to try and steal that win there at the end, but a couple of things didn't break the right way, and Oasis is a card, and Bryce was able to take it. I was talking to him after the game, and he was like, man, did you see those two red hands he said, did you see the red hand I was sitting on? I was like, dude, I saw the two red hands you were sitting on. You dodged the hottest of bullets that Kano could have been spitting at him. And he mentioned, the only loss that I had, it was a game where I was playing against Iyslander, and I didn't realize, because I've only played Crown of Seeds for a few days, I didn't realize the interaction that it has with frost bites. And so he's like, yeah, I totally punted the only loss against an Iyslander that I'd had. Outside of that, he's perfect on the day, sitting at 5-1, with the only loss being to what many say is the best deck in the format.
How many cards you got?
Yeah, we are A-OK here as the players are just double-checking with our wonderful judge friend Eric, saying, are we good to go? And we gave him the thumbs up. I had the preemptive thumbs up, actually. I saw him walk away from the table and I had the thumbs up ready to go.
I think we should just give everybody thumbs up.
Well, yeah, but then that loses all meaning. Put those away.
Okay, fine.
All right, it's... Oh, my man. Again, a man with right to my heart there with those white border Anathos. I mean, let's be real here. Reaping Blade with the Briar, which is going to stunt some of that life gain. If you notice the Reaping Blade, it's one attack, or it costs 1 to attack for 3. If a hero has more life than you, they can't gain life. So if you hit that first sigil, well, that's the last one you're probably going to be able to play unless you dip below. So we're going to see how this goes, starting off with the creation of a rune chant is my guess, as you can see a whole plethora of different tokens hidden behind the Briar. But one floating here, and the creation with the tunic, that was always meant to be there. And we're going to come in with the Runic Reclamation with the Rune Chant Chaser, 7 attack, 1 Rune Chant, arcane damage, breakpoints. Let's go.
If you didn't see the round that we covered, I believe it was round 2, the original playing of this deck, I think it's very important to understand what this deck is doing. This is not Channel Mount Heroic Briar in any stretch of the imagination. What this deck is doing is trying to be just more efficient than anything you can present. And how are we doing that? Well, We are sending incidental rune chance, but we don't care really about arcane damage. What we care about is breakpoint attacks that could, on hit, generate us Embodiment of Earth. And then we play, like 20 to 30 like non-attacks that are blue that are all 3 blocks. And so if we can generate an on-hit and create the embodiment, then all of our hand potentially can become sync belows for blocking purposes. And so therefore, we can be more efficient over the long term by using those blocks and by pushing these, nice breakpoint attacks.
Now, I want to just push a little bit of information here towards our wonderful viewers, which is the fact that Nathan's equipment setup as well as the weapon choice alludes to the fact that he has information on what Bryce is playing. He knows what the deck type is. You see Briar and you're not running Arcane Boots. You see Briar and you're not running, the shield with the Titan's Fist. That's because you know the type of deck that is being played. You need to lean on the strength of Anathos here. Bravo can hang with the fatigue decks by leaning on the sheer strength of Anathos. If Bryce is going to be sending seven attacks here, that's going to cost him a card. If you're just pitching to Anathos the whole time, that's not costing you jack squat in order to actually send the 6 here. So Nathan here knows that this is the case and has equipped his Bravo precisely for this matchup.
I've played upwards of 50 games on the Fatigue Briar plan over the past few weeks, and what I've found in playing all the different heroes is that the most uncomfortable matchup is, in my opinion, Bravo, simply because they do have the capacity to fatigue you back. And yes, the nice thing about Briar is that we have recursive tools in the deck, things like Evergreen, things like Fused Rites of Replenishment, but at the end of the day, they have Anathos, and oftentimes Anathos is just a card that exists in the world of Flesh and Blood, and it can do work over the long game.
Certainly. I just actually walked by the MinMax booth before this round, and they dug up and this is a very generous term, moderately played Cold Foil Anathos, and I bought it. Because if there's anything that I want vanity about, it's the fact that I'm swinging a big shiny hammer. We're going to go ahead and toss some boots in front of this, as well as what's that?
He's tossing the Starstruck, which is going to create him another Seismic Surge, along with the Zealous Belting, which is
wonderful.
Yeah, 2, and so he's covering everything up here, not allowing that creation of that embodiment, and that's a huge deal because if you get an embodiment on the right turn, then your entire hand can just deal some serious blocking value, if you will.
All right, well, Anathos for looks like 4 here, as you need 2 cards with 3 pitch or better. He's going to block the 6 in front of it anyways. And let's continue onward. Let's just block that out. And this is going to be a little bit of a drag. It's going to take some time. It's going to be a game of erosion, of attrition, things like that. And we're going to open with an Evergreen here, 7 attack.
This is Evergreen from Arsenal. This is going to go to the bottom of the deck after this sort of resolves because it's played from Arsenal. This is one of those abilities to just kind of cycle things. If you're wondering why he didn't just use the defense reaction that's in hand to cover up that Anathos, it's because he wants defense reaction perhaps in Arsenal and to basically just allow him to play around dominated things like Dominated Crippling Crush, which is the key to pushing massive damage on you as a defensive fatigue deck. And Staunch Response covering this up.
You are spot on there. And what's important to note also is the fact that how do you circumvent a very staunchly defended hero? Dominate. And that is it's not within a card particular, it's your hero's ability. So Bravo will eventually be able to convert for damage. You just need to find the right recipe for it and actually perhaps just line those things up. I haven't seen Bravos playing Pulverize lately, but that is one of those cards that you want to line up properly. You want to heave it. You want to basically dominate it and send it to convert for damage. If there's any hero that can kind of circumvent this steadfast defense that Briar is looking to present, it is a dominated attack that Bravo is going to present.
And I really like this choice, too. We know it was a Fate Foreseen that he placed into Arsenal last turn, but instead of using it to stop the Anathos, again, he chooses to cycle it with Crown of Seeds and throw a 3-block non-attack that you don't care about in front of that, covering up the entirety of the damage, but also putting the Fate Foreseen to the late game, which is most likely what we're going to be seeing Nathan doing with things like Crippling Crush that he can't use or Spinal Crush that he can't use in the early game. It's that late game damage that's going to win one of these two players the game as long as the timer doesn't hit zeros while they're both at 30.
Yeah, that's the question here. So let's pose this to the chat. When the timer's at 15 minutes, Will the players be below 30?
I would say someone probably will be.
Someone probably will be, but at what point will both players? Let's say 25. At what point in the clock will both players hit 25? That's a nice little fun thing.
I don't know if that's actually going to occur.
Happen? You don't think any of these?
Well, simply because like at both players at the same time are below. Because the way
25 or below.
All right, the way that I've oftentimes always pitching a pummel. So this is where you want to start your pitch stack over on Nathan's side of things. And if you're following it with Bryce, we did see a pitch of the pummel there, so we want to circle that around and we want to keep track of where that is. But the way that I've seen this play out and the way I've experienced playing this out is that oftentimes these, we just got word that we are cutting to break because there is a judge call. So we're going to go ahead and step away for just a minute. We're going to get some clarification.
Okay, hello everyone. Update. Flake took another PP time, so it's myself and DM at the time being.
Pronounced PP pause.
Oh, PP pause.
There
PP
you
pause.
go. There you go.
Speaking of pauses, I have no idea what turn they are on. I have no idea what the time is anymore, but a judge is now sitting at the table, so we're just going to hide these for now since I legitimately just like can't track them properly.
I think it's turned
apologies.
question mark, if you
Apologies.
will. But nevertheless, I believe the ruling given was an IP2, so that is going to apply as why you see 3 cards there. But continuing on is Bryce playing down that Command and Conquer, and the dead card in the hand over there on the side of Nathan. Now only looking at 3 cards, and the dead card there being that unmovable. He can't play that into that Command and Conquer, so he's going to maybe consider just committing the 1 card block here and then possibly trying to save the arsenal, giving some equipment. And I think he's copping it out. Yep, there's the possibility of just copping out the arsenal so you don't lose it. It was a crippling crush, and that's a big deal. You want that card to try and set up your big win.
Flake is joining us again. I'm going to get the live totals fixed. Oh, it looks like
They have, I guess, taken care of that on that side.
I have returned.
okay.
We shall see how things unfold. Definitely something that had to get taken care of, though. When things of that ilk happen, it's best to call a judge and get it understood and figured out. But on the fatigue Briar side of things, you continue on by trying to commit to the back and forth of taking away your opponent's cards in the most efficient way possible. And Nathan is going to do that thing where he swings hammer. And there it is. He chose to swing hammer, which is a very good play that Bravos oftentimes make, because that weapon, maybe that's the best weapon in the game.
Well, I do say that to a degree. I mean, because it has such force in its power. I mean, a lot of people say, hey, like Crippling Crush, Spinal Crush, Starstruck, these are really powerful attacks. I'm like, dude, have you seen his hammer? That's a lot of potency, and at no net loss of cards from your deck to do it. That's why Bravo is so good at these matchups, because if you lean on that 6 attack, it's like, all right, well, I'll create a Seismic Surge, I'll send a hammer, and if your return fire is pretty bad, I'll have a Seismic Surge, and maybe then I swing something big. But worst case scenario, I always have something to swing, and that's a very, very important element here.
Autumn's Touch Red is being presented, and this is a breakpoint attack that can give Bryce an embodiment of Earth that makes blocking a lot easier. And here we're giving up our first Crippling Crush of the game. We're holding on to a sink below, which is why we're going to be blocking here the full amount, and we're choosing perhaps to sink. The other card in hand, in this 3-card hand, was a Sigil of Solace, but look at this. We have the activation of the Spellbound Creeper so that we can play Force of Nature and follow it up with CNC. And you know what? This is one of the benefits of the flexibility that is playing as Briar. Yes, we can just play a more fatigue strategy where we're using Crown of Seeds to play defensively, but we can also do stuff like this, gaining action points, using Spellbound Creepers. You know, Oldham couldn't do this.
Hey, you're not wrong. I mean, this is a equipment set that seems so unorthodox for this hero, but Spellbound Creepers, we saw Spellbound Creepers earlier. I think it was in round 3 or 4 with the more traditional Briar, more aggressive Briar, being able to sneak in some extra action points. But look at how Bryce has utilized those Creepers to such significant ways. And now there's Nathan holding on to, what is that, a Sigil of Solace potentially? I mean, might as well just arsenal it and keep it. You don't need it right away. So just keep the mystery alive here. As now I believe the IP is over, and we're going to draw up to 4 here. And ultimately, you got it looks like a, what is that, a Terra Sunder in hand, a very powerful tool, again, with the Dominate effect, but leaning on the Bravo effect of getting those Dominates. And at the end of the day here, this one's going to be, it's going to be a grindy one.
Yeah, it is indeed, and this is going to definitely go the distance. Here we're pitching that Come to Fight. Come to Fight is a fantastic addition to the deck because it does block for 3, and if you have that embodiment, it actually blocks for 4. But doing the standard play, and this does spend all your resources, so that one floating is just a myth. It doesn't exist. The Grasp of the Arknight into the 1 resource for the Reaping Blade is basically the same thing as a Dread Scythe, which is kind of fun. It's kind of spicy. It's kind of exciting.
I'm excited.
Are you?
Well, yeah.
I'll tell you what, the standard weapon for me is Dread Scythe because I love flipping it over and watching people's face. But at the same time, Reaping Blade off of a blue is exactly the same as Dread Scythe to most of the degree. Of course, the Dread Scythe comes with its own built-in arcane, which can turn off the ability for your opponent to sigil out of range. But at the same time, you get some flexibility from Reaping Blade being only a one cost swing.
You're much like that that villain, the one who some people just like to see the world burn.
Watch the world burn.
Yeah, what's his name? Laughmaster, I think his name was.
Yeah, that's a great line from Superman. That's one of my favorite. Like Superman 2, that part where Lex Luthor says
Oh,
that.
yeah, The Empire Strikes Back.
No, where Lex Luthor says that, and I'm just gonna stop. Chat's probably gonna flame us for doing
So
that.
there is a Chokeslam red, and there's the Sigil of Solace that was tucked away in the arsenal. We're gonna block this out here. No reason to sort of take more damage than we need, and Nathan is gonna grab a couple extra points of life as Bryce takes it on the chin just a little bit, and
The only
slow and
reason
steady.
he can do that, by the way, the only way is because Bryce actually has the life lead, which means he can't play Sigil of Solace if it's in the list. But I don't believe he's running it in the list. I'm not quite sure. Nevertheless, if he wins this game, he will be making it into the top 8 with a deck he built on Tuesday, with the possibility of taking Briar to Living Legend status. But Nathan has something to say about that on your favorite hero, Borvo.
Yes, Borvo strong, but this is a very difficult brick wall to be bumping your head into, and the benefit for Bryce here is the fact that you want the longer games, right? And if you're getting into the top 8, the clock goes out the window. This now plays even better into his favor. He has a better path to grind out those wins. He could go to those fatigues, and as some of you might be groaning and moaning out there, being like, "Oh no, not again." Well, hey, this isn't going to be the same kind of reach that Oldham had. However, when time is out the window, you can plan and grind your way to those victories. And here comes a big one. This is a Spinal Crush. We're going to create a Seismic Surge. Seismic Surge.
It popped,
Yeah,
I believe.
popped,
He
yeah,
picked
right,
to
yeah.
Create, and now he's sending that Spinal Crush for 9. This is an easy cover-up. Even though we don't have the embodiment, we get to play a card that is fundamentally insane, and that is going to create us that embodiment anyway. And this turns into from a 5 block to a 7 block.
So I'm curious here because there was always an opportunity here. Instead of creating the Seismic Surge, you could have actually just dominated it. And that would have circumvented the Blossom of Spring Unity effect. It could have pushed forth more damage. But
Well,
that's because
yeah, I mean, the other question, too, is what is he choosing to favor his arsenal for? Because he could have also done that, right? I mean, if his arsenal is something impactful that he wants for a subsequent turn, then he could have just, as he's chosen to arsenal, but he could have just maybe pitched it away since he was floating 1 to pay for the Bravo effect.
The other consideration here was the fact that he maybe just wanted to maintain a lower life total so he can play the Sigil that he just drew up. That's a consideration as well, but ultimately we shall never know. But as the game progresses here, it is Nathan at 27, Bryce at 32. We had mentioned that, kind of putting an over-under on the clock for when both players get sub 25, but this is one of those massive turns here. Now,
Hey, a Crippling Crush.
call back to Nats 21?
I think so. We've been around this a long time. So Crippling Crush out of the arsenal, that was the card that he was favoring in the arsenal. It's a pretty good one, but earlier we saw him pitch a Crippling Crush and try to cycle it to the bottom of the deck. Now we're seeing him favor throwing these out there. Maybe he feels like the urgency is on his side to try and close this out because there are recursive tools in the deck, and technically, unless he's running Remembrance, Nathan doesn't have access to ways to get cards back into the deck.
Bryce using the Tunic resource to activate Crown of Seeds, cycling a card from Arsenal to the bottom of the deck, drawing a card. An additional card in hand here. There's a Brothers in Arms. So this could potentially block for 4 if pitched into, plus the 1, oh boy, and efficiency with those pitches as well. As you find an Oasis Respite, you're blocking for 4 there, plus the prevention effect. 9 is blocked there, only 2 gets to leak through.
I was talking to Bryce, and we were talking about how he's been playing this deck since Tuesday, and he said, man, Crown of Seeds is a really good card. And I was like, yeah, you pitch into it, and sometimes you don't get the resources, like the use out of the extra resources. And we were both like, the only thing you really use it for is Oasis and Brothers in Arms. And what do we see? Oasis and Brothers in Arms all on the same turn as the Crown. So it's literally the perfect draw for exactly that moment. And it's why Crown of Seeds can be very powerful and very potent in a variety of decks.
So Bryce has an avenue to victory here off the back of a Rune Chant, because there are no prevention effects here to stop the arcane damage on Nathan's side. So perhaps there's an opportunity here for him to just, again, slowly whittle away, slowly whittle away. That's not the most, it's not the sexiest way to go about it here. It's just the fact that it gets the job done. Sometimes you got to just make it happen. And ultimately, a Reaping Blade here for 3 is going to work out. But it looked like Nathan actually took a lot of damage here for a clapback being a Spinal Crush.
I mean, if you're going to send something back, doing it on the back of a Spinal Crush is pretty good. And you're threatening the possibility of one of those pummels. We did see a pummel cycle to the deck very early in this game, but here we have the possibility of a second pummel. And if you're looking at this from Bryce's perspective and looking at his hand, he does have a fair number of 2 blocks in hand. This is one of the downsides of running these 2 blocks that we could be running into, is where you just draw a hand of 2 blocks. And it's part of the reasons why when I've been playing this deck over the past month, I've cut a lot of those generic 2 blocks and just favored big 3-block attacks like this one, for example. Autumn's Touch is an MVP in the deck. And here he's going to block for a total of 7 to the 9. Do we see a pummel?
Well, it doesn't quite.
Oh, Sigil, nice little bait there. Just trying to see if you would get your opponent to overcommit. And that is a way to get around a fatigue deck. Make them overcommit resources and try to, slowly but surely lose out on that incremental advantage. But you know what? Bryce says no.
And you know what? If I was playing this matchup, I would be definitely leaning on the dominate effect from Bravo. And I might be doing that wrong, though. I mean, I'm just trying to sometimes just playing with that mystery of the card in hand, the card in arsenal with the big play, and just telling your opponent, like, hey, maybe I have it, and maybe you got to cover it up. But ultimately, that's what didn't happen here. This is a 7 attack. It's Findel's Fighting Spirit. It's a 7 attack, costs you 3. We're going to toss some cards in front of it. Nathan now is going to go ahead and toss the Fate Foreseen in front of it. Take a look. Do you like it? It's a Macho Grande now. That's better later in the game, I think.
I agree with you there. Now, the games that I have lost playing as Fatigue Briar against Bravo over the past several weeks are the games where the Bravo player recognizes early that they have to keep threats for late game, and we get into these lower middle life totals, and they start doing exactly this. And that's sending dominated attacks in succession and not allowing me to get value off of embodiments because I can only block with 1 card. And those are the tickets to getting to those low life totals. And let's see if Nathan kind of sniffs that out and starts to make his way towards that game plan.
Bryce activating the Tunic triggered up to 3. It is locked and loaded, which can potentially go ahead and get a free card off of the Crown of Seeds. But there's nothing in Arsenal yet. But at the end of the turn, that might happen as we, again, create a Rune Chant, send Reaping Blade. 1 Arcane, unblockable. You got nothing to do with it, so that's a free pass on that one. But the 3 damage here from the Reaping Blade is still on the hook. Nathan contemplating. The deck is essentially practically all 3 blocks here. It's just what do you want to commit? Giving up the Thunderquake here. He had the Cranial Crush in hand, and that's the right play.
Choosing Arsenal, one of our 3 blocks. I believe that was a Sift in Arsenal, which is just obviously at this point just Crown of Seeds fodder. We have the resource up for the Tunic to be able to Tunic Crown of Seeds and set ourselves up for a nice little 5-card hand, little chunky block turn. Let's see what we get sent back, and Anathos is coming for 6. But this is a fairly straightforward cover-up if we're on Bryce's side of things.
White border Anathos. Get that psychic damage in, baby. Gotta love it. I don't know what the criticism of this is about. I mean, there are some people who are just absolutely against white border cards from the history pack. I love them. I grew up with them in like Star Wars CCG. There's plenty of them all the way around, and I'm all for white border cards. I think that they're pretty rad.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I have nothing to add to that conversation.
Well, you know what?
What? Tell me.
I have nothing to add to this. So
all right, there you go.
There it is, the Anathos for 6. Again, leaning on the hammer to get a lot of the work done here to preserve the cards. Now, again, this is a timed matchup. There was a judge call, so we're not sure quite how much time is left in this particular game because it has now been granted an extension, of which we will we'll let you know. But again, we're going to go ahead and crown here. 1 prevention. There's another float to go ahead, or there's another paid to make the Brothers in Arms a 4 block. So 1 leak. Again, progress.
Yep. No, the 1 leak is great. The Brothers in Arms is one of those interesting cards, and in that it doesn't necessarily block for 2. It actually blocks for 4 most often. especially when you have something in concert along with it in Crown of Seeds. And not using the Tunic resource to Crown of Seeds, but instead pitching a card meant that you had the floating resources already. So it's almost a better use of your economy overall, rather than using the Crown of Seeds Tunic combo. But here, we're just going to send the Runic Reclamation for 7. This does have an on-hit effect that is relevant here because it can destroy the Seismic Surge, which is an aura, and make a Rune Chant token. But I would imagine we see this covered up almost completely all the time.
There is a Chokeslam. There's a Unmovable in hand. I believe I saw a Cranial Crush as well. We're going to see what he's hovering over here. He's going to drop the Cranial Crush and going to follow it up with... looked like he was going to give away the Chokeslam here, but opting to actually just block 6.
Interesting.
And
So he's going to give him the embodiment. He's also going to give him a Rune Chant token. So there's a lot of value that's been given on this turn, especially the embodiment of Earth. And drawing into another hand, we have a Sink Below. We have a Fate Foreseen. So on this, in this exact moment, you would think you'd get some value out of that embodiment of Earth, but you actually just drew all your defense reactions anyway. So it's like whatever. Oh no! On the one turn where you don't want the defense reactions, you draw them all. You draw all of them.
yeah, that's a
Two Fate
dangerous...
Foreseens and a Sink Below.
That is dangerous here. I mean, you can go ahead and pitch one to go ahead and cycle, which is what's going to happen over here. Why not? CNC coming in at an opportune time.
Drawing another 2-block, and this is the downside to the 2-block generic attacks. Actually, technically, that right there, that Raging Onslaught, I believe, does block for 3, and this covers everything up.
Oh, yeah.
There.
Full coverage, baby. You get the deluxe package when you rent a car. Why not? There it goes. One Rune Chant still floating about there, which is always going to have a free pass. And
Then the old 1 Rune Chant plus the Reaping Blade. This is the benefit that the Reaping Blade provides, is that you can pay 1 for it and pitch that Fate Foreseen rather than trying to hold on to it versus something like a Dread Scythe, which is a fun card to play, though.
I mean, with the Grasp of the Arknight and the Reaping Blade, it's like your own kind of Titan's Fist to a degree. It's a blue pitch that does 4, except this one's packed into 2 different pockets.
Yeah, so if you were noticing, I think there was an attempt to take up the Tunic after the phase had passed, and then I think the judge was able to catch that and make sure that that didn't actually go through, and I think both players understood that that was the case. Playing fast is important, especially when both players are playing decks that can go to the second cycle. It's not as often that you play a second cycle game in this current meta, and here is one of those times where you can, and that's going to block 4/3. And then the Sink Below is going to allow the full coverage here.
Sure, why not? I mean, getting cards for a blue Guardian attack feels good. I still, at this juncture, I feel like I would be leaning on Hammer a little bit more. You want to worry about the deck getting thin, but at the same time, the clock is still everybody's enemy, right? So maybe you just got to make these plays. That you do play differently in a top 8 than you would in a Swiss round when you're playing grindier decks like this, especially in this matchup. But here it is again. We're going to pitch a blue, create a Rune Chant, swing Reaping Blade. And again, that little chipperoo is kind of wearing thin on Nathan here as he goes down to 22.
Now, this is an interesting moment because in that exact moment where he takes the Rune Chant, he goes to an even life total and he can play that Sigil of Solace, whereas before he actually had the life lead and Reaping Blade had basically stopped that card from doing anything in his hand. But now he could actually play that card if he chose to gain the life, rather than it being just like this dead card in hand that you have to pitch for later.
So pitching a... okay, well, this does not have go again. It's 5 because there is not an attack with greater attack value in the pitch zone than the 5 from Zealous Belting. So this is perhaps another kind of feint of a pummel, potentially. Zealous Belting is one of the funnest cards to pummel, I will tell you that much.
I disagree. I hate that. But then again, I'm the one that gets pummeled on Zealous Belting.
Yeah,
So,
well, I don't care what you think, so...
Ouch. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, everyone. It's round 7, and Flake has lost all empathy for humanity. Or I guess just me. Maybe it's just me. I'm not sure. There's the Sigil play, and I think that is right. Now, he plays it after the fact and goes up to 24, but if there were no blocks declared or if he realized that the damage was going to go through, he could have also played it beforehand.
Yeah, if you do it before the damage phase, you just kind of find that window in Sigil of Solace, no problem. Well, what's the story here? We're going to draw up and Evergreen.
Hey. Evergreen is a great way to keep yourself in the game long term because you're playing it from Arsenal. It's going to go to the bottom of the deck and just cycle around. It also threatens a fantastic breakpoint that technically we can cover up fairly approachably if we just choose some equipment, but also if we have some good stuff in the arsenal, like
Like just
unmovable.
unmovable. You're feeling a little bit peppy. Are you feeling better?
Oh yeah, so yeah, I realized a few moments ago before we went on for round 7 that I had not eaten enough food in my life,
In your life.
in my entire life, to not be hyperbolic at all. No, I had not eaten enough over the past traveling to this event in the evening yesterday and then in the morning that I realized I was on death's door, but someone gave me a Cliff Bar.
That was we got to shout it out. It was Barrett Goss, who's new to Flesh and Blood. This is his first ever event.
And he chose to play Iyslander. He
Yep.
gave me a Cliff Bar, so my lease on life is extended, which is great. Along with this Anathos is also extended.
Apparently it was injected with loads of dramatic enthusiasm.
Yeah, boy, you know
You're
what? When
screaming it out.
I am very good at talking when I have food, apparently.
That is a good thing. Death's Door may have been a stretch, but there's a pummel that he found, but it's unfortunately found. He caught it with a unmovable, and is that another Rouse the Ancients in hand? That hand seems so clunky. It does not seem fluid at all. And here's a runic wreck, but you can easily cover this up with that unmovable. What a target for this.
Well, if you've got the unmovable, from hand it's only doing 5 if it's a blue. We can probably assume it's a blue, right? So you're going to maybe be able to play that alongside of like a block with your Crater Fist or something like that. Or you just make it easy. You block 4 and then give a single card from hand. Nope. Just going to say sink below from Arsenal.
All right, sure, why not? I mean, that's perfectly fine. Again, there's not many on hits that Bryce is sort of wheeling about there. So sometimes it's just a matter of, hey, let's use our equipment as whenever we can, when we find a hand that we want, and we don't want that to happen. And I think this might just be a Terra Sunder Hammer play.
Let's see. He's pitching the Rouse to play the old Terra Sunder, and like you called it, there's the Hammer. Terra Sunder Hammer, indeed, the menu item. And we're going to be able to, in this case, pocket the wonderful and yet hated, one of the most hated cards in Pummel into the
So
arsenal.
good. That's the place it should be. I talk a lot to very excellent Bravo players like Clark Jensen, and when we're talking about matchups, he just basically says a lot of the logic when it comes to Bravo matchups are that arsenal slot is destined for certain cards. There's very few ways to rescue the card in your arsenal once it gets stuck there. So you have to be very vigilant about what you keep in there. D-Reacts, Pummels, Zealous Beltings, and Sigils and stuff like that. You don't want to get stuck there. Having a Pummel in your arsenal is such a great feeling because it can stay there for 5, 6, 7 turns, but when you find the right time for it, it's beautiful because sometimes your opponent just suspects it's there, and just that fear causes them to play differently. So you can see here Bryce just doing the math here to sort of figure out what he wants to do, and making sure that everything is covered properly as the 2 block plus the Tunic and the Fate Foreseen covers the 7 from the Terra Sunder supercharged Anathos.
Yep. So playing with essentially a full grip now over onto his own turn. It's a 3-card hand, but the way this deck plays is oftentimes off of the axis of like a 2-card hand, if you will. And in this case, a 1-card hand by just the, simple fact of being able to pitch a blue, create a Grasp of the Arknight, Rune Chant trigger, and then sending Reaping Blade so that you can keep pushing damage.
Okay, this is a situation where Nathan might actually just take all this damage. He's found 2 blues plus a Spinal Crush. There's a Fate Foreseen in there as well. He's got the means to send a pummeled Spinal Crush, but he might, like this, think that, you know what, this is not ready. We're not ready yet. He's going to keep the Terra Sunder on top, which I like. I like that play. He's playing patiently. He's playing disciplined here because some other players might say, I'll take this damage because I want to send a pummeled Spinal Crush. But it still might be too early here. This is not a game of aggregate. It's not when the clock ends, whoever has the most life doesn't win. That's not how this works. So he's just going to go again, super grindy. Let's show up with a hammer, 2 float, and see what happens. He's holding on to that Spinal Crush. He might find the right dominated Spinal Crush to match with that hammer. If he pulls 3 blues, he can really blow this game out of the water.
Yeah, so here we're favoring, on a 5-card hand after the Crown trigger, we're favoring just a general block. And yes, if you don't know what that card is, That is a Burdens of the Past. And this is exactly why I play Burdens of the Past as well. Because in this matchup, you actually could get the card draw off of it. Plus, it's a blue block 4.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
it's just like, hey, remember that time that you played Pummel? I'm gonna go ahead and sink, and then I'm gonna go ahead and sink as well, responding to the first sink.
Oh man, Nathan said, "Yeah, how about this?" And Bryce is just pulling rabbits out of his hat like they're nothing here, and just manages to go ahead and stuff that 10 spot Anathos, but it was just vanilla damage, and
was.
Nathan was able to actually pocket a Spinal Crush with a Seismic. So 2 blues creates a dominated Spinal Crush.
What this also allowed is for Bryce to really tailor his hand overall.
He found a Crippler. That is huge. This might be a situation where he just takes this damage and wants to send the dominated Crippler instead.
He's gonna take it all, and he's gonna allow the draw up. Now, unfortunately for Bryce, when you connect with that Reaping Blade, it's not making you an embodiment because he needed an attack action card to hit. Nevertheless, he's got an Oasis in the hand, and that's the perfect answer to something like a Spinal Crush or a Crippling Crush. Gonna use the Spinal Crush first, and I think that's wise because 1, you're threatening Pummel, but 2, you're also allowing yourself to arsenal a Crippling Crush, which could lead to a dominated Crippling Crush later. Here we're using the Crown to prevent 1, and then that gives us the opportunity to maybe block more advantageous.
Oh, this is great because Nathan is basically presenting another pummel. Because when you're floating 2 on a non-dominated attack, your opponent's like, okay, why don't you dominate this, you clown? Like, what is this about? What tales are you weaving here? And ultimately, Nathan is playing the mind games here, inflicting that psychic damage. He did have a pummel.
When you have it, you have it. And looking at how much he's covering up, he's covering up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the 9. And there's the response with Oasis. So whether you have it or not, it doesn't really matter because we always had the Oasis in the hand. No life gain there, but you know what? You also don't lose a card thanks to that pummel because it would have connected there. Oh, no, he is losing the card. I guess that's true.
Yep.
Yeah, he is.
There's no embodiment to beef up that come to
No,
fight.
you're 100% correct. But you know what? At the very least, you were able to make most use of your cards. And although you're taking up the Tunic and waiting to pass, you are able to save most of your life. And that's the second pummel now gone. That is red. At this point, you're playing around 1 more red pummel and the blues if they're in the list.
Pitching a blue here. I think we're going back to work. Create a Seismic is my guess. There's a Crippling Crush in the arsenal, so I think we're going to go ahead and do that. 1 float.
Yep.
And let's make it happen.
No, he's got a
Starstruck.
Starstruck from hand, so he's being very patient on the Crippling Crush in the arsenal, if that is indeed what we see. But he's going to dominate this Starstruck. He's going to force a couple of blocks here. And when your opponent doesn't have an arsenal, the Crown is not available.
Okay, so this is a fascinating play because Starstruck would normally stymie most of the Briars that are out there because their attacks are 4 or less. This is different. Starstruck here with the crush effect of whatever damage is done with the crush effect, your opponent can only play attack actions with attack greater than the damage done. But here's a Braunhide. That's a 7. You're not used to that from Briar. So it looks like Bryce just kind of laughed that one off and said, yeah, I'll take damage, but I can just still return fire here.
Yeah, it's almost like vanilla damage at that point. This is either representing 7 or 8, which is even better. And one of the reasons why it's a great attack to include in a deck like this, yes, it does block 2. That is a big downside in a deck that wants to be consistent and efficient. But you know what is efficient is a 1 card for 8. Or really a 2 card 8 because you're 1 for pitch, right?
All right, well, it looks like, I believe there's still the Crippler in the arsenal. He may have 3 blue cards in hand, and here we go. Let's start with the Dominate effect, and let's just go full ham here. Crippling Crush, and Nathan's got to be like, look at him staring across the table. He was just basically saying, dude, if you Oasis double sync me again, I'm going to lose my mind. What's in hand there?
And there's an interesting inclusion, the Tome of Fjendal, which is a 2 block. It is going to make things a little more difficult, but you have the embodiment, so 1 card block will be for 4, like a sink below, essentially. But you don't have any tricks around the extra damage. You can do a crown play, maybe, to try and get more cards in hand, not lose certain cards that might do some work for you. But honestly, at this point, you're just like, how do I prevent, I should say, the most amount of damage coming my way? Because I think Nathan has done a fantastic job of trying to string together big dominated attacks. And at this point, he's used the arsenal. He's used these 3 in a row, and he has to natural draw it from here. So Bryce is saying, okay, if I can weather this, I might be able to come out the other side with my opponent on an all blue hand and just swinging hammer again.
Bryce is navigating this as best he could. One prevention from the Crown of Seeds. There is a 4 block there. That's blocking 5. And it looks like that's all it is. So he's going to be taking a solid 6 spot here, going down to 9 and peeling 2 cards from hand here at random. And what did we have in hand before? There was a Come to Fight, I believe. There was the finals, the Tome of Final.
One of the cards he just drew into is not a card you want sort of cycled around, and it was the Evergreen, and I don't think you get to choose.
You don't.
You get random cards. So I'm
It's
not sure
random.
if
So
you're gonna catch that, or if
it's but yeah. So the Terra Sunder is by choice.
that's correct.
It's random. There we go. So they caught it over here. Nathan just saying, "Hey, dude, it's random," and it's that happens again. Yeah. So yeah, Nathan's just clarifying here. Yeah, they are random. Terra Sunder again is choice. Pummel is choice. Crippling Crush. You are so distracted by the sheer pectoral strength of Crippling Crush.
There it is.
Yeah.
After you got punched in the face, you're like, wow, man,
Whoa.
that guy's wrong.
Insane.
In a way, though, you don't really care because the game is just going to keep on plugging away. You have more defensive tools. The question is, how much do you have left in the tank as far as defense is concerned? But losing the Evergreen is a painful hit because that does give you one of those pieces to just recur and recur and recur. But he draws into a couple of those defensive pieces, and like I said, he natural drew into a blue hand. Just swings the hammer.
So here it is. This is in the late game where the hammer is going to outclass that reaping blade every single time because this is now swinging for, well, it's swinging for 6 here with 2 float with the creation of the seismic surge. Leaning on the hammer to do a lot of the heavy lifting late game is going to save you cards, and it's going to save you a lot of headaches here. But as you can see, both players are really like focused in on this match because this is a win and in. You lose this matchup, you are not in top 8. It's the final round of the Swiss at the Battle Hardened in Atlanta, presented by MinMaxGames and Savage Feats and Magnolia Games. And this is one hell of a matchup here, as that hammer, again, is just slowly but surely. And I think if people are keeping track, that Crown of Seeds is responsible for about 5 or 6, maybe more damage prevention.
Oh, far more at this point. But there's the swing of the Evergreen. I don't believe this was from Arsenal, so this is literally just a 7 spot that will go away at the end of the turn, but it gives you the possibility of an embodiment of Earth. Both these players playing at breakneck speed because they just heard that it's time in the round for everyone else, and their time extension is quickly dwindling. Going to take the damage, go to 5, because I think he's trying to put this together. Does he have a Terra Sunder or another? There's a Macho Grande. That's a dominated attack.
That is, in fact, a dominated attack. So the first Seismic Surge is going to pop. We're going to find out how he's going to navigate this. It's going to be, oh, yes, you got to start going with this. He's going to show the goods here. He's going to pitch the Macho Grande. Say, I've got enough for you, my friend. It's going to be 7 go again off Rousey Ancients. Rousey Ancients wants to see 13 total attack or more in hand. It gets +7 and go again. So we are now whittling away. Those pitch stacks are coming back, and they're coming back hot. And it's going to be a block of Anthem of Spring and a E-Strike. Double embodiment. So this is going to actually block out all 7. But it's the follow-up that matters. Is there anything in Arsenal? Keep in mind, there's still a Seismic Surge. So if that's a 4 attack, what if that's a red? If that's a red Chokeslam, for example, and there's a blue in hand, you can pay for that.
Well, I do believe he arsenaled an attack, and if it is, like you said, a red attack, then this could be quite beefy and can do some serious work. But the benefit that you have as Briar is that you're now sitting on 2 Embodiment of Verse. You save these Anthems of Spring for the late game so that you can do exactly this, and you just hope that they don't dominate the attack because that is their only recourse. You're also, just to note, you're sitting on what I believe is your 3rd copy of Oasis Respite in Arsenal. And it being in Arsenal is awkward because what you want to do is have a Crown of Seeds card in your arsenal and then Oasis in hand so that you can use extra resources to get more value out of pitching for Crown.
All right, so there's a Chokeslam and a Cranial Crusher pitch to play.
Oh, it was a Macho Grande. That's a great answer, and he's going to be able to dance around some of this damage. He's going to present there, and then he's going to show the pitch. Looming Doom blocks for a casual 5.
Yeah, just easy 5. How about a free Flicker Wisp? Let's just go ahead here. And again, going down to 5. It's even Steven all the way through, and I'm not even Steven.
No, I am. So it's even me, and he's going to be able to, if that's a blue, he's going to do his thing where he, makes a rune chant, wins the game on arcane damage, and sends the old Reaping Blade to pop him in the face for 1 rune chant.
Okay, he found another hand with Rouse the Ancients, but he's
on a 4-turn clock. At this point, it is guaranteed lethal in 4 turns, as long as Bryce can keep a blue in hand each turn, so that he can send a rune chant and a Reaping Blade swing.
The issue here is that if you take this Reaping Blade because you want to send the Rouse the Ancients, you better be damn well sure that you're going to win the game on that turn, and you probably won't. So we're going to send the Debilitate in front of this, block it out, and we're going to see what the recourse is here for Nathan. Is it going to be another Hammer Swing? We've got I see a Rouse the Ancients. I see a Warmonger's Diplomacy. Those are not helping you out.
This is, though, I will say this. This is when this deck can get really, really strong. At the end game, when you draw into your Anthems of Spring, as long as your opponent isn't dominating, you can get really, really strong and staunch in your defense, because this Anathos, you chuckle at it. You have 4 blocks like all day because you have Anthem of Spring available to you.
This Anathos only for 4 as Warmonger's Diplomacy is not a 3-cost card. So it's only coming in for 4, but the 2 floating in the card in hand may threaten that pummel. I don't know, there might be one floating around still. He pitched it early.
I mean, if he's got the pummel here,
he's calculating.
This could be a super blowout play, but he doesn't have long to think about it because his time extension, both of these players have a time extension from that judge call, but we don't know how long, and we do know that the time has reached its conclusion. So this could be anyone's game still. How much do you commit to the block, and how much can you, from Bryce's perspective, keep to send something back? And I think the most careful and safe and judicious block is a 2-card block with that Anthem of Spring. Just play around the pummel. He's going to do exactly that, I think. Maybe.
He's double checking. I mean, we're very close. Again, the time extension on this, they are very much up against it here as both players fighting to get into the top 8. Winner goes on, and as gets into the top 8, we're going to go ahead and throw out a Pulse of the Candlehold as well as an Anthem of Spring.
I don't think it's going to matter. The other thing to remember is I think he's still sitting on that still sitting on the Oasis Respite in Arsenal, and so he had the recourse around a 1-card block plus like a pummel being played. He could still kind of block that out and not drop into precarious life totals. And again, look at this. He's playing exactly into that 4-turn clock strategy by keeping the cards necessary to pitch, create a rune chant, and send the old Reaping Blade to put him on a 3-turn clock.
Unmovable in hand, another Rouse the Ancients. You don't want to see those together unless the Rouse the Ancients is going to meet something else. But with the 3 life left and a Reaping Blade just staring you down, you have to commit a card to it. Again, Bryce doing the old Spurlock maneuver of checking the graveyard thoroughly, making sure that all variables are accounted for. You want to make sure that everything is basically just aligned and known here as we're getting to the nitty-gritty of this final match of the final round of the Battle Hardened in Atlanta.
Before we move to top 8, both these players trying to cross their T's, dot their I's, double-checking the sandwich bag of Graveyard to see what's in there. Is the Spurlock maneuver, the pitch here, and the setup for this 3-turn lethal. Guaranteed if you can make a rune chant each turn. Bryce is trying to punch his ticket into that finals. Into the top 8.
Cool.
All right, so I'm wondering if they're just saying that, hey, that's time in the round. Again, both players got some instruction from the judge real quick here. They might have just figured out, okay, this is the final couple minutes, but we're activating Bravo. That's a good start.
Pitching here.
What's coming out? Oh, it's a Disable, and that is going to get a discount from the Seismic Surge. This is a 7 attack. It's going to get dominated.
He has the way around this. He can block for 3 and then Oasis from the Arsenal.
And not only that, I mean, you can Oasis from the Arsenal. You can always toss your Tunic in front of it if you want to.
Right.
There's very many ways around this. As we told you it was going to be a grindy one.
Yeah, we're going to the hurtling towards the conclusion here of the Swiss rounds. Trying to figure out, taking the Tunic resource to pay for that Oasis is the right play. Just strictly good.
It's still in blocks.
Okay, so we're going to float the resource, activate the Oasis Respite.
Now
Cover
can't-
you up.
That's right. Yeah, you can't put the tunic out there after you've moved to reactions, but it doesn't matter because you've covered it up no matter what anyway.
Hey, you know what the next move is? Blue
Well.
pitch, create rune chant, swing Reaper.
Now, he may even have the resources to swing and attack alongside of it. I think he might be doing just that because if you do, not only are you pushing a rune chant, but you're also pushing one of those big attacks forward. But does he even have it? No, he's got a Force of Nature in hand. So he's going to pitch there, create the rune chant. And all you have recourse for is sending the Reaping Blade. You don't have a big attack to follow this up. If they are in turns, then at this point they may just run into the dreaded tie, which would be a horrible way to end it.
Well, I mean, sometimes if both players don't want to lose, I mean, it might be, the breaker math is something that we don't need to worry about just yet. It's for them to sort of parse out here on the battlefield, create a second.
Yeah,
rune
so
chant?
he played Oath of the Arknight, which gives a +1. It's a blue. It gives a +1, but it also creates a second rune chant, which is a great way to kind of speed up the process. But with that 4 attack on the Reaping Blade and the ability to cover it up, it's certainly going to get stuffed there.
Oh boy! So ultimately, if Nathan can't seal the deal over here, Bryce is going to need a blue card to basically close shop here. Nathan has one last lick at this one. What does he have in hand? He's doing some last-minute mathematics. I believe, okay, so there is a Terra Sunder in hand. Can we get a quick look at the hand there for Nathan? There's a Terra Sunder. He's pitching into it. Let's see what he can follow it up with. Is there anything besides a hammer? I don't think there is. I don't think there's any much recourse.
That plus the Tunic, though, is able to cover it up. You are going to lose cards in hand. You get to choose, so you can keep a blue here as long as you don't die to anything incidental.
I discard 2, right?
Gonna choose 2 to discard. As long as you can keep a blue, you can rune chant Reaping Blade as long as the time hasn't gotten you.
There it is. The Sift is going to pitch to Reaping Blade with the Rune Chant Chaser. Ends the game at the buzzer.
At the absolute buzzer. You're exactly right. And being able to just barely cross that finish line with time allotted, that is the nightmare matchup for this deck, as the way I've broken it down. But Bryce figures it out at the last possible second. And you know what? Sitting at 6-1 gives you a real chance to go into that top 8.
Hey, Nathan, well played, my friend. And damn, do you have a nice head of hair, buddy. Bravo-esque, for sure. He's got the Bravo starter kit going on, which is great. And ultimately, we are wrapped up here for the Swiss rounds of the Battle Hardened in Atlanta. Look, you look so alive.
I feel a lot more alive than a moment ago. But
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
that's what a fatigue matchup will do to you.
Yeah.
It gives you life. I think that's how that works.
Well, at the beginning of this, you're kind of feeling a little green there, and ultimately you're like, you know what, I'm gonna plow through this. I'm feeling okay. And then it was quite the match. It was an hour-long grind session, but hey, both players managed to just navigate that one quite masterfully. It's a difficult approach when you are Nathan and you just decide, I don't need the boots. I do not need the boots. If the boots were there, it might have been a completely different story altogether.
100% correct. Yeah, altogether. At the same time?
Yeah.
Might have been. Oh, I thought you were going to say it.
What?
Well, you said
Unity?
together. We were supposed. No.
Oh,
okay.
I don't know what you're going with,
All
man.
right. It's
We've
air-
been
it's
doing this for like 10
It's an
hours, dude.
Airplane reference. If anyone's ever seen Airplane, then you're welcome.
Leslie
for that
Nielsen.
exact- Yes, if you've seen that movie, that never mind. Anyway, never mind. All right.
That
we're
movie
gonna
came
move-
out in like 1912.
Are you hating on Airplane?
I'm not hating on it.
I'm not saying I lost respect for you, but I definitely lost.
there wasn't any to
I
begin with.
definitely lost a little bit of respect for it. Nevertheless, hey, we're going to have some fun new guests that are going to hop onto these microphones once we jump into the quarterfinals action. So don't go too far. We are getting those top 8 players put together. We'll be back in just a moment with the top 8 kicking off very soon.
Hey, welcome back everybody to the Battle Hardened Atlanta here, hosted by MinMaxGames and Magnolia Gaming. It's Brodie and Yuanji.
Team washed up.
Team washed up according to him.
Yeah.
Flake and DM Armada have been going all day, so we are going to jump in, give them a break, and bring the top 8 to you guys. We have our top 8 is a clean cut. All of the X1s and better made it. So let's jump in and look at the bracket. So our first seed is Lucas Oswald with 7-0. No losses, playing Iyslander. And then the rest of them are 6-1. It's a clean cut, like I said, to all the X1s. One more Iyslander, 4 Lexis, and a Briar and a Fi to round it out. Yuanji, what are we thinking about this top 8?
Yeah, I think a lot of people maybe overreacted a bit. Lexi had been absent from some prominent finishes in the past. I think most recently in Hong Kong, Dash versus Briar was the finals. I don't think that there was a lot of Lexi presence. And then also no Lexis in the top 8 at Birmingham. So Lexi's back, guys. Turns out she was actually pretty good.
Lexi is back indeed, showing up as half our top 8. This gives me flashbacks to Pro Tour Baltimore.
What do you mean elaborate?
For we need to elaborate.
Yeah.
So at Pro Tour, there were 4 Lexis in the top 8.
Yep.
They all perished though. It was 4 Lexis, a total of, I want to say it was 7 heroes without weapons, and then the one old man hammered all the way to the top. Took home the win.
Is that the prediction? Is that your prediction, locking it in?
For this event?
Yeah, for this event.
We have, wait, what's the, it's Iyslander, so we have 2 heroes with actual weapons in this event.
Mhm.
I can't predict that Briar's going to take it home. She needs to keep winning Hide and Seek Champion of the Year at 998.
Yeah.
So my hot take is Fi wins the whole thing.
Interesting. Yeah, the Briar deck that's being played is a little bit non-traditional. I think it's a little bit more block focused, less so on channel mount heroic and cheap attacks. And I think normally I would put Briar, like traditional Briar, on the edge in that matchup, but Fi is going to have the choice to play or draw, which is pretty big anyways. And then also I believe that Fi should be like much better into this type of style of Briar.
Yeah, I believe we're looking at a Kodachi Fi list here. So mask momentum, lots of little pokes.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty standard Kodachi Fi, but that in itself is kind of a maybe the second most popular take on the hero.
I think it's going to be tough because from what I've seen, the Fi made a choice not to submit any Arcane Barrier in his deck list. And it will maybe come into play because there's 2 Icelanders. Potentially he might have to play against both. So I do know that he defeated an Iyslander on his way to making the top 8, but we'll have to see how that plays out. Lucas did beat the 5 player. What's his name? Sjohn Chambers. Lucas did beat him in the Iyslander versus Fi matchup. I think that Fi is actually pretty good into Lexi. Lexi doesn't have a strong armor suite, so who knows? Maybe Fi will take it. I think that Lexi will come out on top.
Lexi has the best odds going in.
Yeah, the best odds.
Half the top 8. Yeah, this 0 AB is something we keep seeing in different tournaments. All the way back in Cincinnati, the first event of this meta, the Lexi that made the finals had no AB in their list, and that played a huge role in the match versus Iyslander and Rhea taking down that tournament. So it's interesting to see how much decks prepare for Iyslander and like whether they're willing to spend their sideboard slots to shore that up, or if basically they want to tech for too many other things. And basically every event that Iyslander keeps winning, you got to expect there are going to be more Icelanders at the next one. So it gets more and more dangerous to rock AB0 unless you have a really strong plan without it. I'm curious to see whether all of these Lexis have AB. I think we've seen Lexis in this meta with AB 0, 1, 2, and 3. So lots of different options.
Yeah. I think definitely a lot of Lexis are starting to play Trench of Sunken Treasures, giving you Arcane Barrier, and then also letting you play around Warmongers. I think that in general, a lot of the players have kind of adjusted their deck lists to account for Warmongers diplomacy. And yeah, like you said, there's always a little game that you're playing. How much AB do you bring? I think most recently on Arsenal Pass, Caleb Majin Bey was saying that he thinks that on the Lexi side, it might be more advantageous to just play like Arcane Barrier 1 plus Tunic. So yeah, we have to see what's like actually going to be the best strategy. I think prior to all of the events recently, most people thought that Lexi was a heavy favorite into Iyslander, but I think a lot of the Icelanders have also kind of shifted their package. What do you think are the most important disruptive cards that Icelanders are now playing that are giving Lexi trouble?
I think the 2 biggest ones that have always been around are Channel Lake Frigid, of course, and also Insidious Chill. And then recently we've seen lists playing Red Encased, Red Icebind. Rhea played both of those cards in both of the Battle Hardened she won. And both of those try to disrupt Lexi's arsenal, basically. Encase turns off the hero power, so if you start the turn with a face-down arsenal, you can't flip it face up. And it turns off snaps, so if it's an arrow, you can't try to clear it by giving it go again with snaps. So basically, your only out is to block all of the encase damage, or like you were just mentioning, trench it away so that it's not there plugging your arsenal. And then, of course, Warmongers as well is a card that serves a very similar purpose. And Icebind Fused is perhaps the least backbreaking of the 3 into a Lexi without trench, because it only freezes the arsenal. You can still flip it face up and play, but Lexi with a frozen arsenal has a lot less options.
I was gonna say that I actually think that Icebind is probably the most impactful.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like if you think about it this way, Warmongers and what was the other card? Warmongers and
Red Encase, yeah,
are both kind of attacking the face down. So like Lexi has access to like a face up arsenal and a face down arsenal. So both Encase and Warmongers are kind of attacking your face down arsenal. If most of the Lexis are playing Trench, then they'll try to convert that card into a resource on their turn.
Yeah.
if you play in case and you're kind of trapping the Lexi's face up arsenal, so let's say they have like an arrow face up or something else face up. So it also works if they only have like a face down card. Like they can, it's like the same use case. But if you freeze their face up card, then the fact that they can't play their arrow also makes a lot of their arsenal decisions a lot more awkward for the future rounds, because you also don't really want to like double arsenal arrows if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
So just like I think sticking that arrow there like reduces your damage. It makes it so that you have to like play like your other face down. It gives like the Iyslander a chance to react when you activate the Lexi power. There's like a lot of like different things that you can do now, which I think that probably Icebind is, in my opinion, the most impactful, because it hits like multiple situations, whereas the other two are a little bit more niche, or rather they're not niche, they're more restrictive.
That's a great point. Yeah, Encases basically only shines when they have a face down arsenal, and Warmongers can turn off like actual non-attack action cards, but its main use is just turning off Lexi ability.
Yeah.
So like, you know, as time goes on and Lexi's play against Icelanders more, they're going to try to do everything in their power to leave their arsenal card face up, and now you get them with Icebind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can't avoid all the things that, assuming you're playing all these cards, there's nothing where they're completely safe.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Yeah, I think Channel Lake Frigid, as always, is going to be a big role player into a lot of the different decks that we're seeing in the top 8. So I think into Lexi, into Phi, Channel Lake Frigid is going to be a really important card that the Iyslander players are going to be looking out for. Into Briar, I'm not exactly sure how the matchup is going to play. I think we have to see the deck list to see how much tech this Briar is bringing for Iyslander. So like one interesting part about playing, like, I'm imagining if you're playing, let's say you're playing Briar versus playing like a Guardian, both styles can be a little bit defensive, trying to, you know, like trade for a longer period of time. Briar having access to, you know, embodiment of Earth, normally a detriment, can actually be pretty good into Bullander lists. And then the other thing is that most of the time Guardians don't have good like 2-card plays. And when the Iyslander is, you know, like locking you down, giving you frostbites, making you discard cards, or just making you block, those are the hands that you end up stuck with. But Briar has access to more 2-card plays. Just like, I guess that you could in Guardian play like Crush Confidence, but I don't think a lot of people are doing that in their Bravo list.
Yeah, most of the lists weren't on it.
People, I have a quick question, because I'm polling the chat right now, and it's pretty contentious. I asked, do we want to see Lucas versus Andrew? Iyslander as our 1st seed versus Lexi as our 8th seed, because neither player has been on camera yet. And also, you know, Lucas is a teammate hype, right? I asked the chat, do they want to watch that one, or do they want to watch Sjohn on Phi versus Briar, or Bryce on Briar, because that is the variety match, right?
Yeah.
But we need some tiebreakers, although it's really not that close. It's like 30-70 right now. But
Which is 70?
what do you think? What do you think
Do
the
they
people
want to see
see?
the Briar?
I also think they want to see the
Of course
Briar.
they want to see the Phi versus Briar.
Yeah.
But we'll leave it to you all. We'll leave it to you all.
I think that the Briar deck list sounds unique. We're also
Yeah, we're still live. Go.
Yeah, the Briar deck list sounds unique. We are looking at a Kodachi Phi. I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup, and is probably going to play a little differently than some other Phi Briars we've had on streams of the past. So I think it would be cool to watch that one.
Yeah, I think there's some different dynamics at play. I think normally if you play Phi Briar, it's like the Briar trying to leverage armor to buy time, play like a Channel Mount Heroic, and then just like overwhelm the Phi with value. Here, like maybe because you can't end the game as quickly, you have to pick and choose your spots to block. I'm curious to see how the Briar is going to like choose their blocking strategy into Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, it takes me back to U.S. Nationals last year when Dan Rutkowski, by the way, on Iyslander in our top 8 today, but he was playing Mask of Momentum Phi at that time, and
He's playing into Mask of Momentum. So you're talking about for at Worlds or
at Nationals.
Oh, okay, Nationals. Yeah.
Nationals, I played against him twice in that tournament, and he was playing this Mask of Momentum but Emberblade Phi build, which is something we haven't seen quite as often, but it's really interesting playing an aggro mirror where there are meaningful blocking decisions every turn, and you really have to try to predict like how wide can he go, how many mask triggers are going to be represented. It makes for a super fascinating game.
Okay, then that's that. You all have voted. Chat has voted. I'll
people
make
that-
sure the judges know because I think they were ready to pull the Iyslander game.
The people have spoken.
But yeah, everyone's spoken apparently. Everyone's spoken.
At the end of the day, we cannot argue with chat. You guys are in charge. We will be bringing you Sjohn Chambers versus Bryce Morgan, 5 versus Briar. This is going to be an exciting one. Another match that we can talk about that is potentially going to come up in the finals is the Iyslander Mirror. 2 Runaways players, Lucas versus Dan. If they both advance through the quarters and the semis, that is a crazy matchup. Wizard Mirrors are like some of the hardest things to play in Flesh and Blood. I've played the Iyslander Mirror before, and it is fun, but it is difficult.
Yeah, there's a lot more timing windows for interaction. So I think most people who are getting into Flesh and Blood, especially as their first trading card game, one of the things that's nice about Flesh and Blood is that when you're just playing a normal, when I say normal, I mean like non-wizard, non-illusionist, you're just like, you're presenting attacks, your opponent's presenting attacks and blocks. The number of timing windows that are important aren't as frequent. So in that sense, Flesh and Blood is a simpler game than a lot of other trading card games out there. You have to understand the strategy. You have to understand what to block. But in terms of the kind of mechanics of everything, it's not as complicated because there's just like, you attack, I block, there's reactions.
Reaction step is like the most complicated thing you're going to encounter.
Yeah. But in the Iyslander Mirror, because each of the heroes can play at instant speed, there's more spots. And so you get into these situations, okay, like, are you bluffing a pass? Do you actually want me to like do something so that I can try to be more efficient? So you're always balancing efficiency versus, opening yourself up to getting blown out. You don't want to take like excess damage for the most part in the Iyslander Mirror because it is possible both characters have access to, a lot of arcane barrier. The damage can really slow down, but at the same time, if you draw into, a lot of your red attacks, you can really put the pressure on. So there's an interplay between putting on this pressure through attacks and, like setting up the combo kill with the Frost Hexes and the Insidious Chills and the Ice Eternal. So I wonder which... You can have games play out where both avenues kind of go in. Sometimes you just like kind of tempo the other Iyslander out of the game. You just like, they block and they play something. You hit them with arcane damage. And then you attack again, they block, and then you hit them with arcane damage, and the game progresses in that way. And then sometimes it's just like a slog, and then somebody slips up. You hit them with Ice Eternal, they take like 20 damage.
Absolutely. It's so interesting, the different like kind of branches of the tree that can play out in that matchup. And at the very end, when you enter like what you're talking about, the Frost Hex late game situations, especially if it's a tight game and one player isn't like super ahead on board clearly, you get into these situations, kind of like you mentioned, where you have lethal, depending on what your opponent has, but it's like you're not sure. And if they have, for example, any blue ice card in Arsenal and you go for your lethal, you're going to die. So you have to kind of keep doing this little passing game and like trying to, earlier today, Lucas described it as kind of like fighting for position, just to like be able to safely go for the kill.
Yeah, also the Iyslander Mirror has one of my favorite plays, or 2 favorite plays, which is Cornet Peek yourself and waiting when yourself to stack up the Levia Constella's triggers. So we'll see if that does happen, if any of that comes into play. But they're on opposite sides of the bracket, so they're gonna have to make it all the way to the finals before they have a fateful encounter.
All right. Let's lighten the spirit real quick before we jump into the competitiveness that is top 8 with our second Guess the Fab event code segment. Now, Yuanji, no cheating. You helped me come up with some of these. So, Brodie, you're the one who's more so in the hot seat on this. And of course, chat, you all need to be voting as well.
It has been a little more than a month since I played this game, and I am happy to be back. Guess the Fab event code, people. Here we go. Event code doodle number 5. Oh, man. Okay. At A, we have Chad Seahorse.
Yeah.
And this is certainly a Chad Seahorse.
Wait, real quick, Brodie, you got to intro the segment. How does this work?
Oh, yes. Okay.
What's going on here?
Let's go through how Guess the Fab event code works. We have these drawings taken, drawn by Deb at Bobble Waffle on Twitter, and they're based off the codes that Flesh and Blood software gem creates for each armory event or just any event that happens has a 2-word code. It's like
It's always like an adjective and then an animal.
yeah, adjective and animal. And Deb sees these codes and then just makes drawings based off of them. So we have to guess which of these 4 potential codes inspired this drawing.
Yeah.
So
And you haven't seen the other ones, but I think most of them, the answers, there's a variety of animals that it could be, but here we have 4 seahorses. It's clearly a seahorse.
it is definitely a seahorse indeed. So all we have to analyze here are the adjectives. Yuanji, walk us through these 4 choices.
Yeah, so we have Chad. I'm not sure if it's in the vocabulary that Gem uses, but potentially. Muscular, erotic, and juiced.
These are some interesting options. I'm curious what chat is saying. Let's pull up chat, and in the meantime, let's discuss some of these choices. So starting with A, Chad Seahorse. I am willing to rule this out for the logic that you just mentioned. Chad is a noun, and as much as it is often used as an adjective, I don't think that Gem has caught up in 2023. So I'm gonna go out there and say that is not what Deb actually based this drawing off of.
Okay.
Juiced seahorse. I would love it if this was the actual answer.
Juiced, yeah.
That is a legitimate adjective. Juiced.
Yeah, like using steroids.
Yeah. So, it's also funny. That's a word that I think gets used a lot among the Flesh and Blood community.
Yes.
Tell us, Brodie, what is C though? What is C? Dig into that one.
C is censored seahorse. Erotic seahorse. I don't know. I'm gonna pull up chat because I have a feeling I know which one chat is voting for. Ethan, do we have the poll?
Oh yeah, it's heavy on B.
Heavy on B?
50% are on B, with D at 37.
Okay, that's what I was actually leaning toward. Is B. I'm gonna lock in with chat here. Muscular seahorse. I think this is the most likely. It's just the most normal word that actually describes the picture. What do you think, Yuanji? I'm locking in B.
I don't know, just to throw in a curveball, I remember for, I think it was a Road to Nationals or a ProQuest, the code to enter was sexy chinchilla. So it's in the lexicon.
Okay.
essentially.
Okay. All right, drum
You're going
roll
with
us, drum
C?
roll us, drum roll us.
It is B. Muscular seahorse. Chat gets this one right. As we mentioned, chat is never wrong. So
Yeah.
no surprises here. Let's move on to event code doodle number 6.
Okay, this one is, I think, a little bit more abstract.
Yeah, this one is interesting.
So the picture, there's a glass, there's what looks like some kind of fish, and the answers that you can choose from are olive, goldfish, bubbly tetra, skewered guppy, or drunk beta.
Drunk beta. Imagine. Drunk beta is the first one that like piques my interest here because we have this glass. There are like some bubbles around it, and like this looks like the kind of glass you might find some alcohol in. And we have a drawing of a fish inside. So I feel like Gem doesn't discriminate. Gem just takes adjective and animal. It doesn't matter if they make sense together. So I feel like this would be the kind of drawing that Deb would create if she saw drunk beta.
Okay.
However, skewered guppy also seems like a really solid choice because it looks to me like the fish is skewered, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, however, here's my thought process. We really to get this right, we have to think reverse logic, go into Deb's mind, right? If Deb sees skewered guppy and that's all she has to go on, she makes a drawing, where did this glass come from?
Okay, that makes sense.
So this seems like the kind of thing Ethan's trying to throw us off. Skewer, guppy, they're both in the picture, but the glass came out of nowhere. So I don't think that C is the actual answer. Bubbly tetra, there are bubbles.
Yep.
However, similar logic. Where did the glass come from? Ruling it out. B and C are out. Olive goldfish, there's no real depiction of color. It's black and white, and there's no items that are generally associated with olive. And there's no olives like the food, at least that I can make out. So I am going to ultimately lock in D, drunk beta, because I think that out of these 4, that's the one that makes the most sense to me that Deb would see it and draw this glass with a fish in it.
Chat does not agree with you at all.
What does chat have to
Yeah,
say?
we got 36 on A, 9 on B, 31 on C, 24 on D.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm locking in D. Yuanji, what do you think?
Well, I know the answer, so.
Okay. Well, let's have the
right,
grand
drum roll it,
reveal.
drum roll it.
Drum roll. Oh, it is A. Olive goldfish.
So I think this one's a little unfair. I don't think he has any experience.
No, he's never drank a martini. He
Yeah.
doesn't get it.
Do you know what a martini is?
I know it's a kind of alcoholic beverage. That's it.
Yeah, martinis are usually the garnish of choice is a little olive that you put on a toothpick.
Oh. I wish I had chat in front of me. They probably would have told me. But okay, I'm using the kid pass here. I have never consumed alcohol.
Yeah, if anything, if Brodie's mom is watching, that's a plus.
That's true.
All right, next one.
Like, where did you learn these things? Okay, number 7.
Event code Doodle 7. We have Nerdy Wallaby, Scheming Koala. At C, we have Serious Kangaroo. And finally, I don't know if I've seen this word before, Cantankerous Aardvark.
Do you know what cantankerous means?
No, I was hoping we could get a phone a friend, unless you know it.
I know what it means.
Will you tell me? I don't know what cantankerous is.
Cantankerous is like, imagine an old man who has seen many things in life, and he's just sick of it all.
Ooh, okay. I feel like that's a good description. That gives me an idea of what the word is. So I think we should start with the animal on this one. I'm not extremely familiar with some of these animals, but I feel like I want to rule out koala.
Okay.
I feel like koala, when you hear that and you go to draw this drawing, koala, you're going for like a little bit more of a, like if I saw scheming koala, I would go for like a more like kind of rounded creature, smaller ears, looking a little more cute and like more like with the vibe of the word mischievous, you know? It would look kind of like evil smile kind of. I don't know. That's just my vibe with koala. So I'm ruling out B. I think this is an Ethan Trick classic. Nerdy Wallaby. So while there are glasses, and that is we are both glasses wearers, but that is like, you know, a stereotype with nerds. The nerd emoji has glasses, etc., etc. I don't know where these like furrowed brows are coming from, and like the kind of like this is like the classic like pushing the glasses up, like intimidating face.
Yeah.
So I don't really think nerdy is the right adjective for this guy's expression, so I'm going to rule out A as well. And then finally we have serious kangaroo or cantankerous aardvark.
Chat has said basically, if you want to envision cantankerous, think of Yuanji. Yuanji is cantankerous.
Interesting.
There you go.
Two very interesting like anecdotes for what this word means. Not anecdotes, but like examples. So what is chat? We'll check in a second what chat is voting, but let's walk through the logic of serious kangaroo.
Mhm.
He definitely looks serious. There are these furrowed brows, focused, no smiles here, even though we can't see this creature's mouth. Pushing the glasses up. I feel like it's like I can't come up with the right adjective, but serious doesn't quite fit for me, but I think it could be the right answer.
Okay.
And I do think that the drawing of the animal itself looks most like a kangaroo out of any of these 4 choices.
Okay.
So that's the one I'm leaning towards. Cantankerous, I feel like based on the things I've been told, cantankerous would not be angry. It would not be like aggressive. It would be more kind of like apathetic almost. And I think it looks more like a kangaroo than an aardvark. So with all of this logic, I'm going to lock in C, serious kangaroo.
All right, yes. Well done, Brodie. Yes. SAT prep. There you go. It was C.
We got it. Did Chad agree?
Oh, yes. Oh, very much so.
Oh, great. Okay.
Heavily on C.
Dove deep into the logic on that one.
Yeah.
Let's move it on to what I think is the final doodle.
Last one before top 8.
Number 8. We've got another serpent here. This is a throwback to Cincinnati, some sort of snake creature. At A, we have iced anaconda. B, baked snake. C, cinnamon boa. And finally, D, frosted python. So this is kind of similar to event code number 5, the one we started with, where all 4 animals are basically the same.
Yeah.
They're just forms of snakes. So I don't think we can glean much knowledge from those. But let's zoom in to the adjectives here, starting with iced anaconda. I could see it. It's like there's kind of like icing, frosting kind of thing dripping off. I feel my gut says that Deb would not see iced anaconda and go for this interpretation, but Deb has been known to be 3 steps ahead of us in the past, so you can never be too sure. Baked snake, I really like. It almost rhymes, like it rhymes minus the D. I'm leaning towards it. It's really funny, but cinnamon boa is the one I'm most interested in. Cinnamon is a noun, so I think that as much as this one actually, just the 2 words alone, seems the most obvious because it looks kind of like a cinnamon roll and it's a snake, I think we can actually rule it out through like gem logic.
Okay.
And finally, D, Frosted Python. This one is very similar to A, Iced Anaconda. I think I like it more because Frosted, for me, I make the connection to like frosting and cake a little bit more than with iced. But I feel like with both A and D, maybe Deb would have gone for like more of like a actual ice, like snow, like icy cold theme than like food theme. So I'm gonna lock in B, Baked Snake. Ethan, does chat agree with me? Ethan is gone. I don't know what chat thinks. Well,
Pull up the stream, quick.
we're pulling up the stream. We got to check in with chat. Okay. MinMaxGames. Oh, Ethan is back.
Okay,
Ethan.
yes, I'm back with an update. Actually, chat's not going to like my update, but we'll get to that in a second.
Ethan, I locked in B. What is chat saying?
Chat is so heavy on C, it's not close.
Oh, all right. Let's run it.
Run it? Okay, here we go. The answer? Indeed C.
It is C. Chat is never wrong. You guys knew it. Cinnamon boa.
Cinnamon is also, I think, like a color.
Oh, you're right. Chat outsmarted me once again. You guys are geniuses. Ethan, what is the update?
Oh, okay, so the update, everyone. Here, we'll cut back to the producer cam. All right, okay, just by the way, if you all didn't believe what was going on with the sun before, this is, I mean, prime example of what's happening. The windows in this venue can catch some crazy angles of sunlight, and now we're dealing with one coming right here, right here, right in front of us. But we're going to get through it for this top 8. As the other side of the venue starts to get darker, which is where the stream actually is. The update, though, there's been a judge veto on the 5 versus Briar game. Some undisclosed issue. So we cannot stream that game.
Okay.
Instead, we will fall back then to the Iyslander versus Lexi because we have not seen Lucas. We have not seen Andrew yet. And Lucas is a teammate, and I'd love to see how he does.
Sounds good.
So we are going to stream that match instead. If the Briar or one of those two heroes will make it to top 4, Fi or Briar, we'll catch that one in the top 4. So that's the update, and we're going to get that started in, I don't know, a couple minutes because the judges are now done with deck checks and all that. So 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Peace.
Welcome back, everybody. Here at Battle Hardened Atlanta, we are about to dive into the top 8. The match we're going to bring you in the quarters is Lucas Oswald on Iyslander versus Andrew Lorenz on Lexi. Both of these players have kind of established themselves. They've made top 8s in the past. Lucas was playing Oldham at the top 8 of Calling Indianapolis earlier this year.
Yep.
And Andrew Lorenz earlier this year as well at Charlotte. Battle Hardened Charlotte played Bravo. And I remember he played against Michael Fang at that event. Michael Fang as well in this top 8. A lot of names, familiar names today in the top 8, Yuanji. We've got Taylor Crawford, who made second at the Calling that went alongside Pro Tour Baltimore, losing to Merrick Kemp in the finals, who Merrick was on stream a couple times today. He didn't quite make it into the top 8, but had a solid run as well.
What was Merrick? Was Merrick playing Dash or not?
Yeah, Merrick was on Dash today.
Okay.
And then Dan Rutkowski, World's Top 4, U.S. Nationals finalist on Iyslander. 2 members of your team, the Runaways, in the top 8 here at opposite sides of the bracket. And
I have a funny story of I think Lucas decided like last minute to come. And I know a bunch of the guys on the team were thinking about playing Iyslander, especially in light of all of the recent events. So Ethan had asked me to maybe like try doing a tournament run with Levia, so keeping the dream alive. But at the very beginning of the event, Lucas cursed me. He's like, "You're gonna go 2-4 or 3-3."
oh no,
Even though there's 7 rounds in
impossible
in the event. So he's like, "You're just gonna drop before the last round," and his prediction almost came true. I played my last round,
Yo, you proved him wrong.
but I lost.
No, dang.
It could have been.
Such is life sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, also in this top 8 are Michael Fang, our current reigning Pro Tour champion.
Yep.
Playing Lexi, and Matthew McInnes, the only 8-0 from Pro Tour Baltimore, the only 8-0 in CC specifically. He was playing Lexi at that event. He made the top 8 of Battle Hardened Richmond earlier this year, also on Lexi. So lots of consistent performance with Lexi. He's back at it again in this top 8.
Yeah. Well, the vibe that I get from this Battle Hardened, being that it's the kind of penultimate event before U.S. Nationals, is probably a lot of people decided to kind of make the trip out. Atlanta is pretty, I would say, easy to fly to for most people, at least like on the eastern/central part of America.
Yeah.
And so we had a really great turnout at this event, and a lot of like really known players. I don't know. It's gonna be like an interesting time. I think Matt McGinnis probably has the most Lexi experience out of everyone. I think he was kind of pioneering Lexi before everyone just kind of admitted
Jumped
that
on
it
the
was
train.
admitted that it was the best. So we'll see. We'll have to see if his experience kind of pays off. A lot of storylines in Flesh and Blood revolve around people who are character specialists or people who put in more time and more reps into learning the heroes that they're playing. And you get into these corner case scenarios. You get into these times when you run into unfamiliar matchups where your experience kind of proves out and you are able to, make the right decisions. A lot of the other players on Lexi, like I know Michael only picked up Lexi fairly recently, but he's been doing pretty well with since he started playing the deck.
Recently, yeah, he started like around late June, I would say, playing it at tournaments. Yeah, absolutely. We see Lucas and Dan both playing Iyslander for basically the first time at a major tournament like this. And Taylor Crawford playing Lexi. I don't actually know for sure which hero Taylor was playing at the calling for second place. But kind of a lot of players who we've seen top in the past but playing new heroes at this event. And like you said, Matt McInnes is the only one who's just staying true to what he knows.
Yeah.
Also representing Team Magnolia, who is a host and sponsor of this tournament.
Yeah.
So shout out to that. 128 players in the room today, hit all the way up to the cap. So great turnout, clean 7 rounds.
What are your feelings on, as we talk about players being on teams, what are your feelings on how much do you think being on a team makes it easier to do well at these types of events?
I do think it's really helpful having that kind of testing ground and people to bounce ideas off of. There are so many things to figure out in this game, and I think having a group that
Sorry, real quick. Lucas wants us to cut to some joke on table, okay?
Okay,
Alright,
so
we got to do that real quick.
we're jumping into the feature match, and this is the water bottle.
They're not playing yet, to be clear, but Lucas is doing something.
So at the feature table, there are 6 water bottles on this table, and Lucas and I have been joking all day about the empty water bottle intimidation factor.
Yeah.
So the joke is basically, I drink about a water bottle per round when I play Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
I just I don't know what it is. I drink a ton of water. I have to go to the bathroom a ton of times. PP pause for those that remember from the OG Chicago this year. But basically, he was joking that at the end of the day, I should just put all my empty water bottles from the day on the table. But I did not make it to the top 8 in this event, so I was like, Lucas, why don't you do it? So, of course, Andrew is shaking in fear now.
Does that count as outside assistance? You're an external factor adding to Lucas's psychological advantage?
Oh, no. Don't tell the judges anyone. They're going to get us.
So now the players are just reviewing each other's deck lists.
For tournaments like this where we have a stream running all day, they do open deck lists in the top 8, basically because if one player has played on stream and they played a long game where basically their whole deck was revealed and the opponent has time to go and rewatch that game before the top 8 happens, it would be kind of unfair for one to know the other's whole deck list.
Yeah.
So in order to still have a stream and make everything fair and equitable to all players, they just reveal the opponent's deck list for each top 8 match.
Do you feel like having a deck list helps you, or does it not? Sometimes I find when I'm looking at the deck list, my eyes are just glazing over.
I think it depends a lot on the matchup, and I think sometimes it will matter more for one player than the other to know the whole deck list.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people are just playing a hero that has a very stock build, and there are only so many spicy things you can do, and so it's just yep, this is the stock build. Oh, they're playing 3 of this, 2 of this, instead of vice versa. But sometimes there are either heroes with spicy sideboard tech that it's helpful to know about, or just for example, you take a matchup like Dash into Guardian. It can be helpful for the Guardian to know exactly what D-Reacts Dash is packing and how many of each, things like that. And basically, there are also heroes who can be built multiple ways, and if you haven't had a chance to watch that player play at all yet in the day, for example, Dromai, you might not know whether they're playing Big Dragon Dromai or the more Redline Empress build. So seeing the deck list can be really helpful for that reason. Even if you don't pay that much attention to particular cards, you just there's a Snapdragon Scalers, there's a Flame Call Awakening. cool I know what version of the deck you're playing.
You want a funny story real quick about this? So at the RTN I won with Reinar, I specifically had one sigil. We'll cut to me. I had one sigil and I had one pummel in the deck list. And the whole point through Swiss was, if they see one piece of it, then they won't expect the other half of it, right? It's just a spicy one a pummel, one a sigil. But they see the one pummel, they'll think the next sigil is a pummel, or vice versa, right? That was the entire idea. And it worked all the way through Swiss. Then we get to top 8, and they share deck lists. And then it actually helped me even more because the opponent looks at it and they're like, well, you're running a pummel and a sigil? So then it was complete mind gamed out because they thought it was always the pummel. And if it was the sigil, I just didn't show it. Just we hid both as much as I could, and I won the RTN. So it did work. It was an advantage for me. It mind gamed them, it worked.
Absolute psychological damage. That's brilliant. We have the player's deck list in front of us here, so let's dive in. The first thing I want to know is how much AB does the Lexi have?
So it looks like Lexi is playing Trench of Sunken Treasures and Shock Charmers.
Okay, so AB 1 with Spell Void 2.
Potentially, yep.
So, yeah, if he would like, he can represent the Shock Charmers into Iyslander. This can be helpful for several reasons. The main application is if an Iyslander ever were to fire a blue Aether Ice Fin at you.
Yeah, or like an Ice Bind.
Yeah, one of these, especially if it's like the All Arcane Iyslander list or Bullander with, like you said, Ice Bind and also Encase.
Yeah.
All these relevant 3 breakpoints, you can cleanly block a 3 by only pitching 1 resource. And even if they never attack you with those cards, it often can affect the way they play. I know when I'm playing Iyslander, sometimes if my opponent only has AB 1 or 2, I will want to arsenal that blue Aether Ice Fan. But when I see that they have AB 3, it's no longer worth it for me to arsenal it.
Yeah.
But they still gain value because I have to play in a weird way where I find something else to arsenal.
Yeah, other cards that I think are notable in this matchup, we have 2 Codex of Inertias, 17 total blues on the Lexi side, and potentially Hamstring Shot I think can be annoying for Bullander to deal with.
Hamstring Shot can be, yeah. Iyslander always plays either Scarf for 0 or a clean blue pitch attack. Outside of if the Iyslander is playing CNC, that'd be the only exception, which it looks like Lucas is playing 3 Command and Conquer. So that's the only attack that's pretty much unaffected by Hamstring Shot. But
update real quick. They forgot to take the top 8 photo. So we have to wait another couple minutes for the top 8 photo.
Okay.
And we'll be back.
We're waiting for the top 8 photo.
Yeah, so keep going over the list in the
So
meantime.
we're going to keep going over the lists.
Yeah, so just slight delay there. No worries. We're just going to talk more about the matchup and the list here. Iyslander does run Tunic. So Tunic resource can be a nice way to kind of get out of Hamstring Shot if you have it up. But, I mean, you do lose your Tunic. So that is definitely a solid card in the matchup. Like you said, 17 blues. We've seen Lexi lists before that only have a total of 15. I think 16, 17 is more common, and 17 is on the safer side where you feel like you have a reasonable amount of resources every turn. You're less likely to get totally caught off guard by a channel like Frigid or something like that. Looking at the Iyslander deck list, it is more or less stock Bullander. Wounded Bulls, Fiendless Fighting Spirits, Scars, CNCs. Lucas has opted for 8 total Aether Ice Fane, going for the 2 yellows. This is the same thing Michael Hamilton played at US Nats last year when he kind of pioneered this deck. And looking at his blues, some of the normal champions, Channel Lake Frigid, Insidious Chill, but we do not see...
Yeah, Lucas is not playing either Icebind or Encase. I know Dan is playing Icebind.
Dan's playing Icebind. Lucas also doesn't seem to be playing Warmonger's Diplomacy, which is a card of note.
Yeah, no Warmonger's Diplomacy. I believe that Majin Bey also on his interview with Arsenal Pass talked about how his least favorite blue going into this format was blue Aether Ice Fane.
Yeah.
And then now that Warmonger's Diplomacy has come out, it is now his least favorite blue. Warmongers, that is.
They're back. Picture time's over.
So Majin Bey has spoken, and Lucas has followed suit, cutting that Warmongers from his list.
Yeah, I think if the Lexi is playing Trench, that Warmongers honestly most of the time just ends up being discarding a card. The only time that it is useful is if they for some reason double Heat Seeker, and then so they just have a Winner's Bite plus an arrow.
Then there's no out for them.
Yeah, there's no out.
So looking closer at the Lexi deck list, Andrew is playing 3 Art of War, which I know is a card that's gone in and out of favor. Some people are playing 0. Some people have been playing 3 all along. It's a card that I was talking to Andrew earlier today. I played against him, and he uses it partly just to draw toward his power cards. Lexi has some cards in the deck that are so much better than the rest and just basically so much better than most of the cards in the game. And so Art of War being able to just kind of burn through more cards in your deck to try to see those faster is part of his logic for playing it. I suspect we'll see it come in mostly just because it's a resource card, and it also provides some flexibility for getting out of like tricky situations where your hand really just doesn't work with how Icelander's disrupting you, or maybe just doesn't work, period. And you can go for a draw 2 to try to get something better.
Yeah, I wonder if Andrew's going to be playing his Death Touches in this matchup.
Yeah, he's got 2 Death Touch in the list. His Popper Suite is the 3 Battering Bolt, 2 CNC, 2 Death Touch. No down and dirties in this list. Death Touch seems solid versus Iyslander. It's a big threat for just one resource, but it can be kind of clunky. How do you feel about it?
So I think anything that threatens inertia is pretty strong, or like has the potential to be pretty strong. If you get to set your Death Touch, and then you're like throwing 2 arrows, like the Iyslander pretty much has to respect the fact that you can pick inertia. I think maybe Death Touch could be a better source of inertia, but like you said, it's also like very clunky. It's like a red in your hand. It doesn't like play out of your hand. You need to arsenal it first, and then if you arsenal it face down, a lot of the times if the Icelander's like tagging you with certain pieces of disruption, you end up just like, you know, putting it away with Trench.
Yeah, for sure. That's fair. Looking at Lucas's equipment, he's got the normal loadout of Coronet Peak, Fatal Spring Tunic, and Storm Striders, but the arm piece is something that's kind of been debated back and forth. Originally, people were playing Iron Hide Gauntlet, and I think
Iron Rot's just better.
Yeah, Iron Rot has come more and more into favor over time.
Yeah, I think just like finding the time when you have like the extra resource to spare. So I believe Ironhide actually is, for blocking purposes, maybe slightly better into Lexi, but it has I think like the big issue with playing Ironhide is if you don't have enough 0 costs. So Ironhide I think was somewhat popular when Fi and Briar were the best like aggro decks, and you know Brain Freeze was like one of your best cards. So you like Brain Freeze, or you play Frosting, and then you get a chance to Ironhide. But even as early as back then, some Icelanders were favoring Iron Rod, just not having to deal with that altogether.
Yeah, even if Ironhide is ultimately more numbers, if you have the free resource to spend on it, Iron Rot is always there no matter what the situation is. When you really just need to cash it in for a break point and stop whatever it is, an Endless Arrow, maybe you have a Sink Blow and you need to stop a critical 5. It is not reliant on your arsenal and the rest of your turn like working around spending that one resource. And oftentimes you really just want your armor to be able to be cashed in like that. Coronet Peak is, of course, an all-star. It basically, its main use is keeping Channel Lake Frigid around, just being able to, like, one card, pitch an ice blue. But also, it can basically just make all of your hands more flexible. If you aren't able to cleanly block 3 with your last card, and you already have something else that's in Arsenal, or you want Arsenal, you can just send a card to Coronet Peak, trade 1 for 1 with your opponent. And it is 2 with Blade Break, so you can cash it in on whatever late game infecting shot, one of these critical 5s that Lexi has so many of that you need to just shut down.
Yeah, I wonder if Lucas is going to be playing Scar for Scar. I know Lucas is like a big Scar for Scar proponent. Scar for Scar can get a little bit awkward when you're running like too many attacks into Lexi. Like any matchup where you want to be blocking, it can like you don't want to draw too many reds.
We are diving into the game here. Both players are revealing their equipment. Lucas has the 4 pieces we just talked about, and Andrew is playing, like we said, AB1 with Trench plus Shock Charmers and Snapdragon Scalers, and of course New Horizon.
Yeah, so he's playing the Shock Charmers. One thing that we didn't talk about for Shock Charmers is Shock Charmers can be kind of nice when the opponent like blizzards you, or like if they like CLF, like let's say you do like an attack and then they CLF, so in response you can like activate Shock Charmers a couple of times.
You just have a way to dump your resources away.
Yeah.
So Lucas is the higher seed here. He chose to start off the game going second, and Andrew led with just a load with Voltaire, pass, Arsenal, second card, and we are back to Lucas's turn, starting off strong with a red Aether Ice Vein, fusing Insidious Chill, which seeing his chill early is really nice as Iyslander, but it looks like he is pitching it away to that Waning Moon, so he's got to have something more impactful that he's putting in Arsenal. Maybe it's another Chill, maybe it's a Channel Lake Frigid, or perhaps it's another Ice Vein and he doesn't want to lose the ability to just Waning Moon with his blue. Going back to Andrew's turn, he's just shooting this Bolton Shot for 4. So this is the classic play. It usually means maybe there's a Rain Razors hiding in that hand. Yep, there we have it. But sometimes they don't have it. They're just going to commit Snapdragons.
Yeah.
You also, as the opponent, you don't know whether the Rain Razors is in an Arsenal. And if it is, that means it'll be cleared. So Bolton Shot has a reload trigger. Andrew is flipping up a drill shot with Lexi. It looks like Lucas is not interacting at all from his arsenal, so maybe that is another red Ice Vein that he's hanging on to, or perhaps it's a Channel Lake that he's trying to just save for a later time.
Yeah, being able to kind of play out your Rain Razors with 3 arrows unmolested is pretty strong from the Lexi side. I think that Andrew has drawn a hand where he can play around 1 Frostbite no matter what.
Yeah, no blocks.
One of the issues that you kind of run into playing Iyslander is that, you know, like sometimes your disruption is situationally good or bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Pitching the Codex here, like you said, all 0 cost is kind of nice when you have a yellow pitch like this. Especially with something like Rain Razors, you really want to just be able to get all 3 arrows onto the combat chain.
Choosing go again.
So it looks like the card in Lucas's arsenal was E-Strike. He's going to come in for 5 go again here. And he is, I think the life totals are still being updated, but Lucas should be down to 22.
No, he's at 18. He took 6 3 times.
Fused with a
He took 18. He's at 36.
Oh, he started 36. He's down to 18. You're right. So coming in with Red Ice or Ice Vein fused with a Polar Blast. Andrew is going to AB with the Trench here. So this is a nice interaction with AB1. Basically, anyone who has AB1 into Iyslander can just pitch to block 1 damage and then spend the floating 2 for the Aether Ice Vein tax effect.
Yeah.
Back to Andrew's turn with 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew knows that Lucas doesn't have a super important piece of disruption. Like, he's going to get a Frostbite. That's pretty much it.
He's activating Voltaire, loading in one of these 2 arrows in hand. It looks like maybe another blue infecting shot in hand as well as a 0 cost. I think Lucas is thinking on the Voltaire activation.
Yeah, I think the point of contention is when you activate Voltaire, you actually have to choose, I think, the mode. Like you have to choose the mode for Voltaire prior to your opponent like doing something. Prior to it's like resolution. Like you don't choose Voltaire's like ability on resolution after you like put the arrow in. You actually have to decide ahead of time whether it's gonna be, you know, like plus or.
So that was actually a red infecting shot hiding in the hand. So just giving it +1, doesn't have the resources to comfortably shoot 2 arrows perhaps, or just wants to keep a 5-card hand for next turn. So coming in for 6, Lucas has to think here. It looks like he has a Blizzard in hand, which is not going to be much use given that Andrew's chosen to give +1. I think he just was leaning toward pitching that Blizzard. Maybe he wants to play out his arsenal, or they're just going for a block 6. Maybe he's going to run out this Vandal's Fighting Spirit in hand.
+1 block from arsenal.
Art of War for +1/+1 and block from arsenal, he said. The second mode is not relevant, but this is going to push through the 1 damage and a Blood Rot. I guess that was his card hiding in hand. I thought it was another arrow, but this is a pretty solid play. Cash in 1 card for 3 damage, counting the Blood Rot.
Yeah. One nice thing for the Iyslander player going into it, though, is that usually, like, into Lexi, you have to be, like, a little bit careful when they do get to set up, like, a big play, particularly because you know that Lucas's arsenal is a Polar Blast, so he cannot be super disruptive.
Yeah, I forgot this exists.
So yeah, you get to cash in the Art of War essentially for 3 damage, but I think if I was in Lucas's spot, I would feel pretty good about you know that exchange.
Andrew is coming in for 5 with a Bolton shot, giving +1 to it, and now Lucas is running out this Polar Blast that we saw fused 2 turns ago from the Aetherized Vein, creating a Frostbite with Iyslander, and
Frostbite trigger.
technically Andrew has the option to pay here, but Polar Blast is the one that says if your opponent does not pay, your next attack this turn gains Dominate.
Yeah, no real text other than the Frostbite plus the draw card. They have already been trading life pretty aggressively at this point. Andrew's down to 14, so there's a couple different ways that like the matchup can play out, but like I think because Andrew has only access to Arcane Barrier 1,
they're kind of just speeding along.
the game is getting sped up. Lucas also drew a lot of his his reds kind of early.
So Andrew is sending in the Heat Seeker for 5. He reloaded it off the Bolton shot, so I believe he should have a resource floating if he pitched to blue.
He got a Frostbite from the Polar Blast.
Okay, so paying 1 for Voltaire, 1 for Heat Seeker, and 1 for Frostbite.
Yep.
Lucas has 4 cards in hand. He's considering a 2-card block here.
Block 5. Fast priority. Yep.
And Andrew's just going to set up an arsenal. 11 to 14. Life totals are close. There is that +2 from the Shock Charmers, but of course, Stormstriders looming in the corner as always, can really close out a game at the end, even if you're down quite a bit. If your opponent overcommits and you can hold just 2 or 3 cards, you can come out of nowhere with like a blue Meredith from Arsenal, red arcane spell can really add up to a lot of damage.
Yeah, Lucas is putting Andrew back to playing 3 cards plus his arsenal with the Cornet Peak.
Andrew's turn, he is thinking, going into turn 4 or 5 here, going with the Art of War, choosing +1 and banish to draw 2. Lucas instantly says, yep, that resolves. Andrew is digging through his deck, and it looks like he drew a Searing Shot, and I think there's 2 Searing Shots in his hand and some other card. Coming in for 5 go again, 1 floating. Lucas is still at a healthy enough life total in the sense that if he wants to, he can probably keep 1 more 2 or 3 card play for his own turn, but his life is running out. There's kind of a clock here.
Yeah, the most dangerous card I think that Andrew could be representing in this spot is like something like a Codex of Frailty. So being able to, throw the 3 attacks under Art of War.
Absolutely, yeah.
2 cards.
I think Lucas giving the Frostbite kind of shuts the door on that. So now, like, for sure, like, Andrew's only going to be able to play 2 attacks this turn. And 2 attacks is basically never going to be lethal because you have access to Cornet Peak. So
Yeah, so Lucas basically probing for information there, shooting with the Waning Moon, sees no AB, and it was a Codex like you mentioned. He had, it's a blue Searing Shot, so he will have an extra resource with which he can shoot one of these 1-cost arrows if he wants to. Yeah, it's just going to be another Infecting for 6. Lucas did not block, so he can get back in attack. He's going to have to discard 1 card, and then he will still have enough cards left to block out the Infecting Shot and come in with this Fiendl's Fighting Spirit if he wants to. He's considering what to discard here. He got back a Fighting Spirit. He's got another Fighting Spirit in his hand. So he has to decide. He's at 5. Infecting Shot has Blood Rot on hit. So if he doesn't 2-card block here, he is cashing in potentially his Tunic plus Coronet Peak. I think those are the main 2 options, unless he wants to just cash in one of those equipment, go down to a low life total, and keep more cards.
yeah, Lucas, I think, has an Emeritus Scolding in his hand. So there is the option. Like, Andrew is pretty low. If you threaten 6, like putting essentially like Andrew's at like 14 because of the Shock Charmers. So he's in range for like a Storm Striders plus Emeritus Scolding play.
Yeah, even though it appears that Lucas is on the back foot, Iyslander is really good at closing those like small sub-10 life total gaps at the end of the game like this. The Shock Charmers is a lot. 2 life is a lot. Lucas is going to be able to throw the Fiendl's Fighting Spirit this turn, which comes in for 6, and he'll gain a life. 6 because of Frailty if he chooses to throw it. It's possible that he would want a 2-card block and Coronet Peak and just hang on to that Fiendl's, but you have to always be worried that you might not get another chance to play it, or play it cleanly, and like you want to try to get one of these damage spells like Blue Meredith and Arsenal.
Yeah, there's a couple of lines. Like you can armor block here. Like you can do 1 card plus armor, like block it clean.
It's kind of hard because if you block the Tunic and you set the Emeritus, you no longer have a clean Tunic Emeritus Moon play because that requires 4 resources. But if you're killing your opponent, you don't really care about being efficient with Tunic.
Well, I was saying even like you're just like blocking to like put yourself out of like lethal range for the Blood Rot Pox.
Yeah, maybe Lucas is going to say, I value this Tunic resource more than stopping the Blood Rot, and he's just going to accept the 3 damage, but he will still survive at 2 after taking damage on his turn. Or it's possible, one play that Lucas could be considering is pitch to attack with a Fiendl's Fighting Spirit, gain a life up to 5, and based on how Andrew blocks, he can choose to either Arsenal the Emeritus or pitch it to Blood Rot. Most of the time you want to Arsenal it because pitching the Blood Rot is basically spending a card for just 2. That's not ideal, but it is on the menu for him if he decides that that's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
So turn 5 here, this game has sped along. No like really slow disruption, tax your hand effects. A couple Ice Veins played, but no Insidious Chills or Channel Lake Frigid Scene. We also have not seen a 3 of a kind yet from Andrew, which could be critical if he were to draw one of these. He could like block with a couple cards and then send back a 3 oak. He also has not used his Snapdragon Scalers. That's something of note. That opens up some more flexibility in endgame plays here. Also potentially like presenting damage without using resources. That's something that's once you take enough damage and you're at a low life total, that can be critical into wizards. You want to basically force them to start blocking with cards while keeping resources up for AB, depending on the size of your hand.
Yeah, one thing that's kind of interesting about Andrew's list is that the kill threshold for the Lexi player is also higher. So like, if Lucas goes down to 3, like he potentially can't even take like 1 damage from, like a 4-power attack, because Andrew does have the ability to, like pay into the shock charmers.
The shock charmers, or just like play a rain razors out of nowhere, things like that. So it looks like Andrew's opting for a 1-card block, takes some damage down to 9. With his shock charmers, he is still in like the range that I would say where he's barely safe. Like double Emeritus plus Waning Moon would not kill him, but he's getting close, and that is a Rain Razor 3 of a kind. Oh, so Andrew here this is a nice thing to touch on. He's playing 3 of a kind and then responding with Rain Razors.
Yep.
And the reason for that is if you play Rain Razors first and your opponent plays a Channel like Frigid, then you're going to have to basically be taxed on your 3 of a kind for 1 extra resource for no reason. And so if your intention is to play both of them, you can take advantage of the fact that Rain Razors is an instant and jam them both out and keep yourself safe. I think these 2 players are talking to the judge real quick, making sure they're clear on what's going on. I think maybe Lucas wants to respond to the 3 of a kind. So just sorting that out. While they work on that, let's kind of reassess the game state here.
I think what you're saying is like a little bit more relevant if if you need to pitch like a red or a yellow. I think with a blue it usually ends up being about the same, because you're going to take another action no matter what.
Yeah, it's just like the only case where it would matter is exactly exactly Channel Lake Frigid, where it taxes everything. You would have to pay 1 extra into your 3 of a kind.
Oh yeah, sure.
So just in case that's what Lucas is hiding in his arsenal, kind of heads up play from Andrew. The Iron Rock Gauntlet is hanging out on Lucas's side, but it's got the -1 on it, so just not really doing much. Ultimately, he has 1 actual armor block left on Tunic, and that is also on 3. So ideally, by the time he blocks with it, he's able to get good use out of the resource. We know his arsenal is blue Emeritus, so usually when you have this card in Arsenal, the go-to line is pitch a blue, play Emeritus, and then use Tunic plus the 1 floating to Waning Moon for 7.
Yeah.
If he can keep enough cards to do that, it's quite possible he will, especially if he's able to arsenal another damage spell. But
I believe Andrew's not even dead to a red Ice Vein at this point, because he's at 9 and he has 2 floating.
I don't actually care. Like, you're fine.
I mean, you don't care about this? I thought you'd be like scared of this.
Oh, I mean, I'm terrified, but I can't. I don't have anything.
some friendly banter between the players here. That's what we love to see. That's one thing I love about Flesh and Blood. Even at the top level, people are just like there is a miscommunication, and while it's getting sorted out, they're not upset with each other. They're even like laughing, having a little bit of fun.
Yeah. I think like the highest damage line that Lucas can represent here is playing Emeritus for 4. The Waning Moon is 3, and then like an Ice Vein would be 5. So that adds up to a total of 12 damage. But Andrew has 2 floating plus shock charmers, plus he could trench
If he needed
his
to.
arsenal if needed to, so he could maybe 1 3 times. So he's essentially at 15.
Right.
So Lucas does need to get in like another like point of damage in. If he can I think best case scenario for him would be if he can survive this turn, play the Emeritus with a blue, so he blocks 3 cards and stays alive, and then draws into a Stormstrider's play to close out. You get an extra Waning Moon in there.
Yeah, if Lucas had Metacarpus Node in this situation, he'd be able to, assuming there's a red Ice Vein in hand, he could basically force Andrew's arsenal away and force it to AB.
But I think that's still like
it's not good enough because it's not lethal.
Yeah. Shock Charmer is looking pretty nice, I think. Just like that extra like little bit of life threshold.
Yeah, I mean you basically give up the utility of being able to AB multiple times in the game for what is admittedly more value. Like at face value, Arcane Barrier is not mathematically worth anything. It just gives you an outlet for your resources.
Yeah.
But Shock Charmers is just straight up +2 life. So especially with a game like this that's going so fast, we're not taking a lot of turns. We're not doing a lot of like grindy, slow stuff. Shock Charmers has definitely, I think, performed better for Andrew.
Yeah, AB I think comes into play more if Lucas has been able to get like a Channel like Frigid off.
Yeah. You want to like
slow the game down. Blizzard.
Yeah, basically, when Channel Lake's in play, it's like every game action you take is taxed, so it becomes a tiny bit inefficient. We're diving back in here, coming in with the Frostlock fused. I'm not sure if this was what was already in Arsenal. It looks like his Voltaire is not tapped, so yeah, I think just coming in, it gets +1 from the fuse and +2 from the Rain Razors, base power 3. Frostlock has a key line of text here that says cards and activated abilities cost opposing heroes an additional resource this turn. So it doesn't actually stop Iyslander from responding with effects. Before Frostlock is active and attacking, Iyslander can play whatever spell she wants, but a positive interaction that it can mess with is defense reactions. If Lucas were to have a Sink Below or something, that costs an additional 1, and there's no way to get around that because you can't obviously play Sink Below before Frostlock resolves. He is showing the blue, Andrew's showing the blue Winter's Bite in hand, so clearly has a lot of resources. I would not be surprised if we saw Snapdragon's play here. He's got Rain in play and 2 cards left in hand. I don't know what his other card is, but it's possible it's an arrow. He wants to basically force Lucas to commit blocks and then snap Voltaire.
Yeah, another thing that's kind of interesting is that like this Frostlock is actually lethal because he has 1 floating and and he's showing a blue, right? So you can activate Shock Charmers twice.
That's true.
You have to block 6 on this, or you have to find a way to get a kill.
Oh, and Lucas does have a Sink Below.
Yeah, I think like you have to make the block in this spot. It's kind of tough.
It resolves.
At least we know that.
All right. So like
We know for sure that there's like one, like at most 2 attacks coming in. So like showing the Winter's Bite, but I don't know. Like, what do you think? Like like surely Andrew has to have like another attack. Like he pitched like a blue arrow.
Yeah, I think it's likely that he has another attack. I actually think that, oh, this is dangerous. So Lucas is blocking 4 with the Sink Below. He's currently taking 2 down to 1, but Shock Charmers could spell doom here for him if he doesn't have another way to prevent damage. So Andrew has 2 floating. He actually has 2 cards in hand because he drew 3 off the 3 of a kind. He just had it clumped up, but that's right. He does have 2 in hand, so likely, like you said, at least 1 more arrow. Does Lucas have a way to defend at instant speed?
All right. The man said make a show for the camera. All right.
Oh man, I think he's doing something exciting. Here we go. We're popping the Storm Striders. They're making a show for the camera. We are excited to see what this show is.
Brain freeze fused.
Brain freeze fused. Take a look at Andrew's hand.
How do I respond to this shit?
Andrew has to think here. He's in a situation where he quite possibly has the game locked up, so he just wants to make sure he plays as cleanly as possible. It looks like at least one of those cards in hand is a Searing Shot, which would be able to get hit by Brain Freeze. So
7. Okay. Waning Moon.
he's taking the damage from Waning Moon. He blocked 1 of it with Trench, taking 2 down to 7. No floating remaining because he activated Voltaire with the other 1 resource and reveals Death Touch to the Brain Freeze. So
Good to go damage?
Yeah.
You're fucking dead.
and that is the game. Andrew Lorenz advances on to the semifinals with Lexi.
I am exceedingly dead. How about that?
Yeah, so like
Yeah, so you
Andrew was threatening 6 into 4. I think it was possible for Lucas to block out actually in that spot. But I think it's hard to make the read because Andrew has 3 cards. You know that one of them is a blue Winter's Bite, and like no matter what, if he throws 2 attacks, he's dead. Maybe if he blocks 6 and then like Sink Belows for the blue Searing Shot, he's fine.
Right. Yeah. Shock Charmers really showcasing the power of not only Spell Void 2 giving some extra life buffer, but that attack reaction ability. I think it's actually an instant. But in that game, it really overperformed. That was kind of cool to see. This is an arm piece that we saw Digital Dixon play in the top 8 of Calling Auckland. But in general, I think it's one of the less popular choices for Lexi. It is very strong into Kano sometimes for Spell Void on the Aether Wildfire. Yeah. But I know a lot of Lexi players have favored just more AB into Iyslander. That was really cool. I'm glad we got to see that play out like that in that game.
Yeah, I think honestly for me the biggest selling point of the Shock Charmers is when you get to the end, it really shines in the very end of the game because it works on both ends of the turn where you're putting yourself outside of the lethal range for the Iyslander, but at the same time, like we saw, the Iyslander basically has to cover up everything because like all of your attacks are pretty much lethal.
Yeah.
Or at least like represent that they're lethal. And so whenever you're forced, like Iyslander wants to get into a situation where like you block and then you like eke out like the last like life. So like you want to try to end the game, like you're on 1 life before like they take their final turn.
Yeah.
And then you just like make it so that they can't AB all of your arcane damage that you play. But you're by playing the shock charmers reduces like Icelander's total life essentially, right? Like you're threatening that you can't like hold on to that 1 life. And then we see it also in his choice to play stuff like Art of War, like everything that plays more at like instant, like during the reaction step,
Absolutely.
like, speed, makes it like harder for Iyslander to make good choices.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how Iyslander creates all these like 50-50s where it's kind of like you're doomed either way in these end games, and Shock Charmers gets to play both defensively and offensively. And I think that being able to hold resources like that so that you're safe, and then as soon as they commit blocks, you either like that was the most modular possible turn basically.
Yeah.
Frostlock was even cooler. It gave Andrew some added security, but basically like I have resources. If you block my thing out, I'm gonna snap it. I'm gonna shoot another arrow at you. If you block it only partly, I'm gonna dump my hand into Shock Charmers. And if you send an Arcane Barrage at me, I have this blue in hand to try to stop it. Well played by both players. Andrew is going to be advancing on into the semis, and I believe that he is against the winner of the Briar versus Fi.
No. Briar Fi is 2 versus 7. I think he's playing into like a Lexi mirror.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So maybe
there's going to be another Lexi mirror in this half of the bracket.
Okay, and I think we will have to see what we cover for the semifinals. It'd be awesome if it could be the winner of the Briar versus Fi. We will find out. Regardless, maybe we will see Andrew again in the semis or even the finals. Congrats to him moving on. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. This was a great match to cast.
Yeah, and I think we're going to maybe take a short break before we get our next match of the playoffs for Battle Hardened.
Yep. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the semis soon.
All right, test. Oh, all right, everyone. The mobile camera is gonna probably have choppy internet because it's not connected to the exact same Wi-Fi signal. This might not be worth doing. But look, this is
right, back to the clown show, ladies and gentlemen. The circus is back in town.
Yeah, it is.
The first order of business is complete. You guys got a wonderful round one, but hey, we told you we'd be giving away some boxes, and we got one that we were going to give away to the person that cosplayed the orchid squirrel. No,
right.
orchid. No, what was it? Orchid raccoon. No, orchid skunk. Orchid skunk.
Yeah, you were so insistent upon knowing the different tail details.
But that was like
of the
4
orchid.
calendar days ago by now. Okay.
Well, so let me explain to you about time and space. It hasn't been 4
Oh,
calendar days.
it's all coming. It's all,
See, full circle. I
I
understand. how this
have
thing
to ask
works.
this one question. Okay, we have been doing this. It's currently It's past 8 o'clock, right? We've been doing this for about 11, or I've been here since 8:30. So
Yeah.
I'm on my 12th. I'm approaching my 12th hour here, right?
Mhm.
How the hell over 12 hours has the sun continuously been right in that window? Like, what planet is this?
Earth, and that's how
Ah.
light works.
Oh, okay, thank
in
you.
general, that's kind of what. But see, now it's just assaulting us directly.
Sure.
See, before it was pointed that direction. And it's made
Speaking
its
of
way.
light, let's throw some shadow in there too, because it's dusk till dawn. As we're approaching dusk, we're in dusk mode right now, if I'm not mistaken. So here's what we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna do a box break giveaway. Are you familiar with said box break
Hello.
giveaway?
Oh,
Oh,
wait, wait,
no.
so actually, hold on. In order to play this game correctly, we have to be able to hide the cold foil.
We do have to hide the cold foil, but now you get to see my piano fingers.
There you go.
I don't actually play. You do.
Oh, this is good. This is good. If they get too much of a view, then they're gonna spoil the surprise.
Oh no, you
which
see
is
my
just vague enough to be awkward to say.
my $14 wooden watch.
I think that thing is amazing.
It
I
is.
really do think that
It
thing
has
is
my
really
initials on it, which are MD, and I just tell people it's because I'm a doctor.
There you go.
Yeah, I got
know-
this being the best man at a wedding.
You know what's nice about this is I don't have to worry about if my face is in frame. We're just focusing on our hands. So like we're hand.
Wonderful, perfect, exactly.
I'll do this trick at home. You ready?
Look how beautiful our hands are. I guess this is like the consequence of just avoiding manual labor all our lives.
Oh, okay. Well, I can do this. Can you do this? Where you go out and then in.
Out and then in, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, what is this? A sideshow? Like was this America's
Try
Got
it,
Talent?
Try it at home, everyone. Try it at home. Okay, so if you don't know this game, the way this is going to work, we are going to open this box. We are going to dig for the cold foil. And the moment we find the cold foil, we are going to put it face down, and we are going to complete opening the box. After we... Oh my gosh.
Brushing it away.
You just destroyed these cards that were
Explain
sitting
the rules.
right off screen. After we finish opening the box, we are going to clap our hands and ask you to guess the cold foil. Whoever guesses the cold foil first wins the entire contents of the box. Basically, look, if you've paid attention to anything that we've ever done in the past 2 months,
Well, I'm sorry.
you'll understand. First of all, we apologize. Second of all, you understand how this game works. So if we explain this correctly, I'm sure everyone is already guessing the cold foil in chat.
Of course, they're just spamming it because they don't listen.
That's
Now, the
what
other
chat does.
the other caveat here is that if we do open the serialized, it is going to be auctioned off for charity.
That is the one caveat with this set is that if the serialized is opened, here we go.
Left or right?
Charity
What
time.
do you want?
All right, I'm going to put the chat up just to make sure that no one starts. Okay, cold foil.
Left or
cold
right?
Foil alt art chain. Left. Okay, that didn't work. I thought I could.
Just do it. Throw you someplace.
That's right. I took some of the right packs.
You did take some of the right pack. You know what? Well, the rest are mine.
3,
Get
4,
bent.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hey, you did a really good job of grabbing exactly 12.
Hey, broken clock, right?
Twice a day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, cool.
Oh, now
All
you know we're
right.
sponsored by HP. Oh,
Well, at this point, it's a gong show, if
damn
you will.
you,
Cold foil
Hewlett
bottle.
Packard.
People, why are you guessing the cold foils are?
Because
Hello.
they don't listen.
All right. I gotta open. I feel like I need to open this in such a way that like I reveal none of the.
Reveal none of it. Well, just find the cool stuff. Why did you exhale like you were taking your last
I
breath?
don't know, steering ray. Wow. Yeah.
Oh, I got one. All right. Well, it's a majestic. It's the Banneret of Gallantry. the
Well,
best.
eat that. I've got an embodiment of lightning. Card's real good.
Ooh.
I got a majestic.
What'd you get?
I got numbskull.
Hey.
Numbskull. There you go.
Wow, fitting.
Yeah.
This angle seems good.
I don't mind it.
Oh, I got a nice hit.
Yes, you did. Someone's going to win that out of this box.
Yeah, we'll find that
Congratulations
later.
to
That's
that
nice.
person.
Nice card right there.
We'll see. I got
They can't see it.
I got a
What is that?
Celestial Reprimand. My wife
Whoa.
and I, we opened this. We call this card boop because it looks like they're just going like that.
That's
Can we,
nice.
Can we hit the camera? Wow. that
Don't
one
make a
went
mess.
So, hey, look. You got.
We're in a nice place here.
You are actually.
We're in a
correct.
nice
We're in a
place.
nice. We're in a nice place.
Nice hotel.
Lay to rest.
Oh God, I
There it is.
told you
See,
stop
when it's
making a
up
mess.
close- When it's up close, I have the accuracy.
Hey,
People
it's
still
all good.
Messing it.
So we're doing a giveaway.
Oh,
I got
that's
a
a good one.
foil
Show that-
majestic.
Show that off. Show that off.
This was actually there it is.
Wow, man, you crushing these.
I
This
am.
is your set.
This was a great. It is.
This is your set.
Until I open it for myself, and then it becomes dust.
That's not true because you actually opened one box and hit some serious stuff.
I did. I will say the box that I won from my pre-release was actually pure gasolina. This is a foil Poison the Well, which actually Yuanji was talking about how this was a fun card to play in Blitz, where you sit on
is.
it for 8 or 9 turns waiting for your opponent to play Sigil of Solace.
Exactly. People can enter. Did you say that in a way that everyone hears us?
Okay, I can say it over
You're
the speaker
part of
now.
this.
Everyone can hear me now.
At this point, come on, just
Yeah,
talk,
sure.
just hang out with us. At this point, we're just all in this together.
How do people enter this giveaway, and how may I help people enter in this giveaway?
People enter this
Keyword or what?
giveaway by waiting until we clap and then literally just typing in as many cold foil names as possible until we see the person who actually guesses it correct.
Oh, that's well structured. I'm ready.
It's literally the easiest possible thing for you to run. You just scroll through chat until we get the correct answer. We'll shout it out. You
I
don't
didn't
have to
create
do
this
anything.
monstrosity. I merely support it.
Actually, no, that's not true. We created this together.
Sure, no problem. Drag me down with you. Ultimately,
I
I
don't
just
have to
know.
drag you anywhere. You're just going to go there on your own volition. You're like a puppy. You just run towards the thing that seems fun.
Yeah, well, that's
Which is
just
a great quality to have. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Look, I'm just saying is that reverse psychology doesn't work on me.
Okay. Well, you could say that, but that
You know what? I won't say it.
Okay, don't. There you go.
Yes.
I'm glad I got that to work.
So once we get the cold foil, y'all will go ahead. We'll do a little high clap. It'll be great. You guys can start guessing when we say so, and you're probably guessing right now because you don't follow directions. But that's okay because your guesses are going to be basically ignored until we get to that point. But it's fun.
Dude, you were destroying. Well, how many Majestics have you opened?
14.
Just
no,
2?
Just 2.
No way.
Yeah, 2 plus this and these 2 things, which are secretive.
I guess that's true.
And delicious.
We do have 2 good things already, so maybe there's less Majestics. But I will say I've only opened the Numbskull.
Oh, there's another one.
Wait. Yeah, that's right.
Sensor.
There it is.
Nice. Beautiful. Wonderful.
What do you think Censor is good in?
Profanity-laced movies that are appearing on PBS.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
What?
Hey, I
You
got
asked.
a Majestic. Diabolic Offering.
Oh, sweet. Wonderful card.
I was gonna say I think it could be good in Missouri.
I bought a first edition pack of Crucible.
Oh, you did? Yeah. Tell
And
everyone
I
at
also
home.
bought a first edition pack of Arcane Rising for my collection. Beauty, right?
Yeah. So did you get the Kano one?
It's going to be a Kano one. I put a Kano one aside, and then Levi sold it. So, F me, right? Right?
I've never experienced that before with Herald of or with the Figment of Protection.
Hey, I got another one.
Hey, dude.
Requiem of the Damned.
Wow. Wow. Hey, I got one.
If you know Farouk, Requiem of the Damn.
I got one. You ready?
Yep.
Prism, Awakener of Soul.
Come on, James. Stop putting heroes as Majestics, dude.
You can play that.
Come on,
you just
James.
have to find it first.
James, the joke is
I
over.
found one.
Oh, I got another one. And it's a foil, but you can barely tell. That's the second.
Chains of your.
It is Chains of Mephetis. Mephetis?
There it is. I set it up. Oh, I found another one. It's Runic Reckoning, a card that I feel like
That's a good
probably
card.
could have seen more play in general, but doesn't see as much play as I would have expected. But
All right.
it's a lot of spots.
That's the last pack, right? So here, let's recap what you're winning. Besides the stack of commons and foils, you are also getting the following wonderful pieces of art that are playable in a game called Flesh and Blood. You get a foil, Chains of Mephitis.
Yes, you do. That you do.
You get a Requiem of the Damn. You get Censor. I guess, a foil red Herald of Rebirth. It's not
It's
foil,
not
sorry, a
foil,
full
yeah,
art. Wonderful.
Yep.
A foil Poison the Well.
Which is cool.
It is a cool card. I honestly think that this will at some point have relevance, like my life. But let's go to Banneret of Gallantry as well as a Majestic.
Got Numbskull.
Mm-hmm.
Represents us
Just
completely.
throw it. Why not?
You got the Diabolic Offering, not Ultimatum. Prism is here and ready to play, so you can start your Prism deck.
Sweet.
And then the Runic Reckoning, along with 2 mystery cards. Now, one of these cards is a cold foil, and your job will be not yet.
They're doing it. It doesn't
Your
matter.
job will be to guess.
It's stream chat.
And
It's the Wild West.
Ethan Van Sant, when we clap, we just ask that you type in "start guessing now."
I have clap ready.
All right,
I even
perfect.
specified. I'm pulling the winner from the live chat tab. There's
Beauty.
a difference.
Oh,
That's
chat
correct.
live.
Okay.
The moment that we clap, you just hit that enter button, and then we'll start watching to see who guesses
What that card is. And yeah, all right.
that card.
Whoa, they
Okay,
can see
okay.
it.
No, they can't.
Oh, no, they can't see it.
Okay, I got it.
All right.
Understood.
Are you ready for a sweet, awesome clap? Are you ready? Done.
That was so sweet.
It was pretty sweet.
Oh, that was so sweet.
So what do we get here?
Oh my
Oh,
God,
yep,
the
yep.
chat is
Oh,
blowing up.
Yep, that is
Yeah,
a
but-
thing that
But
exists.
it's
is
when
the
we
chat.
clap. It's when we clap.
Okay, I'm scrolling through slow. I see it.
But is it live? Did we clap yet?
Wait, I
Yeah,
think I
'cause
see
he
it as
tapped the-
well.
He tapped he hit the button. So yes, this is indeed live. I see it. So is it just me or do you see it too?
I think I see it. What's the name of that thing? I recognize the art, but
It is
name. because that would confirm it.
right. You see it too?
Oh, hold up. Let's double check.
We're organized.
I'm pretty sure that's it, right? Because I let me look at the card one more time because I got it right here.
Okay, I see it further down than
Listen,
maybe
listen,
you
listen.
see it. I hope I didn't miss something.
Wait,
I
wait.
officially wash my
no,
hands.
hold on.
of
No,
this.
that was so close. Oh my God, that almost ended in disaster. Okay, wait.
Hey, you know what'd be
wait.
easier if we just tear the card in half?
Oh, that's
we
not
will
the game we're
tear the
playing.
card in half.
That's not the game we're playing. I don't see it. Holy. Oh wait.
I see it pretty far down there. So if you also confirm that you see it after a bunch of scrolling, then I think we're on the same.
Do you see it from Long
Yes,
Johnson?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
Yes, I do.
congratulations, it's
Long Johnson. Do you get that reference? That is a reference to a viral video of a cat saying "Oh Long Johnson."
Yeah, actually, I remember that.
You remember that?
Yeah.
How do
Well,
they message you for the giveaway?
congratulations.
Oh, but there's a bonus that they get as well.
You get this, but you also get Iron Song versus Rainbow Foil. Congratulations. Congratulations. The way that you will get this box of product and these 2 beautiful cards along with everything else is by reaching out to
Oh Long Johnson.
no. That person is going to reach out to MinMaxGames. But what's the email on MinMaxGames?
Is it Peter at MinMaxGames?
Is it Peter at Min? Are we just gonna do Peter at MinMax? Let's just spam
Yeah,
Peter.
it is
Peter
it
at
is
MinMaxGames.com.
Peter at MinMaxGames.com
Yeah.
or Twitter
Nah.
MinMaxGames1.
We'll just do
Yeah.
Peter. Email Peter at MinMaxGames. Say I guessed the Radiant Touch. That box is mine. Thank you so much. And then you have to say 4 nice things about Steven. And then add in
that's
your.
so
I know that
great.
might take you a while.
Yeah,
but
you
add
gotta
in
come up
your
with them.
address, and we will ship you the contents of this box.
It'll be
in-
great.
But potentially, possibly several pieces.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Very well done.
Sweet.
You've done a good thing.
All right.
Done
I
a great
don't
thing.
believe so. Unless
I
everyone
wish
else
I was.
does.
I did more work on my biceps from this angle.
I mean, I kind of feel that too. Yeah, I kind of feel it as well.
Yeah, it's all
That is
good.
what it is. But that's the world we live in. I believe that they are still taking.
We're
some
waiting for
time
one
to wrap up
more
the
game.
last game in quarterfinals.
I think it's
before
the
we
last
move
game in quarterfinals. I love this like top-down move. It's like, yes, Overlord.
Hi, Dark
on.
Overlord.
Chad is in control.
Are they in control?
I don't know.
Give them
Based
that
on-
control. Are
based
you
on this
kidding me?
perspective, what do you think?
Ooh,
Ethan?
mama.
What do you think? Does it look like that, Ethan?
No.
Oh, sorry, Sam distracted me. What am I answering?
Does it look like chat is like, from this perspective, in control of everything that's going on?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
They see.
You look so submissive, Armada. Be careful.
See the.
Oh, they see the coffee crisps.
Yeah, they see the coffee
Hell
crisps.
yeah, dude. I always bring coffee crisps and all dressed chips from Canada when I travel. I
Mhm.
always load up the suitcase, which is hilarious because the customs are like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I say supplying, and that is not a good option to suggest to a customs agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. But you do smuggle that over the border in a lot of respects, which is
I
great.
guess the hardest part is like when I'm traveling and they're like, "Where are you going?" And if you say a card tournament, they will say, "What, like poker?" And then you're like, Not really. Have you heard of Magic the Gathering? And they say, no. And I say, okay, great. This is going to be a very long, complex conversation because when you say flesh and blood, that is not a good.
No, it's
what are you
not.
traveling for? Flesh and blood. And then you have a big smile on your face like you're some psycho.
And that's when they step you aside for the randomized searches.
Oh, you
and
have just been
they do
selected.
They do the pat down, unfortunately. No. So you got to sit there and you got to be like, okay, so there's these cardboard rectangles. They have a strip on the top that represents like what they can be used for as far as game point resources. And they sometimes have numbers, and it spirals from
All right,
there.
you guys want an update on the top four?
Hit
I
us
want
with
an
an update on it, yeah.
I want an update.
We're looking at. Sorry, wrong.
Can you hear him?
Yeah.
Okay,
They can
good.
hear me. They can hear me. All right, the unveiling of at least 3 of the top 4.
There
are
it
done.
is.
Sweet.
Look what we're guaranteed, everyone. We're guaranteed that Iyslander will not take a 6th event in a row. Can you believe that?
Okay, I'm guessing it's going to be 3 Lexis.
Yeah, that was well said.
Yeah.
Very well said. We also see, based on these results, that unfortunately Briar is not meeting the end of her lifespan.
Sure.
At the end of this tournament.
I
But
do
it's
not
a
personally.
very, very good chance that we see a Lexi finally convert on one of these tournaments.
What's funny is that the games that are being decided right now are, so it's Michael Fang versus Matt McInnes. This was my round 3 loss in Cincinnati and my round 4 loss in Cincinnati, both facing off against each other.
You know what? That's a pretty good loss. Those are pretty good losses.
They are excellent losses. Again, I got absolutely just dummied by both of them. So
I'm
Yeah.
curious. I want to know, what does this do to the conversation of best deck in the format? Does this finally lend credence to Lexi being the best deck in the format?
Well, it depends. Are you one of the people of the community who will just come beg for bans of whatever deck you lost to last, or are you looking at the broader scope of things? Because, I mean, how many Icelanders were there? 2?
2.
And they both got bounced in the
In the quarters,
quarterfinals?
yeah. And not only that, but both to Lexi. And that's a big deal because up until this point, Lexi has not converted in the top 8, well, period in general, but also not against Icelanders, I believe.
Sure.
In the past, 4 tournaments or so?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what does this do to the complexion of the conversation about what the best deck in the format is? Does this skew even heavier in the favor of Lexi being even more well represented? What do you think, Mansant?
Yeah, well, what I can say is Dan and Lucas, teammates of mine, they are not inherently Iyslander players, but they specifically played her because we thought she was the best deck. And they wanted to kind of test their mettle on that hero in preparation for Nats. So they came in here truly trying to play their heart out and basically solidify for themselves whether or not they were confident enough on Iyslander for the Nationals run. And like you just said, they both lost to Lexi's now once they're facing like the cream of the crop in this top 8. So I'll have to catch up with them and see how they feel now in the wake of having their boots shaken a little, you know, because they lost to Lexi here, which is something that they thought they'd shorn up matchup-wise to be able to play Iyslander, confidently call her the best deck in the room. So
Surprise!
Quite the shake-up, because they're very quality players and they really believed in this deck being their choice for Nats.
But something that a lot of people, myself included, in a conversation that I've had with other people, I think there's a general belief that Iyslander as a hero is at its most dangerous in the hands of the most experienced players. And we could probably say that just carte blanche for everybody, for every hero. The specialist is always going to know the most lines. But I feel like there's been a lot of players that have said Iyslander is at their most lethal when it's a specialist playing that hero. And so maybe there's a question mark as to whether or not it's just a scenario of like, is it only successful? Is Iyslander only successful when you've played the deck a million times? Or is it successful and you just have to get more reps into it? That is a really curious, I guess, question mark that, okay, I'll sit up. There we go. That is a really curious question mark that I feel like doesn't have the cleanest answer, but makes a lot more of this conversation.
Sure.
And is this result, no matter how it breaks down between either one of these Lexis or the single 5 player that is left in the bracket, makes you ask the question of what truly is going to be the best deck in the format going forward, or is it just going to be about most well represented? or is it going to be about the best matchup spread across the entirety of the totality of the heroes available in Classic and Strategy? It's a great conversation to have.
I agree. I liked your second point the best.
Which one?
Yeah, no, it was great.
Yep, I agree.
It was definitely, that was my favorite one.
I appreciate you listening in so intently.
Dude, when it was like wedged between points 1 and 3, what a sandwich. What a
I know.
sandwich of knowledge that was.
What I do.
I'm sorry. It's been a very long day here.
Only 12 hours straight of talking.
Hey,
Minus the quarterfinal. We were able to not
we did take the
talk
quarterfinals
on
off,
camera
yes.
for the
We
quarterfinals,
did get
that
to
is-
eat food, which was exciting, but
Oh my god, that was awesome.
don't worry about it.
That was so good.
We're doing it again tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we are. That's going to be great. Don't
Nice.
forget, we're
It's
going
gonna
to
be
go
fun.
into the semifinals, but we are going to have an entire PTI
Yes.
for you here tomorrow as well.
We're going to update you when we find out the result of Michael Fang versus Matt McInnes on the Lexi Mirror to sort of round out our top 4.
Although I do believe, real quick, that we are going to try to organize the Phi and Lexi match to just start right now on the other side of the bracket.
I think that's a great point.
So I'm going to go confer with the judges to make sure that's moving.
Did you hear that, chat? Did you hear that?
Yeah, they hear me. They hear me. Yes.
You got to look up to really find out where it's coming from. Yep.
So, like 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Hey, we can do 5 minutes. Stop it. Put your headset on.
And we'll be
All
back.
right,
With
I heard
Phi.
something.
Everyone loves Phi.
Hey, Phi's great.
Everybody loves Phi. It's like Raymond, except it's Phi.
Yeah.
Oh, Deborah.
That was not bad. That
Oh,
was
that was not even that good. I wish that I had a
trying to
little
build
prep
you
for
up.
that
All
one.
right, I'm trying to build you up.
Come on, Raymond.
Okay, I can see vaguely.
Everybody loves Raymond.
All right, that's like a different version of Donald.
Come on, Robert.
You're literally just saying like a different version of Donald Trump on that voice, and that's okay. You know what?
You got to throw a little Kermit the Frog in there.
Man, I tell you what, that was a show that existed in the world. All right, we're gonna cut to a quick break because that's what we're gonna do, and so don't go too far because top 4 are coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Battle Hardened Atlanta here, hosted by MinMaxGames and Magnolia Gaming. I am joined in the booth by Mr. Michael Fang, our reigning Pro Tour champion, and he made the top 8 today. Unfortunately, just lost to a... What did you lose to, Michael? Tell everyone about the game.
I just lost to Lexi Mirror. I played against Matt McInnes from Team Magnolia. Very close game. I ended up getting fatigued. I just didn't have any cards left, so I conceded, but it was a very, very close game. We both got to do Lexi things, so I don't really have too many complaints there. But yeah, now I get to cast. This is like super cool. Never get this opportunity.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it with you. Lexi mirrors like that, it's interesting when they get, like some of them, you just like slam Rain Razors on the table and it ends. And it's kind of cool when it goes really grindy. You have all these late game blocking decisions.
Yeah. I can say at least all my 3 of a kinds were in the graveyard at the end. I didn't get to play 2 of them because of unfortunate circumstances, but we both got to do our things, which is more than I can say for a lot of Lexi mirrors. So yeah.
And we are jumping into the game here. Our semifinals match that we are bringing you guys is Phi versus Lexi. Sjohn on Phi versus Taylor Crawford. He was playing, I believe, Azalea all the way to second place in the Calling in Baltimore, where the Pro Tour was going on. And he is back at it again here in the semifinals. Michael, what do you think about this matchup?
I think this is a matchup where the Kodachi Phi has to have a plan into Lexi. Lexi's the big bad. I think one of the reasons why Phis are playing Kodachis is to basically have this like kind of tricky Mask of Momentum, make you block Lexi, and Lexi's not really a hero that really wants to block, and Lexi doesn't play D-Reacts typically, so there's going to be a lot of like interesting blocking situations or no block situations by Lexi, and that's kind of how I feel. Not really sure who's exactly favored.
It's interesting, even though Lexi has overall gotten worse after the Bullseye Bracers ban, a lot of people have started including things like Hornet Sting as their arm piece, and in a matchup like this, it is possible that is not necessarily better, but at least maybe as good or better than Bullseye Bracers for the one block to stop a critical Mask of Momentum.
For sure.
That is something that wasn't in the decklist before. Before, Lexi really was just like Tunic and that's it.
Yep. I do think that in many ways, Hornet Sting can get you almost the same value that Bullseye could get you in matchups like this. Just because sometimes you don't have enough time to find your Rain Razors. I do think that this is a matchup that Phi really wants to kind of just end it. The longer the game goes, the more opportunities Lexi gets to, draw her powerful cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are our second and third seed. Sjohn is barely the higher seed, so he chose to go second here. We see Taylor just starting off with the classic double arsenal, arrow plus maybe an ice card, maybe something like a 3 of a kind. And Taylor, like we just talked about, is cashing in that Hornet Sting right away on the second Kodachi. Basically, kind of just saying, like, I'd like to keep the cards in my hand if possible. I want to try to turn off your mask, maybe only have to block with 1 card on a clean 3 later.
Yeah. That Hornet Sting revealed a red Bolton shot, so first blood by Taylor. But very interesting. Taylor must like his hand, cashing in that Hornet Sting so quickly.
Yeah, it does seem a tad bit early. So Sjohn has hit with the Mounting Anger, so he's able to banish this red Ronin from his hand, give it an extra +1, which is actually kind of relevant for Mask of Momentum breakpoint triggers, but it looks like he's just moving to Arsenal, so no momentum hit this turn. No Phoenix Flame this turn. That is the one thing about the Kodachis. They're really nice with momentum, but unless you play something like a Bram with Thunderclaw, they are just generic ninja weapons, not draconic, so it is a bit harder to turn on your Phi ability in this deck.
Yeah, notably he had 2 chain links, 2 draconic chain links in that last combat, but did not have the critical resource to get that Phoenix Flame.
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor, it is an ice card. He's just flipping up, giving a Frostbite, using the powerful Lexi ability. Basically, like, Lexi, there is a cost, right? You have to be able to get the card into your arsenal, which is not always easy, but if you can get it there, it's just a free once per turn, flip it up. If it's ice, give them a Frostbite. If it's lightning, give go again. We have not seen the lightning nearly as much lately, but Lightning Surge, I believe you had one today in your top 8 list.
Yeah, I did have one, yeah.
So that can be a nice way to use Lexi's ability as well. Looks like Sjohn is just going to pitch a red into that. The basic idea here... Oh, that is another blue Winner's Bite. So if Sjohn were to have pitched a blue, Taylor might have had to make a more inefficient line because he can't obviously play the second Winner's Bite and then Sjohn can just pay 1 again. So Taylor has to be kind of happy to see the red pitch or the discard.
Yeah, and we didn't get to see deck lists yet, but I wonder how many blues this Phi deck is playing. Typically, the Phi decks don't play that many blues, so it's very likely that he might not even have a blue in his hand, or he sees this Frostbite that's on his combat chain or on his board, and he's like, I gotta keep my blue.
And Taylor is starting off the bat with a 3 of a kind here on his first real turn. He now has lots of cards in his hand, using +1 on the Voltaire, firing red Bolton Shot. Bolton Shot is a mainstay in Lexi, of course, playing all 9 copies. This card works very well with Voltaire, where basically anytime it has power greater than its base, it gets free go again. So you can just always choose +1, and you basically get both molds on Voltaire for free.
Such an efficient attack as well. 1 resource for 5 go again.
Indeed.
Blocks 3, just super flexible.
So good that you're playing, like even the yellow version of it basically functions as a red, but pitches for an extra. Hamstring coming in. This is a card that is interesting versus ninjas. If they have a blue, they are able to basically steal Kodachi you twice, but they just have to spend that last resource.
Yep.
So it's a lot harder for them to play out cards like Mounting Anger, any of these 1-cost go-agains, and still have a full turn where they double Kodachi.
Yeah. It looks like this turn, Taylor's really taxing Sjohn. This hamstring is representing another resource having to be pitched, plus that double Winter's Bite whammy, plus the Frostbite. It's unlikely Sjohn's really going to have much of a turn after this, I think.
Yeah, in situations like this where his hand's already being taxed and there's so many of these effects making him pay extra, we might see him opt to just block with those last 2 cards and give up on keeping a turn. But maybe he thinks it's still valuable even through the tax to take the offensive, get value out of his action point. We were just handed the deck list here, so we actually can take a look. It looks like the file list only has 12 total blues.
Okay. Yeah, that seems about what I expected. I thought it might be as low as 9. Those 12 blues are all pretty good. Brand of Cinder Claw Blue is kind of like a classic in Kodachi Fi. You play all 9 brands.
Yeah, makes sense. He's also rocking the 3 Warmongers, which we might see come into play in this game. Against Lexi, Lexi's deck is mostly attack actions, just filled with arrows, but you can hit key cards like 3 of a kind, all the ice cards, and critically, Lexi's ability is a non-attack action. In order to flip up your arsenal and create that second arsenal zone with New Horizon, you have to be able to activate a non-attack. So that's the reason we see Taylor presenting Trench in this matchup. You basically just want to be safe from Warmongers. If the Fi ever says, here's a Warmongers, you have a face-down arsenal, and it's an arrow, you want to be able to just clear it out of there so that you're still able to use Voltaire and load, because you can just get trapped where you have to name peace and then flip it up, be able to maybe double arsenal, but you can't shoot any arrows and you lose your whole hand.
Well, that may be true. Taylor's actually being a little spicy today, and he's not even playing Tunic. If you look at his deck list, he just has Trench.
Ooh, that's fun.
The only chess piece he submits into anybody. So, but in this case, I think even if you had Tunic, it would make sense to submit Trench.
Yeah.
Considering the Warmongers, and I think Fi is actually one of the better, or maybe one of the best Warmonger decks. You have a lot of natural go again. You can go Kodachi, anything, force a card out of your hand, Warmongers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it fits into Ninja quite well. This is cool. This is a nice story. Like we saw this at Battle Hardened Los Angeles. Evan Bridges taking the mono Trench deck into top 8 even before Warmongers existed.
Yeah, crazy.
So we're back to Taylor's turn here, playing that 3rd blue Winter's Bite. He has played all 3 already. I think Sjohn is still considering what he wants to give up from his hand here. It's interesting. Sjohn knows this time there's not going to be a second Winter's Bite, so he's less incentivized. A second blue Winter's Bite, that is. So he's less incentivized to pitch a resource card to play around that. But we don't know. Taylor could be playing yellows. Looking at his list here, I think he's only on the 3 blues.
Yep, just the 3 blues.
And players did get to review each other's deck list before the game, so Sjohn should know he is safe from Winter's Bite. He doesn't have to worry about trying to pitch a resource card to play around more of them coming in after.
Just crazy that there are only 5 ice cards in Taylor's deck, and he's already played 3 of them.
Yeah.
So
the only other 2 he's rocking are the 2 red Arctic Incarceration.
Yeah, they definitely are in this his 6E here, so we'll be kind of interested to see when he plays them.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see. Sometimes you trap the Fire on an all-red hand. Maybe they have... That is the second 3 of a kind from Taylor. You play Arctic, maybe they have like 3 red zeros in hand, and then now suddenly they can't even take a game action.
Yeah.
So first Voltaire use, giving a Bolton Shot +1. This Bolton Shot, in addition to being a very efficient attack, has a critical on-hit with the reload ability.
Yep.
Because Taylor's arsenal is empty and he's not used Lexi ability this turn, at the very least, he can put an arrow in there and turn this 2-arrow turn into a 3-arrow turn if Sjohn were to let this hit. But Sjohn does actually have a reasonable amount of armor he could cash in if he wants to.
Yeah. It's crazy. Taylor doing this back-to-back and being able to block efficiently and deny mass triggers has meant that he's functionally been playing into like 2 more-ish. Like a little bit more than 1, but less than 2. And here we have a Premeditate that was loaded off of the Bolton Shot. Ah.
Cashing in that quiver, and that is a red hamstring. That's exactly what you want to see here.
It's actually nuts that he hits the red arrow, cashing in his blue Bolton shot. He could have just shot the blue Bolton shot.
Yeah, going all in, but he has the one floating, so if he wants to, he can just shoot this for a clean 8. Ponder on hit, but he has the extra card in hand, so maybe he's considering, I don't know what his card is. Maybe there's like a way for him to get it out. We'll have to see. It looks like he's just going to cash that in. I think this puts him down to no floating, so if it hits, he'll tax the 5 for 1 resource and also get a second look at what he wants to arsenal.
My guess is it's another 3 of a kind, maybe another Premeditate or another Arctic. It's likely not a blue because he would have shot the Bolton shot maybe and then, or at least loaded the Bolton shot and then quivered.
Right.
But this is just such a powerful arrow, and the life total difference is quite significant at this point.
Yeah, let's see if we can zoom in on John's hand here and see what he's thinking about. Looks like a red Rising Resentment, blue Lava Vein, and an E-Strike hiding in there. And I think he's getting ready to block a full 8, cash in 2 cards and the Flame Scale, deny the Ponder, and probably more critically in his mind, deny that extra 1 resource tax.
Yeah, it's just nice that he's able to keep a card here. Card plus Arsenal usually means he's at least maybe able to... Oh, okay. Well, not in this case, but I was going to say threaten Mass Trigger.
Yeah, we've only seen like one or two mass triggers threaten this game. He's had to do a lot of like blocking or playing smaller hands.
Yeah, those ice cards just like he does not want to play with less cards.
Yeah.
Ninjas are just not really a big 2-card fan.
Back to Taylor's turn. He's flipping up an Endless Arrow with Lexi, coming in with a red Searing Shot with Go again. 1 card left in hand, so maybe it's a 1-cost arrow. He's just going to shoot after this. We will have to see. Looking at John's side here, he's got the Flame Scale block, so if he wants to block one of these 0 for 4s, he can cleanly with the Breakpoint, but he would have to give up the Flame Scale utility. Red Infecting coming in here. This is a good arrow.
All 3 of these arrows are just bread and butter, Lexi. Searing into Infecting, into Endless, like these are, that's the whole Lexi game plan.
Yeah. On rate damage, but with like 1 or 2 extra on hit every time. It's actually like 1, 2, 3. Searing Shots, 1 life. Blood Rot's 2 life, and then arrow. And Endless Arrow is like a full card for 3.
Yeah.
Just ABCs from Taylor here. Thinking on John's side, he basically has to choose whether he wants to play like for defensive value, blocking out the Infecting Shot, or try to keep a big hand. This is kind of his window to go nuts if he has a hand that warrants it, because even though all of these effects are impactful from the Lexi side, none of them tax what John's doing.
Yep.
It looks like he is just going to cash in the Tiger Stripe Shuko for the clean 5 block, stop the Blood Rot, and then Endless Arrow comes in for 4. He has the option to he's just going to take 4, down to 10. Endless Arrow goes back to 10, or goes back to hand rather, and Taylor's able to set it at the end of turn in his arsenal. John is down significantly on life here, but he does have a 4-card hand. Let's see if he can string something together and maybe hit on Mask to come back into this game.
Well, that's the name of the game, Art of War. Probably the closest to a comeback mechanism. Plays very differently from 3 of a kind from Taylor's side, but this is what John needs. He needs to have a really good Art of War turn. He needs to hit on Mask and Momentum. I mean, there's a lot of things he needs at this point. He's down 10 to 30.
I think he just hit another Art of War off the top.
He did.
So we're going for it. +1/+1 again. Banishing again, and let's see what he draws. This is like all or nothing for John here.
He doesn't have a starter. He's going to have to start with a... I guess any of those cards could be a starter now of Snaps, but he really didn't get a Draconic Chainlink starter.
Yeah, that's not what you love to see. Taylor does still have some armor over there. The Trench, which maybe he doesn't want to cash in because he wants to be safe from Warmongers, but the Perch Grapplers can cleanly block a 5 or even a 4 if needed. All of John's 0 for 3s this turn will come in for 5, so even though we know he doesn't have any of those from Taylor's side, you have to be thinking that could be like potentially a clean block for stopping a mass trigger. Or even, honestly, we could, if he wants to keep his hand, we could see him just cash in the Perch Grapplers on a Kodachi like he did earlier with the Hornet Sting.
Yeah. We could see all those type of things. I think Taylor's so far ahead. It all just depends on his hand.
So there's the Snatch for 6. He's going to have to Snapdragons this. We know he has 2 blues in hand. Taylor is thinking, I don't know if there's any attack reacts in this Phi deck. It looks like, yep, just Snap Block in 6. There are the Snapdragons. I don't think there are any attack reactions. So Taylor knows he's safe. If he wants to block the 6, he can guaranteed stop the draw. John's looking at these 2 blues in his hand. He's got to make something out of nothing here. Not nothing, but he does have some resources. He can get a Phoenix Flame this turn. if
He could, but he's kind of missed that window because he does have a Lava Vein loyalty, but I think it's a blue in his hands.
yeah,
And
there's
that would be his only Draconic, and it can't have go again because he doesn't have another Draconic. He was really looking for a brand of Senior Claw, honestly, of any color, off of those double Art of Wars.
right. So it's possible he has to just hope here, try to get this Soul Bead Strike to connect after. Yeah, there's the Soul Bead Strike for 4. If it were to hit, then it gets itself go again. Also, oh, he wouldn't draw a card yet.
Nope. He would have to be able to check another card to threaten Mask.
Taylor's considering here. From Taylor's side, you have to think. Sjohn has 1 card in hand. He's attacked you with only generic attacks so far. You can tell maybe his hand's a little clunky. He's attacking you with a blue card.
Yep.
So you basically have to ask yourself, is it worth it to stop this go again? Most likely, if you did, you'd be cashing in your boots for like kind of like a -1 block because you're only stopping 4 damage.
Yep.
What is the scariest thing Sjohn could be hiding in hand right now? I feel like the answer is
Another Snatch.
yeah, another Snatch or some 4 go again to threaten Mask and threaten drawing into another attack to be pumped.
That's a Codex, likely of Inertia if he's blocking like this.
Or perhaps he has another Codex in hand.
No, he definitely has an arrow. When he was shuffling his cards, we saw an arrow, or I saw an arrow.
Gotcha.
I have to imagine that's a Codex of Inertia. Couldn't really tell because it was such a pretty Marvel.
Yeah.
Kind of a nightmare scenario here for Sjohn, to be honest. He couldn't threaten Mask. He didn't have a Draconic Chain Starter. He was only able to get 2 attacks in off of his
double Art of War.
His double Art of War. And
Yeah.
he took a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you want to see. Art of War is kind of an all-star in 5, but it does have some like randomness off the top. You know, when you play Art of War, you're committing to basically being at the mercy of your cards, and you no longer get to make informed blocking decisions, really.
Yep.
You're drawing so many unknowns.
Yep. High variance card for sure. And I think the worst part, the cherry on top for that turn was he did have to arsenal a Lava Vein loyalty blue.
Yeah.
It's not really worth a card half the time, so it's going to be interesting. But the good thing is it's his turn again, and he has a 5-card hand now.
That's right. All Taylor did was come in for 4 with that same Endless Arrow we saw before. It hit. He got it back. He just arsenaled it again. So some mystery card in Taylor's hand. I think you said you saw it was an arrow.
It was an arrow, yeah.
Just hanging out. He didn't get to use it this turn cycle. But he wanted to hold it in case the Endless Arrow got blocked. He wanted to still have an arsenal.
Yep.
And here's the 3rd Art of War. Maybe the cards will be on John's side this time.
Interesting pitch decision. I feel like he just pitched a yellow Salto Wound, and Art of War banished a blue Lava Vein loyalty to play this Art of War. He leads with probably the best card in his deck, which is the red Brand.
I think it's a red Lava Vein he banished. That's why he wanted to pitch the yellow.
Yep, I agree. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is a red.
So coming in for 4 with Go again, this does make the next Kodachi Draconic, should he choose to attack with it, which can be really nice for turning on the Phoenix Flame, especially when you have Art of War active like this.
Oh, yeah.
And Phoenix Flame as well gets the additional
Gives you
+1.
your 2 chain links, and you don't even need Emberblade. But I almost am guaranteed that he's going to go Kodachi next year. That's the whole bread and butter play pattern here.
Yeah, and is that a breaking point in John's hand?
Ooh, but...
So maybe he threatens Mask and then ends this turn with 5 Destroyer Arsenal, steal more blocking cards from Taylor, and try to buy a bit more space to have a big hand next turn.
That would definitely be very good. But Taylor having Sjohn at 6 really is just 1 3 of a kind away from kind of just stealing the game. So I think he might not mind blocking, but, you know, here we finally threaten Mass Trigger.
Coming in for
2, I believe.
Yeah, base power 1 on Lava Vein, so just +1 from the Art of War. Taylor no longer has that clean block with Perch Grapplers, so he's got to either block a card or let this hit. This is about as good as it can get on an Art of War turn when you're threatening the breakpoint, unless you're going super tall with like a 4 or 7. 2's not too bad.
Yeah, he gives it up. He lets the Mask trigger.
All right, that's a card off the top. Taylor does not have to worry about Mask anymore this turn, but little does he know there is a breaking point in his future. There are 3 breaking points in this list, so like we said, players reviewed the deck list before the game. It's probably something that's been in his mind the whole time. It's always a possibility looming. Phoenix Flame coming in for 2. It looks like Taylor just took it right away. That is a red on top of the Rabble, so the cards are falling in John's favor this
the
turn.
Rabble for 5.
Starting to make a comeback here.
And he still has that breaking point.
Taylor's thinking on blocks. Maybe he Oh yeah, he's just taking it again, down to 14 from the Kodachi. And there's the breaking point for 6. Taylor's got to block with 2 arrows here if he wants to keep his arsenal. 2 3-blocks, that is. There could be other 3-blocks in his deck.
The live totals have compacted. It's now 6-14. Taylor giving up that draw was actually worth 5. I'm fairly certain John's hand was just Brand of Cinderclaw and the breaking point.
I think so too.
The draw was actually a Ravenous Rabble, so 5 go again.
Yeah, I mean, this is big. Taylor basically was saying, I think you're going to have so many hits this turn that you might threaten Mask again. I don't want to deal with it. I'm just going to take it. But this is kind of the swing back John needed to still be in this game. And it looks like Taylor's just going to trench the card away, basically accepting the on-hit, but just saying, let's keep that in the deck.
Yep.
Going down to 8. He does have the tempo for sure here. He has a big hand, but life totals are looking way closer than they were, Michael.
And he's not using that resource to load either. So that was, what, 1, 2, 3. There were 5 attacks on that. That's a good R4. That's what John wanted last turn. But he's back in it. I think the game is still slightly Taylor favored, but it's anyone's game now. It's very likely that Taylor's hand is very good.
That is going to be a 7 go again. Red Searing Shot here with a premeditate. On hit, you lose an additional life, and Taylor gets a Ponder. You have to imagine that last card in his hand is something he wants to play, so the Ponder is just going to be a free arsenal for him.
Yeah, most likely it's just another 1-cost arrow, maybe an infecting shot of some sort. John's deck is not a deck that likes blocking and is not very good at blocking. Lots of 2 blocks in Ninja. So maybe Taylor's making a heads-up decision that, hey, we're going to trade life. I want us to both be in that danger zone, and I have a lot of 3 blocks, and you don't.
And he's cashing in the armor to stop the Searing Shot there. Heat Seeker for 6. Does John have the 4 3-block hand? It's unlikely in Fi. That looks like a Blaze Headlong, so I don't think so. This Heat Seeker is going to create 2 end-step end phase draws. Flip something in, face up, and then also draw off the Ponder. So if either of them, basically if you don't get 2 arrows, you are able to double arsenal. Even if you do get 2 arrows, since you're playing Trench, oftentimes you'll just double arsenal one of them to turn into a resource the next turn.
For sure.
Looks like he's blocking 4, just cashing in that mask for life now because he's so low. Unlikely that it's going to be able to threaten draw again, so he just wants to probably stay out of Rainrazor's range, I imagine. And there's a Rainrazor's right there. Flipped off the Heat Seeker, so the Ponder card goes straight into Arsenal. This is definitely looking Taylor favored. What is this one card John is hung on to?
No. Interesting. It's a Blaze Headlong.
So just pushing back for 4. He basically said, this is worth 4 attacking, 2 blocking. I'm just going to send it at you. I have to still kind of try to play value and to squeeze back into this game. Maybe you draw an all-red brick. There aren't a ton of outs for John left.
I don't think it was worth 2 on block. I think it was worth 2 entire cards on block if he had blocked with the mask, but
that's true. Being able to stop the Heat Seeker, since Taylor did flip into the Rain Razors, maybe John's thinking is like, you know, I need you to just hit 2 arrows here. A double arsenal's too punishing. Back to Taylor's turn. This is turn 6. Pretty early on in this game, he is actually trenching that away. That's interesting. I wonder what it is. I don't think we got to see it. Both players are at 4, so life totals are close, but Taylor has a full hand here, and it looks like it is going to be a Frostlock, and he has the Fuse. That is our first Arctic Incarceration.
Could be that there was an Arctic maybe bottomed the trench, is my guess.
Yeah, that would make sense. So there are 4 points coming across the table here. It is fused, so I assume he gave it go again, so it should be 4 go again. And then basically, if John only blocks 2, he knows he's dead to the face-up Rain Razor, so he's got to block at least 3 here. Also, Frostlock has that effect where if it hits, the opponent can no longer pitch or play 0-cost cards for this turn cycle. This is looking rough for John. He's got to think, he's got to like figure out a way to not completely overblock to play around the Rain Razors, but also not just die to it. The fact that he cashed in Mask last turn was kind of heads up for this reason.
I'm thinking of Icequake, right? The channel like frigid.
Players are just discussing here, making sure they're clear on the effect of Frostlock. Its other line of text is everything your opponent does during your turn as the Lexi costs an additional 1. So like D-reacts, any instance costs extra.
John does have Sync Belows and Reinforce, but I don't imagine that he would be playing them here.
Yeah. And I think he's blocking a clean 5. So not clean, but blocking 5, taking 1. So Taylor can choose to send him to 1 or, oh, that's it. He's just blocking 4. 4 goes over. John goes down to 0. Congratulations to him making it all the way to the semifinals with Fi. Taylor Crawford is moving on to the finals, Michael. One of our 4 Lexis making it up there, and his opponent is going to be the winner of 2 other Lexis, Matthew McInnes versus Andrew Lorenz.
Yep.
So we're going to have a Lexi finals.
Oh no, you're good.
Lexi's finally winning another Battle Hardened. It's been a really long time, I feel. Like, you won a Battle Hardened at Los Angeles.
That was back in June, so no wins for her.
Had a European one, randomly a little bit before then. But it's been a while. So, yeah, I think that was a really well played game. I think Taylor really showcased the power of 3 of a kind and just being able to just back-to-back 3 of a kind. You know what they say? The first 3 of a kind draws you 3 cards and helps you draw into the next 3 of a kind, and that's just the gravy train, right?
The cycle doesn't stop. And the ice cards, all of that disruption, giving frostbites to the Fi, and the hamstring shots seemed quite powerful in that game.
Yeah, the hamstring shots, they made the Fi pause. And I think when you're racing, that's like all you can ask for. You want to make the other person have to think about their turns. A lot of good, well-designed Flesh and Blood decks are not just leaving a resource on the table. They're designed to use every single resource and try to be efficient. So when hamstring shot is able to kind of, disrupt that, it provides a good effect.
I think it's especially nice versus a hero like Fi with so many 2 blocks, because a lot of times when you're playing against Lexi and you get a frostbite and then you see hamstring shot coming at you, you basically, like, even though oftentimes your cards are better attacking than blocking, you're like, well, I have so much disruption and taxes coming at me that maybe it's better to just dump my hand blocking, and then I don't have to worry about the frostbite. But as Fi, not only do you not get the offensive power of your cards, they block for 2 instead of 3. So it's like really hard. It's harder to block the breakpoints that still matter, like infecting shot. The 2 damage matters whether you're keeping your cards or not. So he, like we saw in this game, he basically had to just eat whatever the Lexi's sending and play the best turn he can through it.
And he did have that really good 1 Art of War turn. The life totals ended up being quite close. Taylor was blocking Vol's armor, blocking of cards, but I think a lot of that was this cognizance of understanding of, like, Lexi is a hero that actually can block. When we look at a card like Mounting Anger Red and we compare it to a card like even Yellow Bolt and Shot, they functionally do very similar things, but Lexi's arrows block 3. And that's really powerful in these matchups. So,
yeah, definitely. And like having extra armor now, we saw he went with the Hornet Sting as well as the Perch Grapplers. I think that's really smart into Kodachi Fi. Like, that's 2 breakpoints that, like back at, for example, Pro Tour Baltimore, the Lexi decks didn't have.
I don't think we had any armor.
No, it was straight up.
Always Bullseye, always Snapdragon Scalers. So maybe because of that, the Kodachi Fi decks are a little bit weaker. But I do think with Warmongers, we never saw Warmongers. I didn't see one pitched. I didn't see one blocked.
Yeah, I don't think he ever drew it.
That is actually a new powerful card, and like, I think at any point in these turns, like, it was Winter's Bite into 3 of a kind. Like, Warmongers would have really changed the way those turns would have been played for Taylor. So, unfortunate that we didn't see them, but I do think that those are probably some of the tools that Sjohn was able to use. Is his name Sjohn?
I think it might be St. John.
Oh, okay. Used to try, he got to the semifinals of the top of the Battle Hardened, so he had to have been doing something correct. I think maybe he didn't play that many Lexis in the Swiss, is something I heard. Maybe this is just not a good matchup, but I have lost. Alexander Vor beat me at the PTI event in Salt Lake City, and it was a thrashing. Like, I did not have a good time, but 2 times it was very clear that I was probably going to 3 of a kind, and he just ends with Warmongers, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Got it. Matt McInnes, we just got news, is moving on to the finals. So let's go. Congratulations to both Taylor Crawford and Matt McInnes securing a PTI at this Battle Hardened.
So awesome.
We're going to have a Lexi finals.
Yep, Matt beats, who's?
Andrew Lorenz.
Andrew Lorenz in a Lexi mirror. That's really exciting. I think both of these, I think what's cool about this finals is despite the fact that both of them are Lexi heroes, I know that Matt's going to be presenting Tunic. I just played a mirror into him, and Taylor is presenting just Trench, so this could be almost like a Tunic versus Trench like battle.
That'll be interesting. It's kind of interesting to look at both of these players. They've both played Ranger in the past. Matthew McInnes played it at Pro Tour Baltimore. He made the top 8 of Battle Hardened Richmond before that, all playing Lexi. And Taylor Crawford got all the way to the finals of a calling, but he was playing Azalea at the time.
Yeah.
So both
Sans
familiar.
Great bow.
Yeah, New Horizon.
Spicy. Yeah, New Horizon. Yeah.
That build is cool. But yeah, both of these players experienced with the bow. Matt McInnes has played. This will be his 3rd Lexi mirror in a row in top 8.
Yep.
So
Lexi mirrors.
Yeah, we had a, what was it? 7 hero top, or not 7 hero. 1, 2, 3, 4 hero top 8.
I do think these guys played in the Swiss, and I think Taylor did win. If I'm not, I'm pretty sure.
I'm not sure. I didn't hear.
I think they did play in the Swiss. Taylor, I don't know if we should talk about this now, but the cards the noteworthy cards is that Mechanist has 2 Withering Shots, which pretty good in the mirror, and Taylor has 3 Withering Shots and a Lace of Frailty.
Ooh, Lace with Frailty is fun. That's spicy.
And I don't know. That just shows the priority that they have against, like, you know, what matchups they think will be problematic.
We'll fill you out of here.
We got our
we have. I think we have
pastors here.
Done our duty, and
we're saying things. We just got a looming flake in the background. Legendary. DM Armada said to say things, so I said legendary.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we'll be transitioning now to back to Flake and DM Armada. Thanks for having us, and yeah, we're really excited to see this finals. And Lexi Mirror right before U.S. Nationals and most of the national season. Is this a tale of more to come, or is this a fluke? I think it's probably a tale of more to come. There were 24 Lexis today.
Lexi's been showing up like probably the most represented deck at every event, but not quite converting for the last couple.
Yeah.
She's back to the limelight.
Yeah, and we get to watch an awesome finals showing off the power and prowess of Lexi. So,
all right, well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. We will be back with the finals very soon with Flake and DM Armada. We are about to cut to break. Don't go anywhere.
It all comes down to this.
Ladies
The
and gentlemen,
finals.
The finals. That's right.
Yeah, man.
I thought you were like just gonna hang there for like an awkward amount of time, so I stepped in.
The
But,
brain may have actually fluttered away into another dimension.
I didn't know if you were with us still, and you just prepared that one sentence, and then you were done. But yes, after 13 rounds, we have finally made it to the pinnacle. And who would have thought it's a Lexi mirror?
Well, some may have thought that Lexi would have had a presence in the top 8. I think that's a fair assessment. That's definitely not going, off the board, as it were. But given the fact that Iyslander has won many of the tournaments, you would have probably suspected that she would have at least have had a presence in the finals here. But it is a Lexi mirror, so hey, Lexi's getting some living legend points here. It's just who is taking home the gold foil, who's going to get the name associated with the winner of the 128-person Battle Hardened of Atlanta here. And there has been some excellent games. It has been quite a day. Again, we kicked off here. You and I arrived here on the floor at 8:30. We're now approaching 9:15. It's been a long day, but it has been certainly a day of exquisite flesh and blood play. You and I are just kind of gonna kick it old school and just send it home
right.
on strong, you know?
We're taking it home with this finals. We're going to see Alexi take home the victory. We just don't know which one it is just yet. Like you mentioned, we've been here for a number of hours. I have to say a huge shout out to Ethan Van Sant. He's not in
That's
the booth.
not me.
He's not in the
No,
booth.
he's
to
in
hear
a,
it.
he's somewhere else. This
Because
is what's awesome about this is that
This guy got here at 6:30. There he is finally. 6:30 a.m. to set all of this up. Has been absolutely grinding it nonstop. Has been producing this show for you so that you can watch it all day. If you've had this thing on all day, it's because of that guy right there. He is brain dead as much as us at this point. 15 hours. He's at 15 hours in at this point. He's feeling it, but the fact that this has all been put on coverage side of things is all him. And then, of course, MinMaxGames, Magnolia Games, also putting on this event. This has been incredibly well run in probably the craziest, coolest location that I've seen a Flesh and Blood tournament run. Can you think of a better, more exciting venue than this? This is insane.
Yeah, the original set of American Gladiators.
No, that's actually taken place. You don't just come up with a thing that you would like to see.
Yes, the aggro crag from the old school Nickelodeon show Guts.
Okay, so he doesn't actually understand
These
what we're
are
saying
no,
anymore.
these are all crazy cool ideas of a venue, and if you understand what I'm talking about, A, congratulations, you're old like I am, and B, pretty freaking rad locations. But yeah, no, this is pretty cool. Again, we fought some valiant battles here of Flesh and Blood. We fought the sun, and we continue to lose as a society to the sun.
You
But
know what? You can't overcome it. But at this point, we have seen dusk falling, and now has officially fallen. We are lit by a single ring light in this very moody atmosphere. Darkness has crept up over the arena, as it were, and Lexi is attempting to establish dominance and wrest control of that best deck title, if you will.
I will say this. I want to give a lot of ups to L'Oreal Ultra Hold Hair Paste for keeping this in check the whole way through. Frankly, I got to say, I was a little skeptical. I got it because it was the travel size. But the firm hold is there. And speaking of firm holds, one of these players is going to have a firm hold as the winner of the Battle Hardened in Atlanta. It is Lexi, Matt McInnes versus Taylor Crawford. Both players representing Lexi Livewire.
And this is going to be a battle for the ages. Who's going to draw their Art of Wars if they're running it? Who's going to draw their Three of a Kinds? They're definitely running that. Who's going to take home the top prize in that top gold foil? That's where we're about to find out. And of course, as you mentioned prior, some fantastic sleeves on display over here for Taylor.
Yes, check those out. Those are some Laughmaster sleeves.
Yes, indeed. Lex Luthor painted all over the back. If you've been here for as long as we've run this joke, this
congratulations
stream, we appreciate you. Thank you for sticking with us. We made it to the end, everybody. Just congratulations and pat on the back all around.
You know what the Laughmaster says? Some people just like to see the world turn.
No.
What do you mean, no?
No one says that.
Some people say that.
No one says that.
Look at the difference in terms of, again, if you sort of rewind 6 hours and everybody was fighting the sun, and now here we are in the twilight of the evening.
Mm-hmm.
And
it honestly, it looks like we're playing this in the back alley of between two buildings. You know, like there's the lighting behind Taylor that looks like distance of buildings. You know, and it looks like they've literally just slammed down in the middle of an alley, and they're both going to throw down right there. Very Street Fighter-esque in a way.
I'm following the wise words of Andrew. I don't trust anyone, not even myself.
There you go. Doesn't trust anyone, not even himself. If you can't hear that,
smart man.
I don't know, but
smart man
saying some wise words. Cutting the deck of his opponent.
Yeah, those wonderful Midnight Protector sleeves. And some random other sleeves. Well, they're flipped over. Doesn't matter. Let's get to the game here, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got the standard fare here. It is New Horizon. It is the Sunken Treasure, the Trench of Sunken Treasure. Again, something wheeling into relevance and wheeling into the meta for wonderful reasons there. That's a card that you like a lot.
I do. I love Trench of Sunken Treasure. I like it a lot because, well, one, it's a really cool effect that really feels... it feels very it's reminiscent of other powerful cards, things like Crown of Seeds, but it feels like it's done in a unique way. I also just like it because it's pirates, and pirates are cool.
Pirates are cool.
They should exist in Flesh and Blood.
Sure. They exist in real life, so hey, why not? Looking at Matt McInnes' hand here, we see a Winter's Bite and pitching the Rain Razors here to set up the that looks like a sedation shot.
I believe is being set up to set up his own 6-card hand. Choosing to Arsenal there, and I guess passing priority over to Taylor. Taylor not choosing to kick off by using Voltaire at turn 0, which could be indicative of maybe what his hand is capable of doing. But here he's going to start off with the old Winter's Bite.
Yeah, pitching the other Rain Razors here again. So he found both. Those are going to come back together, basically holding hands towards the late game, which can be devastating to finish up the game. But we're going to start off by loading an arrow. It is a drill shot, pitching the drill shot blue. This one's red. 4 go again. First activation of Voltaire. And like you mentioned, Taylor not activating the bow early could be indicative perhaps that he doesn't want to give up life early. If he does do that, then it gives another window priority to Matt to perhaps return fire. But ultimately, here we are.
I mean, it could also mean that you don't have something like a bolt and shot that is, like easy buff go again for a couple of different arrows. And in this case, we're just going to be able to send 2 casual arrows with the ability to fire those off. And looking at this hand, you'd be able to kind of fire these off if you had loaded one of them face up. But here's the 5 endless arrow coming across, threatening the recursion tool that is just going back into the hand and allowing you to sort of arsenal that for next turn. But going to be playing, if this does connect, a 5-card hand rather than just your standard 4-card fare.
This is a very threatening arrow. This is one of the very significant, threats that you really want to be blocking here. Now, whether Matt's going to respect the damage here and the recursion, looks like it's not going to happen. He's just going to take it because if you like your 6-card hand, Steven, then you're just going to go for it. And so the card gets picked up back up by Taylor, gets dunked back into the arsenal. So we know that that's going to get flipped, and that's going to be a bookend to a potential return fire here. But we're going to start by flipping with Lexi, revealing an ice card. It is Winter's Bite, but the effect of Lexi here, creating a Frostbite, and now taxing 1 on top here.
Yeah, so he's going to choose to pay here instead of discard, but it all represents 1 card out of the hand, and that's really what you care about. And then we go premeditate into Infecting Shot, and that's going to come across paying the resource. Of course, we're probably choosing the go again option. It does appear that that's what that says. Nevertheless, I want to touch on something that happened last turn. There was a clear decision not to worry about this drill shot that came across, and that does take a block out of one of your only free block equipments. Essentially, you have a free block by just throwing Hornet's Sting on something, and that is now taken away, which is kind of a big deal, or it could be, I should say, could be a big deal later down the line. But here, Inertia token given, a Blood Rot Pox given, a Ponder token gained, and a card arsenaled for Matthew. And these players both realize they've been here for a minute. They'd like to play this game out at breakneck speed and move on.
Yeah, well, Ethan mentioning that, hey, if we're going to keep this under 12 hours and have one big video that doesn't get cut off, well, you best play quickly here. And it seems like both players have basically found the right recipe on both sides where they're happy to trade damage. And you can, both players know what's at stake here. They're not just trading damage. This isn't for S's and G's, as it were. They're here to actually convert on some good, clean flesh and blood. And ultimately, if you're taking the damage, it's because you could send it back. And here's the endless arrow coming right back. And it looks like Matt is just kind of doing a little switcheroo here to completely block this out. And why not? Let's snap it. So an early use of the Snapdragon Scalers to give it go again, and using the Rain Razors to follow suit. And good read by Matt McInnes here to actually block 6 of the 4, potentially anticipating the Rain Razors. And if you're thinking about it, the amount of damage that Taylor absorbed there, Matt reading that saying, you must have the magic recipe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, first of all, you're looking at the previous turn where you're threatening an Inertia token, which is perhaps the most dangerous thing Alexi could stare down. And instead, you're just saying, yeah, I'll take that. That's fine, because my hand is either going to just be absolute fire, or I can piece together exactly what I need to just use the hand outright and not end with an arsenal. But as we can see, the choice was absolute fire on the side of Taylor in being able to draw into Rain Razors 3 of a kind after already sending the Endless Arrow and snapping it. So here we're drawing into some cards. We have a Bolt and Shot that represents a second possible reload if it connects. And we've already seen 2 cards come out of the hand of Matthew. He's going to say no block here that allows a second send of the Bolt and Shot for 5.
And keep note here, was there a, yeah, there was a reload, I believe, there, as there's still only one activation of Voltaire. No float, though. So the last card in hand, what is that? And if it fires for free, you get the free load on it here. But we'll see. It seems like both players completely content to just trade haymakers back and forth. But that's one utilization of Rain Razors and 3 of a kind, which is how you want to pair these together. But keep in mind, on the return fire here, at the end of this turn, rather, Taylor Crawford is going to be on the hook for 2 damage from the Bloodrot Pox, and the Inertia Token is basically going to just flush whatever's in that arsenal.
Yeah, and so Matthew is content to just take it and look. The reload on the Bolton Shot is connected with, and you're going to be able to send another 0-cost arrow. Drill Shot here can do extra work, and again, taking away a block totally from your opponent for perhaps in what we might call a late game, but let's be honest, at this rate, the game's going to be over in a few turns anyway. So late game is really perhaps just now, but taking away a second block is going to throw it on the Perch Grapplers, it looks like.
Incredible. I mean, this is some real high-octane offense on both sides. And again, you got to think that if Matt's taking it, it's because he can return. And we're opening up with a Winter's Bite.
I think he has 2 Winter's Bites, so he's not going to push a ton of damage this turn if he's got a second Winter's Bite. He's going to flip a Falcon Wing, which is a 0-cost. He's just going to arsenal a 6. 6-card hand is what he's playing for. So the Winter's Bite buys him a card and slows down Taylor to a 3-card hand. You're just basically saying, okay, I need you to have a pseudo off turn if you wouldn't mind, so that I can establish tempo again. And turns out it's going to be a Withering Shot, which is yet another very scary on-hit effect.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, here, take the whole farm. Just selling it the whole way through. There was no hesitation there. Did you see? He just absolutely dumped the whole hand there.
Does he have a Tunic 3 of a kind turn, though? Is that wise? Is he just content to just say, yeah, it's fine, whatever. I have a 3 of a kind in hand, and I have the Tunic up, so I can just play this negative game. He's going to start by playing Winter's Bite. So this doesn't reveal any information, makes the the opponent just decide first what they're going to do.
Looks like it.
Tunic. Yep,
yes.
That's exactly right. So he has the Tunic 3 of a kind turn. He draws the 3. He says, yeah, your little attack, I'm just going to cover it up, and then I'm just going to recover all 3 of those cards.
Let's have a look at his hand over here. He's going to open with the Falcon Wing, but what follows suit? Now, this is going to be 3 go again, and built in.
And we've got a Drill Shot. We've got what looks like a Withering Shot of your own and an Endless Arrow. So there are some things you can do, but they're all red. Some of those are 0 costs, though, so you can put together at least another attack on top of this, and it's going to be the Withering Shot. It's going to come down, and you're going to pay that last resource, fire the Withering Shot. Not necessarily what you would love to draw into. You would love to have just drawn one card that could pitch for more than just a resource, and then you'd be able to load twice, fire twice. But at the very least, you're giving a Frostbite, taking a card, forcing a block here. Otherwise, everything is nuked with the Frailty token that's coming down.
Well, Frailty is exactly what you want to be giving your opponent here, especially if you're not necessarily finding what you want from the 3 of a kind. You wanted a blue here. You wanted this card, this attack pattern here to be a little bit more robust, a little wider. Unfortunately, Matt McInnes got caught with all reds here and did the best that he can in order to make this uncomfortable. The damage is down here. The Frailty token is going to start to get a little haircut off of every single arrow fired out for that Voltaire.
And both players just trading Withering Shots. Ethan over there is just like, cool, I don't even have to change the card. I'm just leaving this up because it's perfectly timed. Withering Shot going to only come for 5 simply because the Frailty token is nuking the arsenaled cards, the arsenaled attack actions, and that is going to be the turn. But covering it up is Matthew, and playing his own precarious 2-card hand at a life equal.
Oh, goodness gracious.
We'll just keep leaving it up. Literally pumping arms in the air is Mansant. So happy to finally be relaxing for a moment.
Looks like a Tusken Raider. Just.
I thought it was the end of an 80s movie as he walked into the sunset. And it's the 2-card respect right here covering it up.
All right, I got to say here, both players knowing these decks inside out, playing them so much, you see that there's absolutely no pause. There's no hesitation. It's become all muscle memory and execution here, as we're going to go ahead and reveal the Rain Razors off the Lexi as the Lexi activation. That is a Searing Shot with the +1 for 5. No go again. So this is just going to come in and no Snapdragons to sort of give this any extra gas.
Now, this is an interesting kind of sticky moment where we might actually see a pause in consideration. But nope, no, he's just going to go ahead and commit the full card block. You're going to get the trigger effect there. You're going to deal 1 free incidental point of damage, but the block doesn't go through. At least you get a point of incidental damage in the trade. You're playing a 2-card hand, and it just so happens that 2-card hand is a bunch of codices, and they're both fancy. And the codex comes into pitch so that we can play the codex, and both of them are codex of inertia.
How the hell do you tell that?
What, codex of inertia?
I mean, I guess if you've seen the Marvels in action here.
I'm a professional.
It looks like a cave painting.
This is why they pay us the little bucks right here. So I knew exactly what was going on. I play a lot of Fabble.
Sure, that'll work out here. Endless Arrow, one of those, again, like you said, recursive arrows. This is a threat that needs to be answered. Otherwise, you're going to see it again tomorrow. So make sure that you just do this the right way. It's going to come in with just the go again option off of the load up effect, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you know, you dropped
no, hold
it
on
in.
a second.
It's just going to go for the casual 4 with no extra effects because we loaded it up with
Right,
the
it was
Codex
off of
Inertia.
the
It was off
Codex,
the top, yeah. And the nice thing too is that you're getting the Ponder here. You were allowed to let this hit, so it can go back in. I believe he can draw a second card off the Ponder, and can he set up a 6-card hand? I guess he can put it in to the Arsenal face up. Either way, both players continuing to push their way down in the... Oh, and there's the Rain Razors play. Down in the life totals. Important to note, the Inertia token is going to make it to where you can't sit on an Arsenal as Taylor. So he has to make use of his cards now, and he has to try and push damage now.
I mean, at the pace they're going here, Taylor swiftly just dropping that arrow in the back of a Rain Razors here. It's an infecting shot. It's going to be 7 go again, and this has a little extra tickle at the end of it if you get the Blood Rot Pox. And this close to the end of the game, which is, quite frankly, I'm not used to this pace. I mean, the entire day has been a little bit of a crawl in certain games, as both every game that we've basically put on screen here has been a very intricately and meticulously executed type of game. But these are 2 masters of their craft. They're in the finals for a reason on these heroes. You know that they see the hand and they see everything already parsed out here as they're going at a lightning pace.
Now, this is an interesting play. Matthew chose to 3-card block that first infecting shot, meaning that he's got 1 card available to him, and the crackback answer is the Codex of Frailty, which is going to allow him to go get a 0-cost arrow and just fire this off. Because it gets a buff, it's getting go again. And not only that, he's danced around the Inertia token because he's created his own Ponder. So yes, he'll lose out on a card if that Inertia token existed. But now, because he can order the triggers at the end of the turn, he can say the Inertia pops first and loses all his cards, and then he gets the Ponder draw and into the Arsenal.
Another infecting shot. It's a blue one this time. That's going to come in for 5, blocked by a Remorseless. It's still going to get the on-hit effect. So again, they are dishing out these tokens like it's nobody's business. As the Blood Rot Pox token, it's going to affect Matt McInnes at the end of the turn, taxing him 2 life or 3 resources. The Frailty, though, is going to, like I said, take a little haircut off of every single arrow fired off of that Lexi. And Matt just... It's going to open with a drill shot and nothing more here, as unfortunately off the Ponder token, if you don't get something like a Falcon Wing or like a Winter's Bite that you can just drop in there and play for free, you kind of get caught here because you did use you didn't have Snapdragon Scalers to begin with. You had no free go again to give up here. That was actually the difference between these 2 decks was the Perch Grapplers versus the Snapdragon Scalers.
And then the Fiendal Spring Tunic versus the Trench of Sunken Treasure, and the Fiendal Spring Tunic has definitely shown its use case in this matchup, allowing you to play a 3-of-a-kind off of the Tunic resource. Trench hasn't really crept up in this scenario, but Taylor firmly in control. Matthew effectively sitting at 7, has no way of stopping, in this case now going to be sitting at 6, has no way of stopping Blood Rot Pox. And Matthew going to drop down at the end of this closing of the combat chain. There's no way to continue the turn unless we're just missing it. But Taylor, with a 3-card plus Arsenal hand, is going to be able, I believe, to send a huge salvo based on whatever he's got. over onto the side of Matthew now.
Just going to go ahead and flip another arrow here.
He's flipping up a Heat Seeker, so he has Heat Seeker available at the end of the turn, which again, if you don't win the game on the spot on this turn, the Heat Seeker could buy you a card in the arsenal, which is a fantastic way to end a turn. Floating 2 resources here, loading up a Searing Shot. Can't tell if it's red or blue. It looks like it's blue. A blue Searing Shot only comes for 2, but it does threaten the on-hit deal or lose a life trigger. It's going to cover this up, and we're almost priced in as Matthew of just trying to block out and hope that this turn doesn't spiral out of control.
This has been a lightning pace here at this finals here for the Battle Hardened in Atlanta, and the Lexi mirror has just been flinging cards back and forth like crazy, finding another heater at the end of this combat chain for 5 more damage. It's going to replenish the arsenal at the end of the turn. Looks like it's just going to toss that Frostlock. We knew it was there because of Hornet Sting. Matt McInnes at 1 health and just going to throw the Endless Arrow. There's no methods for go again. Doesn't look like he's too happy or keen here, but ultimately there's no real way to sort of push this over the top. Now, keep in mind, Matt McInnes did have 2 Rain Razors that were holding hands at the bottom of the deck.
He has 1 in his hand currently, so this final card in hand is a Rain Razor, so he technically can push this into like more damage, but it's not necessarily going to result in just about anything. Because like you said, there's no way to give this go again. We don't have Snapdragon Scalers online. We no longer can run Bullseye Bracers, so it's not like we can, grab this after a snap, drop it in, and then, fire it again. That's not just possible. But he's going to grab it, and then Arsenal and pass, loading it in with Voltaire. And
Taylor at 4. He's going to be playing a 5-card hands. The Frostlock to bookend a potential turn here is not exactly the scariest of plays. But hey, let's go with the +1 for the Falcon Wing. That is a break point. That is huge. This might be the Tunic to give up. Yes, it is. Given the Bolton shot on the Tunic, covering that break point.
I think Taylor feels it. I think he smells the blood in the water. I think he's just got to send 1 over. There's the Premeditate, loading in Searing Shot. It's going to send for 7. It's going to require the rest of it. It's going to be able to send that down and then passing on over. No functional go again on that load, trying to just send it on, I think, is the play, and the plan didn't have the capability of finishing it there. Endless Arrow is going to come across. Now this time, things are a lot different, because if he gives a 1-card block, and it's a 2 block for some reason, then he loses to Rain Razors and Arsenal.
That can be scary here.
But I think he completely respects the damage on the board. I think he's going to look at maybe giving a 2-card block and trying to, continue to whittle cards out of hand for his opponent. He's tracking the correct life totals there. Should be at 5 versus the 1 means that he is out of range in just about every way, shape, or form, unless he completely disrespects this attack.
Giving up the Endless Arrow again. The Endless Arrow doesn't necessarily have any effect over here. It's just a 4 for 0, which, I mean, that's what you kind of want here to fire off for free. But ultimately here, any on-hit effect is essentially, congratulations, you're the Battle Hardened champion. And both players know that at this juncture, as Taylor Crawford is trying to stay alive. He's going to just go ahead and Rain Razors, why not, and push through an extra couple bits of damage to bring Taylor down to 2. 2 to 1, recurring the Endless Arrow, dunking it in Arsenal. Drawing back up is Matt McInnes. He's stayed alive. You have to give him credit here.
He is, and playing that Rain Razors out is the correct call, because it gives you another arsenal. It means you can dump all of your cards in your hand here in defense of your life total. But if they go over the top on you, you just have no recourse to keep that arsenal. If you can somehow block this out without giving up the New Horizon, you can always send a 0 for 4 that could recur itself again. And that's why it's good to play the Rain Razors in that position. But here, you're going to have to cover this up completely and just hope that you can send another 0 for 4.
Well, keep in mind over here that you've got a 2-block in hand, so you're going to have to give up New Horizon, which means that your turn is effectively draw up and pass,
That's
which
exactly
means you
right.
lose your only bit of offense. So Taylor Crawford's going to have a full 5-card grip to complete the attack here and get himself the win for Battle Hardened Atlanta, opening with a Premeditate and a 3 of a kind. This
what
is
a
massive.
way to try and close this game out. Drawing 3 cards. There's almost nothing that could happen, right? There's no way this doesn't close it out. But let's see. Let's see if he puts the lines together, starts with the drill shot. We can assume the go again is granted there. And, he's going to cover it up heavy because of that Premeditate. And there's the load there, and that's going to be the fist bump. And Taylor is your winner on Lexi. After all these weeks and months, Lexi finally picks up those Living Legend points in a Battle Hardened in an upper level event. And taking the win is Taylor.
I have to say, after a lot of these matchups through not just the Swiss rounds, but also through the top 8, they've been shifting between, first and second gear. They've been very slow-paced, meticulous, and well-executed. This one just throttled up and went light speed, and you have to think that both players were super comfortable with their decks because the way that they were tossing cards around, it felt like an absolute maelstrom of just attacks and blocks. But ultimately, Taylor Crawford is your battle-hardened Atlanta champion.
That's right. Congratulations to him, and congratulations to both players. You can tell that both him and Matthew were able to navigate their way through that with incredible skill, and coming out on the other end is Taylor, like you said.
Matt McInnes was exceptional in that game as well, managing to just sort of navigate and do the best you can. There were certain turns that were really not helpful to Matt in the case of drawing the 3 of a kind and finding 3 reds that you really could not connect with the way you wanted to. And you have to think 1 blue, 1 yellow changes the entire complexion of that particular turn, pushes a little bit more damage. But ultimately, you see it right there. $500, the PTI, and of course, the coveted gold foil go to Taylor Crawford on Lexi Livewire.
That is the capper that I think everyone was wondering and expecting and hoping for, to see if Lexi could finally convert on an event. After all is said and done, Lexi has consistently been the most highly represented deck in these past tournaments, many of which we've covered together, and we've watched as Lexi players have, shown up and in a lot of cases shown out, but never really crossed the finish line, and the first to do it in a long while is Taylor Crawford.
Yeah, well, big time congratulations. We're going to do a little interview with Taylor.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. You want to talk to him? Should I talk to him?
Here, I'll make it easy because right here is the connection. So, Taylor, why don't you come on in and put this on? Make it easy for everyone. Jump on in.
Thank you.
Hop in, Taylor. Woo! Congratulations, my friend. Well earned. Difficult, to say the least. One hell of a field. I mean, you've been playing since 10 this morning, and here we are approaching 10 at night, and you have gone through a gauntlet. Just breathe. The first thing I want to ask you is essentially, it seemed like the finals were played at light speed. We've been casting matches that were a little bit at a crawl at certain at certain junctures, but ultimately, for this match, Taylor, was it just familiarity with the deck, the amount of reps where you just knew what to throw down, how to execute? Why were you playing that fast? It was incredible.
I just played a lot on Talishar. So when we get to that position, I know what cards to value, what cards not to value. So when he's throwing an empty Falcon Wing for 4, I know to take it, Weathering Shot, block my hand. So we both are pretty good Lexi players, I believe. So
I would say so. Again, the finals.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
So when we get to that point, we know what we're valuing in each other's hands. We kind of sense what's happening in the game state, who's carrying the tempo, who's trying to, get it back. So it's almost second nature. I could do this with my eyes closed, honestly. I play so much on Talishar and with the guys. It's just, I don't think when I'm playing, it's just nothing up there. Just
See, that's how I go through life, is just don't think. It just doesn't come out as successful as you. So something's got to give there. There's got to be a lot of practice and such. Any shout outs you want to give to the team that you mentioned and all the practice that you've put into this victory?
Oh, yeah. I want to give out my team on hit, Aaron Grace, Smitty, Lucas, and just the guys at home. We play a lot. We talk a lot. Drew. It's just a fun environment. We've been doing well. This is my second PTI. I came second in Baltimore, so I was really happy with that. I felt good coming into this. Yeah, I was just happy.
Hey, dude, happiness is a nice extra sprinkles on quite a victory over here. And we were having a debate all through the broadcast about what the best deck in the format is. It's Iyslander on this side. It's this, it's that. Do you have an opinion of what the best deck in the format is right now?
It's Lexi. She does everything. She draws, she cantrip. I mean, she just does the whole 9 yards. We have on hits, consistency. I don't know why any other person would say anything but Lexi.
You hear that, Steven? Yeah, he's in the back just not listening, doing la, 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 la. It's all good.
Yeah.
So the other question here, my friend, is you get yourself a beautiful gold foil and...
Oh, I'm opening it.
Okay, how was that?
There's
All
no
right.
question. There's no question.
Pop it in. Make sure the camera sees it as well, as you can see right over here. Just lift it up. Make sure everybody can see what's going on over here. Is there anything you're hoping for? A new car.
Not Valiant Dynamos.
Valiant Dynamos.
No, anything but Valiant Dynamos.
Anything but... Oh, excuse me.
Yeah,
no problem.
Please, no.
Please, no. Okay.
You might see a man cry.
Oh, man. All right.
I don't get to open these enough.
You've
Hold
been... Yeah, well...
on. Struggling. Ugh.
It's okay. Do you need help?
I got it.
Beautiful. And survey says...
Vambrace.
Hey, Vambrace. Wonderful. All right. Well, if Oldham ever comes back to life, then that would be fantastic. We'll see you in living legend status. No problem. Dude,
Oh, yeah.
Taylor, anything you want to say before we part ways and you can go celebrate?
I'm going to go take some Tylenol PM, get dinner with the guys, and go to bed.
Wonderful. Don't operate any heavy machinery, my friend. We'll
I'm
see you
not.
tomorrow at the PTI. Congratulations,
Thank
dude.
you. Thank you.
Wonderful stuff. That's Taylor Crawford. He is your battle-hardened Atlanta champion on Lexi Livewire. He's got places to be. He's got Tylenol PM to hit. It's been quite the day. Steven, did you hear what he said about Lexi Livewire being the best deck in the format?
Yeah, he was the first person to prove it. It's been a minute. It's been a while, and he says it's the best deck. How can I argue? I'm not holding the gold foil.
Yeah, no problem. You'll just argue with me when the camera's off.
No, I'll argue with you right now.
No,
if you
don't
want.
do that. We don't have time for this.
I'm just going to wait for him to step a little bit further over. But thank you, everyone, for showing up and showing out. This has been an absolutely just blast of a time. We have more tomorrow for you if you want to come hang out with us tomorrow. It's 10 a.m. tomorrow. PTI.
Sounds good, man.
Classic constructed, so you can see more of Lexi being the best deck in the format, apparently.
Feels awesome. We want to also give big thanks to MinMaxGames as well as Magnolia Games, and huge shout out to Savage Feats, of course. Throw it up there. Come on, one more time, Ethan. You got to give love to our boy Ethan, who's going full Tuscan Raider on us. We love it, man. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you, the viewer, for just being so awesome and hanging out. We love you. Be kind to one another.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been a great time. Until tomorrow, goodbye and good luck.